Ugh, my head hurts. Why does it feel like it is raining? Tianyu Qishuan opened his eyes, and what came into view was a stretch of gray sky. Raindrops pattered against his face. Then a sharp pain shot through his head. Tianyu Qishuan sat up holding his forehead as a huge surge of memories flooded his mind. War hunger crying. Shinobi wearing forehead protectors flying through the sky, and the memory of the original body's parents being killed by explosive tags. Only then did he fully understand what had happened. What? He had transmigrated into the world of Naruto during the Second Shinobi World War, and in the land of rain sandwiched between three great nations called the meat grinder of the shinobi world, and a place every strategist wants to seize. Oh man, if you were going to transmigrate me, at least pick a decent place. This opening was more nightmarish than hell difficulty. Other transmigrators became Uchiha or Senju, or at worst a Hyuga branch member. But he had become an orphan in the land of rain where he could starve to death or be stabbed by a kunai at any moment. Tianyu Qishuan looked at his thin arms and legs, an obviously malnourished child's body, and felt speechless. He took a deep breath, then roared in his heart system. System, my system, system daddy, where the hell are you? If you do not come out now, I swear I will die right here in front of you. At that moment, as if sensing his intense will to survive, or his determination to give up, a dull buzz filled Tianyu Qishuan's mind. A seven-colored lotus radiating a sacred aura appeared out of nowhere. The lotus shone brilliantly, its 7 colors, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, flickering in turn illuminating the formerly dim space of consciousness. In the end the glow faded and settled on a vibrant green. As the vision subsided, a faint green lotus petal imprint appeared on Tianyu Qishuan's brow. Tianyu Qishuan felt a marvelous power surging within him and widened his eyes in shock. The power made the endless rain around him feel intimately connected to him, as if they shared the same blood. Wait, is this not the ability of the 5th Calabash brother, the water boy? Tianyu Qishuan was stunned for 3 seconds. Then the corners of his mouth began curling up crazily, and he burst into laughter in the muddy water. Huh. In that case, it is time for the great damn water wave. Tianyu Qishuan leaped up from the mud, his eyes blazing with eager excitement. However, his laughter sounded especially harsh in the empty dead ruins and immediately attracted uninvited guests. With the sound of footsteps splashing through puddles, 2 figures in dark raincoats and iconic gas masks turned out from behind a broken wall. They were 2 Rain Village genin assigned to clean up the battlefield and eliminate any living thing still breathing. Hey, that brat over there is still alive. The left Rain Ninja, pulled out a kunai from his waist, his eyes as cold as if looking at a cockroach. That laugh was really ugly. Lord Hanzo has ordered that no living thing from outside the village may exist in the war zone. Stop wasting time. Just get rid of him. This damn weather is making me moldy. The right Rain Ninja grumbled impatiently, already forming hand seals. Tianyu Qishuan looked at the 2 killers, and instead of panicking crossed his arms in what he thought was a cool pose. He raised an eyebrow, and said, 2 gas-masked big brothers, your entrance lines are way too cliché. I am just an innocent passerby kid. Aren't you going to scare a child by waving weapons around? A brat asking for death. Take this. Water release wild water waved. Rain Ninja clearly had no sense of humor. After finishing his hand seals, he took a deep breath and sprayed a violent stream of water from his mouth, like a high-pressure water gun, straight at Tianyu Qishuan's face. Facing this water release jutsu strong enough to shatter an ordinary person's internal organs, Tianyu Qishuan did not dodge. Instead, he opened his mouth against the incoming water. The fierce water current, as soon as it touched Tianyu Qishuan's lips, disappeared like a stream pouring into the sea. Gulping and gurgling, he swallowed it all in a way that defied common sense. After drinking it all, his stomach did not show even the slightest bulge. Burp. Tianyu Qishuan let out a satisfied burp, smacked his lips, and looked at the stunned Rain Ninja with disgust. Brother, your water release tastes a bit flat. Why is there even a hint of stale chive dumplings? Bad review. This? How is this possible? Rain Ninja staggered back 2 steps, staring as if he had seen a ghost. What kind of monster are you? You even swallowed my jutsu. Monster. No, please call me the spirit of water. Tianyu Qishuan grinned, and the green lotus petal imprint on his brow suddenly lit up. Since you treated me to some water, it is polite to return the favor. Tianyu Qishuan took a deep breath, his chest swelling high, then aimed at Rain Ninja and opened his mouth. This was no ordinary spit. A highly compressed, hair-thin water blade carrying terrifying kinetic energy shot out of his mouth. With a sharp hiss of water, the high-pressure water blade pierced through Rain Ninja then struck the stone pillar behind him and snapped it cleanly. Rain Ninja body went rigid, wobbled half a step, then crumpled heavily into the mud. A deep red stain spread through the muddy rainwater, slowly diluting in the downpour. The thick smell of blood instantly overwhelmed the scent of soil. Rain Ninja, splattered with warm blood, finally snapped back to his senses and let out a terrified scream. His hand holding the kunai trembled violently, and his legs gave out, sending him sitting down hard in the mud. Rain Ninja could not understand how a seemingly frail brat could unleash such a terrifying seal-less water release without forming hand signs, killing his companion in one blow. What are you yelling about? You're ruining the mood. Tianyu Qishuan rubbed his nose and walked slowly to Rain Ninja, looking down at him. You said you were going to clean up the battlefield, right? Come on, I'm ready. Devil. You're a devil. Don't come near me. Die. Rain Ninja, a nearly broken by fear, swung his kunai wildly in a desperate last struggle. Tianyu Qixuan sighed and simply raised his hand. The puddles around them seemed to come alive. They suddenly rose into the air and turned into several tough water ropes that bound Rain Ninja A's limbs and lifted him into the air in an X shape. Goodbye, gas mask big brother. Remember not to mess with me on rainy days in your next life. Tianyu Qixuan snapped his fingers, and the water rope around Rain Ninja A's neck tightened instantly. With a muffled cracking sound, Rain Ninja A went limp, his body falling heavily into the mud as the rain washed the scene. Looking at the two dead bodies on the ground, Tianyu Qixuan realized he did not feel much discomfort, even though this was his first time killing. It was probably because he had inherited the original body's cruel memories. In a world where human life was as cheap as grass, it was either kill or be killed. As he was about to search the two Rain Ninja for loot, a deafening roar suddenly came from the horizon. Then purple poison smoke rose into the sky, staining even the endless rain curtain a strange color. In the haze, a giant summoned beast could be seen looming beneath the clouds. That is the salamander's poison gas. Looks like the battle between the Sannin and Hanzo is over there. Tianyu Qixuan rubbed his chin, his eyes shining with excitement. I cannot miss this. After all, I am the man who is going to become the Hokage king. I can't go on. If I keep walking, I'll drop dead on this wretched road before any ninja gets me. Tianyu Qixuan muttered breathlessly. Though he had acquired the power of the water boy, he had grossly overestimated his own physical condition. This 8-year-old body was not only untrained, but had also gone days without food. After just a few steps, his vision began to blur. Tianyu Qixuan looked up and caught a glimpse of the faint colossal silhouettes of summoning beasts on the distant horizon. That was the epicenter of the battle between Hanzo of the Salamander and the legendary Sannin of Konoha. After confirming his current location was barely within a safe zone, he simply shut his eyes, kicked his legs out, and with no regard for dignity, flopped into a relatively clean mud pit by the roadside, sprawling out spread eagle to sleep. An unknown amount of time passed. A sluggish, heavy footfall accompanied by the splashing of rain slowly drew near from afar. Having just narrowly escaped the terrifying poison gas and scythe of Hanzo of the Salamander, and having been forcibly bestowed the title of Konoha's legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru were supporting each other, dragging their battered bodies through the mud with immense difficulty. Jiraiya, walking on the outer edge, caught a glimpse of a small, pale figure lying by the roadside. Due to extreme exhaustion and an empty stomach, Tianyu Qixuan's already fair face was now as pale as paper. His breathing was so faint that his chest barely seemed to rise and fall. At first glance, he was indistinguishable from the corpses of children who had starved to death during the war. Sigh. Such times. Another child dead by the roadside. Jiraiya halted, a flicker of pity in his eyes. He sighed, pulled a clean straw mat from his ninja tool pouch, and prepared to cover this corpse to prevent wild beasts from devouring it. This way at least the boy could depart with some dignity. War. It truly turns my stomach. Tsunade stopped as well at his words. Her gaze swept over Tianyu Qixuan's pallid face, her brows knitting slightly as a barely concealed look of pity flashed in her eyes. Only Orochimaru, with his cold, yellow slit-like pupils, gave the corpse on the ground a single indifferent glance. His pale face remained utterly unmoved, as if it were merely a piece of rotting organic matter. Just as the straw mat in Jiraiya's hands was about to cover Tianyu Qixuan's face, the boy, seemingly dead, snapped his eyes open and sprung up from the ground with a flawless kip-up. What the hell? An ambush? Tianyu Qixuan yelped. The motion was too sudden, and still half asleep, he launched himself a full meter into the air like a coiled spring. Whoa! He's risen from the dead. This sudden resurrection terrified Jiraiya, who had no psychological preparation whatsoever, nearly scaring the soul out of him. His stamina, already depleted from battle, caused him to lose his balance instantly. With a short yelp, he toppled backward in a hilariously awkward posture, landing hard in the mud and splattering muck everywhere. Tsunade was also taken aback by the turn of events, quickly wiping the pity from her face. Who are you? She demanded sharply, her gaze fixed piercingly on the seemingly harmless brat before her. Meanwhile, Orochimaru narrowed his long, narrow eyes. His right hand silently crept toward the kunai at his waist, and a chilling, sinister, killing intent instantly locked onto Tianyu Qixuan. Facing the wary stares of the Sannin, Tianyu Qixuan's heart was racing, but on the surface, he forced an air of calm. His mind went blank for a second, and he instinctively struck a ridiculously flamboyant pose. One hand on his hip, the other pointing to the sky, a smirk he believed to be devilishly charming curling at the corner of his mouth as he let out a low chuckle. Since you've asked so earnestly, I shall graciously tell. SSS. But before he could finish, a sinister snake shot out from Orochimaru's sleeve, darting lightning fast toward Tianyu Qixuan's face. Orochimaru had no patience for idle chatter. Holy crap! Tianyu Qixuan's face drained of color in fright as he instinctively activated his ability. The ambient moisture instantly condensed, forming a translucent water shield in front of him. Slap! The snake collided with the shield and was deflected. But the sudden assault had scared Tianyu Qixuan half to death. His legs gave way and he collapsed onto the ground. Tianyu Qixuan found himself staring directly into the eyes of Jiraiya, who was also sitting in the mud. In that moment, the air went still. Two mud-caked figures, one big and one small, sat there in the pit, staring at each other in wide-eyed silence. After 3 seconds they both turned their heads away in extreme embarrassment, pretending to admire the distant scenery in a feeble attempt to cover up the humiliating fact that they had both been scared shitless. Kid, who exactly are you? Tsunade helped Jiraiya to his feet, looking down at Taijutsu Chuan with an icy glare. Taijutsu Chuan intended to stand up and finish his interrupted speech, but out of the corner of his eye he noticed Orochimaru's yellow slit-like pupils gleaming with a dangerous light, fixed unwaveringly on him. He decisively abandoned any thought of continuing his act, quickly changing his tune and speaking with utmost sincerity. Well, my name is Taijutsu Chuan. I'm an orphan. My parents both died in the war. I don't know what happened, but I just woke up here. A wise man knows when to yield. Damn Orochimaru. Bullying me for being young and unprepared, coming at me with tricks and sneak attacks. Jiraiya patted the mud off his rear and coughed dryly to hide his embarrassment, asking, "Are you a civilian from the land of rain?" "I don't know." Taijutsu Chuan scratched his head, looking utterly bewildered. He wasn't faking it, he genuinely had no idea. After crossing over, the only memories left in the original owner's mind were that his parents had died in the turmoil of the land of rain. As for where he had been a civilian before, there was no trace of recollection at all. At that moment Jiraiya recalled the earlier scene of Taijutsu Chuan manipulating the water to block the snake, and his expression turned serious. "What was that just now? Can you control water?" "All that. I just suddenly could do it one day. Pretty amazing, right? I think it's pretty cool myself." Taijutsu Chuan lied without batting an eye, his gaze as clear and innocent as a fawn's. Tsunade looked at him, pondering for a moment, then said, "It should be some kind of Kekii Genkai, though I've never seen one quite like this." Upon hearing this, a look of keen interest immediately surfaced in Orochimaru's eyes. It was the gaze of someone who had just spotted a fascinating new specimen for experimentation, and it sent a chill down Taijutsu Chuan's spine. The kid's pitiful, surviving alone in a war zone. "How about we take him back with us?" Jiraiya suddenly suggested. Tsunade frowned, looking hesitant. His origins are unclear, and we're in the middle of a war. Bringing him back to the village rashly could cause trouble. Just then Orochimaru's hoarse, chilling voice drifted over. "Better to just kill him. He might be a spy. No point wasting time on such trivial matters." Hearing Orochimaru casually decree his death sentence, Taijutsu Chuan's heart skipped a beat. He had no doubt that this snake would absolutely do it. No. I'll go with you. I'm a law-abiding citizen. 100% loyal." Taijutsu Chuan raised both hands and shouted hastily. Jiraiya quickly chimed in, trying to dissuade him. "Orochimaru, you're being too paranoid. He's so young, and his chakra levels are pitifully low. I don't think he's a spy. If you're still worried, we can take him back and have the intelligence division verify it with a secret technique. There's no need to kill a kid." Seeing this, Orochimaru didn't argue further, merely snorting coldly, "Lucky brat." Seeing this, Taijutsu Chuan finally let out a long, relieved sigh. He was genuinely terrified that Orochimaru would make a move. Despite having the power to control water, he was facing the Sannin who had just gone toe-to-toe with a demigod. If it came to a real fight with no combat experience whatsoever, he probably wouldn't even know how he died. A few days later, in the land of Fire Konoha, after a long and arduous journey, Taijutsu Chuan finally arrived at the most prosperous village in the ninja world, accompanied by the Sannin. Unsurprisingly, he was whisked away to the intelligence division the moment he entered the village. After rigorous interrogation and inspection by the intelligence ninja, they confirmed that he was indeed just an ordinary orphan with no trace of being a spy. On the sunlit corridor outside the intelligence division, upon hearing the results, Jiraiya let out a hearty laugh. He strode over to Taijutsu Chuan, ruffled his hair, and said, "Since that's settled, you can just live with me in Konoha, kid. Stick with me, and I'll make sure you eat well." "No way." Taijutsu Chuan looked at Jiraiya's carefree face and refused without hesitation. He mercilessly slapped Jiraiya's hand away, took 2 steps back with a look of utter disgust, and stared at him as if he were an idiot. "Following someone like you who's so jumpy he'd trip into a mud puddle, I'm afraid I won't even live to see adulthood." Then, as Jiraiya's smile stiffened, he let his gaze sweep between Tsunade and Orochimaru. Finally, he pointed at Orochimaru and said seriously, "I think I'd feel safer with Lord Orochimaru here." The air in the corridor fell silent instantly. You'd rather choose that gloomy snake over me?" Jiraiya let out an exaggerated cry of anguish, clutching his chest with both hands, his face a mask of hurt and disbelief. "I'm so sunny and cheerful, and he reeks of death. How can you feel safe with him?" Tsunade was equally astonished. She gave Orochimaru a once-over, then looked at Taijutsu Chuan, and couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, this kid has a unique taste. Orochimaru, it seems you're quite popular with children." Orochimaru coldly glanced at Taijutsu Chuan, a flicker of impatience in his eyes, and turned to leave. "No, I have no interest whatsoever in such boring matters as babysitting." Undeterred by the rejection, Taijutsu Chuan shrugged nonchalantly. He turned his head to look at Jiraiya, who was still wallowing in his own heartbreak, and sighed. Reluctantly, he spread his hands and said, "Fine, since Snake Uncle doesn't want me, I guess I'll just have to make do and mooch off you, old man." Hearing the term old man, the previously heartbroken Jiraiya instantly bristled. He jumped up and down, retorting, Hey. Who are you calling old man? This sage is in the prime of his youth, in the flower of his life. Call me big brother." Taijutsu Chuan looked Jiraiya up and down, focusing on his signature white hair, and retorted with sharp sarcasm, "Going gray at such a young age? That's premature aging, old man. You should get some supplements for that kidney deficiency of yours." Don't try to tough it out. You little brat. What do you know? This is called style. This is the aura of a sage. Watching the two lively fools bicker shamelessly in the corridor, Tsunade, who had been feeling heavy-hearted due to the war, suddenly let out a laugh. Her bell-like laughter echoed through the hallway, dispelling the gloom that had hung over the three of them for days. The sunlight of Konoha bathed this mysterious orphan, with his glib tongue seemingly heralding a new and intriguing bond quietly taking root in this land. Over the next few days, Taijutsu truly came to understand the meaning of resting under a great tree. Thanks to Jiraiya, his enrollment as a legitimate third-generation disciple was processed with incredible smoothness. However, life at the Konoha Ninja Academy was even more mind-numbingly boring than Taijutsu had imagined. Surrounded by these snot-nosed mud-pie-playing brats, his mature soul felt like an adult who had wandered into a kindergarten by mistake. Every day was spent either listening to the monotonous basics of chakra refinement or enduring the childish provocations of these little punks. During a break today, a few snobbish no-name kids surrounded him again. One of them pointed at the cyan lotus mark on Taijutsu's forehead and let out a harsh, mocking laugh. Hey, look at this guy. What's that weird blue mark on his forehead? Looks like an ugly birthmark. The leader of the no-name trio put his hands on his hips, looking like he was asking for a beating. Haha, yeah, it's so weird. What if it's some kind of disease? The second no-name kid chimed in, laughing hysterically. Taijutsu was sitting on a bench resting his eyes, but slowly opened them upon hearing this. He lazily lifted his eyelids and scanned them with a look reserved for idiots. Tell me, did you guys just escape from a mental institution? Or did you learn your sense of aesthetics from a stray dog on the street? If you're not sure how revolting you look, there's a puddle to your left. I suggest you go look at your reflections first instead of making spectacles of yourselves here. The kids were clearly taken aback by Taijutsu's sharp tongue. No-name Kid A's face flushed red, and he shouted in anger and embarrassment, "What nonsense are you talking about? You're so weird." A vein pulsed on Taijutsu's temple. Just as he thought trying to reason with uneducated brats in this world was a complete waste of time. Since words were useless, he'd resort to the most primitive form of communication: physical force. He suddenly stood up, his form flashing by like lightning. Before the boys could even react, his not-so-large fist had already landed precisely on their foreheads. Bam! 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 3 dull thuds followed by pig-like squeals, and the trio of no-names were instantly knocked for a loop, each sporting a large steaming lump on their heads. Wah! It hurts. I'm telling my mom. You're dead meat. They clutched their heads and ran bawling towards the classroom. Taijutsu blew on his fist, a look of disdain on his face. TCH weaklings. But inwardly he sighed. He knew these brats wouldn't learn their lesson and would probably come back to pick a fight in a few days. He had to fully acknowledge the stubborn will of the ordinary people in this world. What a pain. If only he could just kill them all and be done with it. Taijutsu gazed at the sky, thinking to himself. Just then a soft chuckle came from the shade of a nearby tree. A boy with short yellow hair and delicate features stepped out. He had witnessed the commotion and looked at him with a gentle smile in his eyes. He raised his hand in a placating gesture, signaling he meant no harm. That was quite impressive. Your movements were clean and your reaction speed is very fast. Taijutsu turned his head, looking at the strangely familiar boy with a raised eyebrow. Who are you? I'm Minato Namikaze. The yellow-haired boy then pointed to a girl beside him with vibrant red hair and an air of confidence, introducing her. And this is Kushina Uzumaki. Kushina crossed her arms, her eyes scanning Taijutsu. She gave an approving nod and waved her fist. Hey, you did a great job just now. Those guys have been asking for a beating for a long time, always bullying others at school. It's infuriating to watch. It was then that Taijutsu realized where the strange sense of familiarity came from. A yellow-haired boy and a hot-tempered little chili pepper. Weren't these two the future 4th Hokage and his future wife? He shrugged and said, I'm used to it. I don't mind acting as a temporary discipline teacher for these undisciplined types. Minato looked at Taijutsu's world-weary demeanor and couldn't help but smile. You've got a unique personality. If you're interested, we could spar sometime. Taijutsu looked into Minato's sincere eyes, thinking to himself, this is the future Yellow Flash. Is it too late to start building a connection now? Sure, just don't cry when I beat you. Taijutsu grinned. It's a deal then. A gentle smile spread across Minato's face. With the company of the sunny and cheerful future Hokage Minato Namikaze and the fiery-tempered yet loyal red-hot pepper, Kushina Uzumaki, Taijutsu's days at the Ninja Academy were no longer so dull and monotonous. At the very least, while forced to endure the droning theoretical lectures of the Chunin instructors each day, he could turn his head and watch how Minato defused Kushina's explosive temper with his gentle smile. He considered it a free front-row seat to a youthful romantic comedy. In terms of ninjutsu training, however, Taijutsu had hit a bottleneck. He was utterly clueless about the most fundamental skill for any ninja: chakra refinement. This was by no means due to poor talent or a lack of chakra. On the contrary, the sheer volume of his chakra was staggering. Ever since awakening the cyan lotus petal on his brow, he discovered that he no longer needed to painstakingly squeeze physical and spiritual energy from his cells to synthesize chakra like everyone else. His body was like an eternally open bottomless pit, or rather a superpowered water pump running on its own. Every second, even while sleeping, yawning, or daydreaming, moisture and free-floating energy from the air continuously surged into his body automatically, converting into pure water nature chakra. The sheer speed of this chakra growth gave him a delusion. If it came down to raw water release chakra reserves, he could already yank the second Hokage Tobirama Senju right out of the Pure Land and challenge him to a contest of strength. Setting aside other jutsu in the realm of water release alone, he felt he could already go toe-to-toe with the second. Perhaps that was an overstatement. Although the chakra within him was as vast as an ocean, the skills he could actually master at present, aside from the high-pressure spit that had instantly killed the rain ninja that day, were limited to a single technique that still existed only in his imagination, never tested in real combat: the who built the damn jutsu. As for the basic 3 body techniques taught at the academy, especially the water clone, every attempt ended in failure, due to chakra output overload, turning the clone into a massive puddle large enough to flood half the training ground. Sai possessing a treasure mountain without knowing how to spend it. Such is the plight of the strong, Tianyu Qixuan often lamented to himself with such pretentious humility. This evening a drizzling autumn rain suddenly began to fall from the sky. Following his usual routine, Tianyu Qixuan dragged Minato and Kushina into the Ichiraku ramen shop in Konoha village, a humble-looking establishment whose aroma was potent enough to waft down the entire street. In times of war, intelligence often didn't circulate in tightly secured meeting rooms, but rather in these bustling, earthy little eateries. A large part of the reason Tianyu Qixuan enjoyed coming here was to pry the latest developments of the Second Great Ninja War from the mouths of ninjas who had just returned from the front lines. Tuchi-san, the usual. 3 bowls of tonkatsu ramen, and add 2 extra portions of chashu to mine. Put it on that perverted white-haired Jiraiya's tab. Tianyu Qixuan deftly swept aside the curtain, plopped himself onto a high stool, and announced loudly. The young Tuchi kneaded his dough and chuckled heartily. Yo, Qixuan, Jiraiya-sama is treating again, is he? No problem, coming right up. Minato smiled wryly and took a seat to Qixuan's left, saying, Qixuan, aren't you worried Jiraiya-sama will get angry when he gets back with the way you're always mooching off him? Who cares about that pervert? Well done, Qixuan. Eat more so you can grow taller, unlike some people who can't even muster the courage to treat a friend. Kushina, seated on the right, shot Minato a fierce glare, clearly exasperated by his pushover personality. Just as the 3 were bickering, a conversation from 2 exhausted chunin at a nearby table, both carrying a faint scent of blood, drifted to Tianyu Qixuan's ears, carried on the steam of the ramen. Hey, have you heard? Lady Tsunade is stepping back from the front lines. I heard she's even given up the highest command of the medical corps. A chunin with a scar across his left eye lowered his voice, his tone filled with regret and disbelief. Another chunin missing an arm took a heavy swig of sake and sighed. What happened? Lady Tsunade is the pillar of Konoha. Without her medical ninjutsu, the casualty rate on the front lines would at least double. What happened? Lady Tsunade is the pillar of Konoha. Without her medical ninjutsu, the casualty rate on the front lines would at least double. I heard. It's Lord Dankato. He fell in battle. Lady Tsunade watched him die right in her arms. His internal organs were crushed, and there was no saving him no matter what she tried. The shock was too great. They say she can't even stand the sight of blood now. She trembles all over and can't hold a scalpel anymore. The scarred chunin's voice was laced with a profound sense of helplessness. It's no wonder. First her younger brother Nawaki triggered a paper bomb and was blown beyond recognition, and now her lover. Anyone would have a mental breakdown after all that. Tianyu Qixuan's hand suddenly froze mid-motion, his chopsticks hovering in the air. The air inside the ramen shop seemed to solidify in an instant, and even the sound of the boiling broth in the pot became jarringly loud. Kushina, sitting beside Qixuan, heard every word clearly. This red-haired girl, usually so fiery and tomboyish, now had eyes rimmed with red. She instinctively covered her mouth, and large tears streamed down her cheeks, dripping onto the table before her. Voice choked with sobs, she said, "That's so sad. Lady Tsunade. She's so kind. Why does she have to go through this?" The smile on Minato's face had also vanished, completely replaced by a gravity that seemed beyond his years. His azure eyes reflected the dim light of the ramen shop, and his fists clenched tightly on his knees, knuckles turning white. He couldn't help but sigh. This is the cruelty of war. It takes away everything people hold most dear. Minato turned his head, looking at the weeping Kushina beside him, and his gaze suddenly became fiercely resolute, as if a decision had been made in that very moment. In the future, I will definitely become Hokage. I will put an end to this endless war and change all of this. I will never let the people I cherish be harmed. His voice was soft, yet it carried immense weight. In his heart, Minato swore a silent oath. Even if it cost him his life, he would protect Kushina. However, Tianyu Qixuan, sitting to the side, simply watched the scene unfold in silence, his gaze profoundly unnerving. Those clear eyes, which should have belonged to an 8-year-old child, now churned with the cold indifference and cynicism of an adult, along with the sorrow born of having seen through fate. Change all this. Tianyu Qixuan sneered silently in his heart. Minato, you're so naive. What do you think the Hokage is? A savior? As a transmigrant, Tianyu Qixuan knew better than anyone that Minato's failure was inevitable. This world was rotten to its very core. This wasn't something that could be changed by swapping out a Hokage or enacting a few new policies. From the very origins of the ninja world, when the sage of 6 paths Hagoromo Otsutsuki sealed away his own mother Kagaya Otsutsuki for the sake of so-called peace, when the brothers Indra and Ashura turned against each other over ideology and power, beginning a 1,000-year cycle of reincarnation. And later with Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, who founded Konoha yet still couldn't prevent the outbreak of the Great Ninja Wars. This world had been deformed from the very beginning. Just how sick had it become? 5-year-old children who hadn't even learned to read properly and weren't allowed a sip of alcohol were handed a kunai and shoved onto the battlefield to slit enemy throats and feel the warm spray of blood across their faces. The so-called will of fire was nothing more than an anesthetic allowing these young lives to burn themselves to ashes with a semblance of willingness. Nawaki died in war full of dreams of becoming Hokage, blown to pieces. Dan Kato died in war carrying a desire for peace, his organs shattered as he perished in his lover's arms. And in the near future, that Obito Uchiha who always wore his goggles on his forehead and foolishly shouted about becoming Hokage would have half his body crushed by a boulder, eventually falling into boundless darkness and attempting to destroy this false world with the infinite Tsukuyumi. That gentle and kind Rin Noara would, to protect the village, deliberately impale herself on Kakashi's Chidori, dying at the hands of the one she loved most. And the golden-haired boy sitting beside him now, this Minato Namikaze who swore to protect everything, would ultimately die protecting the village, his body pierced by the Nine-Tails claws alongside his wife Kushina, both perishing in a cold sacrifice, leaving behind an orphan scorned by the entire village. After that, the Uchiha clan would be slaughtered to the last by their own most gifted prodigy, with countless innocent men, women, and children wailing in pools of blood. Countless children, like gears programmed with a predetermined script, endlessly repeated the paths of their predecessors, repeating betrayal, slaughter, loss, and despair. They struggled their entire lives, shedding blood and tears, only to have the next generation continue their suffering. To change this deeply ingrained curse, gentle methods were useless. Reasoning, bonds, and love, those were nothing but the self-righteousness of the weak. This terminally ill world didn't need a gentle Hokage nor a saint who went around preaching mutual understanding. It needed a potent remedy. It needed a bone-cutting blade sharp enough to excise all the rotten flesh. It needed a tyrant, one who could crush all who opposed him into pulp with absolute power and shatter all the rules to forge them anew. Tianyu Qishuan lowered his eyelids, concealing the cold glint flickering in his pupils. He picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of chashu soaked in broth, and silently popped it into his mouth. The steam from the ramen veiled his features, obscuring his expression. In the noisy ramen shop, amidst Minato's bold declarations and Kushina's sobbing, Tianyu Qishuan quietly finished his bowl of noodles, not leaving a single drop of soup. His heartbeat was steady and powerful, and the water-natured chakra within him surged like an undercurrent. No matter how messed up this world was, no matter how many tragedies were destined to unfold, there was only one thing he was certain of. He would survive, and he would live better than anyone else. With the most arrogant demeanor, he would trample every single person who tried to stand in his way. Tuchi-san, thanks for the meal. Tianyu Qishuan set down his empty bowl, wiped his mouth, and spoke in a tone so calm it betrayed no emotion whatsoever. He turned his head, looked at Minato beside him, and curled his lips into a meaningful smile. Minato, if you want to become Hokage, then fight to stay alive. The dead can't change anything. Time flowed silently like the tireless Nanga River outside Konoha village. Another month slipped by in Tianyu Qishuan's tedious days at the Ninja Academy. During this period, the shinobi world underwent tremendous upheaval. After years of mutual attrition, the 5 great nations were all utterly exhausted. Their economies, military strength, and the morale of their citizens had all reached the breaking point. Even Konoha, with its deepest reserves, could no longer sustain warfare on multiple fronts. Finally, after much bickering and compromise among the high-ranking officials of each nation, the 5 great nations declared a total ceasefire. The dark clouds of war that had hung over the shinobi world for years finally dispersed, and Konoha welcomed a long-awaited return to peace and bustle. And on this very night of proclaimed peace, as he slept, Tianyu Qishuan once again sank into that boundless, pure white space of consciousness. Above his head, the sacred and mysterious Seven-Colored Lotus floated silently. Unlike last time, the cyan petal representing the power of the water child now emanated a soft, steady radiance. Then, as the lotus began to spin slowly, the remaining 6 colors, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, began to flicker wildly in rapid succession, casting the entire space in a kaleidoscope of eerie shifting light. Tianyu Qishuan held his breath in his dream, staring intently at the rapidly spinning radiance. Stop! Stop! Give me the immense strength of the eldest or the indestructible body of the third. Anything. He prayed silently in his heart. Finally, the dazzling wheel of light slowed, and after passing the red glow, it stabilized firmly upon a warm, brilliant orange. The orange petal ignited with a resounding flash. Damn! Wrong draw. A surge of warm energy instantly rushed from his brow, flooding his eyes and ears. This was the exclusive power of the second child from the Calabash brothers, the 1,000-mile eye and the clairaudient ear. In this world, it meant absolute hyper-enhanced perception. The next morning, the first rays of winter sunlight filtered through the curtains. Tianyu Qishuan groggily opened his eyes, and the very next second he froze. He felt his optic and auditory nerves amplified to an absurd degree. The world had changed. He merely glanced out the window, and his vision could crisply discern the intricate intersecting patterns on the tree bark. As he focused, he could even see the waving antennae of an ant carrying a crumb of food, the tiny barbs on its legs rendered in perfect detail. Before he could recover from the visual shock, a torrent of sound crashed into his ears like a broken dam, utterly merciless. Chirp chirp, hey boss, how much for these radishes? Hurry up, we're late for the mission. Woof woof woof. The haggling from the market 3 streets away, the whoosh of ninjas leaping from the building next door, even the faint skittering of rats in the sewers. All of it was as clear and deafening, as if blasted through high-fidelity headphones at maximum volume. The cacophony of noises merged into sharp needles fiercely stabbing his eardrums and brain. Arg. Damn it. Tianyu Qixuan curled up in agony, clamping his hands over his ears while cold sweat instantly soaked his pajamas. This unfiltered super sensation was pure torture. Just as he struggled to control this new power, trying to block out useless noise, footsteps echoed from outside the door. To a normal person, the footsteps might sound ordinary, but to Tianyu Qixuan's ears they were like an elephant performing a tap dance in the hallway, making his head buzz violently. Then a knock. Thud, thud, thud. Those 3 knocks amplified in his mind into the chain explosion of 3 detonating tags. Shut up. Stop knocking. Tianyu Qixuan finally lost it, covering his ears and letting out a desperate roar. The person outside clearly hadn't expected such a reaction. The knocking paused for a second. But as Tianyu Qixuan failed to answer the door, the visitor seemed to lose patience and opted for the most direct method of entry: physical force. Bam! With a thunderous crash, the poor wooden door was violently kicked open by a large foot, the door panel slamming against the wall, sending wood chips flying. Huh, you little brat. The sun's burning your ass and you're still lazing in bed. Wake up. The Great Lord is back. With a burst of arrogant, unmistakable laughter, a tall figure with wild white hair swaggered in. It was Jiraiya, who had vanished for over a month. Meanwhile, Tianyu Qixuan, amidst his extreme agony, finally began to grasp a sliver of control. He took a deep breath, forcibly channeling his mental energy to rein in and suppress the radar-like spread of his hearing and sight, ultimately confining his perception range to a normal level. The maddening noise in his ears finally receded, and the world returned to peace. Tianyu Qixuan let out a long, turbid breath, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, then shot up from the bed. His eyes locked onto the white-haired man, still striking an absurdly embarrassing pose, and he cursed without restraint. You damn old man. Are you insane? Can't you come back without all this racket? What did my door ever do to you? And where the hell have you been? I haven't seen you for over a month. I thought you died in some widow's bed. Jiraiya's carefully prepared, impassioned opening speech was utterly choked back by Tianyu Qixuan's rapid-fire, sharp-tongued tirade. He froze mid-pose, his smile turning awkward. Clearing his throat, he lowered his leg and rubbed his nose sheepishly. To be fair, he was indeed a bit embarrassed. Over a month ago, when he'd brought this kid back from the rain country, he'd sworn up and down that he'd ensure the boy lived the high life. But then he'd promptly forgotten about the kid and vanished for an entire month. Ahem. Well, little Qixuan, let me explain. Jiraiya scratched the back of his head, his gaze shifty. Because the war just ended, the village has tons to handle. As one of the 3 ninja, I've been swamped, so you left me in this apartment to fend for myself. Tianyu Qixuan rolled his eyes, dramatically leapt off the bed, and stomped barefoot on the floor, hands on his hips, declaring with righteous indignation, I don't care. Since you, my irresponsible guardian, are back, you must compensate me handsomely. I want barbecue. The most expensive barbecue. I want to eat marbled beef until I puke. Looking at the spirited, even more arrogant little brat before him, Jiraiya sighed, helplessly, yet a hint of doting amusement flickered in his eyes. He stepped forward, his large palm rubbing Tianyu Qixuan's head vigorously. All right, I promise. Barbecue Q is on me, even if it bankrupts me. But Jiraiya's expression suddenly turned serious, shedding his usual playful demeanor. Let's talk business first. The Ninja Academy is about to hold early graduation exams and team formations. The village urgently needs fresh blood. I've decided to put you, a kid named Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, in the same team. Hearing this, Tianyu Qixuan was stunned for a moment, his mind frantically searching his memories of the original story. Minato and Kushina. Those 2 were in the same year. But who was that 3rd person in the original team? Tianyu Qixuan stroked his chin, racking his brains, yet his mind drew a complete blank. No memory at all. Definitely some total background nobody. With that thought, Tianyu Qixuan looked up at Jiraiya and said flatly, Oh, Minato and Kushina, that's great. Jiraiya was taken aback, his eyes widening like bells. Huh? Wait, you know them? Tianyu Qixuan looked at Jiraiya's foolish, astonished face, and once again wore an expression of utter disdain. Duh, of course I know them. We've been classmates at the academy for over a month, having Ichiraka ramen together every lunch. You didn't even know that. Old man, you've really let me down. Being so mercilessly exposed and belittled by a kid, Jiraiya's face flushed red. He laughed awkwardly, trying to mask his guilt with boisterous laughter. Ha ha ha. Really? What a coincidence. Seems you guys have great chemistry. The Great Lord truly has an eye for talent. As he laughed, Jiraiya secretly broke out in a cold sweat. He realized he really had been neglecting Qixuan. After all, the kid had been left to his own devices for over a month. But no matter. Gazing at the spirited little rascal before him, Jiraiya silently resolved to make it up to him. At the very least, he'd start by fulfilling that promised barbecue. The next day, a complex atmosphere of parting and anticipation filled the Ninja Academy classroom. As squad leaders, the Jonin filed in one by one and called out names. Teams of Genin left the classroom, their hearts brimming with dreams for the future. It wasn't until the setting sun dyed the blackboard orange that only 3 people remained in the once boisterous room. Amida Shikiden, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki, who was sprawled listlessly across her desk. This is taking forever. Who's going to be our instructor anyway? Did they forget about us? Kushina fidgeted, running her hands through her crimson hair and tousling it into a mess. She turned and asked, Minato, who do you think our Jonin instructor will be? Will they be super strict? Whoever it is, they're bound to be an experienced and excellent ninja. We just need to be humble and learn from them. Minato replied with a gentle smile, his azure eyes sparkling with anticipation. Compared to the speculation of the other 2, Amida Shikiden, seated by the window, remained utterly composed. He rested his chin on his hand and yawned. A full minute prior, he had already detected the distinct sound of wooden clogs clicking against the floor from the far end of the corridor. They're here, Amida Shikiden thought to himself. Bang! The classroom door was shoved open and a tall figure strode in with long, confident steps. Wild white hair, red paint marking his face, and a rakish grin. Yo, sorry for the wait, you brats. Starting today, I'm your instructor. Jiraiya struck what he thought was an incredibly cool pose, flashing the 3 a thumbs up. It's Jiraiya-sama, one of the legendary Sannin. Minato shot to his feet, his eyes full of surprise and admiration. Amazing. Training under a Sannin, I'm going to become super strong. Kushina pumped her fist excitedly. Amida Shikiden, however, rolled his eyes dramatically and muttered under his breath, TCH, what a poser. 30 minutes later, at Training Ground 7 outside Konoha, amidst a dense forest, Jiraiya stood before the 3 children, leisurely pulling 2 copper bells tied with red string from his pouch. He shook them, producing a crisp jingle. The rules are simple. Your task today is to snatch these 2 bells from me before the sun fully sets. Those who fail won't get dinner and will be tied to those stakes over there to reflect on their failure. Jiraiya pointed to 3 wooden stakes nearby, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Just a heads up, there are only 2 bells. That means one of you 3 is destined to be left out. Hearing this, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki immediately tensed up. They exchanged a glance, instantly reading the fighting spirit in each other's eyes. They quickly moved apart, adopting fighting stances. Only Amida Shikiden remained with his hands in his pockets, yawning with a blank expression, a tired tear forming at the corner of his eye. The bell-stealing exercise again. What a cliché plotline. This kind of test for bonds. Jiraiya noticed Shikiden's utter lack of motivation and raised an eyebrow. He thought the kid probably assumed he'd go easy on him because they were familiar. Time to teach this brat what the name Sannin really means. Alright, then the exercise begins. The moment the words left his mouth, Minato and Kushina were already in motion. Their teamwork was surprisingly seamless. Minato moved like lightning, flanking from the left. With a flick of his wrists, 3 shuriken flew in a triangular formation, sealing off Jiraiya's escape route. Kushina, like a blaze of red, charged in from the right, her kunai aimed straight for the red string holding the bells at Jiraiya's waist. Nice speed, but you're still too green. Jiraiya chuckled. Without even forming a hand seal, his body transformed into a log riddled with kunai in a puff of white smoke. The next second, Jiraiya's figure appeared on a thick branch above the 2. Looking down at the duo who had struck nothing, he deliberately wore a sinister, intimidating expression and sneered. That's not nearly enough, you brats. You've got to come at me with the intent to kill. And hey, that means you 2 little Shikiden. What are you spacing out for? Jiraiya's words were cut short as he noticed Minato and Kushina staring up at him with expressions of utter terror. They looked as if they had just witnessed the apocalypse. Kushina, run. Minato suddenly yelled, grabbing Kushina's hand and sprinting desperately towards the edge of the training ground without looking back. Jiraiya was stunned for a moment, thinking, hey, now am I really that scary? I haven't even released any killing intent, and they're already fleeing. But soon he sensed something was wrong. Why did it sound like waves were crashing? Jiraiya instinctively turned around. The next second, his smug expression froze solid. His jaw dropped so wide it nearly hit the floor, his eyes bulging as if they might pop out of their sockets. Whwa. What the hell? At the far end of the training ground, a colossal wave dozens of meters high and blotting out the sky was rising like a tsunami. The monstrous wave roared and churned, a beast that swallowed the very sunlight. And perched at the very crest of that wave, silhouetted against the sun, so that he was shrouded in shadow, stood Amida Shikiden, an exhilarating grin on his face, arms crossed over his chest. He looked down upon Jiraiya, who seemed no larger than an ant, and let out a powerful roar, water-style super waterfall blade. Boom! The colossal wave crashed down upon the forest with devastating, unstoppable force. The entire Training Ground 7 was instantly transformed into a vast sea. After what felt like an eternity, Minato and Kushina, clinging desperately to a floating log, sputtered and surfaced from the water. They were horrified to see that the dense forest was gone, replaced by a massive artificial lake. The water gradually calmed, receding as it followed the terrain. On the wet, muddy ground, Jiraiya lay sprawled in a puddle. Soaked to the bone, his white hair plastered to his face, eyes rolled back, frothing at the mouth with the occasional twitch. He had clearly been knocked unconscious by the sheer sudden water pressure. Amida Shikiden, however, walked with a light step, gliding across the water's surface until he stood over Jiraiya. He bent down, casually unclipped the 2 copper bells from Jiraiya's waist, tossed them in his hand, and mocked him from above. Jiraiya-sensei, that was pretty underwhelming. What happened to fighting with the resolve to kill? I barely even tried, and you're already down for the count. Jiraiya's body twitched again, as if in protest. That evening in a private room at Konoha's most famous barbecue restaurant, marbled beef sizzled enticingly over the charcoal fat dripping onto the coals and sending up aromatic smoke. However, the atmosphere in the room was somewhat strange. Amata Shikiden sat in the seat of honor, eating ravenously with both hands, shoveling barbecue into his mouth, like a starving ghost, grease running down his chin as he ate with gusto. Sitting opposite him, Jiraiya sipped his sake gloomily. He watched the brat devour food with a look of utter exasperation. Recalling the terrifying water style from earlier, which had seemed like a natural disaster, he still felt a chill. What on earth is this kid's Kekkei Genkai? Jiraiya roared internally. He unleashed a water style of that magnitude without even forming a single hand seal. And after all that, he's not even breathing hard. His chakra reserves are monstrous, even more than a Jonin's. It's almost like a tailed beast. Minato Namikaze, sitting beside them, could no longer contain his curiosity. He put down his chopsticks, his gaze fixed intensely on Amata Shikiden, his voice filled with shock and confusion. Shikiden, how did you do it this afternoon? A jutsu of that scale? Yes, Shikiden. That was insane. Kushina chimed in, her eyes wide as saucers. You flooded the entire forest. For a second there, I thought Konoha itself was about to be washed away. Amata Shikiden swallowed a large chunk of beef, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and put on a deliberately innocent and confused expression, blinking his eyes. Huh, didn't you guys know? It's my Kekkei Genkai. Whenever I want the water, just shows up. Is it really that hard? Kekkei Genkai? What's that? Kushina, being a newcomer to the village, was still fuzzy on such advanced shinobi concepts. Jiraiya took this opportunity to set down his cup, cleared his throat, and tried to salvage some of his dignity as a teacher. He began to explain, a Kekkei Genkai is a technique that can only be inherited through bloodlines passed down via genes. Usually it involves combining two different chakra natures simultaneously to create a new nature, or it manifests as special body traits. Ninja with Kekkei Genkai often possess abilities that ordinary people can't even dream of. Shikiden's case is probably some incredibly rare mutation of water release chakra. After hearing Jiraiya's explanation, Kushina immediately looked envious, resting her chin in her hands with stars in her eyes. That's so cool, a Kekkei Genkai. It sounds awesome. I wish I had one. Minato meanwhile wore a wry smile. He looked down at his own hands, having hoped to test his taijutsu and shuriken skills against Shikiden. But now, how could he possibly fight against a monster who could summon tsunamis on a whim? Just then Kushina leaned in close to Amata Shikiden, scrutinizing his face. Suddenly, as if discovering a new continent, she pointed at his forehead. Hey, Shikiden, did you get another mark on your forehead? I remember you only had one blue one before, but now there's an orange one too. Oh, that's not a birthmark, Amata Shikiden replied dismissively, though he was inwardly on high alert. So the awakening of the second brother's ability has changed my appearance. I'll need to come up with an excuse to cover this up. Huh, it's not a birthmark. Is it paint? Like the stuff on Jiraiya-sensei's face. Kushina curiously reached out a finger, as if to poke it. Don't touch. It's a mark of my noble lineage. Amata Shikiden swatted Kushina's hand away and continued attacking his food, mumbling, just eat. The old man's paying, so it's free food. Kushina dropped the subject, squinting happily as she savored her meal. Before long, the three of them had demolished several plates of beef, with Amata Shikiden accounting for most of it. Oh, by the way, old man, don't forget to settle my tab at Ichiraku Ramen, Amata Shikiden said, without looking up. Oh, sure. Jiraiya replied, caught off guard. Then realization dawned on him, and he yelled, wait a minute, why should I be paying your bills? Huh, the allowance you give me isn't enough, old man. I can't even afford to eat properly. I'm going to report you for child abuse. Amata Shikiden shouted his accusations between mouthfuls of meat, loudly condemning Jiraiya's negligence as his guardian. This drew the attention of every other patron in the restaurant. Jiraiya quickly clamped a hand over his mouth and whispered, all right, fine, I get it. He then took the bill for Ichiraku Ramen that Amata Shikiden handed him and began to read it. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. As he counted the endless string of zeros on the bill, Jiraiya's mouth slowly fell open. Seemingly stunned by the astronomical amount, his entire being turned ashen in the next moment. And as he watched Amata Shikiden continue to call out to the owner for more meat, Jiraiya stared at his own thin wallet and silently wept tears of regret. At dawn at the 7th training ground, after yesterday's catastrophic water release, the air still carried a heavy dampness and the earthy scent of mud. Though the water had receded, the surrounding trees tilted and strewn about, and the pervasive mud silently testified to the terrifying destructive force of that water release. Jiraiya stood with his arms crossed, facing the three youngsters, his brow furrowed in concern. A blade of cattail grass dangled from his lips as he flipped through a stack of D-rank mission slips with a look of vexation. Weeding, finding a cat, walking the daimyo's wife's dog. Tisk, what kind of pathetic missions are these? Taking you three little monsters along for this feels like a waste of talent. Jiraiya muttered, scratching his white mane in irritation. Just then a gentle breeze swept by, lifting a few fallen leaves from the ground. Accompanied by a faint wisp of tobacco smoke, a figure clad in a ceremonial haori and wearing the Hokage's conical hat appeared before the four of them without a sound. The newcomer held a pipe, exhaling a lazy plume of blue smoke, his deeply lined face beaming with grandfatherly kindness. Lord Third. Minato and Kushina reacted swiftly, snapping to attention, their eyes shining with admiration as they called out in unison. Jiraiya also shed his usual nonchalant demeanor, bowing his head respectfully. Teacher, what brings you here in person? Hiruzen Sarutobi removed the pipe from his mouth and nodded with a warm smile, acknowledging the children's greeting. Then his gaze, sharp and discerning beneath his benevolent facade, passed over Minato and Kushina to land squarely on the boy standing at the rear, hands tucked into his pockets. His eyes lingered for a moment on the peculiar dual-colored lotus petal markings, one cyan, one orange, on the boy's forehead. So you are Yamaha Shichijin. Hiruzen's voice was gentle and warm like that of a kindly old neighbor. Yet as he faced this Hokage in his prime, Yamaha Shichijin's gaze sharpened imperceptibly. To the common folk of Konoha, the Third was indeed a benevolent leader. But to Yamaha Shichijin, who was well versed in the true narrative, this old man was nothing more than a hypocritical politician preaching the will of fire, while silently allowing darkness to fester. In the future, it was this seemingly kind elder who, through his compromises and manipulations of power, would continuously turn a blind eye to Danzo Shimura's atrocities, ultimately driving a young boy to the brink of despair, forcing a child to slaughter his entire clan and kill his own parents just to ensure his younger brother's safety. No matter how much it was dressed up as a noble cause, at its core it was the act of a dirty, corrupt adult. Yamaha Shichijin quickly suppressed his emotions, seamlessly switching to the expression of a typical 8-year-old, one tinged with a hint of shyness and innocence. He nodded emphatically, his voice clear and bright. Yes. Hello, Grandpa Hokage. Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, releasing a swirling cloud of smoke. His gaze swept across the devastated training ground, a hint of playful sarcasm in his tone. That tidal wave yesterday was quite a spectacle, wasn't it? Even the Anbu thought an enemy village had launched an attack. To avoid arousing the old fox's suspicion, Yamaha Shichijin deliberately shrank his neck, blushed slightly, and scratched the back of his head. He wore an awkward smile as if he'd gotten into trouble. I'm sorry, Grandpa Hokage. I lost control of my chakra yesterday, and accidentally. Don't misunderstand, I'm not blaming you. Hiruzen waved his hand, his smile deepening. Possessing great power is a good thing. Konoha needs vibrant young sprouts like you. Just be mindful of your surroundings the next time you perform a jutsu of this scale. After all, this morning residents from the West District filed a complaint. They said the plaster on their walls peeled off from the damp and mushrooms are growing on their tatama mats. Understood, Lord Third. I promise to be more careful next time. Yamaha Shichijin immediately snapped his heels together, stood ramrod straight, and declared loudly. The perfect image of a model student. Hiruzen, seeing this, nodded with satisfaction, stroked his beard, and said no more. He turned to Jiraiya and signaled with his eyes. Jiraiya, come with me for a moment. The two men walked to the edge of the training ground under the shadow of a tree where sunlight couldn't reach, leaving the three children alone in the open. Once out of the children's sight, the kindness drained from Hiruzen's face, replaced by a grave and profound expression. He lowered his voice, his gaze sharp as he fixed on Jiraiya. Have you confirmed it? The boy's identity and background. A water release of that magnitude and the ability to use it without hand signs. That's not something an ordinary civilian could possess. Could he be a spy sent by another village? Jiraiya shed his usual laxity, his expression turning serious as he nodded and replied in a low voice. The Yamanaka clan from the intelligence division has already personally searched his surface memories. There are no signs of tampering or sealing. His memories are simple, just an orphan wandering through the chaos of the land of rain. He can't even recall his parents' names. As for that ability, based on my speculation, it might be an extremely rare latent Kekkei Genkai. Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe, his gaze drifting through the gaps in the leaves to the three children playing in the sunlight. His tone grew heavier. Kushina's importance goes without saying. She is the vessel for the Nine Tails. We cannot afford any mistakes. And this Yamaha Shichijin. The potential he's shown and that eerie water manipulation ability are equally extraordinary. If nurtured properly, he could become a sharp blade for Konoha in the future. As he spoke, a flicker of fatigue and gloom passed through Hiruzen's eyes. As for Tsunade, Saidan's death hit her too hard. She can't even stand the sight of blood anymore. She's already submitted her resignation from the medical division. Orochimaru has been acting suspiciously lately as well. Right now you are the only one I can fully trust, Jiraiya. Hearing this, Jiraiya's fist clenched slightly. He knew the weight of the burden on his shoulders. He nodded firmly, his eyes resolute. Don't worry, Lord Third. I'll take care of them as if they were my own children. I won't let anyone harm them. Hiruzen grunted in acknowledgement, patted Jiraiya's shoulder, and vanished in a puff of smoke with a body flicker technique. Meanwhile, on the other side of the clearing, the atmosphere was completely different. Wow. Amazing. Shichijin, how did you do that? Kushina's eyes sparkled as she clapped her hands excitedly. Such precise control over chakras, shape transformation. It's unbelievable. Minato also leaned in, his azure eyes filled with wonder and curiosity. Above Yamaha Shichijin's open palm, a clear stream of water danced, as if it were alive, constantly morphing into different forms in midair. At one moment, it became a water bird poised for flight, the next a lifelike water serpent. It could even split into several fine water needles, refracting a spectrum of colors in the sunlight. It was like the most intricate acrobatic performance. A relaxed smile tugged at the corner of Amaha Shichigen's mouth. After unleashing that tidal wave, he had spent the entire night resensing the power within him, finally realizing that he had been approaching it all wrong. He didn't need to deliberately extract chakra form hand signs, and then unleash jutsu like ordinary shinobi. The power of the water child bestowed upon him by the Seven-Colored Lotus was absolute affinity with the water element. Water manipulation was his instinct, as natural as breathing or blinking. As long as his mind willed it, the moisture in his surroundings would obey his command, perfectly molding into any shape he desired, accomplishing anything he set out to do. Just then Jiraiya, having finished his private conversation, walked back from the shadows. When he saw the perfect sphere of water hovering above Amaha Shichigen's palm, shifting forms without spilling a single drop, Jiraiya's pupils contracted sharply. No hand signs, no violent chakra fluctuations, and even the shape transformation is so effortless. Jiraiya inwardly gasped. It was just as the Lord Third had said. This kid Shichigen really had exceptional potential. Recalling the Third's earlier instructions, Jiraiya thought to himself. No, exceptional potential didn't even cover it. This level of water manipulation was already touching upon the advanced fusion of chakra nature transformation and shape transformation. This kid, he's practically a monster born for water release. Ahem. Jiraiya coughed dryly, interrupting the children's amazement, and forcibly put on the stern demeanor of a team leader. Alright, acrobatics show's over. Since you all have so much energy, let's go accept our first mission as ninja. Minato, I caught it. With a violent rustle of leaves, Kushina Uzumaki descended from the tall oak tree like a swift crimson bird. She landed gracefully on the grass, holding aloft a massive, resigned-looking orange tabby cat. This feline, whose size rivaled a small dog, was their Team 7's D-rank target for the day. Nikonosuke, the beloved pet of the Land of Fire's daimyo. Seeing Kushina's success, Minato Namikaze, who had been waiting by the tree, breathed a sigh of relief. As he moved to help, he noticed Taijutsu Shuan, narrowing his eyes, his gaze fixed on Nikonosuke like a predator spotting its prey. A faint wisp of water vapor was already beginning to form at the tips of his fingers. Kushina's scalp prickled at the sight. Recalling the painful lessons of the past few days, she spun around like a mother hen protecting her chick, shouting a stern warning at Taijutsu Shuan. Don't you dare spray it with water. Absolutely not. Kushina's anxiety was justified. Over the past few days they had already failed 3 times. Each time Minato and Kushina would exhaust themselves, finally managing to corner the nimble fat feline. Then Taijutsu Shuan would suddenly shoot a high-pressure jet of water from his fingertip, claiming it was to give the cat a bath. The result was predictable. The water-fearing cat would shriek in terror. Bursting with unexpected strength, it would break through their encirclement and flee, leaving Minato and Kushina covered in mud and cat hair. Despite Kushina's severe warning, Taijutsu Shuan showed no signs of remorse. Ever since gaining the second brother's clairvoyance, his vision had become incredibly sharp. He strolled over, casually pointed at the struggling cat in Kushina's arms, and said with a serious expression, "But it has a piece of dried cat poop stuck to its butt. Don't you think that's disgusting?" "Huh, really?" As a girl who valued cleanliness, Kushina was taken aback and instinctively tried to turn the cat over to check. This brief moment of distraction was all the opportunity Nikonosuke needed. The cat, which had been lazily licking its paws in Kushina's arms, turned its head, and its vertical pupils met Taijutsu Shuan's smirking face. Mo. In an instant the fat cat exploded as if it had seen a demon from hell, its orange fur standing on end. It let out a blood-curdling yowl and clawed frantically at Kushina's arms, desperate to escape. "Ouch! You damn cat, hold still. Minato, help." Bloody scratches appeared on Kushina's arms and tears welled in her eyes from the pain. Yet she clung to the cat, desperately shouting for help. "I'm coming." Kushina grabbed its scruff. Minato reacted swiftly, his form blurring into motion as he appeared beside her in an instant. After a frantic struggle, the two finally managed to subdue the cat, which was suffering from severe Taijutsu Shuan PTSD. They tied it up tightly, and it gave up, struggling in despair. The culprit Taijutsu Shuan stood to the side, yawning with boredom, as if he had nothing to do with the chaos. Half an hour later, at the mission assignment desk. After receiving the daimyo's wife's overly theatrical thanks and a generous reward, Team 7 finally ended their torment for the day. Jiraiya leaned against the wall, pulling out the bills from the envelope and waving them with a grin. "Yo kids, good job today. To celebrate our 10th consecutive D-rank mission, how about I treat you all to yakiniku Q tonight?" However, Kushina didn't look particularly thrilled at the prospect of grilled meat. Her shoulders slumped, her red hair seeming to have lost its luster. She sighed and complained, "Ugh, when are we going to get a real mission? These days it's weeding the East Village lady's garden, finding the West Village grandpa's cat, or picking up trash in the river. What kind of ninja work is this? We're just free labor. I'm going to be the Hokage. I can't waste my youth on this." Minato looked at Kushina's puffed up cheeks, smiled gently, and patted her shoulder reassuringly. "Don't say that, Kushina. Jiraiya-sensei said these basic tasks are to train our patience and teamwork. Besides, it's nice to enjoy such peaceful days in this era where the war has just ended." While Minato and Kushina talked, Taijutsu Shuan leaned against a utility pole nearby, his eyes vacant, staring blankly at the towering walls surrounding the village. On his forehead, another lotus petal mark had appeared. Previously, only 2 colors, green and orange, existed. Now a deep blue hue had been added. This was the power of the 6th brother, Invisibility. During this period, Tianyu Qixuan had finally figured out the pattern for illuminating the lotus petals of the seven-colored lotus within him. 7 times 7 49 days. Every time a cycle of 49 days passed, the colorful lotus in his consciousness would emit a brilliant divine light, granting him a new ability. After gaining the sixth brother's power, Tianyu Qixuan had eagerly tested it. He discovered that the ability wasn't just visual invisibility, it could perfectly evade others' perception. Neither chakra-sensing jutsu nor the Byakugan's all-seeing eye could detect any trace of him. With this incredibly powerful stealth skill, Tianyu Qixuan had over the past few days repeatedly snuck past Konoha's supposedly impenetrable sensory barrier to explore the outside world. What he saw was far from the peaceful post-war life Minato described. The towering walls of Konoha seemed like a barrier separating heaven from hell. In the ruins of a village less than 10 kilometers from Konoha, Tianyu Qixuan had witnessed the horrific aftermath of war. It was unspeakably brutal. Beneath the houses destroyed by fire lay severely decomposed corpses. Wild dogs gnawed on a severed arm, its origin unknown, producing bone-chilling crunching sounds. In a corner of the ruins, a starving orphan reduced to skin and bones clutched a half-moldy rice ball, his eyes filled with a wild beast-like vigilance and madness. Ordinary civilians simply couldn't survive like human beings in this distorted, chaotic world. The dried blood, the rotting limbs, the desperate wails. They were like rusty files scraping against Tianyu Qixuan's former ordinary worldview. As long as the rules of this world are set by the lofty great nations and ninja villages, such tragedies will never cease. Only with absolute power, only by tearing everything down and starting anew, can this decadent cycle be completely ended. Tianyu Qixuan stared blankly at the distant scenery as this thought flashed through his mind. Jiraiya, seeing Tianyu Qixuan spacing out, and Kushina's obvious frustration, scratched his head in bewilderment. He mistakenly assumed these two proud kids were bored with the mundane tasks and yearned for more challenging combat-oriented missions. After all, he was well aware of the strength of his 3 students. Especially that brooding brat making him chase cats every day was indeed a waste of his talent. Alright, you're too much. Jiraiya clapped his hands, making a decision. Since you're all so eager, I'll go talk to the old third Hokage right now and get you a higher-ranked mission. I can't have my disciples waiting all day. Hearing this, Kushina immediately cheered up, and Minato also wore an expectant smile. Tianyu Qixuan, however, remained leaning against the utility pole, his eyes glazed over, seemingly not listening to Jiraiya at all. In the highest office of the Hokage building, Jiraiya pushed open the heavy wooden door, and a thick wave of tobacco smoke immediately rushed to meet him. Hiruzen Sarutobi was seated behind a desk piled high with documents, puffing away on his pipe. Seeing Jiraiya enter, he set the pipe down, and a smile creased his weathered face. Jiraiya, how are Team 7's recent training sessions going? Jiraiya walked over to the desk, casually pulled out a chair, and sat down. He scratched his white hair and gave a wry smile. It's going well enough, but those kids have too much energy. They're going stir-crazy with all this weeding and cat-finding. That's actually why I'm here, old man. Give them a more challenging combat mission. They need to see real combat to grow into true shinobi. A sharp glint flickered in Hiruzen's clouded eyes. He took a deep drag from his pipe and slowly exhaled, as if weighing the decision. Having Kushina, the Nine-Tails container, and the mysterious Amino Shichijin, with his strange water techniques, engage in combat so early was indeed a risk. But flowers raised in a greenhouse cannot withstand the storm. Konoha urgently needs a new generation capable of standing on their own. After a moment of deliberation, the third Hokage pulled a scroll from his drawer and handed it to Jiraiya. If that's the case, try this mission. It's moderately difficult, perfect for a practical exercise. Jiraiya thanked the third Hokage and took the mission scroll. He unrolled it and scanned the writing on it. At the top of the scroll were written several large characters: C-rank mission, subjugate the bandits at the Fire Country border. The early morning mist had not yet fully dissipated as Team 7 left the gates of Konoha far behind. For Kushina, this was not only her first C-rank mission as a genin, but it was also the first time she had truly stepped beyond the walls of the village since being brought there as the Nine-Tails container. The moment she set foot outside the village, Kushina was like a lark finally freed from its cage, radiating an irrepressible excitement and vitality. Wow, Minato, look. That tree has purple-red leaves. And over there, that bird on the branch has such a long tail. The air out here feels so much fresher than in the village. Like a curious child, Kushina hopped and skipped along the forest path. One moment, she'd be pointing in awe at strange flowers and plants by the roadside. The next, she'd dart ahead to chase a colorful winter butterfly chattering away without pause. Minato Namikaze, carrying his field pack, followed steadily about 2 steps behind her. Faced with the girl's rapid-fire exclamations and somewhat noisy chatter, he showed not a hint of impatience. On the contrary, his azure eyes were filled with a tenderness and affection that seemed ready to overflow. Yet really is beautiful. But the path ahead is a bit uneven. Watch your step, Kushina, don't trip on those roots. Minato agreed with a smile, his gaze always fixed on the path beneath her feet. If she so much as stumbled, he'd be ready to flash forward and catch her in an instant. Walking at the very back of the group, Amino Shichijin strolled along lazily with his hands clasped behind his head. Thanks to his fused clairvoyance, his black eyes were remarkably bright. He listlessly swept his gaze over the boy and girl ahead, who seemed to be wrapped in their own rosy bubble and couldn't help but roll his eyes dramatically. Walking beside Jiraiya, who was scribbling in a small notebook, Amino Shichijin spoke up with a deadpan expression. Hey old man, do you smell that? Smell what? Jiraiya was startled, pausing his writing. As a battle-hardened Sannin, his instincts were razor-sharp. Hearing his student say that, he instinctively thought there might be an enemy nearby. He immediately started sniffing the air vigorously. However, aside from the fresh scent of grass unique to the morning forest, the earthy smell of soil, and a faint hint of pine resin, he smelled nothing out of the ordinary. I don't smell anything special, just grass and dirt. What is there, an ambush? Jiraiya lowered his voice, his right hand already inching towards his ninja tool pouch. Amino Shichijin stopped and gave Jiraiya, who was on high alert, a look that suggested he was an idiot. He raised a finger and pointed at Minato and Kushina, who were huddled together looking at a wildflower. His tone was utterly flat as he uttered the words, "It's the stench of young love." The air went silent for a second. Jiraiya's hand reaching for his tool pouch froze midair. Then the tension on his face collapsed, replaced by sheer speechlessness. But then a mischievous glint appeared in Jiraiya's eyes. He bent down and brought his face close to Amino Shichijin's cheek. He nudged Amino Shichijin's arm with his elbow, a lecherous gossipy grin spreading across his face as he winked. Don't tell me you're jealous seeing those two all lovey-dovey. I mean, it's not like you have a girl to hold hands with. How about I teach you a few moves to pick up chicks? Guaranteed to make you popular at the Ninja Academy. Amino Shichijin rolled his eyes again, a cold laugh echoing in his mind. Jealous? Me, a mature adult, jealous of two 8-year-olds playing house? Was this white-haired old man's head filled with nothing but swill? How childish. The next second, he conjured a fist-sized ball of water directly in front of Jiraiya's lecherous grin. Naya. Idiot old man, worry about your own face that women are always rejecting. Amino Shichijin made a funny face, then snapped his fingers. Splat. The water ball exploded without warning right on Jiraiya's nose. The icy splash burst out, drenching him completely. His white hair was soaked and plastered to his face, making him look like a drowned rat just pulled from a river. Oof, you little brat. How dare you sneak attack me? Just wait until I hang you from a tree and spank you. Get back here. Jiraiya wiped the water from his face and bellowed in a rage, taking off after Amino Shichijin. But the boy was already a dozen meters ahead, not even bothering to look back. Hearing the commotion, Minato and Kushina turned around. Seeing the sopping wet, flailing Jiraiya and the nimble Amino Shichijin dodging ahead, they exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. And so the four of them continued deeper into the forest path amidst their playful bickering and laughter. As time wore on, the sun climbed to its zenith and the four of them unknowingly neared their destination. The once bright sunlight was gradually obscured by the increasingly dense and twisted canopy, casting the forest into a dim, somber gloom. The crisp, fresh scent of the forest slowly faded, replaced by a faint, lingering stench of decay mingled with a nauseating odor of scorched wood and dried blood. The playful banter had fallen silent. Jiraiya, his face dried of moisture by his chakra, had shed his jovial mask. His eyes, now sharp as an eagle's, fixed forward as he took the lead. Minato and Kushina, sensing the shift in atmosphere, instinctively drew closer together. Their hands tightened around their kunai, their gazes sweeping the surroundings with wary vigilance. Bringing up the rear, Amino Shichijin felt the orange lotus petal mark on his forehead begin to radiate a subtle warmth. With his heightened senses, his clairvoyant eyes, and listening ears, the outline of an abandoned village in a mountain hollow 2 kilometers ahead became vividly clear in his mind. It was a village ravaged by war. Dilapidated wooden houses served as makeshift tents, and a crude barricade of sharpened stakes was haphazardly erected at the village entrance. Strung upon the barricade were the desiccated corpses of civilians, their hollow eye sockets facing the direction of their approach, as if letting out a silent, eternal scream. Within the village, some 30-odd ragged, brutish men were drinking and feasting. Their coarse curses and the cries of women intermingled, carried to Amino Shichijin's ears by the wind. 35 men. 3 of them have faint chakra fluctuations, likely Ronin or rogue ninja. The rest are common bandits. Their weapons are mostly long blades and simple crossbows. Amino Shichijin quickly assessed their combat strength. Stop! Jiraiya suddenly raised his hand, signaling a halt. He crouched, pinching a bit of dark reddish soil and bringing it to his nose. His voice was low as he spoke. Stay alert, kids. We've entered the bandits' territory. From this moment, leave your playful minds behind. This isn't a training ground. The enemy won't show mercy just because you're children. Minato and Kushina swallowed hard, nodding solemnly. Amino Shichijin stood silently in the shadows, awaiting Jiraiya's command. Remember, this is a live-fire exercise. Unless you're facing certain death, I will not intervene. With that, Jiraiya vanished like a phantom into the dense foliage. He concealed all his presence, his gaze burning like a torch on the 3 small figures preparing to infiltrate the bandit camp. After Jiraiya disappeared, the 3 conferred among themselves. Minato and Kushina decided to infiltrate from the eastern side of the camp. Amino Shichijin, abandoning the plan to infiltrate together, chose to enter alone from the western side. Soon as they delved deeper into their infiltration, each of them encountered their own adversaries. Even Minato, hailed as a genius at the Ninja Academy, felt his hand trembling uncontrollably around his kunai when he faced these living, breathing humans. Even if they were villainous bandits, for the very first time. Gritting his teeth, Minato struck the base of a patrolling bandit's neck with the butt of his kunai. Watching the man's eyes roll back as he crumpled limply, Minato let out a long, shaky breath, his forehead beaded with cold sweat. On the other side, Kushina used a similar method to knock out a dozing guard. On their first mission of this sort, both instinctively held back, their hearts soft. They deliberately avoided the enemy's vital points, merely knocking them unconscious. But mercy on the battlefield is often fatal. Whether Kushina's strike was too weak or the bandit had an unusually hardy constitution, the man, who should have been out cold, wobbled unsteadily back to his feet. His mind was foggy, but his eyes still blazed with a crazed ferocity. Spotting the Konoha forehead protector, he locked his gaze onto the red-haired girl with her back, turned to him, drawing the rusted shinobi blade from his waist. Die, you Konoha brat. The bandit let out a hoarse roar, raising his blade high and bringing it down viciously toward Kushina's back. Kushina, watch your back. Minato, having just dealt with another enemy, heard the commotion and whipped his head around, his pupils contracting sharply. He shouted in a panic, his body instinctively lunging forward to push Kushina out of the way. But he was too far. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't make it in time. Kushina heard the whistle of the blade and turned in terror, watching helplessly as the gleaming steel rapidly grew larger in her vision. Her mind went blank, her legs felt as heavy as lead frozen in place. At that critical hair's breadth moment, Amino Shichijin, who was supposed to be infiltrating from the other side, rounded a corner from behind and happened to witness the scene. On the muddy ground of the camp, an unremarkable puddle suddenly seemed to come alive. It instantly coalesced into a taut rope of water, precisely snagging the bandit's ankle and yanking him backward with brutal force. Clang! The bandit's body lost its balance, instantly crashing to the ground in a heavy face-first sprawl. The shinobi blade flew from his grasp, clattering against a nearby iron pot with a piercing, grating noise. Shichijin, what are you doing here? Minato's eyes were filled with gratitude, but quickly followed by a hint of confusion. Weren't they supposed to infiltrate from the east, while Shichijin came from the west? How did they end up meeting here? Haha, this. Just a coincidence. Amino Shichijin said with a shifty gaze. He wouldn't admit that he'd gotten lost shortly after entering, wandered around in a circle, and by the time he'd found his way out, he'd forgotten which way was east and which was west. He'd simply picked any entrance and come back in. Now it seemed he'd taken the same path Minato and Kushina had used. But that's not what we should be discussing right now. Though Kushina was saved, they were now exposed. In the silent camp, that loud noise was akin to a blaring alarm bell. Who's there? Enemy attack. On the left. Grab your weapons, let's kill them. Within seconds, the bandits who had been drinking and carousing swarmed out like a disturbed hornet's nest. Drawing their long blades and crossbows, they surged from all directions, encircling the three children in the center of the camp. Where are you brats from? Not even old enough to grow hair, and you dare come looking for death. A burly man with a scarred face spat on the ground, his gaze lecherously sweeping over Kushina. Haha, this red-haired little girl isn't bad looking. Take her alive. Surrounded by those vicious, snarling faces, Kushina's small face instantly turned pale. She bit her lower lip hard, her body trembling uncontrollably, her eyes filled with unbridled fear. Minato flashed in front of Kushina, shielding her. He held a kunai in each hand in a reverse grip, his azure eyes locked tightly on the surrounding enemies. Though his breathing was rapid from the tension, he shielded Kushina firmly behind his back. On the other side, Amino Shichijin maintained his lazy, arrogant posture, hands still in his pockets. He tilted his head, looking at the jeering bandits around him, and pulled a helpless smirk. He sighed. Well, this really is a pain. I was hoping to finish this quietly. You scum. Why do you always have to make so much noise? As his words faded, the moisture around Tianyu Qishuan abruptly converged. It compressed instantly into a translucent water blade, palm-sized, yet as thin as a cicada's wing. Whoosh. No one saw how he moved. The water blade streaked through the air at a terrifying speed, carving a hauntingly beautiful arc. A dull thud followed. The burly man who had just boasted about capturing Kushina fell silent. His eyes bulged as he desperately clutched his throat. Crimson blood like a high-pressure fountain erupted violently through his fingers, splattering across the faces of the nearby bandits. A gurgling sound escaped the scar-faced man's throat. His massive frame toppled over, convulsing briefly in the mud before lying still. A deathly silence fell over the scene. A bandit, his contemptuous gaze instantly replaced by sheer terror, pointed a trembling finger at Tianyu Qishuan and shrieked, "He's a shinobi. These three brats are shinobi from Konoha." At the word shinobi, the remaining bandits' expressions shifted drastically, and they instinctively stepped back. To ordinary people, those who wielded supernatural powers were invincible monsters. The bandit leader swallowed hard, forcing down his fear. Gripping his blood-stained cleaver, he roared to steady his men, "Don't be afraid. They're just a bunch of 8 or 9-year-old kids. They can't have much chakra. He can't possibly use many jutsu as powerful as that one. Get them. Kill them." Pressured by their leader, a few bandits gritted their teeth and charged at Tianyu Qishuan with snarling faces, long blades raised. "Qishuan, watch out," Minato shouted, already preparing to throw a kunai in support. However, he saw Tianyu Qishuan curl his lips into a cruel smile. Chakra. A low hum filled the air. The moisture in the atmosphere began to run amok. No hand seals. No charge-up needed. In an instant, dozens of high-speed spinning water blades materialized from thin air within a 3-meter radius around Tianyu Qishuan. "You mean, like this?" As his icy words fell, the dozens of water blades howled forth like a meat grinder. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh. Yeah. The screams of the leading bandits were cut short as countless blades pierced their bodies. The bandit leader stared at the corpses, his legs giving way as he collapsed to his knees. His eyes filled with disbelief and despair, his lips trembling as he stammered, "No. Impossible. You're just a child. How can you have such terrifying chakra? Your last words are boring." Tianyu Qishuan slowly raised his right hand. Behind him, the previously calm air shimmered as hundreds of sharp water spears, each as thick as an adult's thigh, materialized. The tip of each spear reflected a deadly glint in the sunlight. Go! The hundreds of water spears descended like a torrential downpour. Before the bandit leader could even utter a plea for mercy, over a dozen spears simultaneously pierced his chest, limbs, and head, pinning him to the camp's wooden wall like a broken doll, a gruesome end. The remaining bandits finally snapped. Throwing down their weapons, they scrambled and crawled, wailing in terror, fleeing the camp. Trying to leave, there was not a shred of pity in Tianyu Qishuan's eyes. The blood and mud on the ground merged, forming dozens of thick water tendrils that shot out like venomous snakes, precisely ensnaring the neck of every fleeing bandit. As Tianyu Qishuan's 5 fingers clenched sharply, crack, crack, a series of sickening neck-breaking sounds echoed. The fleeing bandits had their necks snapped in unison, collapsing like limp piles of mud. The entire massacre took less than a minute. The once bustling camp was now filled only with the nauseating stench of blood and a field of broken corpses. Minato stood frozen, the kunai slipping from his hand and landing in the mud. His azure eyes were filled with shock and a hint of indescribable dread. Amidst the scattered remains, a faint sobbing sound emerged. Hidden behind a toppled wooden barrel was a young bandit, seemingly 8 or 9 years old, the same age as them. He clutched a rusty dagger tightly, his body stained with the blood of his comrades, trembling like a frightened quail. A dark patch had soaked through his trousers. Tianyu Qishuan walked over, expressionlessly wading through the blood. With each step, the water beneath him automatically parted, preventing any filth from staining his shoes. He looked down at the boy from above, a sharp water droplet forming at his fingertip. "Qishuan, no." Kushina behind him finally snapped out of her extreme terror. She cried out at the sight of the boy her own age, her voice thick with tears. "Please, don't kill him. He's just a kid. He's defenseless." Tianyu Qishuan's finger paused midair. The young bandit seemed to see a lifeline. He dropped his dagger, fell to his knees, and kowtowed, frantically begging for mercy amidst a mess of tears and snot. "Don't kill me. Please. I don't know anything. I was captured by them." However, Tianyu Qishuan slowly turned his head. His pitch-black eyes, their light now completely withdrawn, resembled a bottomless cold pool as they calmly regarded Kushina, whose face was streaked with tears. "I'm sorry, Kushina." Tianyu Qishuan's voice was utterly cold. "But this is reality. On the battlefield, there are no children, only enemies. If you spare him today, tomorrow his blade will find your heart." Moreover, he had already seen it clearly with his clairvoyance long before this. This boy was as filthy as the dead bandits on the ground. The women, broken and tormented in the back, were testament enough. The moment his words ended, Tianyu Qishuan didn't spare the boy another glance. The water droplet at his fingertip transformed into a streak of light barely visible to the naked eye and pierced the young bandit's forehead with deadly precision. The boy's pleas ceased abruptly. A blood hole appeared on his forehead, and he fell stiffly into the pool of blood, looking at the small corpse, at the hellish carnage around her. Kushina's legs finally gave out. She collapsed onto the muddy, blood-soaked ground, desperately clamping her hands over her mouth as tears burst forth like a broken dam. The overwhelming visual shock and the thick stench of blood finally shattered this innocent girl's mental defenses. Kushina lay on the ground, retching and crying heartbreakingly. Meanwhile, high in a distant treetop, Jiraiya, who had witnessed everything, had veins bulging on the hand gripping the trunk. He stared at Tianyu Qishuan, who stood amidst the mountain of corpses with a calm, placid expression, his mind reeling with shock. This kid. Jiraiya swallowed hard, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He's a natural-born Ajura. Kids these days. They never cease to amaze. A hoarse, yet vigorous voice rang out unexpectedly from the branch of a tree behind Jiraiya. Jiraiya, who had been intently watching the scene below, jolted and spun around. Dressed in casual wear with a pipe clenched between his teeth, Hiruzen Sarutobi had appeared like a phantom in the shadows beside him. The chillingly cold words that Amida Shichijin had just uttered had fallen one by one into the ears of the third Hokage. "Sensei, why have you come personally?" Jiraiya lowered his voice, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. This was the border of the Land of Fire, a considerable distance from Kanehagakure. The Hokage himself had left the village without a sound. Not just me, but them as well. Hiruzen took the pipe from his mouth and exhaled a wisp of smoke. As his words faded, 4 soft whooshes sounded. 4 ANBU operatives wearing animal masks and draped in gray cloaks appeared like specters on the tree trunks surrounding Jiraiya. The faint fluctuations of chakra emanating from them marked them all as elites. Hiruzen's gaze pierced through the leaves, landing on the red-haired girl below, who was collapsed in a pool of blood, sobbing uncontrollably. Because I feared Kushina might be too shocked by her first taste of blood, possibly causing the Ninetales within her to lose control, I had decided to lead the team here myself. I even brought the elite members of the sealing team. But as it turns out, it seems that wasn't necessary. The third Hokage's gaze flickered, seemingly pleased with the outcome. The Ninetale seal is still very firm. Even with Kushina's emotional breakdown, not a shred of Ninetail's chakra has leaked out. The Uzumaki clan's constitution truly lives up to its reputation. Jiraiya watched Kushina sobbing below her breath, coming in ragged gasps, and couldn't help but twitch an eyelid. He ranted inwardly. A slight breakdown. That kid Amida Shichijin had practically shattered this girl's entire worldview. Old man, your heart is way too big. Well then, since that's settled, there's a pile of paperwork waiting for me back at the village. I'll be heading off. Hiruzen turned, then seemed to remember something. He pulled a black scroll tied with a blue ribbon from his robe and tossed it to Jiraiya. By the way, give this jutsu scroll to Amida Shichijin. It contains the water-style techniques and advanced jutsu that the second Hokage researched back in the day. That kid's Kekkei Genkai combined with the second's jutsu. Who knows, Konoha might just be seeing the rise of another water-style master. Jiraiya fumbled to catch the weighty scroll. Feeling the lingering sealing jutsu formulas on it, his expression turned serious and he nodded firmly. With a soft poof, Hiruzen and the 4 Yinbyu vanished in a puff of white smoke. Jiraiya took a deep breath, composed his expression, and then leaped down. Whoosh! His tall white-clad figure landed solidly in the center of the camp, which was strewn with dismembered bodies. Jiraiya deliberately avoided the sticky pools of blood, crossed his arms, and forced a carefree grin onto his face. Yo, kids, looks like you've done a stellar job with the mission. At the sound of that familiar voice, Minato, who had been holding himself together, felt his shoulders slump in relief. Kushina, still sitting on the ground, looked up as if she had found her anchor. Her face streaked with mud and tears, she choked out, "Jiraiya-sensei." Minato, however, didn't wear his usual gentle smile. He glanced at the body of the young bandit with the pierced forehead not far away, then looked at Amida Shichijin, whose expression remained as calm as still water. His azure eyes held a profound depth and confusion he had never known before. He turned his head and asked softly, "Jiraiya-sensei, is this the reality? Is this really what the world of a shinobi is like?" Facing his student's soul-searching question, Jiraiya dropped his lazy facade. He sighed, his gaze sweeping over the hellish campsite, and finally gave a solemn nod. His face was heavy as he said, "Sadly, that's just the way it is. Minato, little Shichijin was right. We live in a cruel world where we must kill or be killed. Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. That is the fate of a shinobi." Seeing the growing gloom in Minato's and Kushina's eyes, Jiraiya suddenly changed his tone. He reached out and ruffled Minato's golden hair, laughing heartily. "But hey, this world isn't all blood and gore. There are plenty of beautiful things worth fighting tooth and nail to protect. Like the peace of the village, like the friends by your side, family." And Jiraiya paused, his eyes lingering meaningfully on the sobbing Kushina before he winked at Minato. Minato was taken aback. Following Jiraiya's gaze, he saw Kushina's trembling shoulders and helpless back. In that instant, it was as if a bolt of lightning had pierced the fog in his heart. That's right. This world is indeed cruel, so cruel it's suffocating. But if he himself were to cower in fear, who would protect Kushina? Since he couldn't change this harsh reality, he would just have to become stronger than anyone else and shoulder all the darkness and fear along with Kushina. The confusion in Minato's eyes vanished, replaced by a light as firm as bedrock. His usual sunny, gentle demeanor returned. He walked quickly to Kushina's side, knelt in the mud, and gently wiped the grime from her face with his own sleeve, whispering in a soothing voice, "Don't cry, Kushina. I'll always be by your side. All right, enough crying. To celebrate your successful first real battle, I'll take you all to Yakiniku-Q when we get back. Eat all you want." Jiraiya slapped his nearly empty wallet with a grand gesture, laughing to lighten the mood. Amida Shichijin, who had been standing off to the side watching this display of bonding with a cold, bored, even sleepy eye, suddenly had his dull gaze blaze with astonishing light at the mention of Yakiniku. He shot his hand up and yelled at the top of his lungs, "Old man, I want 3 servings. And get the most expensive marbled steak." Jiraiya's mouth twitched at the sight of Amida Shichijin's eyes gleaming like a starving ghost reincarnated. He looked around at the corpses, then back at this kid who could only think about food, and felt a profound sense of absurdity. This brat. He kills like an emotionless Azura one moment, then turns back into an 8-year-old the next when he hears there's food. Is this a split personality, or is he just born this cold-blooded? Jiraiya ranted internally, feeling his decades of experience were utterly useless against this kid. Hours later at Yakiniku-Q in Konoha, on the charcoal grill, several choice pieces of marbled beef sizzled, their fatty aroma filling the room. However, the atmosphere at the table was strangely polarized. Jiraiya leaned back in his chair, downing 1 cup of sake after another, his gaze drifting over his 3 students. Minato and Kushina sat side by side. Though they had bathed and changed into clean clothes, the thick, cloying smell of blood from earlier still seemed to cling to their senses. At the sight of the raw meat on the grill, its red and white parts slowly changing color, Kushina's stomach churned violently again. She covered her mouth, her face pale, not daring to touch her chopsticks. Minato was a little better, but he only managed a few bites of vegetables, having no appetite at all. Across from them, Amida Shichijin had transformed into a ruthless eating machine. "Boss, 2 more plates of beef tongue, and another big bowl of rice." Amida Shichijin wielded his chopsticks in both hands, moving them across the grill in a blur. He grabbed a large piece of beef, still slightly pink, dipped it generously in sauce, and shoved it into his mouth, without hesitation, chewing with greasy relish. His demeanor made it seem like he wasn't the one who had dismembered over 30 people earlier that day. Kushina, watching his utterly carefree attitude, finally couldn't hold it in any longer. She set down her cup of water, her eyes red-rimmed, and asked with a voice trembling with confusion, "Shichijin, don't you feel anything at all?" Those were living, breathing people. At her question, Amida Shichijin paused his frantic chewing. He looked up, his cheeks still puffed out, and stared at Kushina as if she were an alien. "Feel what?" Amida Shichijin mumbled indistinctly, then forcefully swallowed the meat in his mouth. He picked up a napkin and wiped the grease from his lips, a slight frown creasing his brow as he complained in a serious tone. "Well, if I had to say, old man, the meat you ordered today is a bit overdone. My jaw is tired from chewing. Next time, can we get the kind that melts in your mouth?" The air went silent. Minato let out a wry chuckle. Jiraiya's hand holding his sake cup froze midair. Kushina, looking at Amida Shichijin's young face, which showed only slight dissatisfaction with the tough meat, felt all her accusations and fears suddenly deflate like a punch landing on cotton. Strangely, as she watched Amida Shichijin seemingly free from any moral constraints or psychological scars, a faint, barely acknowledged flicker of envy stirred deep within Kushina's heart. If I could be like him, not caring about anything, would it hurt less? The young girl asked herself silently. To grant the trio who had just endured the previous mission a period of respite. Over the following days, Jiraiya did not rush to the Hokage's office to accept new assignments. Instead, with a grand gesture, he granted Team 7 several days off, dubbing it balancing work with rest. At a street corner in Konoha, Jiraiya disbanded the team, instructing Minato to escort the still downcast Kushina home. Once the two had walked away, Jiraiya turned around, pulled a black scroll bound with a blue ribbon from his backpack, and presented it to Amida Shichijin. "Take it. This is from the old 3rd Hokage. It contains the water release insights and high-level jutsu that the 2nd Hokage researched and left behind. It should be helpful for your peculiar water manipulation abilities." Jiraiya rubbed his nose, speaking in a casual tone. Upon hearing the words 2nd Hokage, Amida Shichijin's eyes lit up instantly. As everyone knew, Tobirama Senju was the ninja world's undisputed master of forbidden jutsu. The techniques he developed were not only cunning, but also immensely powerful. Cunning and powerful. No, powerful yet not cunning. That was precisely Amida Shichijin's style. He snatched the scroll, unable to suppress the grin spreading across his face. His fingertips traced the slightly rough texture of the parchment, and he turned, ready to find a secluded spot to study it thoroughly. However, just as he turned, a rare, somber voice came from behind. "Shichijin." Amida Shichijin's footsteps faltered slightly. Gazing at the boy's back, Jiraiya's mind flashed back to the cold, merciless look in his eyes at the bandits' camp. He was only 8 years old, yet he regarded human life as if it were mere grass. Jiraiya sighed, shedding all his frivolity and carelessness, his voice imbued with resolve and warmth. "No matter what cruel past you endured in the land of rain, no matter what darkness lies within your heart, remember you are now a ninja of Konoha, and you are my disciple Jiraiya. As long as I draw breath, I will never let anyone harm you." A cold winter breeze swept through the corner, whisking up a few withered yellow leaves. Amida Shichijin stood with his back to Jiraiya, silent for 2 seconds. It was like a drop of warm water landing on a shell of ice. Upon hearing these words, his heart inexplicably skipped a beat. But he quickly suppressed that faint tremor. Yeah, I get it, old man. You're so naggy, just like an old mother hen." Without even turning his head, Amida Shichijin lazily raised his right hand and waved it in the air, his tone dripping with impatience and feigned haughtiness. Then he quickened his pace and swiftly vanished around the street corner. Once he was out of Jiraiya's sight, Amida Shichijin immediately activated the blue lotus petal on his brow. In an instant, his form and presence completely disappeared, as if he had evaporated into thin air. Using the perfect invisibility of the 6th child, Amida Shichijin evaded the perception of Konoha's patrol squads and arrived at a secluded riverbank in the hills behind the village. The current here was swift, and the banks were overgrown with dense reeds, a place rarely frequented by anyone, making it the perfect spot to test jutsu. Amida Shichijin sat cross-legged on a flat blue stone and eagerly unrolled Tobirama Senju's water release scroll. The scroll was densely covered with chakra pathway diagrams and hand sign sequences, accompanied by Tobirama Senju's bold and forceful annotations. Amida Shichijin ignored the intricate hand signs entirely, his gaze locked onto the theories about the ultimate form of chakra shape transformation and high-frequency water pressure cutting. So that's it. Using high pressure to compress water to its absolute limit to cut through steel. This aligned perfectly with his own ideas. But Tobirama Senju's theories refined the concepts that had only existed in his imagination. Amida Shichijin mentally simulated the techniques. He stood up, walked to the river's edge, and was about to attempt the I-rank jutsu, water release water, severing wave, recorded in the scroll. Suddenly, the orange lotus petal on his brow grew warm. His keen ears caught the faint, crisp snap of a twig breaking. Following that, his clairvoyant vision pierced through the dense reeds across the river. Amida Shichijin halted his movements, a playful smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. He hadn't expected to encounter another living soul in such a godforsaken place he'd specifically chosen. Hidden behind a large tree about 30 meters across the river was a small figure. It was a little boy who looked only 3 or 4 years old, with striking silver-white hair. Most of his face was obscured by a black mask, leaving only a pair of curious, listless eyes visible staring intently at Yamaha Shichijin across the river. He seemed fascinated by this older brother who was about to unleash a jutsu in the middle of nowhere. White hair, black mask. That classic look. Could it be the legendary 50-50? Yamaha Shichijin recognized him at a glance. Seeing the young, still somewhat adorably naive Kakashi, a mischievous urge surged uncontrollably in Yamaha Shichijin's heart. Since you enjoy watching so much, let me show you something spectacular. A glint of cunning flashed in Yamaha Shichijin's eyes. He formed no hand signs, merely raising his right hand slowly and clenching his fingers upward with a sudden jerk. Boom! The calm flowing river instantly erupted into chaos. Under Yamaha Shichijin's command, a massive surge of water shot skyward, twisting and deforming violently mid-air before condensing into a colossal water dragon over 10 meters long, its scales rendered with exquisite detail. Sealless Jutsu Water Release Water Dragon Bullet. Roar! The water churned against the air, producing a deafening dragon's roar. The awe-inspiring water dragon opened its gaping maw and with devastating, unstoppable force crossed the 30-meter river in an instant, diving ferociously toward the young Kakashi on the opposite bank. A gust of wind laced with cold mist rushed forward. Kakashi, hiding behind the tree, had never witnessed such a spectacle. The colossal, almost tangible water dragon rapidly expanded in his pupils, its terrifying pressure leaving his mind completely blank. Kakashi's legs went weak with fear, losing all strength to flee. He could only instinctively shut his eyes and throw his arms over his head. Yet at the very moment the massive dragon's head was about to collide with Kakashi, Yamaha Shichijin's mischievous grin vanished, and he snapped his fingers. Snap! The ferocious water dragon instantly lost all its momentum and burst apart like a giant pricked water balloon, scattering less than half a meter in front of Kakashi. Splash! The cascading water transformed into a torrential downpour, soaking the surrounding reeds thoroughly. Yet the small area where Kakashi stood remained completely dry. Kakashi, still shaken, opened his eyes, gasping for breath and instinctively stumbling backward. Due to the slippery ground, he tripped and seemed about to fall flat on his back into the mud. Just then a broad, warm hand firmly caught his back. "Watch your step, Kakashi." A gentle male voice sounded from above him. Kakashi looked up, and upon seeing the familiar long silver-white hair and the half-sleeve white Hokage armband symbolizing supreme honor, the terror in his eyes instantly subsided. He clutched the man's clothing, his voice soft and tender as he called out, "Father." The man was none other than the famed Konoha's White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, a figure so renowned across the ninja world that even the legendary Sannin showed him great respect. Tsukumo Hatake wore a gentle paternal smile, reached out to ruffle Kakashi's silver hair, and gave him a reassuring nod. Then he slowly raised his head, his deep eyes traversing the wide river to fix upon the black-haired boy on the opposite bank, who stood with arms crossed, watching with a mocking expression. Although the short blade, White Fang, at Tsukumo Hatake's back remained sheathed, and he exuded not a trace of killing intent. The moment his gaze landed, Yamaha Shichijin felt an overwhelming aura as unfathomable as an abyss. It was a calm and oppressive presence possessed only by peak-level experts who had emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Truly remarkable water release. Not only is your chakra reserve astonishing, but your mastery over shape transformation is already at a sublime level. Tsukumo Hatake's voice carried clearly across the river, his tone laced with unreserved admiration. To be able to unleash such a powerful jutsu with such precise control at your age, Konoha's new generation is indeed full of pleasant surprises. Little one, what is your name? Yamaha Shichijin looked at the father and son across the river, a peculiar sensation of a fateful intersection rising in his heart. He hadn't expected that simply finding a place to train would lead him to encounter a young Kakashi and even meet this tragic hero who in the near future would take his own life due to malicious rumors. In response to the White Fang's inquiry, Yamaha Shichijin shed his childish facade. He lifted his chin slightly, emitting a low, deep chuckle from his throat, deliberately cultivating a sense of profundity and mystery incongruent with his age. Haha. Yamaha Shichijin stuffed his hands into his pockets, gazing at Tsukumo Hatake across the river with an air of arrogance, his voice echoing slowly through the valley. "My name, well, it's quite simple. Just call me Yamaha Shichijin." "Tenyu Shichijin." Tsukumo Hatake murmured the name softly, searching his memory for any prominent clan in Konoha bearing the surname Tenyu, but found none. Yet he didn't mind. Instead, he nodded gently. A warm, affable smile spread across his battle-hardened, resolute face as he said, "That's a fine name indeed. If you have the time, why not come over to my place? I'm often away on long-term missions, so I rarely get to stay home." Kakashi must get lonely staying by himself. It would be nice to have someone his age to keep him company, and it would put my mind at ease as well. His privacy exposed by his father, Kakashi hiding behind Tsukumo's leg started like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Even through his black mask, the upper half of his face visible to the world flushed crimson. I'm not lonely at all. Don't say such things, father." Kakashi retorted stubbornly, yet his small hands clutched tightly at Tsukumo's trousers. But his signature listless eyes couldn't help but drift repeatedly towards Tenyu Shichijin across the river, a glimmer of anticipation and curiosity flickering within them that he himself hadn't even noticed. Watching the kid's awkward Sundara display, Tenyu Shichijin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He casually wiped his nose with his thumb, a grin curling at the corner of his mouth as he declared, "Sure, I'm happy to come over. But fair warning, I've got a huge appetite. You better have plenty of rice stocked up, white-haired uncle." White-haired uncle. The legendary Konoha's White Fang, renowned across the ninja world, was for the first time in his life addressed with such a casual moniker. Tsukumo Hitaki was visibly taken aback, his silver hair seeming to flutter in momentary disarray. But soon he was roaring with laughter, amused by the boy's sheer audacity. "Huh, no problem. It's been a while since I really cooked a proper meal. I'll make an exception tonight and show our young guest my culinary skills. I guarantee you'll be stuffed." As the sun set, the three of them, 2 adults and a child, walked back along the forest path towards Konoha. Bored Tenyu Shichijin shoved his hands in his pockets and with just a thought began manipulating the water in a roadside puddle. Under his control, the murky water instantly filtered crystal clear and then transformed into lifelike waterbirds and sprinting water dogs playfully circling around Kakashi. The initially aloof young Kakashi eventually succumbed to his childish curiosity. Eyes wide, he reached out a small hand, trying to catch a butterfly formed entirely of pure water. The moment the butterfly touched his fingertip, it burst into a splash of water, eliciting a soft, bubbly giggle from him. Tsukumo, walking ahead, silently observed this scene from the corner of his eye. No hand signs, not even the sensation of significant chakra manipulation. This form transformation was so instinctive it was as if the water itself was eagerly responding to his will. Who exactly is this child? Shock roiled within Tsukumo like tidal waves. He had seen countless individuals in his life, but never an 8-year-old with such terrifyingly masterful control over chakra. Night fell, and the warm dining room of the Hitaki household was brightly lit. Tsukumo Hitaki, wearing a floral apron that contrasted comically with his Umbu captain status, was covered in sweat. Normally, when it was just him and Kakashi, a simple meal of 2 dishes and a soup would suffice. But today, to entertain this guest with the supposedly huge appetite, he had toiled in the kitchen for over an hour, preparing 7 large platters of delicious aromatic dishes. Tempura, thick omelets, braised fish, grilled meat, cutlets. The entire low table was laden with food. "Few finally done. Please help yourself. Don't be shy." Tsukumo untied his apron and sat down in the seat of honor with a smile. In his view, no matter how much Tenyu Shichijin could eat, he was just an 8-year-old boy. This feast was more than enough for even 3 adult ninjas. Tenyu Shichijin stared at the mountain of food before him, his eyes instantly blazing with a hungry, wolfish glint. Unbeknownst to the others, a small lotus petal mark began to glow on his forehead again. It was the red mark symbolizing the first sun. With the terrifyingly accelerated metabolism granted by that power, he felt a hunger so intense he could devour an entire bowl. "Well then, let's eat." Tenyu Shichijin pressed his hands together, then picked up his chopsticks with a speed that left afterimages. What happened next completely shattered the Hitaki family's understanding of human eating. Shhhh, gobble gobble. Tenyu Shichijin's eating could only be described as a whirlwind. His chopsticks were a blur as he swept across the table, food disappearing from the plates at a visible rate. He barely even needed to chew. Food slid down his throat like it was falling into a bottomless pit, instantly absorbed by his powerful stomach. In less than 3 minutes, Tsukumo had just lifted his bowl, chopsticks holding a bit of rice frozen halfway to his mouth. Kakashi, holding his small bowl, had only just pulled his black mask down halfway. His mouth hung slightly open, staring blankly at the plates on the table that were already mostly empty. Wah! Kakashi's eyes welled up with tears as he saw only a few crumbs of batter left on his favorite plate of tempura. He looked so wronged he was about to cry. Burp! Tenyu Shichijin let out a loud, unself-conscious belch, put down his bowl, which was cleaner than his face, and patted his stomach, which had only just begun to protrude slightly. Frowning with a hint of dissatisfaction, he smacked his lips. "White-haired uncle, your cooking is really good. But I think I'm still a bit hungry." Tsukumo looked at the chopsticks in his own hand, then at the spotless plates on the table, and a bead of cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He silently put down his chopsticks, which hadn't even touched the food, gave a wry laugh, and stood up helplessly. "And not full yet. Huh, your appetite is truly something else. I'll go make some more." For the next half hour, Tsukumo practically turned the kitchen upside down. Not only did he use up all the ingredients meant for tomorrow's breakfast, but in the end, he even took out the small dried fish hung under the eaves meant as a snack for his drinking and grilled them for Tenyu Shichijin. Just as it seemed the household's entire food supply was about to be declared bankrupt over this single meal, a sudden knock echoed from outside. Thump, thump, thump. Grilling the last 2 fish, Tsukumo felt as if he'd received a pardon. He rushed to the door and pulled it open. Standing outside was Jiraiya, his white hair unmistakable, his face full of awkwardness. "Yo, Tsukumo, good evening." Jiraiya scratched the back of his head, letting out a dry laugh. "Jiraiya, what brings you here?" Tsukumo was a bit surprised. "Ahem, I'm here to pick up that kid Tenyu Shichijin," Jiraiya explained, looking embarrassed. "I heard from some folks on the street that he followed you home. I was worried he might be causing you trouble, so I came to check." Tsukumo was taken aback. He looked at Jiraiya, who was also quite young, standing outside the door, then turned back to see Tenyu Shichijin in the dining room munching on a dried fish. They were both equally unruly and equally mischievous. Tsukumo's expression turned strange. He lowered his voice and probed, "That child, could he be your long-lost?" Stop! Stop! Hearing this, Jiraiya reacted as if he'd stepped on a landmine. Flustered, he waved his hands frantically, cold sweat pouring down his face, so panicked he nearly jumped out of his skin. What are you imagining? That kid is an orphan I found while on a mission in the Land of Rain. I'm a noble bachelor who plans to travel the ninja world, flitting from flower to flower. I'm not even married. How could I possibly have a son that old? Don't you dare ruin my reputation. If this got out, how could he ever show his face in the women's bathhouse? Ahem, in front of female ninjas again. Seeing Jiraiya's extreme reaction, Tsukumo nodded knowingly, suppressing a smile. Then this usually composed Umbu captain displayed an unprecedented agility. Tsukumo hastily turned around, strode into the dining room, and practically half-dragged, half-escorted Tenyu Shichijin to the front door, as if afraid that if the boy stayed a second longer, he might start gnawing on the roof beams. Thanks for the meal, white-haired uncle. Standing outside, Tenyu Shichijin patted his stomach contentedly, and turned back to give Tsukumo a big thumbs up. Your cooking is truly divine. Hearing the praise, Tsukumo wiped the sweat from his brow, and offered a wry smile that held a hint of relief at having survived the ordeal. Glad you enjoyed it. But the next second, Tenyu Shichijin rolled his eyes, turned to Jiraiya beside him, and mercilessly teased, unlike some people who are adults, but can't even grill meat without turning it so tough you can't chew it. Already feeling the sting of paying for 2 meals earlier, Jiraiya was completely triggered by this. He grabbed the back of Tenyu Shichijin's collar, yelling in exasperation, You little brat, you have the nerve to talk. Is your stomach connected to another dimension? Do you know you nearly ate me out of house and home with that one meal? My royalties. In the night, the bickering figures of the big one and the small one gradually faded into the distance. Tsukumo Hatake stood at his door watching the scene and shook his head with a smile. Meanwhile, Kakashi, hiding behind the door, watched the direction Tenyu Shichijin had gone, clutched his own empty stomach, and sniffled pitifully. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye more than half a year had passed. The streets of Konohagakure were still bustling, yet the tense post-war atmosphere lingering in the air had not fully dissipated. Tianyu Qixuan walked nonchalantly beside Minato, and Kushina, the 6-petal lotus mark faintly visible beneath the bangs on his forehead. Except for the violet hue of the 7th child which had yet to appear, the other 6 colors were already clearly discernible. From the initial birthmark to the petal-shaped mark formed by 2 petals, it had evolved into the current 6-petal overlapping lotus pattern. This had become the most distinctive hallmark of Tianyu Qixuan's presence in Konohagakure. To the outside world, he claimed it was caused by his clan's Kekkei Genkai. After all, the Kekkei Genkai in this world were incredibly diverse, and it was only natural for there to be strange phenomena one had never heard of. Although the village's high-ranking officials, such as the 3rd Hokage and Danzo, harbored suspicions about this explanation, they reluctantly accepted it in light of his monstrous talent in water release. During this half-year, Team 7 had flawlessly completed over a dozen C-rank missions and 1 highly difficult B-rank mission. During these missions, Tianyu Qixuan only revealed his water release aptitude along with sharp sensory abilities and taijutsu, slightly superior to an average shinobi. As for his other abilities, he deliberately concealed them all, never putting them to use. The 2nd child's clairvoyance and clairaudience could be passed off as sensory talents, but the 1st child's heaven-earth transformation would be utterly astonishing if merely used. And abilities like the 3rd child's copper skin and iron bones, or the 6th child's invisibility, would also invite unnecessary trouble if witnessed. Therefore, in everyone's impression, Tianyu Qixuan remained merely a genius with a water release Kekkei Genkai. In that final B-rank mission, Tianyu Qixuan suppressed an enemy Jonin with nothing but his masterful water release, yet at the critical moment, he skillfully concealed his true strength, allowing Minato and Kushina to share a portion of the credit. Now the 3 had been rightfully promoted to Chunin. Although the Chunin exams had been streamlined to a mere formality due to the delicate situation among the great nations. But the trio's impeccable performance in real combat was enough to silence all critics. We must have a big feast tonight. Minato, you'd better not try to wriggle out of paying. Kushina waved her fist energetically, her red hair gleaming under the sunlight. Yes, my wallet is already prepared. Minato smiled indulgently, about to say something when a familiar figure appeared at the street corner ahead. The man carried his signature short blade with silver hair draping over his shoulders. It was none other than Tsukumo Hatake, the White Fang of Konoha. And beside him, the small figure wearing a mask was none other than Kakashi Hatake, only 5 years old. Yo, old silver-haired man. Tianyu Qixuan greeted lazily. Jiraiya, walking behind, couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth upon hearing the address, then revealed a gloating smile. Finally, he wasn't the only one being called old silver-haired man by this brat. This feeling was surprisingly satisfying. Tsukumo Hatake stopped responding gently. Yo, Qixuan, and Jiraiya, what a coincidence. Jiraiya's gaze fell upon Kakashi, and suddenly recalling something, he laughed heartily. By the way, Tsukumo, I heard that Kakashi also graduated from the Ninja Academy today. Congratulations, truly a case of a wise goose lays a good egg. Graduated. Kushina, who had been fawning over Kakashi's delicate little face, widened her eyes and exclaimed in disbelief, graduated at such a young age. He's still just a child. Tsukumo Hatake smiled helplessly, gently patting Kakashi's head, and said, indeed, it's a bit earlier than ordinary children, but this is also to help him better adapt to the life of a shinobi. Minato pondered for a moment and added, it must be a special case. Only prodigies with exceptionally outstanding academic records and immense potential are permitted to graduate early. Hearing the praises from everyone, Kakashi remained calm on the surface, but the faint trace of pride flashing in his listless eyes betrayed him. Taijutsu watched this scene from the side, inwardly sighing with emotion. Among his peers of this generation, Kakashi was undoubtedly a transcendent genius, graduating from the Ninja Academy at the age of 5. But this wasn't necessarily a good thing. The earlier one graduated from the academy, the earlier one would have to go to the battlefield. He couldn't help but reach out to ruffle Kakashi's silver hair. However, before his hand could even extend, the little one, like a startled fawn, agilely leaped backward, warily evading him. Taijutsu awkwardly retracted his hand and rubbed his nose. Of course he knew why Kakashi was avoiding him. That time when he visited the Hitaki household, he had been suffering from a ravenous appetite due to the awakening of the first child's power and had devoured all of Kakashi's beloved tempura. That incident had clearly left an indelible psychological scar on little Kakashi's heart. Ahem. That was an accident. Taijutsu coughed lightly in an attempt to cover it up, then turned his gaze towards Tsukumo. Hey Tsukumo, we're just about to celebrate our promotion to Chunin. Why not bring Kakashi along? The more the merrier. Kakashi's eyelashes trembled, a hint of barely perceptible anticipation flashing in his eyes, but he still obediently looked towards his father. Tsukumo Hitaki pondered for a moment, then looked at Jiraiya. Would that be too much of an intrusion? Taijutsu immediately cut in, patting his chest with a sincere though not really expression. Of course not. Jiraiya is the most generous person in Konoha, right, old man? For the first time, he wasn't called old silver-haired man, but for some reason, he couldn't be happy about it at all. This old man address caused Jiraiya's face to stiffen instantly, his smile becoming uglier than a cry. He looked at Tsukumo's questioning gaze, then at the glances from Kushina and Minato beside him. In the end, he could only force a hearty laugh and say, "It's no trouble, no trouble. Haha, anyway, I wasn't planning on saving up to buy any jutsu scrolls." Jiraiya's heart was bleeding. Originally, it had been agreed that everyone would pay for their own share at this Chunin promotion gathering, because Taijutsu's appetite was simply too enormous and no amount of money Jiraiya had could sustain it. And this Chunin promotion had finally allowed Jiraiya to escape for once from this kid whose stomach was a bottomless pit. But if there were outsiders present, and he still made his own disciple pay for the meal, where would he as the master put his old face? You little brat. Spending my money but selling your goodwill. Damn it, my wallet. Sob sob. Watching Tsukumo Hitaki happily accept the invitation with Kakashi, Jiraiya felt like crying, but had no tears, only sensing his wallet letting out a mournful wail. Let's go, Kakashi. Tsukumo said with a smile, patting his son's shoulder. Kakashi responded softly, still maintaining his distance from Taijutsu, but his wariness had lessened. The group headed towards the barbecue restaurant, the setting sun stretching their shadows long. Taijutsu walked at the very back, watching Kakashi's youthful, yet stubborn back, his gaze subtly dimming. Inside the exclusive VIP room of the Barbecue Q flagship store, dim warm light spilled across the wide solid wood dining table. At the center of the charcoal grill, several thickly sliced premium marbled beef cuts sizzled enticingly under the high heat, rich fat sliding down the grain of the meat and dripping onto the charcoal below, sending up puffs of white smoke thick with savory aroma. Yet amidst this mouth-watering atmosphere, Tenyu Shichigen's behavior was oddly out of character. He propped his chin on one hand, holding a single leaf of crisp green lettuce, his eyes completely unfocused. Far from his usual voracious eating, he barely touched his chopsticks. Occasionally he would bring the bare lettuce leaf to his lips and nibble on it, mechanically, bite by tiny bite. Kushina, seated beside him, was using tongs to flip slices of meat for Minato. She noticed Shichigen's strangeness, a flicker of confusion passing through her ruby-red eyes. Kushina leaned in, slightly lowering her voice with concern. Shichigen, what's wrong today? Are you feeling unwell? Why aren't you even touching your favorite marbled beef? Jiraiya, sitting across from them, was holding a cup of warm sake. Hearing Kushina's words, he glanced at the seemingly dazed Shichigen, and his heart filled with glee. In his view, this brat was probably feeling embarrassed in front of their host after that stunt of eating the Hitaki family out of house and home last time, and was deliberately holding back. With this thought, Jiraiya, eager to display his magnanimous nature as team leader before Tsukumo Hitaki, deliberately set down his cup, waved his hand grandly, and boomed with laughter. Huh? Shichigen, don't be shy. Today is the celebration of you three being promoted to Chunin. Eat your fill, eat as much as you want. I've brought plenty of money today. Unfortunately, Shichigen wasn't listening to Jiraiya at all. His thoughts had drifted to the tragedy that was about to unfold, one that would shock all of Konoha and even alter the very landscape of the shinobi world. Shichigen stared intently at the silver-haired man sitting directly opposite him, who sat upright with a gentle smile. Tsukumo Hitaki. In the original story, this renowned Konoha's White Fang would ultimately choose to abandon a mission to save his comrades during a top-secret operation, causing significant losses to the Land of Fire. Following that, he would face a torrent of accusations and public backlash from the village's higher-ups and civilians alike. Even the very comrades he saved would reproach him. Ultimately broken, he would choose to take his own life with a blade at home. Shichigen's gaze grew deep. But would a top-tier powerhouse, someone who killed without flinching on the battlefield and possessed a will of iron, really be so fragile as to seek death merely because of rumors? No, that didn't make sense. Unconsciously, Shichigen shoved another piece of lettuce into his mouth. What was the real reason? Like a sheep chewing cud, Shichigen unconsciously fed himself lettuce leaf after lettuce leaf. Shichijin, eat some meat. It was only Kushina's reminder that snapped him back to reality. He let out a dazed "ha" and instinctively stuffed the last handful of lettuce leaves meant for wrapping meat into his mouth, chewing loudly like a hamster. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, full of anticipation, used his tongs to pick up a piece of premium pork belly perfectly charred on the outside and tender within, glistening with fat. He swallowed hard, and his hand instinctively reached for the vegetable platter in the middle of the table, looking for a lettuce leaf to wrap the meat. His hand grasped nothing but air. Jiraiya looked down. The plate that had been piled high with lettuce looking like a small mountain was now so clean it didn't even have a single drop of water left. He snapped his head up just in time to see Shichijin, with his mouth stuffed full of green leaves, cheeks puffed out, looking back at him with an innocent expression. Jiraiya's eye twitched violently, a vein bulging on his forehead, his hand, holding the tongs, trembling slightly. "You little brat. Are you part sheep? We're here for barbecue, and you're not eating meat, you're just munching on all the lettuce like it's grass." Jiraiya screamed internally, but with Tsukumo and his son right there, he had to force the angry words back down his throat, his face turning red from the effort. Watching the antics of this comedic master-student duo, Tsukumo Hatake couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh. "Haha, this kid is certainly unique." Tsukumo's eyes were filled with undisguised admiration. He raised his cup in a toast towards Jiraiya, a hint of regret in his voice. "Jiraiya, it's a real shame you got to him first. If I weren't always out on missions, I would have wanted to ask the third Hokage myself to take this kid on as my personal disciple." Over the past 6 months, Tsukumo had heard a great deal about Shichijin. While civilians might not know of him, he was quite famous among ninjas. Praise like strongest of the new generation, and water-style talent rivaling the second Hokage Tobarama Senju was endless. But as these words were spoken, the young Kakashi, sitting nearby, suddenly looked up. His listless eyes, hidden behind his forehead protector and mask, were filled with disbelief. Kakashi knew his father all too well. As the captain of the Umbu, Tsukumo had incredibly high standards, though very few geniuses could earn his respect. Even for himself, a son who had graduated from the Ninja Academy early at age 5, his father was mostly strict, rarely offering such direct and high praise. How could this guy, who only seemed to know how to steal other people's food and looked so shiftless, earn such high regard from his father? Hearing this, Jiraiya's earlier frustration instantly vanished. He puffed out his chest proudly, a look of teacherly arrogance on his face, and boasted, "Of course. This kid, despite his lousy personality and unreliable demeanor, is a prodigy in water-style jutsu that even the old man finds astonishing. It's no exaggeration to say that given time, he will definitely become Konoha's foremost water-style master." Hearing such an exaggerated evaluation, even from one of the legendary Sannin, Kakashi's jealousy and curiosity could no longer be contained. His small hand clenched the fabric over his knee, trying to appear indifferent, but his voice was tight as he asked, "Tenyu Shichijin, is he really that strong?" Minato, sitting diagonally opposite, put down his chopsticks. His azure eyes shone with warmth and agreement. He looked at Kakashi and nodded earnestly, saying, "Yes, Kakashi. Shichijin is the absolute core of our Team 7. His chakra reserves and mastery over water-style shape transformation are things even many experienced jonin can't match. During this B-rank mission, if he hadn't instantly suppressed the enemy leader, we would have suffered heavy casualties." Right. Little Kakashi, you don't know." Kushina excitedly chimed in, gesturing with her hands as if telling a heroic tale, her tone exaggerated. "That Shichijin, he can summon a water dragon this big without even making a single hand seal. He's like a total monster." Despite all the praise, Shichijin didn't get a big head. He just shrugged nonchalantly. However, at that moment, Tsukumo Hatake, who had been smiling, suddenly darkened his expression, his gaze turning severe. "Kakashi." Tsukumo's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. "You should use proper honorifics. Shichijin is a ninja who graduated before you, making him your senior. Addressing him by his first name directly is very rude." Scolded publicly by his father, Kakashi's small frame instantly stiffened. He immediately dropped all his defiance, bowing his head without hesitation. "Yes, father." This response, so practiced it was painful to witness, was clearly a habit born from years of strict discipline. Even though Kakashi still harbored a grudge over Shichijin nearly eating his family's entire food storage, he dared not defy his father's command in the slightest. Suppressing his discomfort, Kakashi turned to face Shichijin, bowed his head slightly, and called out in a dry yet respectful voice, "Tenyu Senpai." Looking at this 5-year-old genius child who was clearly reluctant, but forcing himself to maintain perfect etiquette, Shichijin's eyes flickered. He casually swallowed the last piece of lettuce, waved his hand dismissively, and said, "Oh, no need, just call me Shichijin." Tsukumo, seeing that Shichijin didn't mind, let the matter drop. He wasn't a rigid or pedantic man. The reason he was so strict was because he knew the cruelty of the ninja world. He wanted his son to grow into a perfect, flawless, and respected ninja. In his view, personal emotions could never be placed above the rules of a ninja. But it was precisely this scene that clicked into place in Shichijin's mind like the final piece of a puzzle. So that's it. Shichijin looked at the obedient, well-behaved Kakashi, whose maturity was startling, and his mind cleared as if the clouds had parted. Tsukumo Hatake's death wasn't just due to his shattered faith in the village. There was another, more fatal reason. That was, he felt Kakashi no longer needed him. Kakashi was too well-behaved. So well-behaved, he was like a miniature, fully-fledged ninja. He could take perfect care of himself and flawlessly execute his father's orders. It was precisely this premature maturity that gave the mentally besieged and spiritually crumbling Tsukumo an illusion. Even if I die, Kakashi will surely survive and thrive on his own. Shichigen's eyes suddenly lit up, a slight smile playing on his lips. If Tsukumo dared to die because he was too assured of Kakashi, then the solution was simple, wasn't it? A brilliant idea suddenly sprouted in his mind. He would corrupt Kakashi. If he could make Kakashi less well-behaved, Tsukumo would cling to life because he couldn't bear to leave his son. Having figured this out, Shichigen felt a wave of relief wash over him. He slammed his hand on the table, startling everyone. Under their shocked gazes, Shichigen beamed with a brilliant smile and shouted, "Boss, give me 20 more plates of the top-grade marbled beef. Today Uncle Jiraiya is paying, and he's covering the whole bill." Jiraiya, who had just been raising his sake cup, jolted his hand, trembling violently. He stared at Shichigen, his face pale, as if he were looking at a demon, gleefully tearing his wallet to shreds. In times of peace, an ordinary ninja student would typically spend a full 6 years at the ninja academy before graduating. However, in times of war, that duration was drastically shortened. In this era, still scarred by the recent flames of conflict and fraught with instability, the time of graduation depended entirely upon the student's talent and prowess. Ordinary individuals might need 3 to 4 years, while the exceptionally gifted could don their forehead protectors within a year or two. And then there were special cases like Yamaha Shichigen, who graduated from the academy in an extraordinarily short span of time. This was because he had early on displayed an immense reserve of chakra and a mysterious Kekkei Gunkai, drawing the village's attention. He was subsequently placed under the direct tutelage of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Yet even so, in the eyes of outsiders, Yamaha Shichigen was undoubtedly a genius. Hatake Kakashi's situation, however, was even more extreme. He was merely 5 years old when he graduated from the academy. A 5-year-old genin was far too young, yet his combat prowess and tactical acumen far surpassed his peers. This posed a significant dilemma for the village when assigning Kakashi to a squad. The standard format of 1 jonin leading 3 genin was clearly unsuitable for him. To place Kakashi with ordinary genin and let him slowly acclimate would be a tremendous waste of such a prodigy's potential. After deliberation among the higher-ups, the village made an unprecedented decision. Kakashi was to operate temporarily as a solo squad, independently undertaking low-level missions. In his daily life, he continued to receive rigorous training under his father, the famed Konoha's White Fang, focusing on swordsmanship and A&BU-style combat drills. However, since he shouldered the workload of an entire squad by himself during missions, the village specially approved Kakashi to receive triple the standard mission compensation. That afternoon, the sunlight was harsh. Yash, gotcha. In a secluded alley, the 5-year-old Kakashi knelt on one knee, his hands firmly clamped onto the scruff of the neck of a massive, overweight orange cat. It was the notorious runaway, the daimyo's beloved pet, Nekomaru. Kakashi dusted off his knees and stood up. Just as he was about to haul the squirming feline back to the mission desk to return it to its owner, a tall, slender figure silently blocked the alley's exit. Kakashi looked up, his listless eyes blinking in slight surprise. Upon recognizing the newcomer, he offered a polite greeting. "Yamaha, senpai." However, Yamaha Shichigen, hands shoved in his pockets, paid Kakashi no mind. He strolled leisurely up to the boy and leaned down slightly. His pitch-black, profound eyes locked intently onto Nekomaru, who was grooming its fur in Kakashi's arms. 1 second. 2 seconds. The air seemed to solidify in that moment. As Shichigen's gaze fixed upon it, the fat cat seemed to finally register his presence. Nekomaru's lazy vertical pupils abruptly contracted to pinpricks. It seemed to finally realize that this person was the same menace who used to derive amusement from spraying it with water. Its orange fur bristled in an instant, puffing up like a giant sea urchin. Moo! Nekomaru let out a blood-curdling shriek, its forepaws flailing wildly in the air as it desperately tried to escape Kakashi's grasp and flee for its life. Huh, what's wrong? Stop squirming. Caught off guard by the sudden violent struggle, Kakashi clumsily but firmly clutched the panicked cat to his chest. Seeing Nekomaru on the verge of foaming at the mouth from sheer terror, Shichigen finally withdrew his mischievous gaze with a satisfied air. He straightened up as if nothing had happened and gave a casual yawn. "Yo, Kakashi, forget about that stupid cat. Come with me to grab some Ichiraku ramen. My treat." This was indeed the very purpose of Shichigen's visit. His objective was crystal clear. Get close to Kakashi and then by any means necessary lead him astray, turning him into a little terror that would give Hatake Tsukumo endless headaches. Only by doing so could he completely shatter Tsukumo's confidence in his son, thereby fulfilling the ultimate plan to save the White Fang of Konoha. Perfect. Everything was going according to plan. However, faced with his senior's invitation, Kakashi shook his head without a moment's hesitation. While struggling to contain the frantic cat in his arms, he refused with utmost seriousness. "I'm sorry, Yamaha-senpai. I need to go turn in my mission first. My father taught me that no matter the circumstances, completing one's mission is the primary duty of a ninja." With that, Kakashi, holding the cat, awkwardly maneuvered around Shichigen and marched out of the alley with determined steps. Shichigen made no move to stop him. He simply stood there with his arms crossed, silently watching the stubborn and rigid little figure retreat. "Missions, huh?" A malicious smirk curled at the corner of his mouth as if an idea had struck him. "Since you love missions so much, let me show you what hellish mission difficulty really means." Over the next fortnight, a bizarre phenomenon emerged among the genin circles of Konoha. Every single mission that Hatake Kakashi accepted, no matter how simple it was, would inexplicably turn into an absolute disaster. When helping a villager weed a field, a high-pressure water column would suddenly erupt from the ground, drenching Kakashi completely. When helping a shop transport goods, a thin, slippery film of water would appear without warning on the necessary steps, sending Kakashi and the cargo tumbling. Even when picking up trash by the river, the water would eerily flow backward, plastering all the debris right into Kakashi's face. And every time a disaster struck, Yamaha Shichijin would happen to be nearby, either whistling from a tree or munching on an apple by the roadside. If spotted, he would put on an innocent expression that screamed, "Who, me? What's going on? I don't know anything." Finally, during yet another mission to transport fragile goods, a patch of slick, wet mud suddenly oozed out of the flat ground right beneath Kakashi's feet. Kakashi stumbled, managing to steady himself with his powerful core strength, but the crate in his arms nearly flew out of his grasp. Thud! Kakashi set the crate down firmly on the ground. He kept his head lowered, his bangs shadowing his eyes, but his heaving chest betrayed the fact that his fury had reached its peak. Kakashi whirled around, glaring at Shichijin, who was leaning against a utility pole, nonchalantly picking his teeth. "Yamaha-senpai, can you please stop interfering with me? Don't you have anything better to do with your own time?" "Huh? Interfering?" Shichijin blinked, spreading his hands with a bewildered look on his face, his expression innocent enough to win an Academy Award. "No way. I just happened to have the day off and was passing by. What does your falling have to do with me?" Seeing Shichijin shamelessly playing dumb, Kakashi finally snapped. He charged up to Shichijin, stood on his tiptoes, and grabbed the older boy's collar with both hands, his listless eyes wide with rage. "It was obviously you. Hey, Kakashi. You can say anything, but you can't just throw around accusations." Shichijin let him grip his collar, a smug, irritating grin on his face. "That's pure slander. When did you ever see me form hand seals to cast a jutsu? Do you have any proof?" Kakashi's eyelid twitched violently, his small canine teeth grinding audibly. It was true. He had been on guard against Shichijin for the past half-month, but he had never once seen him form a single hand seal. But who else in the entire village of Konoha besides that monster Yamaha Shichijin possessed such an abnormal ability to manipulate water so effortlessly and control it like an extension of their own body without needing any hand signs at all? Anyway, just leave me alone. Knowing he couldn't out-argue this shameless character, Kakashi abruptly released his grip, turned around in a huff, picked up the crate from the ground, and stormed off, without looking back, abandoning even basic courtesy. However, Shichijin showed no sense of propriety befitting a senior. Just as Kakashi took his third step, swoosh! The dry dirt under Kakashi's feet instantly transformed into a patch of slippery mud. Thud! This time Kakashi had absolutely no time to react. He lost his balance entirely, falling hard in a most undignified face plant, his face burying squarely into the mud. The silence was deafening. Kakashi slowly pushed himself up from the mud pit, his black mask smeared with sludge, his silver hair caked with dirt. Muddy water dripped from his chin, and his eyes, usually so calm and restrained, now blazed with searing fury. This time he was genuinely angry. All that talk of a ninja's primary duty and respect for one's seniors, every rule his father had instilled in him, was thrown to the wind in that instant. "You!" Kakashi didn't even bother with the honorific anymore. He snarled at Shichijin like an enraged puppy, a hint of aggrieved tears cracking his voice. "What exactly do you want from me?" Looking at Kakashi's mud-caked face, finally broken, Shichijin's eyes no longer concealed their amusement. He strolled slowly up to Kakashi, his tone laced with a hint of seduction, and finally revealed his true intention. "It's nothing much, really. Just do one thing for me. Once it's done, I promise I'll never bother you during your missions again. I swear." As if fearing Kakashi's disbelief, Shichijin straightened his posture and raised 2 fingers in a solemn vow. Kakashi panted heavily, wiping the mud from his face with a rough sweep of his sleeve. His wary, listless eyes stared suspiciously at Shichijin, as if weighing the truth of his words. "Really? Of course." Shichijin patted his chest with conviction, his face the very picture of sincerity. But in a moment unseen by Kakashi, a cunning glint of a hunter watching his prey fall into the trap flickered deep within his eyes. "Finally took the bait, you little brat." At high noon the following day, sunlight filtered through the lush canopy of Konoha, casting dappled shadows across the cobblestone streets. 5-year-old Kakashi, clad in a pristine dark blue high-collared shirt and carrying a standard-issue short blade nearly half his height, arrived punctually at the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen, as he had agreed with Tenba Shichijin. Pushing aside the curtain, Kakashi immediately spotted Tenba Shichijin already seated at the counter, idly tapping his chopsticks against a teacup. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of exasperation and wariness crossed Kakashi's eyes. It was evident that he still harbored considerable distrust for this senior who never played by the rules. "You're right on time, kid." Tenba Shichijin paused his tapping and patted the empty stool beside him. "Have a seat." Tucci sent 2 bowls of signature tonkatsu ramen extra chashu. Kakashi did not sit immediately. Instead, he remained standing and asked in a stiff tone, "Tenba-senpai, what exactly do you want from me? Can you tell me now? What's the rush? Even the most critical matters can wait until our stomachs are full." Tenba Shichijin waved his hand, dismissively gesturing to the steaming bowl of ramen that had just been placed before him. "Try it. This place has the best ramen in Konoha. I guarantee you won't forget it after one taste." Having risen early, Kakashi's stomach was indeed beginning to growl. The rich aroma of the pork bone broth tantalized his senses, and he eventually let out a resigned sigh, before pulling out a chair and sitting down. After glancing around to ensure no one was watching, Kakashi with a speed so fast it left afterimages yanked down his black mask, slurped up a bundle of noodles into his mouth, and then pulled the mask back up with equal swiftness. The warm, rich broth combined with the springy noodles exploded in his mouth, and Kakashi's eyes lit up. Throughout his childhood, the only meals he had ever known were his father's cooking. Though Tsukumo Hitaki's culinary skills were exceptional, this vibrant rustic ramen brimming with the essence of the streets offered him a completely novel experience. Before he knew it, Kakashi's pace quickened, his chopsticks dancing between the bowl and his mouth. By the time he had drained the last drop of broth and set down his chopsticks with satisfaction, he discovered that Tenba Shichijin had already finished his meal and was watching him with a smile, chin resting on his hand. So, not bad, right? Tenba Shichijin offered him a tissue. It was delicious. Thank you for the meal. Kakashi took the tissue and wiped his mouth, his tone having lost some of its earlier sharpness. Looking at the senior before him, who despite his terrible personality, seemed to possess a semblance of humanity, at this moment Kakashi felt his guard lower slightly. Maybe, when he's not being a jerk, he's not so bad after all, Kakashi mused inwardly. However, soon, Kakashi would realize just how naive that thought had been. 30 minutes later, in a secluded grove beneath the Hokage rock, Kakashi stared at the dozen or so large multicolored buckets of paint piled before him, his eye twitching uncontrollably. This is what you meant. Kakashi pointed at the buckets, his voice cracking with disbelief. You want to splash all this paint on the Hokage rock? Yep. Tenba Shichijin nodded with an air of absolute certainty. He casually fished a large brush laden with bright red paint out of a bucket, swishing it through the air. Don't you think those stone faces are a bit too dull and lifeless? Let's give the Hokage some makeover. A little rouge on the first Hokage's cheeks, some dark circles under the second's eyes. How artistic would that be? Seeing Tenba Shichijin's eager, utterly unrepentant expression, Kakashi took a deep breath, feeling his blood pressure skyrocket. Are you insane? Kakashi refused without a moment's hesitation. No, I will never do it. The Hokage rock is the spiritual symbol of Konoha, the pride of our predecessors. Desecrating the legacy of our forefathers with such a prank is absolutely unacceptable. Having been raised under the shadow of his father's will of fire, Kakashi had his own principles and limits. Even if it meant being dunked into mud pits with water release techniques every single day for the next year, by Tenba Shichijin, Kakashi would accept it. Even then, he would never commit such a heinous act as painting the Hokage rock. Seeing Kakashi turn to leave, Tenba Shichijin wore an expression of having anticipated this, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Of course he knew Kakashi would never agree to that. This was a classic application of the psychological door-in-the-face technique. First propose an outrageous request that the other party is certain to refuse, then follow up with a comparatively minor one. The probability of them complying with the second request increases dramatically. Hey, don't go. Tenba Shichijin hastily dropped the brush and grabbed Kakashi's arm, putting on a show of reluctant compromise. Alright, if you're going to be so rigid about it, let's do something else, shall we? This one definitely won't desecrate the ancestors. Kakashi stopped, eyeing him suspiciously. What is it? 10 minutes later. In the back alley of Konoha's busiest commercial street, outside the women's section of a public bathhouse, Kakashi stood rigid, listening to the sounds of splashing water and women's laughter from within the walls. His dead fish eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the grinning Tenba Shichijin beside him. I heard the Hitaki clan swordsmanship is quite formidable. Tenba Shichijin leaned against the wall, arms crossed, asking in a flippant tone. At the mention of his proud family's swordsmanship, Kakashi instinctively puffed out his small chest. Despite the awkward location, he nodded proudly. Of course. My father is the White Fang of Konoha. The Hitaki style is the strongest in the shinobi world. Oh, is that so? A demonic sly smile spread across Tenba Shichijin's face as he lowered his voice. Then prove it to me. Use your swordsmanship to fish out one of the female shinobi's undergarments inside for me to see. What? Kakashi was thunderstruck, nearly jumping out of his skin. He stared at Tenba Shichijin as if he were an alien. It never occurred to Kakashi that anyone in the world could say something so vulgar and lewd with such righteous indignation. Something this obscene. I can't possibly do it. If I get caught, my father will break my legs. Kakashi hissed, his face flushed crimson with shame and anger. What's the matter? Scared? Tenba Shichijin looked down at him, drawing out his words, his tone dripping with mockery and contempt. Or could it be? You simply can't do it. So the heir to the White Fang of Konoha can't even master basic control over force and precision. How disappointing. Forget it, you can leave. I'll be sure to prepare some extra mud for your mission tomorrow. How dare you say I can't? It's just. Faced with such provocation and insult, the 5-year-old Kakashi couldn't bear it. He instinctively opened his mouth to retort. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized he had fallen into the trap. Yet the thought of refusing meant an eternity of torment in the coming days, unable to even complete a D-rank mission. Kakashi took several deep, ragged breaths, forcing his pounding heart to calm. He turned to stare at Tenba Shichijin, his expression unreadable. So we have a deal? If I can do it, you'll stop bothering me, right? Of course. Hearing Kakashi's agreement, the excitement in Tenba Shichijin's eyes was almost overflowing as he nodded emphatically. Kakashi gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and slowly placed his right hand on the hilt of the short blade at his back. Clink! A faint metallic whisper sounded. Kakashi's eyes snapped open sharp as a drawn blade. He bent his knees slightly, then exploded upward like an arrow released from a bow, soaring to the height of the wall in an instant. Hataki-style white light blade. In midair, a faint yet blindingly fast streak of white light flashed. The tip of the blade passed precisely through the gap in the vent, giving a deft flick without alerting a soul. A second later, Kakashi landed gracefully, his blade already sheathed as if it had never been drawn. And in the air above, a pink lace undergarment still radiating warm steam, and the faint scent of body wash twirled down from the vent. However, just as this trophy was about to land in Tenba Shichigen's outstretched hand, a gentle breeze swept by. At the entrance of the alley, a figure with white hair was strolling past, humming a tune, while flipping through a small notebook in his hand. Slap. The pink undergarment, by sheer coincidence, landed squarely on Jiraiya's face. Huh, what the? His vision blocked. Jiraiya stopped in confusion and pulled the object from his face. When he realized he was holding a pink undergarment still warm to the touch, Jiraiya froze for a moment, then a lecherous, blissful grin spread across his face. He brought the garment to his nose and inhaled deeply. Oh, this enchanting fragrance. Could the heavens be rewarding me for my recent hard work researching? Creak! Just then the back door of the bathhouse swung open. A female shinobi, fresh from her bath, wrapped only in a white towel with damp hair, stepped out to retrieve a dry towel from the clothesline outside. She looked up and saw Jiraiya standing at the alley entrance, clutching a pink undergarment, his face a mask of pure ecstasy as he inhaled its scent. The air froze solid. The female shinobi's face cycled from red to white, then from white to purple. She took a deep, shuddering breath and let out a scream that pierced the heavens. Odd. A pervert. Catch the degenerate. That single cry was like a detonation tag dropped into the bathhouse. Wait. It's a misunderstanding. This is a mistake. It wasn't me. Terrified out of his wits, Jiraiya hurled the undergarment away like a hot potato and frantically waved his hands in denial. But who in their right mind would listen to the explanation of a repeat offender? Bam. 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 The bathhouse's windows and doors burst open as over a dozen female shinobi, wrapped in towels and wielding wooden basins, soap bars, and even kunai, charged out with bloodshot eyes, surrounding Jiraiya without a word. Beat the peeper. You bastard again. This time you dare steal underwear. Crack. Bam. Thump. Ow. Not the face. Ouch. I swear it wasn't me. It fell from the sky on its own. Wah. The alley echoed with Jiraiya's agonized screams and the dull thuds of flesh being pummeled. One of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, beaten black and blue by a mob of women wielding basins and slippers, utterly defenseless. And in the shadows nearby, Tenba Shichigen, watching Jiraiya get pummeled while crying out in vain about his innocence, was laughing so hard he had squatted down, clutching his stomach, tears streaming from his eyes. He threw his arm around the shoulders of a completely petrified Kakashi, whose worldview had just been shattered, and gave him a huge thumbs up, howling with laughter. Ha ha ha. Brilliant, Kakashi. That swordsmanship is absolutely incredible. The 5-year-old Kakashi stared at the pink undergarment lying on the ground, then at the horribly beaten Jiraiya in the distance. His genius mind had completely short-circuited. He suddenly realized that he might never be able to wash away this stain on his record for the rest of his life. At the witching hour, the dying rays of the setting sun painted the streets of Konoha in a deep shade of orange. Jiraiya, his face bruised and swollen, with 2 blackened eyes, limped along a secluded alleyway. His clothes were caked with mud and suspicious footprints, and a distinct red mark from the bottom of a wooden basin was imprinted on his right cheek. The mighty Sannin at this moment looked like a defeated, drenched dog hugging the walls, hoping to avoid any familiar faces. However, his luck would have it, trouble found him. As Jiraiya turned a corner, he collided head-on with Tsukumo Hataki, who had just finished his ambu duties and was heading home. Tsukumo, as composed and reserved as ever, had his short blade glinting coldly in the sunset. He stopped, slightly taken aback by Jiraiya's pitiful state, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Jiraiya, what happened to you? Caught red-handed, Jiraiya stiffened, a complex look of embarrassment and shame spreading across his face. But he quickly straightened his back, forcing a cheerful grin that looked worse than a grimace, his eyes darting away as he said, ahem. It's nothing. No big deal. I just ran into some particularly ferocious, a wild summoning beast during my mission today. Yes, very ferocious. I got a few minor scratches, ha ha ha. It's nothing really. As the captain of the Yanbiyu, Tsukumo was a seasoned veteran who could see through people. He could easily tell Jiraiya's lie was as flimsy as paper. Besides, what kind of ferocious beast could leave a mark from a wooden basin on a Sannin's face? However, out of adult decorum and unspoken understanding, Tsukumo chose not to call him out. He simply gave Jiraiya a long, contemplative look, nodded, and said in a calm voice, I see. Well, do take care of yourself. Get some medicine on those wounds. With that, Tsukumo stepped aside and watched Jiraiya scurry away like a thief limping his escape. Upon returning home, Tsukumo had just crossed the front yard when he heard the familiar sound of a blade cutting through the air from the backyard. Huh. Yeah. 5-year-old Kakashi, gripping a wooden sword much taller than himself with both hands, was relentlessly practicing his basic swings. Sweat trickled down his silver hair, soaking his black shirt, his eyes burning with a determination that belied his age. Tsukumo stood on the porch, silently watching the scene, a glimmer of deep satisfaction in his eyes. His son was always so disciplined, so exceptional, never requiring much worry. At dinner, father and son sat across from each other at the low table, the atmosphere as peaceful and warm as ever. Midway through the meal, Tsukumo set down his chopsticks, seemingly reminded of the day's events, and casually mentioned to Kakashi, "By the way, Kakashi, on my way back today, I happened to run into Jiraiya. He seemed to be badly hurt, limping as he walked." Clatter. A piece of tamagoyaki Kakashi had just picked up fell back into his bowl without warning. His hand holding the chopsticks froze mid-air, and his calm pupils contracted sharply. Jiraiya, badly hurt. Uncontrollably, the scene from a few hours earlier flashed through Kakashi's mind. The falling pink lace lingerie Jiraiya screamed, the furious kunoichi, and the flying wooden basins and slippers. A powerful pang of guilt seized Kakashi's heart. His Adam's apple bobbed nervously. His eyes began to dart around uncontrollably, utterly avoiding his father's sharp gaze. Trying to maintain his composure, Kakashi responded with a dry, strained voice, Oh, really? What happened to him?" Tsukumo didn't notice his son's strange behavior. He just shook his head, took a sip of tea, and said with a hint of helplessness, "I don't know." He said he ran into a fierce beast, but it didn't look like it. Actually, Jiraiya is undoubtedly powerful and loyal to the village. He's good in every way except for those bad habits of his. It's hard to know where to begin. With that, Tsukumo put down his teacup, his expression turning exceptionally serious. He looked up, his gaze intense as he stared at Kakashi, and spoke in the stern tone of a father. "Kakashi, you will meet all kinds of people in the future. But you must remember, no matter how strong Jiraiya is, you must never imitate his personal vices, understand?" Faced with his father's serious stare and plagued by a guilty conscience, Kakashi was so startled that he instinctively straightened his back and answered loudly, "Yes, father, I will never follow his example." Even if he had just this afternoon used his Hataki-style swordsmanship to fling a kunoichi's undergarment right into Jiraiya's face. But this was a secret he planned to take to his grave. Seeing Kakashi so overly tense with cold sweat beading on his forehead, Tsukumo wondered if he was being too strict. He chuckled and shook his head, his tone softening again. "All right, no need to be so tense. Let's eat." "Yes." Kakashi, feeling as if he had received a pardon, finally picked up his chopsticks again. But his little heart was still pounding wildly in his throat. Each bite of rice felt like chewing on wood shavings, terrified that his father might suddenly discover the truth and draw the blade from his back to uphold family honor. Meanwhile, on the other side of the village, at the training ground for Team 7, the twilight had deepened. Taijutsu lay sprawled out like a starfish on a smooth rock, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth as he yawned in utter boredom. Nearby, Kushina Uzumaki was kicking at small pebbles on the ground in irritation, her long red hair swaying with each agitated movement. She couldn't help but complain, "This is so slow. What is Jiraiya-sensei up to? He's the one who made a big deal about gathering us here, and now he's almost an hour late." Minato Namikaze gave a helpless smile and gently tried to soothe her. "Don't worry, Kushina. Jiraiya-sensei is one of the Sannin. If he's this late, something important must have come up." Lying on the rock, Chishuan overheard Minato's words and instantly recalled the scene of Jiraiya being mobbed by a dozen kunoichi. Just thinking about the earlier spectacle made the corners of Chishuan's mouth twitch upward. Finally, at the end of the path, a sorry figure slowly came into view. Jiraiya hobbled over, leaning on a makeshift cane. Not only was his face black and blue, but his arm was also wrapped in bandages. Minato and Kushina were stunned, staring in confusion at Jiraiya, who looked like he had just survived a great battle. "Yo, sorry to keep you waiting, you brats." Jiraiya scratched his messy white hair, trying to appear nonchalant. However, his eyes, swollen to mere slits, made his expression look utterly ridiculous. "Jiraiya-sensei, who beat you up?" Kushina exclaimed, pointing at the basin mark on his face. Minato also stepped forward with concern, asking, "Sensei, what happened? Should I go get a medical need?" Faced with the innocent concern of his two students, Jiraiya's face flushed red. He immediately pulled out his pre-rehearsed excuse and lied, "Ahem. It's nothing. I was just gathering intelligence on an enemy nation when I had to infiltrate an extremely dangerous den of vipers. It was full of the most vicious enemies. I had to fight my way through a desperate battle to escape, and I only sustained a few flesh wounds." Just as Jiraiya was spinning his tail, trying to project a heroic image, Tianyu Chishuan, who had been playing dead on the rock, finally couldn't hold it in any longer. "Huh." Chishuan bolted upright, clutching his stomach, rolling around on the rock in a fit of laughter. He pointed at Jiraiya's face, and right in front of Minato, and Kushina mercilessly exposed his lie. "What den of vipers? What vicious enemies? Huh? Old man Jiraiya, can't you at least make your lies more believable? You clearly snuck into the women's bathhouse, got caught stealing underwear by the kunoichi bathing there, and they beat you up with basins and slippers. I saw the whole thing, ha." The air turned dead silent. Minato's smile froze on his face. Kushina's ruby-red eyes, which had been full of concern, instantly turned as cold as 10,000-year-old ice. She stared at Jiraiya with the utmost contempt, as if looking at non-recyclable trash, and instinctively took 2 steps back. Pervert." Kushina spat out the words through gritted teeth. Jiraiya's face turned crimson, and he felt his dignity as a master shatter into a million pieces on the spot. He jumped up in a fury, pointing at Chishuan, and yelling, "Shut up, you little brat. Stop spouting nonsense. I didn't steal it. That underwear really did just fall off on its own. Stop laughing." Seeing Kushina's fists clench with audible cracks ready to deliver justice, at any moment Jiraiya quickly dropped his comedic act. He forced a stern expression, putting on the authoritative air of a team leader, and coughed heavily. Ahem, that's enough. Everyone get serious. This is not the time to discuss such trivial private matters. Jiraiya forcibly changed the subject, his expression turning grave as he looked at his 3 students and lowered his voice. The reason I called you here so late is that the village's higher-ups have just issued an order. This mission is of the utmost importance. On a moonless night several days later, howling winds laden with coarse sand and grit lashed mercilessly against the towering ring-shaped windbreak walls of the Wind Country. Under the cover of darkness, Jiraiya along with Minato and Chishuan slipped into the outer perimeter of Sunagakure like 3 silent phantoms. They had not brought Kushina on this mission. The reason was simple as the container of the Nine Tails, although she was allowed a degree of freedom and could even undertake missions, her movements were always strictly monitored. Like the previous C-rank mission to eliminate mountain bandits, even with Jiraiya watching over her, the 3rd Hokage had secretly dispatched an entire sealing squad to follow them, fearing any unforeseen incident. High-risk missions such as infiltrating enemy nations and engaging in combat were absolutely forbidden for Kushina. If she were to die, the Nine-Tail Seal would collapse, causing immense loss to Konoha. So even though Kushina insisted she was a member of Team 7 and demanded to know why she couldn't come, Jiraiya remained firm, sternly refusing her and declaring it was the Hokage's order. This only made Kushina even angrier. Back to the mission. Since the ceasefire of the Second Great Ninja War, Sunagakure had been restless. The Wind Country's daimyo continuously cut military funding, prompting frequent high-level movements within Sunagakure. Recently, they had repeatedly conducted provocative incursions along the Fire Country border. Hiruzen Sarutobi, keenly sensing this undercurrent, secretly entrusted this dangerous S-rank intelligence-gathering mission to Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Jiraiya had long since discarded his cane. After several days of recovery, though faint bruises from the wooden basin remained on his face, his movements were fully restored to their peak condition. Behind a wind-sheltered dune, Jiraiya changed into tattered Ronin attire and donned a wide-brimmed straw hat. His usually lecherous face now bore an expression of grim determination. Lowering his voice, Jiraiya spoke. Listen up. This is a top-secret infiltration and reconnaissance mission. Our goal is to uncover Sunagakure's recent troop movements and conspiracies. Absolutely do not reveal that we are Konoha ninja. If discovered, it could easily become Suna's excuse to tear up the ceasefire agreement and trigger another full-scale war. Understood. Minato, now dressed in coarse cloth, was disguised as an ordinary impoverished boy from the Wind Country. Hearing this, he nodded solemnly, fully aware that this matter concerned the peace between 2 nations. Understood. However, Tenyu Chishuan, standing nearby in similarly shabby clothes, seemed distracted. He frowned, scratching his scalp incessantly. For some reason since the evening, a strange tingling sensation had plagued the top of his head, as if something was about to sprout forth. TSK. So itchy. Could it be that after all my scheming, I'm finally growing a brain? Tenyu Chishuan muttered inwardly, his fingers digging wildly through his hair. Jiraiya's sharp gaze swept over, carrying a hint of warning and inquiry. Seeing this, Chishuan quickly lowered his hand, shed his nonchalant demeanor, and whispered in agreement, understood. Then, using the sandstorm as cover, the trio, disguised as wandering vagrants and an orphan, successfully blended into the impoverished streets on Sunagakure's outskirts. The streets were dimly lit, and the air was thick with dry dust. Jiraiya lowered his hat, scanning the surrounding buildings with his peripheral vision, searching for the most covert infiltration route. Hey, you 3, wait right there. A harsh guttural shout rang out from the side and behind them. Jiraiya's footsteps halted abruptly. In the shadow beneath his hat, his pupils contracted to pinpricks. His right hand, hidden within his wide sleeve, had already soundlessly slid to the edge of his ninja tool pouch, gripping a poison-coated kunai. Have we been discovered? How? Our chakra is perfectly concealed, and the disguises are flawless. Jiraiya took a deep breath, rapidly schooling his features. When he turned around, he had adopted the cowering, innocent, and ingratiating expression of a wandering Ronin. Oh good sirs, what seems to be the matter? We're just passing travelers seeking shelter from the sandstorm. Approaching them were 2 fully armed Sunagakure patrol ninja. One of them frowned, rudely cutting Jiraiya off. He shook his head and pointed behind Jiraiya. Not you. That kid. What the heck is that thing on his head? The other Suna ninja leaned in, squinting to get a better look, his voice filled with suspicion. Looks like some kind of plant. Purple. Plant. What plant? Jiraiya's heart jolted. Puzzled, he whipped his head around, following the 2 Suna ninjas' gaze. Illuminated by the dim light of a nearby oil lamp, Jiraiya saw it clearly. Right in the middle of Tenyu Chishuan's originally neat black hair, a palm-sized, deep purple gourd had inexplicably and abruptly sprouted. The purple gourd's surface shimmered with a faint, lustrous glow. It seemed to be growing directly from Chishuan's scalp, even swaying slightly with his breathing. What the hell is that thing? Jiraiya roared inwardly, nearly coughing up blood. He had calculated for everything: enemy perception barriers, patrol passcodes, but never anticipated that his own student would suddenly sprout a purple gourd from his head. Weren't we supposed to keep a low profile? Are you trying to get us noticed parading around an enemy stronghold with a glowing purple gourd on your head? In that critical moment, Jiraiya's Sannin-level quick thinking kicked in. He lunged forward, ripped off his own large cloak, and in one swift motion draped it completely over Tenyu Qishuan's head, covering him entirely. Simultaneously, he crouched down, his large hand clamping firmly onto Qishuan's shoulder, and hissed through gritted teeth in a voice only the two of them could hear. "You little brat. What the hell are you playing at? Are you trying to get us killed?" After the scolding, Jiraiya immediately turned back to the two Suna ninja, flashing an ingratiating, simple-minded grin. "Aha! Please forgive us, good sirs. It's a custom from our village. The child has a strange ailment, and the village witch doctor said he must wear a fake gourd on his head to ward off evil spirits. Just a silly rural superstition. Forgive us. We'll be on our way right away." Without giving them a chance to question further, Jiraiya grabbed the cloak-covered Qishuan like a chicken, seized Minato with his other hand, and quickly scurried into a complex maze of dark alleys. Bewildered by the flimsy yet somewhat eerie explanation, the two Sunagakure ninjas stood in the sand exchanging glances. Though suspicious, they watched the trio's clumsy escape and ultimately decided not to pursue. They merely scoffed disdainfully. What weirdos. Probably some hicks fleeing a remote minor nation. What a nuisance. Inside Sunagakure, in a pitch-black, dead-end alley corner. After confirming no pursuers, Jiraiya finally set Tenyu Qishuan down heavily, as if discarding a hot potato. He leaned against the wall, letting out a long, relieved sigh, a cold sweat beading on his forehead. Then Jiraiya whirled around, glaring at the seated Qishuan, his anger boiling over. He hissed in a low voice, "You little shit. Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? Hey, an S-rank infiltration mission, and you're sporting a purple gourd on your head. Are you trying to get us killed faster?" Minato leaned in as well. In the faint moonlight, he looked at Qishuan's head, his eyes filled with undisguised curiosity and shock. "Qishuan, your head." Sprayed with Jiraiya's spittle, Tenyu Qishuan looked utterly bewildered. He threw off the cloak, blinked, and asked innocently, What purple gourd?" He instinctively raised his hand again to scratch his itchy scalp. His fingers didn't touch soft hair this time, but instead met a smooth, cold, and hard object. His face instantly froze. Tenyu Qishuan swallowed hard, slowly closing his 5 fingers around the hard object rooted on his head. Then, taking a deep breath, he yanked upwards with all his might. Pop! With a crisp sound like a cork being pulled from a wine bottle, the object actually came off in his hand. Not a single drop of blood was shed, and there wasn't even the slightest hint of pain. Tenyu Qishuan lowered his head, raising the object to his eyes in the moonlight. It was a gourd merely palm-sized, exhibiting a mysterious purple-gold hue. Its surface was covered in intricate, ancient dark patterns. It felt slightly heavy in his hand, and faintly exuded an unsettling, devouring aura. Qishuan's lips twitched violently. Feeling the final purple petal of the Seven-Colored Lotus within him fully bloom, a bizarre piece of memory surfaced unbidden in his mind. Damn! Tenyu Qishuan cursed inwardly. Is this the seventh son's precious gourd? What if I said I'm actually a plant, and that was a natural occurrence? Would you believe me? Tenyu Qishuan forced an awkward smile, spouting nonsense to explain himself. Believe you? Yeah, right. Jiraiya, whose blood pressure was already spiking from their near exposure, was enraged by the blatant lack of sincerity in the lie. He suddenly raised his fist and brought it down mercilessly on Tenyu Qishuan's head. You little brat, get serious? This is an S-rank mission. Clang. A crisp, resonant sound like a great bell echoed through the alley. Jiraiya's expression changed instantly. It felt less like he had punched a human skull, and more like he had struck a block of refined steel. A powerful shockwave traveled up his fist, sending a jolt of pain through his arm. Jiraiya winced, shaking his numb right hand. In contrast, Tenyu Qishuan, bolstered by the passive Iron Head Bronze Arms ability of the third child, didn't even blink. Acting as if nothing had happened, he casually stuffed the purple gold divine gourd into his ninja tool pouch and shrugged. Fine, don't believe me then. Jiraiya and Minato keenly observed this exchange. Jiraiya's hand froze mid-shake, and a flicker of deep thought crossed Minato's azure eyes. Yet they shared a tacit understanding and didn't press the matter. As comrades who had been through thick and thin, they placed absolute trust in Tenyu Qishuan. Everyone has their own trump cards and secrets. Even if growing a gourd on one's head defied conventional ninjutsu and bordered on the absurd, as long as Qishuan remained a ninja of Konoha, that was enough. After this brief interlude, Team 7 returned to their professional stealth mode. Determined to make up for his earlier near-fatal slip-up, Tenyu Qishuan decided to stop slacking off. A faint orange light flickered beneath his bangs at his brow as the second child's clairvoyance and clairaudience were activated simultaneously. Stop. 3 sand ninja are changing shifts at the corner 300 meters ahead. Wait 10 seconds. The left path has a sensing paper bomb buried underground. Take the rooftops on the right and step on the third tile. The ventilation shaft on the south side of the Kazakage building is a blind spot right now. Move. With Tenyu Qishuan providing pinpoint navigation that seemed almost omniscient, their subsequent actions were frighteningly smooth. The 3 moved as if through an empty land, flawlessly evading all of Sunagakure's overt and covert sentries, as well as its sensory barriers. Watching Qishuan point out hidden routes and even accurately predict the enemy's next moves behind walls, Jiraiya's eyes widened with undisguised shock beneath his straw hat. This kid's sensing ability is even more terrifying than the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. But with the mission at hand, he could only suppress his awe and lead the team swiftly into the intelligence room, successfully copying the scroll detailing Sunagakure's recent troop movements. An hour later, the trio silently slipped out of Sunagakure. The wind howled past their ears as they left the enemy's stronghold far behind. Gazing at the towering anti-desertification wall receding into the distance, Jiraiya's tense nerves finally began to ease. He let out a long sigh and prepared to order a full-speed return to Konoha. However, at that very moment, Taijutsu Chuan's pace suddenly slowed. His clairvoyant gaze, habitually sweeping their surroundings, pierced effortlessly through the layers of wind and sand, landing on a hidden rocky valley not far from Sunagakure's outskirts. As his vision drew closer and deeper, Taijutsu Chuan abruptly froze. Deep within that desolate, wind-eroded valley, a solitary figure sat cross-legged. What shocked Chuan even more was that under the faint moonlight, the figure's head was reflecting a dazzling light. Wow, what a shiny bald head! Taijutsu Chuan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. He studied the bald man closely. The man wore tattered monk's robes, his hands pressed together in prayer. His face was gaunt yet radiated an unusual serenity. But within this monk, Taijutsu Chuan could clearly perceive a colossal, wild, and malevolent surge of earth-yellow chakra. A lightning bolt of realization struck Taijutsu Chuan's mind. A monk. Bald, huge, and violent chakra. Isolated so close to Sunagakure. Could it be the Jinchuriki of the One-Tail, Shikaku Bunpo? Taijutsu Chuan's heart pounded twice as a daring idea took root in his mind. He instinctively felt for the cool purple-gold divine gourd in his ninja tool pouch. Hey Jiraiya-san, Minato. I think I ate something bad earlier. I'm just going over there to take a dump. I'll be right back. Taijutsu Chuan suddenly clutched his stomach, twisting his face into a pained grimace and clamping his legs together. Seeing they were well outside Sunagakure's alert perimeter, Jiraiya had relaxed considerably. He waved his hand in disgust and urged, go on, go. Get behind that dune over there and handle it. Make it quick. If you're not back in 10 minutes, we're leaving you behind in the land of wind. You got it. Taijutsu Chuan scurried off in a flash. Once he was out of Jiraiya and Minato's sight, he immediately activated the sixth child's invisibility ability. His body began to turn transparent from his toes upward, as if dissolving into the air. His presence, his chakra signature, everything was completely erased, leaving only a trail of footprints in the sand. In his invisible state, Taijutsu Chuan slipped into the hidden valley like a phantom. Deep within, the howling wind was blocked by the rock walls, creating an eerie silence. The monk Bunpoku remained seated in meditation in his small dirt hollow, as still as a stone statue. But just as Taijutsu Chuan closed within 10 steps, this monk, whose senses were honed by years of living alongside a tailed beast, seemed to perceive something. Bunpoku slowly opened his murky yet clear eyes. When he saw a child of about 8 years old grinning mischievously materialize out of thin air, a flicker of profound confusion crossed his serene gaze. Child, who are? Bunpoku began, but before he could finish, Taijutsu Chuan, giving him no chance to react, yanked the stopper off the purple gold divine gourd and aimed its mouth directly at the seated monk. Absorb. Instantly, a blinding purple gold light erupted from the gourd's mouth. The light coalesced into a vortex that seemed to distort space itself, generating an incredibly terrifying suction force. Bunpoku didn't even have time to form a hand seal to resist. He felt a flash of purple light, and his entire body shrank, turning into a stream of light that was smoothly sucked into the gourd with a soft whoosh. Plop. Taijutsu Chuan swiftly replaced the stopper and pressed it tight. He shook the now heavier gourd, listening to the silence within, and a look of unrestrained delight flashed in his eyes. Holy crap. It actually worked. Packaged him and the tailed beast in 1 second. This purple gourd is way too overpowered. However, Taijutsu Chuan was unaware that at the very same second, Bunpoku and Shikaku's chakra vanished from the valley in the highest office of the Kazekage building in Sunagakure. The third Kazekage, who had been overlooking the village from his window, spun around sharply. A terrifying, murderous intent instantly exploded within his deep, cold eyes. The One-Tail's chakra within the barrier has disappeared. As the Kazekage, reputed to be the strongest in history, he maintained absolute control over the village's strategic deterrent. Without a moment's hesitation, the third Kazekage's hands blurred through hand signs. His body transformed into a torrent of black sand, shattered the office window, and shot towards the perceived location with terrifying, air-tearing speed. Minutes later, boom. A black meteor crashed heavily into the center of the valley, the impact shattering the surrounding rock walls. The third Kazekage's tall figure, draped in a white haori, emerged from the dust. His face was stern, his gaze like lightning as he swept the area. There were no signs of a struggle, no trace of foreign chakra residue. But Bunpoku was undeniably gone. The third Kazekage walked slowly to the spot where Bunpoku had been meditating. Staring at the small worn depression left by years of sitting, a heavy contemplative expression settled on his face. No sign of the barrier being broken. Did Bunpoku unseal himself and flee? No, impossible. He doesn't have that ability. Then who? At that moment, less than 5 meters away, Taijutsu Chuan, perfectly invisible, was boldly scrutinizing the most powerful Kazekage to ever shake the ninja world. Seeing the other man's furrowed brow and utter bewilderment, a wicked grin uncontrollably spread across Chuan's face. Since I've already packed up the One-Tail, why not take the Kazekage too? Buy one get one free. Jiraiya-san would definitely praise me to the skies. Giddy with the Gourd's immense power, Tianyu Qishuan once again pulled out the stopper and aimed the deep, dark mouth of the Gourd at the unsuspecting third Kazekage's back. Absorb. The purple light surged once more, and a terrifying suction force enveloped the third Kazekage. Before the third Kazekage could even finish turning his head, his body was warped and twisted by the purple light, and with a sharp whoosh he was yanked into the Gourd. Ha! Got him. The strongest Kazekage, huh? Not so tough after. Tianyu Qishuan began to marvel at the Gourd's absurd power. But the next second a strange rustling sound came from the Gourd in his hand. Then the third Kazekage that had been sucked in instantly disintegrated into a pile of ordinary black iron sand, which poured out of the Gourd's mouth and scattered all over the ground. The smile on Tianyu Qishuan's face froze solid. Sand clone. At that moment a terrifying wave of magnet release chakra descended upon the entire valley from above like a crushing mountain. Tianyu Qishuan snapped his head up. There against the dim wind-obscured sky stood the real third Kazekage. He was suspended in midair. A pair of immense black wings formed from high-density iron sand spread behind him like a grim reaper. His eyes, utterly devoid of emotion, stared down at the ground below, a spot that had been empty but had given away its position with that flash of purple light. I can't sense you, but that strange suction force definitely came from there. No matter who you are, since you dared to touch Suna's-tailed beast. The third Kazekage's voice was as cold as ancient ice. Without another word, he slowly raised his right hand. Then you will be buried here along with this valley forever. Magnet release iron sand binding coffin. As his words fell, the thick clouds above the valley were torn asunder. Countless black iron sands surged and churned in the sky like a raging ocean. In the blink of an eye they coalesced into hundreds of thick sharp spears of iron sand, blotting out the sky and completely sealing off the airspace above the valley. Staring at the apocalyptic tsunami of iron sand raining down with no escape route, the last vestiges of composure on Tianyu Qishuan's face vanished completely. Damn, I might have overdone it this time. Boom. With the third Kazekage's cold proclamation, the sea of iron sand formed from his high-density magnet release chakra came crashing down upon the valley below like a collapsing celestial river. Thousands of pitch-black iron sand spears tore through the air, their piercing shrieks heralding an indiscriminate, devastating bombardment upon the entire valley. The solid rock walls, which stood no chance against these high-density iron spears, were instantly pierced, torn apart, and pulverized, kicking up a blinding storm of sand and debris. Tianyu Qishuan stood his ground, still invisible, with nowhere to run. Clang. Clatter. Bang. The dense barrage of iron sand spears hammered into him like a violent storm, sending sparks flying. Fortunately, his body was as tough as iron and bronze. These attacks, potent enough to shred a jonin into a honeycomb, merely produced a series of jarring metallic clashes against his skin, not even leaving a mark. But while the overwhelming tide of black iron sand couldn't harm Tianyu Qishuan, and he remained hidden, the sheer density of the assault outlined his position as a conspicuous person-shaped void. High above, the third Kazekage's sharp, hawk-like eyes narrowed. Found you. I don't know how you're hiding your body in chakra, but within my absolute domain, all disguises are futile. The third Kazekage let out a cold snort, his hands snapping together in front of his chest. The vast amount of iron sand scattered on the ground suddenly came to life, coiling into two colossal black pythons. They lunged at the person-shaped void, their gaping maws ready to crush everything in their path. Watching the iron sand pythons converge from all sides, Tianyu Qishuan let out a helpless sigh and rubbed his temples, which were still ringing from the assault. Sigh, I was hoping to slip away quietly, but it looks like a fight is unavoidable, Tianyu Qishuan mused to himself. He was on a top-secret infiltration mission with Master Jiraiya. If he revealed his identity as a Konoha shinobi here, the consequences would be dire. It might even spark a declaration of war from the land of wind against the land of fire by tomorrow. If we have to fight, I might as well muddy the waters. Alright, let it be the village hidden in the mist. A mischievous grin spread across Tianyu Qishuan's face. He deactivated his invisibility, his form materializing within the encirclement of iron sand. Then he clumsily formed a few nonsensical hand signs, took a deep breath, channeled his vast water nature chakra, and roared at the third Kazekage in the sky, water-style great waterfall technique. As the mispronounced technique name left his lips, an immense, unnatural surge of water vapor erupted within the desert. Centered on Tianyu Qishuan, thousands of tons of crystal-clear seawater materialized out of thin air, forming a towering tsunami dozens of meters high. It crashed into the attacking iron sand pythons with overwhelming force, scattering them before surging forward like an enraged water dragon to slam into the third Kazekage. In this extremely arid desert, you can unleash a large-scale water-style technique of this magnitude out of thin air. A rare look of shock crossed the third Kazekage's face. Faced with this terrifying tsunami capable of flooding half the village, even a Kage couldn't afford to be careless. He flapped the iron sand wings on his back, transforming into a black blur of lightning. In the nick of time, he shot dozens of meters higher, barely avoiding the crushing force of the water. The raging water flooded the valley like a flash flood, washing away the pungent iron sand and turning the once parched ground into a muddy swamp. As the water's force subsided, the third Kazekage immediately scanned the ground, his killing intent palpable, searching for the one who had performed the jutsu. But below there was nothing but barren rocks and mud. There was no sign of anyone. Tianyu Qixuan had vanished without a trace, leaving not even a flicker of chakra behind. The third Kazekage slowly descended onto the muddy ground. Surveying the exaggerated destruction wrought by the water style, his face darkened with fury. To perform a terrain-altering super large-scale water style without a water source. His eyes glinted with cold malice, his fists clenched so tight they cracked. He ground his teeth and spat. The land of water. The village hidden in the mist. Fine. You madmen who live on the sea dare to reach into the heart of the land of wind, and even covet the one tail. The hidden sand will remember this debt. Meanwhile, behind a hidden dune 10 kilometers from the village. Where the hell has that brat run off to? Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze waited anxiously. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the earth, followed by the faint roar of surging waves. What's going on? A high-intensity battle over there. And the sound of a water style. Minato frowned at kunai, already gripped in his hand, ready for action. Just then a disheveled figure came tumbling out of the sandstorm. Uncle, Minato, I'm back. Jiraiya and Minato squinted, their breath catching in their throats. It was Tianyu Qixuan. Despite being unharmed thanks to his iron-hard body, his rough camouflaging clothes had been shredded into countless tattered strips by the iron sand assault. Qixuan now looked like a beggar from a historical drama, with only a few scraps of cloth left to cover himself, clutching his precious purple gold gourd. Seeing Qixuan in such a sorry state, Jiraiya's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. Qixuan, what the hell happened to you? Weren't you just going to the bathroom? How did your clothes end up in tatters? And what was all that commotion in the valley just now? Did you do that? Though he had no evidence, Jiraiya knew Qixuan's mischievous and troublesome nature all too well. That ruckus definitely had this brat's fingerprints all over it. Tianyu Qixuan looked at Jiraiya, a flicker of guilt flashing across his face. He swallowed hard, deciding that honesty was the best policy. Taking a deep breath, he looked Jiraiya straight in the eye and spoke rapidly. Uncle, don't ask questions, we have to run. I stole the one tail. The third Kazekage has lost his mind and is hunting for me everywhere. The air solidified instantly. Even the howling wind seemed to stop. Minato's bright blue eyes went wide, his mouth slightly agape, his usual composure shattered. Jiraiya, the legendary Toad Sage, felt his mind go completely blank. You? What did you say? Jiraiya's voice trembled like a leaf in the wind. He wondered if the sand had clogged his ears. You? Say that again. You stole what? The one tail? That old monk Bunpoku him, and the tailed beast, they're all in this gourd. Tianyu Qixuan slapped the purple gold gourd, producing a dull thud. The third Kazekage was chasing me, so I hit him with a water style and blamed it on the mist. But he'll figure it out soon. If we don't leave now, we're done for. What? Jiraiya let out a silent, anguished scream. He felt a heart attack coming on, his blood pressure spiking to dangerous levels. You stole their strategic nuclear weapon while taking a damn piss. You think you're picking up a cabbage at the market? That's a tailed beast. Jiraiya yanked at his hair in sheer desperation, on the verge of a breakdown. He had assumed Qixuan's worst offense was angering a patrol squad, but the kid had gone and ripped out the very heart of the hidden sand village. As if to confirm Qixuan's story. The distant hidden valley, after suffering the combined assault of the iron sand and the raging water, finally gave way. With a deafening roar, it collapsed into rubble. Feeling the violent tremors and seeing the colossal dust cloud rise in the distance, Jiraiya knew this was no time for blame. If the third Kazekage discovered they were Konoha shinobi, it would be a fight to the death. This is insane. Absolutely insane. Jiraiya cursed through gritted teeth, biting his right thumb without hesitation. As blood welled up, his hands flew through a series of seals before he slammed his bloody palm onto the sand. No time to run back to the land of fire. Fukasaku-sama, I'm counting on you. Reverse summoning jutsu. Poof, a massive plume of white smoke erupted in the desert. Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze, and a tattered Tianyu Qixuan clutching the gourd vanished without a trace in the smoke. All that was left was an empty crater in the sand and a few scraps of fabric fluttering in the wind. Bang! With a thick puff of white smoke erupting on the damp, giant plant-covered terrain, 3 figures tumbled ungracefully onto an enormous lotus leaf. Morning mist wove through the forest, and the air was thick with the potent essence of natural energy. This was Mount Myaboku, one of the 3 sacred lands secluded from the world. Oh my, if it isn't little Jiraiya. How did you end up in such a state? What happened that you had to use the reverse summoning technique so urgently? An aged yet spirited voice came from the side. A small green toad, barely palm-sized and draped in a tiny gray cloak, squatted on a thick mushroom stem. With arms crossed and brow furrowed, he looked down at the seated Jiraiya. Hearing Fukasaku's inquiry, Jiraiya rubbed his throbbing temples painfully and instinctively glanced towards Tianyu Qixuan, who was nearby, looking utterly carefree and gazing around. Tianyu Qixuan's coarse hemp robes had been reduced to a few tattered strips barely clinging to his shoulders and waist, making him look like a refugee who had just escaped the bandits' den. Yet he himself seemed unconcerned, his dark eyes darting around keenly. So this is the legendary Mount Myaboku. Huh, sure has a ton of toads. The air even smells like pondweed. Tianyu Qixuan muttered to himself, curling his lip in disdain. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze also rose to his feet. Though his azure eyes remained vigilant, they also sparkled with intense curiosity. Minato's gaze swept over the plants towering taller than houses, and the giant frogs as large as wild boars leaping about in puddles. He was silently amazed by the wonders of this sacred land. Fukasaku followed Jiraiya's gaze, landing on the two unfamiliar youths, especially the black-haired boy who was scantily clad and clutching a purple gold gourd. "Are these two your new disciples?" Fukasaku asked, stroking the white whiskers on his chin, his tone puzzled. "Boss, it's like this damn brat," Jiraiya sighed, opening his mouth to explain. "Little Jiraiya, since you're here, have Fukasaku bring you to me." Suddenly, an aged, slow voice, as if traversing endless eons, sounded without warning above their heads. The voice carried an undeniable authority, instantly silencing the giant toads that had been croaking noisily around them. Fukasaku's expression turned serious, dropping his previous casual demeanor. He leaped down from the mushroom, landed steadily, and nodded at Jiraiya. "It is the great sage's summons. Come, little Jiraiya. We can speak of your matters after we see him." Jiraiya's expression stiffened, and he quickly composed himself. Turning to Chishuan and Minato, who were still looking around, he instructed in a low, firm voice. "This is the great toad sage's secluded sanctuary. Stay close and don't wander off." Passing through the mist-shrouded forest, the group arrived at a grand ancient stone hall that exuded an aura of antiquity. In the center of the hall, upon a wide stone throne, lounged a colossal orange toad with a massive string of prayer beads inscribed with the character Immortal hanging around his neck. His eyes were closed as if on the verge of sleep, a faint snore escaping with each breath. Hearing the footsteps, the great toad sage slowly opened his enormous murky eyes that seemed capable of seeing through all in the world. His gaze swept briefly over Jiraiya and Minato, then slowly came to rest on Tianyu Chishuan, who was lagging behind, picking his nose. The great toad sage's gaze lingered on Chishuan for a few moments, a rare flicker of something crossing the depths of his hazy eyes. Then he slowly turned his head to look at Jiraiya, speaking in his characteristic ancient drawl. "Jiraiya, I didn't expect you to find the child of prophecy so soon." The word struck Jiraiya like a thunderbolt. Jiraiya's body jolted violently, his eyes widening in utter disbelief. Instantly, he recalled the prophecy the great toad sage had given him years ago, a prophecy concerning the very fate of the shinobi world. He would travel the world and take on a disciple who would bring about a monumental change to the shinobi world. The child of prophecy. Now, Jiraiya's breath hitched. His gaze darted frantically between Minato and Chishuan. Does the great sage mean Minato or Chishuan? Minato was exceptionally gifted with a gentle yet resilient personality, the very image of a legendary savior. And Chishuan, although his personality was flawed, his powerful Kekkei Genkai and that unbelievable feat of stealing a tailed beast seemed to hold the potential to overturn the shinobi world as well. Unable to contain his agitation, Jiraiya stepped forward, his voice trembling slightly. "Great sage, who exactly are you talking about?" The great toad sage did not answer directly. Instead, he slowly turned his enormous eyes again, fixing his gaze upon Tianyu Chishuan. Jiraiya followed the great toad sage's gaze, his heart clenching. Could it be? Chishuan is the child of prophecy. Beside him, Fukasaku's toad eyes widened as he scrutinized Chishuan with a strange look, his mind reeling with disbelief. Could the great sage be mistaken? Could this disheveled, unreliable-looking boy truly be the child of prophecy? Meanwhile, Tianyu Chishuan suddenly felt the weight of everyone's gaze in the hall upon him. He looked down at his own body, exposed except for a few strips of cloth ruined by the iron sand, and shyly covered his lower half. "Oh my uncles, if you old men keep staring at me with such hungry eyes, I'll get shy, how naughty crack." The solemn atmosphere of the hall shattered into pieces in that instant. A huge, throbbing vein bulged on Jiraiya's forehead as his face darkened. He pointed at Tianyu Chishuan and roared, "Who the hell wants to look at your scrawny little body, you brat? That's enough out of you." After yelling, Jiraiya took a few deep breaths, forcibly suppressing the urge to grind the boy into the dirt. Then, remembering the Shikaku incident, his expression turned grave. "Stop clowning around. By the way, that one tail you said you stole, where is it?" Tianyu Chishuan, knowing when to quit, resumed his nonchalant demeanor. He casually shook the purple gold gourd in his hand. "It's in here." Seeing Jiraiya's skeptical look, he curled his lip. "Don't believe me? I'll let it out to show you." With that, he unhesitatingly pulled the stopper from the gourd, tilted it downwards, and gave the bottom a rough smack. A blinding flash of purple light erupted, and a gaunt figure clad in a tattered monk's robe was abruptly expelled from the gourd's mouth, landing with a thud on the cold stone floor of the hall. Seeing the monk appear out of thin air, Jiraiya's pupils contracted, his muscles tensing instantly. "The one tail is inside you." Suddenly released from the gourd's dark, confined space, Bunpoku looked around at the enormous toads and the unfamiliar grand stone hall, a flicker of confusion and disorientation in his eyes. But after a few seconds, he regained his composure. He rose slowly, pressed his palms together, and gave a slight bow. "Amitba, I am Bunpoku. There is no need for alarm, benefactors. Little Crane is indeed within me." A little crane. Jiraiya and Minato's expressions turned strange upon hearing the absurd nickname. The ultimate weapon of Sunagakure, the infamous One Tail, being called such a ridiculous pet name. However, they had no time to voice their thoughts. Roar. Shikaku sealed within Bunpoku upon hearing the old monk use that embarrassing nickname in front of so many strangers, especially a bunch of old toads, was enraged beyond measure. The furious Tanuki flew into a blind rage. Old man, how many times have I warned you? Don't call me that disgusting name in public. I'll kill you all. As Shikaku's berserk roar echoed in Bunpuku's mind, a massive wave of earth-yellow chakra filled with immense brutality and murderous intent erupted from his body like a volcanic explosion. In the blink of an eye, a dense cloak of tailed beast chakra covered Bunpuku's body, and a colossal tail, formed from chakra, began to take shape behind him. Sensing the violent, destructive chakra fluctuations, Jiraiya's expression changed completely. No doubt about it. This vicious chakra signature is definitely a tailed beast. Jiraiya's eyes were fixed on Bunpuku, but his mind was racing. He turned and took a deep look at Taijutsu Chuan standing nearby. This kid's powerful unknown Kekkei Genkai coupled with that terrifying artifact capable of forcibly sealing away a tailed beast. The complex political landscape of Konoha's higher-ups instantly flashed through Jiraiya's mind, especially that viperously greedy Danzo Shimura lurking in the shadows of the root. If Danzo ever learned of a boy in Konoha possessing an artifact that could contain tailed beasts, he would stop at nothing to brainwash and control Chichuan, turning him into a weapon. With this thought, Jiraiya finally came to a decision. He turned and spoke solemnly to the Great Toad Sage. Great Sage, I have a request. Could you let this boy stay at Mount Myaboku for a while? The Great Toad Sage's hazy eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had already perceived Jiraiya's concerns. He nodded slowly, his aged voice echoing in the hall. I have no objections. Let him stay here and train. What a... No way. Hearing this decision, Taijutsu Chuan let out a screech like a stuck pig. He jumped up, pointing at the slimy toads around them, his face a mask of resistance. Are you crazy, old man? I'm not staying with these slimy, warty toads. The air here smells awful. I want to go back to Konoha and eat Ichiraku ramen and barbecue. But this time Jiraiya didn't indulge him. He spun around and firmly gripped Chichuan's shoulders. His eyes, usually filled with a hint of lecherousness, now held a stern and serious glint. Jiraiya looked directly into Chichuan's eyes and spoke slowly, emphasizing each word. Shut up. Chichuan, you've caused a huge mess this time. Staying here is for your own good. Until things settle down, you're not going anywhere. Seeing Jiraiya's serious expression, Taijutsu Chuan was taken aback, but eventually, he curled his lip and offered no further resistance. Jiraiya released his grip, sighing deeply. He would have to figure out how to explain this to the old third Hokage. With the one tail, missing Tsunegakure would be in an uproar. As for Chichuan, until the situation was fully resolved, keeping him in Mount Myaboku was the best course of action. This was in a way his protection. At least Danzo's reach couldn't extend into the three sacred lands. As Bunpuku pressed his palms together, closed his eyes, and softly chanted an unknown sutra, the violent-tailed beast chakra, enveloping his body, receded like the ebbing tide swiftly flowing back along his form. Within but a few breaths, that ferocious aura dissipated without a trace. When Bunpuku opened his eyes once more, he had returned to the serene visage of an ordinary monk. Jiraiya, witnessing this, felt the taut nerves in his body finally begin to ease. He turned, bowed deeply to the Great Toad Sage upon his throne, and spoke with solemn gravity. Great Elder, I entrust this boy's matter to you, and Sage Fukusaku. With that, he prepared to depart Mount Myaboku with Minato. Before leaving, Minato paused, unable to resist glancing back at Taijutsu Chuan, who was crouched on the ground, idly poking a small toad with a twig. His azure eyes were filled with genuine concern. He turned to Jiraiya and asked softly, Jiraiya-sensei, is Chichuan truly alright staying here alone? Jiraiya placed his broad palm upon Minato's golden hair, ruffling it firmly, and gave him a reassuring look, replying in a low, steady voice, rest assured, Minato. He is safer here than anywhere else in the ninja world. Several hours later, at the entrance of Konoha village, the morning sunlight grew increasingly warm. Uzumaki Kushina was crouched beneath a large tree at the village gate, drawing circles in the dirt with a twig. Her vibrant red hair gleamed strikingly under the sun. Minato, Jiraiya-sensei. Spotting the two familiar figures approaching in the distance, Kushina's eyes lit up instantly. She sprang up like a joyful fawn, waving her arms energetically. However, as the two drew nearer, the smile on Kushina's face suddenly froze. She stood on her tiptoes, craning her neck to look behind them, searching left and right, yet she still could not see the ever-lackadaisical black-haired youth. Where's Chichuan? Kushina's voice trembled, her eyes reddening instantly. Large teardrops entirely beyond her control began to fall, plop, plop, plop. She grabbed Minato's sleeve, anxiously asking, why didn't he come back with you? Did something happen to him? Seeing Kushina, who was usually as fierce as a little tiger, now crying so piteously, Minato's heart clenched tightly. He stepped forward quickly, gently grasping Kushina's shoulders with both hands, and comforted her in a soft voice. Don't cry, Kushina. Chichuan is fine. He's in a safe place right now. Then why didn't he come back with you? Kushina refused to listen. She shook off Minato's hand, stared intensely at Jiraiya, and demanded loudly, is it because I didn't go so you encountered danger and abandoned him? After nearly half a year of getting along, Kushina had long come to regard Taijutsu Chuan as her own younger brother. Therefore, seeing Chichuan not return with Jiraiya and Minato, she was exceptionally furious, believing that Jiraiya and Minato had forsaken him. Even the Nine-Tails chakra within her began to leak out slightly. Several Umbu hidden in the shadows saw this, and began to advance cautiously, but Jiraiya gave them a subtle look, and they retreated back into the darkness. Facing the emotionally distraught Kushina, Jiraiya shed his usual nonchalance. He walked up to her, his tall frame bending down until his gaze met hers. A rather unusual complication did arise during the mission, which is why Qishuan can't return to the village for now. Jiraiya's voice was low and resolute, his eyes holding a steadfast glint. But I promise you, Kushina, as the leader of Team 7, I will never let anything happen to Qishuan. As long as I draw breath, no one will lay a finger on any of you. As one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya was fiercely protective of his own so long as the village wasn't betrayed. He was all too familiar with the filthy political machinations of Konoha's higher-ups. He would absolutely never allow his disciple to become a sacrifice in political struggles. As if Jiraiya's assurance had worked, Kushina sniffled roughly, wiping the tears from her face with the back of her hand. Red-eyed, she nodded, finally ceasing her crying. Having calmed Kushina, Jiraiya straightened up, his gaze casually sweeping over a patch of shadow nearby. He gave a slight nod to the Umbu hidden there, then strode purposefully towards the Hokage's office building. At the Hokage's office, pushing open the heavy wooden door, Jiraiya walked straight in. Old man, there was a complication during the mission. Jiraiya began, intending to tell the third Hokage everything, but his words caught in his throat as his peripheral vision caught a figure seated in the shadows of the sofa. His brow furrowed involuntarily. Shimura Danzo. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated behind his desk, took a couple of puffs from his pipe, exhaled a plume of white smoke, and said amiably to Jiraiya, "It's fine, Jiraiya. Go on, what happened in Sunagakure?" But Jiraiya kept his eyes fixed on Danzo, a flicker of wariness surfacing. The two men stared each other down until Danzo let out an unpleasant snort from his nose. Only then did Jiraiya speak, succinctly recounting the infiltration of Sunagakure, Tianyu Qishuan's unexpected awakening of a divine artifact, and the taking of the one-tail, Jinchuriki Bunpoku. Clatter. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pipe fell directly onto the table, scattering ashes everywhere. The veteran of countless storms, his eyes were wide open, his pupils trembling violently. Even he, upon hearing such an unbelievable tale as taking away the one tail, could not maintain his composure. And Danzo, seated on the sofa, burst forth with a blazing greedy light in his eyes the moment he heard the news. He abruptly stood up, unable to contain himself, and pressed. "Where are that brat Tianyu Qishuan and the one tail now?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Danzo seemed to realize his loss of composure. Glancing at the grim-faced third Hokage, he let out a feigned cough and tried to cover it up. "What I mean is, where is Qishuan now? The one tail is a dangerous strategic weapon. It's not something an 8-year-old brat can control." Jiraiya ignored Danzo's bluster, turning his gaze solely towards his teacher, remaining silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. He knew his old classmate all too well. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Danzo and said, "Danzo, I will handle this matter personally. The root must be busy with many affairs lately, aren't they? Go attend to your own duties." "Hiruzen, what nonsense are you speaking?" Danzo slammed his hands on the table, retorting sharply, "What matter is more important than the one tail? The priority is to immediately take that brat into custody and hand him over to my root for interrogation. Only Root's methods can ensure he obediently hands over the one tail. This is for the sake of Konoha. I will never hand Qishuan over to Root." Jiraiya forcefully interrupted Danzo, his tone leaving no room for compromise. He knew precisely what kind of place Root was. Those who entered either became emotionless killing machines or ended up as corpses. Hearing this, Danzo sneered disdainfully and was about to turn and rebuke Jiraiya. A chilling murderous intent abruptly erupted from Jiraiya, locking directly onto Danzo. Jiraiya's eyes were like those of an enraged lion, glaring fixedly at Danzo's sinister face. Feeling Jiraiya's undisguised killing intent, Danzo's expression turned extremely ugly. Though he coveted the one-tail, Jiraiya was in his prime. In a real fight, he would gain nothing. "You will regret this, Hiruzen," Danzo spat out through gritted teeth before turning and storming out of the office, slamming the door heavily behind him. With Danzo's departure, the atmosphere in the office eased somewhat. Jiraiya retracted his killing intent, pulled up a chair, and sat down, finally confessing that Qishuan had been left at Mount Myaboku. "Old man, that's the situation. What do you plan to do?" Jiraiya looked directly into the third Hokage's eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen relit his pipe, took a deep drag, and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. After a long contemplative silence, he slowly asked, "So you are determined to protect the boy Qishuan?" Jiraiya nodded firmly. Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, his mind racing. As Hokage, he had to weigh all the pros and cons. If he forcefully ordered Jiraiya to hand over Qishuan, Jiraiya might comply under duress, but it would inevitably create an irreparable rift between master and disciple, a loss not worth the gain. Moreover, Tianyu Qishuan was not only Jiraiya's disciple. He had shown exceptional talent and potential, likely to become a shinobi of the Sannin's caliber or even surpass them in the future. To sacrifice a serving Sannin and a genius who might one day support the very sky of Konoha for the sake of a one-tail that wasn't even certain to be perfectly controlled, such a foolish trade of a cow for a hen, was something Sarutobi Hiruzen would never do. After a moment's deliberation, Sarutobi Hiruzen made his decision. He tapped his pipe against the ashtray, his tone turning both gentle and authoritative. "In that case, let Qishuan stay with you for now. I will deal with Danzo and make sure he doesn't act rashly." Sarutobi Hiruzen paused then added, however Jiraiya, you'd best find a way to persuade Shishuan to hand the one tail over to the village. After all, it's a tailed beast gets too dangerous in an individual's hands. Otherwise, I won't be able to hold off the higher-ups forever. Jiraiya upon hearing this felt the heavy weight lift from his heart. He stood up, nodded solemnly, and said, understood. Outside the Hokage's office building in Konoha village, Jiraiya let out a long weary breath and squinted up at the blazing sun. Though he had been at daggers drawn with Danzo in the office moments ago, nearly coming to blows, the outcome had ultimately been favorable. The old third Hokage had after all honored his bond as a master and shielded Shishuan. As long as the kid hands over the one tail, everything can be settled. Jiraiya mused to himself, a relieved smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. He couldn't wait to share the good news with that brat to make him understand the immense price his master had paid to protect him. With a bang and a puff of white smoke, Jiraiya bit his thumbs, swiftly formed hand seals, and used the reverse summoning technique to return to Mount Myaboku. However, when he returned to the courtyard before the Great Toad Hall brimming with anticipation, the bizarrely tranquil scene before him made the smile on his face instantly freeze. Sunlight filtered through the gaps of the colossal trees, casting dappled shadows on the soft grass. Tianyu Shishuan, showing not an ounce of guilt for causing trouble, was lounging comfortably on his side atop a giant lotus leaf, legs crossed, chewing idly on a sweet root he had plucked. On the muddy ground before him, he had casually drawn two crisscrossing checkerboards with a twig. The boards were filled with crude pieces fashioned from the damp red clay native to Mount Myaboku, each inscribed with wobbly characters like General, Marshal, Chariot, and Horse. And sitting across from Shishuan was none other than Bunpuku, the one-tailed Jinchuriki, who was supposed to be under strict guard. Bunpuku sat cross-legged, holding a clay pawn in his hand, staring intently at the board. After a long while, a serene smile suddenly spread across his weathered face. Bunpuku slowly set the piece down, pressed his palms together in a gentle bow towards Shishuan, and said, Umitba, young benefactor, your chess style is cunning and lethal at every turn. I have lost again. You flatter me, sir. Your defense is watertight, but your offense could use some work. Tianyu Shishuan retorted with a grin, spitting out the root, showing no particular deference to his elder. This world had no chess. Shishuan relied purely on his knowledge of the rules to beat Bunpuku. But a win was a win. Bunpuku showed no sign of resentment, clearing the pieces to set up another game. No. One more round. One more round. A small green toad, draped in a gray cloak, crouching by another board, was getting agitated. Fukasaku, the elder toad, hopped around, irritably pointing at the board and shouting, that was a lapse in judgment. I didn't see your double chariot tactic. I'll definitely beat you this time. But what surprised Jiraiya the most was, even the great toad sage upon his colossal stone throne had his murky eyes fixed unblinkingly on the mud board, occasionally showing signs of deep thought, as if pondering his next best move. A gentle breeze rustled through, carrying the fresh scent of toad grass. An elder, a youth, a sage, and a giant beast, all harmoniously huddled together playing chess. Jiraiya's mouth twitched violently. He felt like a redundant outsider. He coughed dryly, trying to get their attention. Well. Oh, it's little Jiraiya. Fukasaku didn't even look up, his gaze locked on the board. He waved a small paw dismissively and said, wait until I finish this game with the kid, then I'll show you how to dominate. Hurry up, kid, stop dawdling. Set up the pieces. I'll let you move first this time. Tianyu Shishuan rolled his eyes in disdain, slowly putting the clay pieces back, and taunted mercilessly, tisk, old toad, you've lost 7 games in a row to me. You're terrible at this, but love playing. You can't even beat Bunpuku, let alone dominate. Nonsense. I'll win this round. I am a sage of Mount Myaboku. Fukasaku was red in the face with anger. Jiraiya, completely ignored, felt his energy drain. He sighed in exasperation, stop playing, Shishuan. I've already settled your problem. Hearing this, Tianyu Shishuan finally paused his fiddling with the chess pieces. He looked up, his dark eyes flashing with surprise. Jiraiya spoke slowly. I talked with the third Hokage. If you hand the one tail over to the village, we can return to Konoha right now. However, upon hearing this, Tianyu Shishuan frowned. But old man, I think Bunpuku here is a really good guy. He plays chess with me, never acts high and mighty, and has a great temper. Can we not hand him over? Crack. Jiraiya was petrified. His brain went into a complete shutdown, his mouth slightly agape, and his eyes wide as saucers. He had never, absolutely never imagined that Shishuan would refuse. No way. Jiraiya roared internally. I worked my ass off risking a rift with the higher-ups, persuading them for your sake to get this chance, and you couldn't even appreciate it for a second. And why are you keeping an enemy's nuclear weapon? Just to play mud chess with you? Are you treating it like a pet? Before Jiraiya could snap out of his mental breakdown, Bunpuku, who had been sipping tea nearby, also spoke up with a gentle smile. This old monk, who had been imprisoned like a monster in Sunagakure for most of his life, looked around at the lush, vibrant forest, took a deep breath of the earthy, scented air, and spoke with heartfelt tranquility. Amitba, benefactor Jiraiya, this old monk also finds it quite pleasant here. The mountains are clear, the waters are beautiful, without conflict, without worldly prejudice, without cold iron bars. If I could spend my remaining days here playing chess daily with the young benefactor and listening to the sages preach, it would be a blessing cultivated over many lifetimes. As Bunpuku's words settled, the great toad sage on his colossal throne high above the hall slowly blinked his eyes. His voice ancient as if it could crumble to dust echoed directly in their minds. Since Bunpoku finds it agreeable here, let him stay with me. Speaking of which, I haven't seen that ill-tempered little tanuki in quite some time. The great toad sage's words were the final straw. Jiraiya was at his wit's end. He stared blankly at the harmonious yet absurd sight. A kid who didn't want to hand over a prisoner, an enemy Jinchuriki, who didn't want to go home, and a toad patriarch who insisted on keeping a captive. Crazy. This world has definitely gone crazy. Jiraiya clutched his white hair, in anguish, his shoulders slumping in defeat. Sigh. I'll figure something out, great sage. The great toad sage nodded slowly, seemingly very pleased with Jiraiya's compromise. Then the 1,000-year-old sage abruptly changed the subject, his sharp gaze fixed on the chessboard below. He advised Fukasaku, who was scratching his head in thought. Fukasaku, for your next move, you shouldn't go there. Move your chariot to that spot on the left. Fukasaku was stunned for a moment, then his eyes rapidly scanned the board. A flash of ecstatic realization lit up his green face. Without hesitation, he extended a small claw and slammed a clay piece deep into the heart of Chishuan's defenses. Then, hands on hips, he let out a triumphant toad laugh. Ha! Checkmate. You're finished, you little brat. I win. Watching his king cornered with no escape, the smile vanished from Tianyu Chishuan's face. He stared for a full 2 seconds, then angrily grabbed a handful of the clay pieces and hurled them onto the grass. Like a true spoiled brat, he threw himself to the ground, rolling around without a shred of dignity, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Damn it! You're cheating." Since when is outside coaching allowed in chess? And from a coach who's lived for over 1,000 years, no less. Unfair. I'm not playing anymore. You cheating toads. Give me my money back. Bunpoku sat to the side, watching Chishuan's furious rolling tantrum. Instead of finding it annoying, he laughed warmly, the wrinkles around his eyes softening, as if he were watching his own beloved grandson throw a fit. The sunlight, the breeze, the boisterous youth, the triumphant toad, the benevolent old monk. It was a picture of utmost warmth, harmony, and vibrant life. Except for one person. In a shadowy corner, less than 5 meters from this heartwarming scene. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, squatted forlornly in the shade of a large tree, all color drained from his world. He hugged his knees, forlornly drawing circles in the dirt with a small twig. Why does it feel like I'm the only one worrying about this? Damn it. Is this the fate of a man who bears the burden of peace for the entire ninja world? A gust of wind swept by, lifting a withered yellow leaf that landed perfectly on Jiraiya's head, adding to his misery. In the days that followed, Tianyu Chishuan's life at Mount Myaboku was nothing short of leisurely and carefree. No longer burdened by bloody missions, he spent his days either sitting cross-legged on the grass, playing Go with Elder Fukasaku, or training under the tutelage of the Toad Sage, learning the so-called Sage Mode. Inside the mist-filled training ground, surrounded by towering sharp stone pillars, Fukasaku stood with his hands clasped behind his back, perfectly balanced on the tip of one precipitous spire. His green toad face was etched with solemnity as he looked down upon Tianyu Chishuan, who sat on a stone slab below. He scolded him with a stern voice. "Boy, wipe that sloppy look off your face. Don't think you can do as you please just because the great sage himself ordered me to teach you. The path of Ninjutsu is fraught with peril. One misstep and natural energy will consume you, turning you into a stone toad. I will not go easy on you." Tianyu Chishuan lazily lifted one eyelid, glanced upward, and retorted, "Tch, you old geezer, quit your blustering. Could it be that you're still sore about losing 10 straight games of Go to me yesterday, and now you're trying to scare me out of spite?" "Wah. What? Nonsense. Of course not." Fukasaku, as if his tail had been stepped on, slipped, his body wobbling precariously on the pillar's tip, nearly tumbling headfirst into the pool of toad oil below. His face flushed with embarrassment as he flailed his stubby arms in frantic denial. "I am the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku. How could I possibly squabble with a brat like you over some trivial game of mud?" Just then a female toad draped in a purple cloak hopped onto a nearby rock. Shima, covering her mouth with a hand, let out a gentle, affectionate chuckle. Now, old man, don't be so hard on little Chishuan. He's the child of prophecy chosen by the great sage himself. His talent is surely beyond doubt." Seeing his wife so openly defend the rascal, Fukasaku's anger flared. He pointed a trembling finger at Chishuan and bellowed, "Mother of my children. Don't be fooled by his looks. I'm not bullying him. It's him who keeps provoking me with his foul tongue, insulting my dignity as a sage." Listening to the two old toads bicker incessantly, Tianyu Chishuan slowly closed his eyes, his mind instantly sinking into deep silence. He didn't touch the dangerous toad oil beside him. Instead, he extended his awareness outward, sensing the vast, boundless natural energy that filled the world around him. Perhaps it was due to the mysterious seven-colored lotus within him having fully bloomed, awakening its true power. The moment Chishuan closed his eyes, he felt the wild, untamable natural energy around him turn incredibly docile, like loyal subjects bowing before their king. Within mere minutes, Chishuan's breathing fell into perfect sync with the very pulse of Mount Myaboku. The toad couple, who had been locked in heated argument, abruptly fell silent. Shima's toad eyes widened in shock as she stared downward. Around Chishuan's body, dense natural energy converged violently, manifesting a hazy, dazzling rainbow phenomenon. And at the center of his brow, the seven-colored lotus mark that was once hidden beneath his skin now blazed with a brilliant sacred light. Old man, Shima swallowed hard, her voice trembling as she asked, in the history of Mount Myaboku, has anyone ever comprehended the sage body this quickly without using toad oil? Fukasaku's earlier anger had vanished without a trace, replaced by extreme gravity and shock. He stared intently at Chishuan and slowly shook his head no. Not even that old mud dragon in Ryuchi Cave who has lived for 1,000 years could pull off such an absurd feat. This kid, perhaps he truly is the child of prophecy. The great sage spoke of the one who can change everything. Time flew by like a white steed passing a gap. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had gone by. Bathed in the pure essence of Senjutsu, Tianyu Chishuan underwent a stunning transformation. Not only did he avoid the unsightly toad-like features that Jiraiya suffered from over-absorbing natural energy, but his very life essence had been elevated, making him even more extraordinarily handsome. His once youthful features had fully matured, his skin as flawless and delicate as the finest porcelain, radiating a soft, lustrous sheen. His beauty was now breathtakingly refined, androgynous, and captivating. His long hair cascaded like a waterfall over his shoulders, and every gesture he made carried an innate, mesmerizing allure that was impossible to ignore. During this time, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki had secretly visited him at Mount Myaboku a few times through Jiraiya's summoning contract. The first time they saw Chishuan's dramatically altered appearance, they froze on the spot, barely recognizing him. Chishuan. It wasn't until Kushina confirmed his familiar, infuriating gaze that she charged at him like a cannonball, fiercely wrapping her arms around his neck. She looked up, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and curiosity. Reaching out, she pinched his flawless cheek and asked, what happened to you? You seem 100 times better looking. Did you eat some kind of beauty-enhancing poisonous mushroom here at Mount Myaboku? Tianyu Chishuan scratched his head, letting Kushina hang on to him, and said casually, maybe it's because the toads here are so ugly that nature had to compensate by boosting my good looks to maintain the ecological balance. Minato, watching from the side, had a gentle smile flicker in his azure eyes. Though Chishuan's appearance had changed drastically, his mischievous personality remained exactly the same. For them, knowing Chishuan was safe was more than enough. And Kushina, after confirming his safety, finally felt a wave of relief wash over her. Before leaving, she promised that she and Minato would definitely come to see him again. But during these 2 months, there was one person who was suffering immensely, enduring a living hell. That person was Jiraiya. On one hand, he had to withstand the relentless pressure from the Konoha higher-ups led by Danzo, who were demanding he hand over the One Tail and Chishuan. On the other, he had to exhaustingly deal with the third Hokage's seemingly gentle, yet increasingly pressing heart-to-heart talks. The entire Konoha leadership believed that Jiraiya had hidden the One Tail and Chishuan. But only Jiraiya knew that the 2 bastards were currently at Mount Myaboku sipping tea and playing Go, living more comfortably than anyone. At the Great Toad Hall on Mount Myaboku, I think it's about time I went back to see Jiraiya. If I wait any longer, that old schemer Danzo might just push him off a cliff. Tianyu Chishuan sat cross-legged in the center of the hall, slowly opening his eyes. The dazzling 7-colored lotus mark on his forehead had now fully retracted, condensing into a single eerie crimson dot. Its effect was somewhat similar to the Yin seal that Tsunade would develop in the future. This crimson dot perfectly collected and compressed a vast amount of natural and life energy. While dormant, it lay in wait, but once released, his strength, speed, regenerative abilities, and all other attributes would receive a terrifying massive boost. Upon his throne, the great toad sage, who had been resting with his eyes closed, seemed to have already foreseen Chishuan's decision to leave. He slowly opened his huge murky eyes and raised a heavy hand. With a soft whoosh, an ancient scroll emanating a faint ripple of Senjutsu chakra descended from above, landing precisely in front of Chishuan. Write your name with your blood. When danger befalls you, the toads of Mount Myaboku will cross space to aid you. The great toad sage's voice remained old and slow. Without a moment's hesitation, Tianyu Chishuan bit his finger and signed his name with a flourish on the ancient contract scroll, pressing his bloodied handprint beneath it. The moment the contract was established, Chishuan felt a strong connection form deep within his soul, linking him to this ancient sage land. He stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and waved cheerfully at the others. Well then, I'll be off. Everyone, see you later. By young benefactor, may you have a smooth journey. This humble monk will offer prayers for your safety. Bunpuku smiled serenely, pressing his palms together and bowing his head slightly. Fukasaku let out a cold snort, but still gave an almost imperceptible nod. Brat, don't bring shame to Mount Myaboku out there. Shima, however, smiled with maternal affection. Little Chishuan, take care out there. Come back and visit us when you have the time. As Chishuan formed hand seals with a soft poof, his figure dissolved into a plume of white smoke, vanishing completely from the hall of Mount Myaboku. The once bustling hall returned to its profound silence. Only the great toad sage, still upon his throne, gazed thoughtfully at the spot where Chishuan had disappeared, then slowly closed his eyes once more. Deep within his mind, the vast sea of fate was undergoing violent tremors. Before he had met Tianyu Chishuan, the visions of the ninja world's future, though blurry and ever-changing, still allowed him to discern the general path and flow of events. But ever since this anomaly Tianyu Chishuan appeared, all the threads of destiny had become chaotic. The established paths were being brutally torn apart and rewoven. Everything was rapidly undergoing unknown changes. And within this chaotic, tangled web of the sea of stars, the only point of convergence, the only anchor, was Taijutsu. It seemed that everything the future held, whether the ninja world would greet a glorious rebirth or descend into utter ruin, was inextricably tied to this one young man. The autumn breeze swept through the street, whipping up a few golden fallen leaves. I'm the water god, I love playing as five shadows, Taijutsu strolled along with his hands loosely clasped behind his head, humming a carefree tune. He swaggered down the main road with an arrogant, swashbuckling gait. At his waist, a purple gold gourd hung from a hemp rope, and he wore a loose dark kimono. The garment hung loosely on his frame, its collar gaping wide to reveal delicate porcelain-like collarbones and a glimpse of a firm, yet not overly muscular chest. His lustrous black hair, usually tied up, now cascaded freely down to his waist, swaying gently in the breeze with each step he took. Combined with his transformed, devilishly handsome androgynous features, Chishuan appeared as nothing less than a debauched, yet dangerously alluring rogue samurai. His mere presence caused a stir in Konoha. Oh my god, look over there. Who is that handsome man? Is he a ninja from the village? Why have we never seen him before? So handsome. That lazy yet dangerous aura, and those collarbones. I can't take it, I'm going to faint. Quick, go ask him his name, and if he has a girlfriend. Within minutes, countless female ninjas, their eyes turning into hearts and faces flushed, swarmed around Taijutsu like sharks drawn to blood, encircling him completely. They pressed close, brazenly rubbing against his arms while chattering, incessantly asking for his name and age. Surrounded by this pack of voracious women, Chishuan showed no sign of panic. Instead, he raised an eyebrow in amusement. A roguish smirk curled at the corner of his mouth, ready to toss out a few flirtatious lines from his memory of player tactics, when his peripheral vision caught a small figure not far away. Across the street by a fruit stall, a young Kakashi with spiky silver hair and a black mask was struggling to lift a heavy crate of apples for an elderly woman who seemed frail with age. The old woman, seeing Kakashi sweating from the effort, smiled warmly, her wrinkled face beaming with gratitude. Oh my, thank you so much, little Kakashi. You're still such a small child, yet already so considerate and capable. You'll surely become a great ninja one day. Kakashi set the crate securely on the cart, gave a polite nod, and said humbly, "It's nothing, ma'am. It's what I should do." Watching the well-behaved little Kakashi, Chishuan's mind drifted back to 2 months ago, recalling the humiliating scene where he had tricked the boy into sneaking into the women's bathhouse to steal underwear. A glint of mischievous cunning flashed in his eyes. It seemed that during his absence, Kakashi had reverted to his well-behaved nature. That simply wouldn't do. Excuse me, ladies, please move aside. I see my lost little kitten over there." Chishuan deftly pushed through the reluctant crowd of female ninjas and strode purposefully toward Kakashi. Just as Kakashi was about to turn and leave, a tall figure suddenly pounced from behind and wrapped him in a tight embrace. "Yo, little Kakashi, miss me after all this time?" Startled by the sudden bear hug, even Kakashi's sharp ninja instincts failed to give him any warning. He felt a rush of fresh scent like the fragrance of grass and forest as he was pressed against the soft, due to the loose clothing yet firm chest. Kakashi struggled briefly, then looked up at the unfamiliar face with confusion. His listless eyes were filled with caution, and he instinctively reached for his ninja tool pouch, demanding coldly, "Let go. Who are you? I don't know you." Chishuan casually patted Kakashi's pleasingly textured silver hair, smiling as he was about to announce his name, when his eye twitched at the sight of the horde of fervent fangirls charging toward them again. "'Tis troublesome." A sly idea struck Chishuan. He immediately adopted a gentle expression and turned to the slightly bewildered old woman, speaking in a soft, apologetic tone. "Oh mom, I'm so sorry. My little brother here is usually a bit of a loner. Sorry for any trouble he caused. I'm his sister, just returning to the village from a mission and happened to run into him on the street." With that, Chishuan reached out and ruffled Kakashi's head again, messing his silver hair into a complete bird's nest. The word sister hit Kakashi like a thunderbolt. Trapped in the embrace, his face hidden beneath the mask flushed crimson, and his ears were so red they seemed ready to drip blood. Kakashi struggled violently, lowering his voice and growling through gritted teeth. "Damn you. Let me go? Who's your little brother? You're not my sister. What kind of pervert are you?" However, to the old woman and the onlookers, Kakashi's fierce resistance looked exactly like a rebellious little kid throwing a tantrum because he was embarrassed to be hugged by his pretty older sister in public. Watching the two of them play fighting, the old woman smiled so widely her eyes crinkled into slits and said approvingly, You siblings have such a good relationship. With such a beautiful sister and such a well-behaved brother, your parents must be very proud." Meanwhile, the female ninjas who had finally caught up were collectively petrified upon hearing that Chishuan was female. They stared blankly at Chishuan's stunningly androgynous face and the faintly visible pale collarbones beneath his loose clothing, and were instantly crestfallen, letting out mournful wails. It's a girl, damn it. Looking so handsome and charming, and it turns out to be a girl. This is so unfair. While my first love is over before it even began." Amidst a chorus of resentful sighs, the female ninjas finally lost interest and dispersed in 2s and 3s. Seeing the crowd finally thin out, Chishuan smirked in satisfaction. Without giving Kakashi any chance to resist, he grabbed the boy by the scruff of his neck like a kitten and forcibly dragged him into a secluded, sunless alley. As soon as they entered the dark alley, Kakashi violently wrenched himself free from Chishuan's grip. He agilely leaped back 3 meters, a gleaming kunai already reversed in his hand, staring at the bizarre woman with intense hostility. Stay back. Who are you really? Why are you pretending to be my sister to get close to me? If you're an enemy spy, I'll kill you right now. Chishuan looked at the on-guard Kakashi and let out a helpless sigh, casually flicking his long hair back over his shoulder. Sigh. How heartbreaking. It's only been 2 months, and you really can't recognize me, you little brat. I thought I took you to explore the ultimate secrets of Konoha. Kakashi's pupils constricted sharply at those words. Explore the ultimate secrets of Konoha. Could it be the women's bathhouse? He stared in shock at the enchanting face before him, frantically searching his memory for a match, but could not connect this stunningly beautiful person with that irresponsible black-haired bastard. Looks like I'll need to give you a more direct hint. Chishuan casually extended a slender index finger. There was no hand seal and barely a flicker of chakra. The sparse water vapor in the surrounding air instantly converged eerily at his fingertip. Under Chishuan's control, the water morphed into various complex shapes at will. First, it became a miniature water toad leaping on his fingertip, then rapidly stretched and compressed into a sharp, high-speed spinning water shuriken, and finally transformed into a delicate water lotus that bloomed silently in his palm. Seeing this familiar signature seal-less water jutsu trick, a name instantly surfaced in Kakashi's mind. This form of water manipulation. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at Chishuan and stammered, You're Chishuan. How is that possible? How did you end up looking like this? Chishuan was very pleased with Kakashi's reaction. He smiled, nodded, and said with a self-satisfied stroke of his cheek, What do you mean looking like this? It's called a perfect evolution of life, you know. The world of adults is something a little brat like you wouldn't understand. As the two were catching up amicably, a cold, hidden glint flashed subtly in Chishuan's seemingly lazy eyes. His gaze casually swept over a dark, sunless dead corner deep within the alley. There, a root ninja wearing a strange mask and a black trench coat. Upon hearing the name, Chishuan quickly melted into the shadows and silently slinked away toward the root headquarters. So, he's off to report to that old dog Danzo, huh? Chishuan casually dismissed the water from his fingertip, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. It was just as he planned. He hadn't intended to skulk around in the shadows upon his return anyway. In a secluded dark alley, Kakashi stared intently at the fiendishly handsome man before him, whose demeanor had drastically changed. Though his reason had accepted that this was none other than Tianyu Chishuan, an unsettling dissonance lingered in his heart. He picked up the kunai from the ground and sheathed it back into his ninja pouch, a slight frown forming beneath his mask. Since you've returned to the village, why didn't you go see Jiraiya-sama first? He's been under intense pressure from the higher-ups lately. Kakashi knew this because a few nights ago Jiraiya had shown up at his doorstep with 2 flasks of strong liquor, pouring his heart out to his father, inadvertently revealing this after getting drunk. The sight of Jiraiya's dejected and gloomy demeanor had left a deep impression on young Kakashi. Upon hearing Jiraiya's name, Chishuan paused slightly in his playful manipulation of the water flowing between his fingertips. He was momentarily stunned, the image of that boisterous white-haired uncle flashing in his mind before a carefree grin spread across his face. Tianyu Chishuan reached out and patted Kakashi's shoulder, a meaningful cold glint flashing in his eyes. Don't worry, little Kakashi. I came back today precisely to settle this nuisance once and for all. Meanwhile, deep beneath Konoha, in the root base that never saw the light of day, flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows on the walls, making Shimura Danzo's cold, ruthless face appear even more sinister. Danzo-sama, the target has been confirmed. Although his appearance and physique have changed dramatically, the water-style Kekei Genkai that allows him to alter form without hand signs is undoubtedly Tianyu Chishuan himself. He is currently heading out of the village alone. A root ninja wearing a plain white mask knelt on one knee on the cold stone floor, head bowed, reporting in a flat, emotionless tone. Excellent. A greedy light flashed in Danzo's eyes. He slammed his hand heavily on the stone armrest, producing a dull, echoing thud. It seems that Brad encountered some fortune outside, even changing his appearance. No matter. As long as he's in Konoha, everything is within my control. Have the rank assassination squad prepare. Before that indecisive fool Hiruzen catches wind of this, bring that boy to me. Intact. If he resists, just keep him breathing. Yes. From the shadows, several figures emanating intense, killing intent acknowledged, in unison, then vanished into the darkness like phantoms. Outside Konoha, in a desolate wilderness, the autumn wind was bleak, rustling the withered yellow leaves on the ground. Tianyu Chishuan strolled leisurely along the dirt path, savoring a stick of freshly bought tricolor dango. As a gentle breeze swept past his chewing, paused momentarily. He swallowed the last piece of soft dango and casually tossed the bamboo skewer onto the soil beneath his feet. Tianyu Chishuan, by order of Danzo-sama, you will come with us. 4 root ninjas clad in black trench coats and wearing white masks with black patterns appeared out of nowhere, leaping down from the shadows of the treetops. They positioned themselves front and back, perfectly sealing off all of Chishuan's escape routes. The voice from beneath the masks was icy cold, as if speaking to a corpse. Chishuan stopped, crossed his arms, and swept his gaze across his surroundings, letting out a contemptuous snort. Just this many. Is that old dog Danzo underestimating me, or overestimating you bunch of rats who fear the light? The root ninjas, hearing the blatant insult, showed no change in their eyes behind the masks, only exchanging tacit glances. The next second, killing intent erupted. Without any further words, all 4 root ninjas attacked simultaneously. Several gleaming kunai and blades from different blind spots slashed viciously towards Qishuan's neck, heart, and limbs. Clang, clang, clang. The deafening sound of metal clashing rang out across the wilderness. Without moving a single finger, Qishuan effortlessly withstood all the fatal slashes with his bare body. The sharp blade struck his fair skin, leaving not even a scratch. Instead, the 4 attackers, hit by the immense recoil, heard a crisp cracking sound as their blades shattered into countless pieces of metal that flew in all directions. But then Qishuan frowned slightly, feeling a faint numbness where he had been struck. He glanced casually at the ground, noticing the broken blades were enveloped in wild blue lightning release chakra. Oh, lightning release. Qishuan sneered inwardly, instantly understanding their tactic. It seemed Danzo had specifically investigated his abilities and sent killers proficient in lightning release to counter his water release. Staring at the half-blades in their hands, the pupils of the root ninjas contracted sharply, shockwaves crashing through their minds. What's going on? The intel said he specialized in water release. This kind of blade-proof defense. Could it be the legendary steel release, Kekkei Genkai? Is this really Tianyu Qishuan? However, they had no time to think. The next second, a towering wave completely erased their doubts. Since you enjoy playing so much, I'll play with you. The cold smirk on Qishuan's lips widened. The air around them instantly became incredibly humid. With just a thought, a massive surge of water materialized out of thin air, forming a roaring water dragon that charged at the root ninjas with overwhelming force. Earth release, earth flow wall. Earth release, earth rampart. However, these root ninjas were clearly battle-hardened elites. Facing the sudden wave, they formed hand signs in a blur. 2 thick stone walls rose from the ground, blocking and absorbing the violent torrent, leaving those hiding behind them unscathed. Qishuan lightly tapped his toes, and like a weightless feather, he stood steadily atop the surging wave crest. Looking down at the rats hiding behind the earth walls, he clapped his hands in a perfunctory applause, praising, not a bad reaction. But unfortunately, my water release is not just water. As soon as he spoke, a sharp glint flashed in Qishuan's eyes. The puddles of water previously blocked by the walls and scattered on the ground began to slowly coalesce under his will. They spun and compressed, rapidly transforming into dozens of high-speed, rotating spiral water spears. The fearsome cutting force, like a hot knife through butter, easily pierced through the thick earth walls. If not for the keen instincts of the root ninjas, who desperately rolled to the sides to dodge the moment the spears pierced through, they would have been pinned to the ground. Oh, dodge once, can you dodge a second time? Qishuan crossed his arms, a wide grin on his lips, revealing a smile of pure arrogance akin to a certain golden king. The same arrogance, the same view of all others as mere ants. As he spoke, the air behind him began to ripple with countless dense, transparent water ripples. Then a sight that made the 4 root ninjas' scalps crawl appeared. Countless weapons formed from highly compressed water. Water swords, water blades, water spears, water halberds emerged densely from the ripples, locking onto them like an impending downpour. How is this possible? Looking up at the despair-inducing sight in the sky, the eyes of the root ninjas behind their masks were filled with terror and shock. No hand signs, and simultaneously manipulating such massive scale of shape transformation. This is the strength of a Chunin. Those idiots in the intelligence division. Dayu mongrels. Qishuan's gaze turned cold, and the water weapons behind him rained down like a violent storm. Thud, thud. The sound of blades piercing flesh rang out densely. Blood blossomed like fountains across the wilderness. 3 root ninjas were impaled before they could even scream. Their bodies were riddled with holes like tattered sieves, blood slowly seeping into the earth, their deaths gruesome. Only 1 root ninja, in the instant the water spears fell decisively, used a comrade's body as a shield. Though a water sword severed his entire left arm, he narrowly escaped death. He endured the excruciating pain from the severed arm, biting his lip hard to suppress any sound, and lay sprawled in the pool of blood, playing dead. Only after Qishuan's leisurely footsteps faded into the distance did this root ninja dare to gasp for air. Clutching his spurting stump with his remaining right hand, he struggled to his feet from amidst the corpses. Terrifying. That monster. I must report this intelligence to Danzo-sama immediately. The danger posed by Tianyu Qishuan was far beyond imagination. He staggered towards the root headquarters. However, this root ninja, who thought he had narrowly escaped death, had no idea that all of this was within Qishuan's control. How could a full coverage bombardment have conveniently missed a single minnow? He simply needed a survivor. A guide to lead him directly to Danzo's lair. Less than 10 meters behind the fleeing one-armed ninja, Tianyu Qishuan, who had already activated his stealth, followed silently. He watched the long trail of blood ahead, a glint of bloodthirsty excitement shining deep within his eyes. Deep beneath Konoha village, in the root headquarters, perpetually shrouded in gloom and dampness, a one-armed ninja, who had narrowly escaped death in the wilderness, stumbled headlong into the vast underground hall. Blood still gushed from the wound on his left shoulder each step, leaving a ghastly crimson imprint on the pitch-black stone floor. Lord Danzo. The mission failed. That Tenyu Shichijin. Bracing himself against a stone pillar, the one-armed ninja prepared to report everything to Shimura Danzo, who sat upon the high stone throne. Yet his words were forever lodged in his throat. A chilling, squelching sound suddenly echoed through the darkness. An arm gleaming with the delicate luster of fine porcelain, yet utterly devoid of mercy, pierced straight through the ninja's back, without warning shattering his sternum and bursting forth from beneath his throat. Within that cold palm a still faintly beating crimson heart was held in a loose grasp. Then accompanied by a viscous tearing sound of flesh and bone, Shichigen's fingers clenched with ruthless finality. The vibrant organ instantly reduced to a pulp of gore, blood and viscera, erupting like a fountain splattering across the cold stone steps before him. From the previously empty space, Tenyu Shichigen's tall, slender figure clad in a loose kimono with hair cascading to his waist materialized slowly, like an image stained by dripping ink. He withdrew his right hand slick with warm blood, and let the corpse crash heavily to the dust. Standing beside the body, Shichigen lowered his gaze indifferently, then flicked his hand with a sharp, casual motion, leaving a fan-shaped arc of blood splatter across the pristine wall. Surveying the oppressive stone walls etched with soundproofing barriers and prison bars, he raised an eyebrow and quipped, "Tisk tsk. Dark and musty, smelling like a sewer that's never seen the sun. How should I put it? This fits my stereotype of you shady rats perfectly." The sudden bloody spectacle sent the dozens of root ninjas hidden in the shadows into instant high alert. A flurry of metallic scrapes rang out as gleaming short blades and sharp kunai were drawn in unison, their chilling, killing intent locking onto Shichigen, standing in the pool of blood. At the far end of the hall upon the high stone throne, Shimura Danzo's face, half hidden in shadow, darkened to an extreme degree. Staring at the brat, grinning amidst the blood of his subordinates, the fury in his chest surged uncontrollably. He barked with authority, "Tenyu Shichigen, do you realize what you are doing? Forcibly entering Konoha's most confidential facility and slaughtering fellow villagers. This is tantamount to treason. I can execute you on the spot right now." Facing Danzo's severe accusations, Shichigen showed no fear, shrugging nonchalantly. He spread his hands lazily, his tone dripping with contempt. "Treason? Don't make me laugh, you old dog, Danzo. I have never once acknowledged myself as a man of Konoha. I came here today simply to crush you annoying insects completely under my heel." The moment he finished speaking, Shichigen's figure vanished before their very eyes. There was no chakra fluctuation of the body flicker technique, no trace of hand seals. He simply disappeared into thin air eerily and abruptly. Where is he? Be on guard. Protect Lord Danzo. The root ninjas, startled, quickly tightened their formation, encircling the stone throne. Their eyes darted around, and sensor-type ninjas pushed their chakra to the limit, yet they could not detect even a whisper of Shichigen's presence. Just as everyone's nerves were stretched to the breaking point. A blood-curdling scream suddenly erupted from the very center of the group, from the high stone throne. The crowd whirled around in horror, finally locating Shichigen. There before the once empty towering stone throne stood the seemingly vanished Tenyu Shichigen, head tilted with a mocking smile. His jade-like fingers, moving with the deadly grace of a serpent's tongue, were cruelly dug into Shimura Danzo's right eye socket. With a sickening crack as his fingers hooked and pried, an eyeball streaked with vivid red veins, and still frozen in a look of terror, was effortlessly plucked from Danzo's face by Shichigen. Blood gushed from the empty socket, streaming down his cheek and staining his collar. Huff! Huff! Danzo gasped in agony, his entire body trembling violently. He clutched the gushing hollow cavity with his hand, his facial muscles contorted beyond recognition from the searing pain. Shichigen flickered back to his original spot, casually tossing the bloody eyeball in his hand a couple of times before discarding it like a piece of repulsive trash, letting it land with a wet splat on the stone floor and crushing it underfoot. He looked down at the disheveled Danzo, a malicious grin spreading across his face like a child who'd pulled off a successful prank. Yeah, that's more like it. This version of you, blind in one eye looking like a whipped cur, is much more in line with the image I have in my memory. You beast. Attack. Kill him. Overwhelmed by extreme humiliation and agony, Danzo completely lost his composure. His remaining eye fixed on Shichigen with venomous, murderous intent, he roared his command hysterically. The root assassins hidden in the shadows obeyed without hesitation, launching a ferocious assault on Shichigen. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. Wind-style Vacuum Wave. Water-style Water Wild Waves. A barrage of ninjutsu intermingled with dense explosive tags and poison Senbon rained down upon Shichigen from every angle like a violent storm. Facing this overwhelming onslaught, Shichigen didn't even blink. He casually patted the purple gold gourd at his waist. The archaic purple gourd, as if sensing its master's will, tore itself from his belt and floated nimbly into the air. Its mouth popped open and a terrifying vortex of purple suction instantly formed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whether it was the blazing fireball, the sharp wind blades, or the dense shuriken, all were violently sucked into the gourd in an instant without causing so much as a ripple. Then the mouth of the gourd shuddered violently. Returning these to you. Shichigen sneered. Boom. All the attacks that had just been absorbed were violently spewed back out, with several times their original ferocity. What? Several root ninjas at the forefront had no time to dodge, and were instantly shredded by their own techniques. However, Danzo, clutching his eye socket on the stone throne, stared at the purple gourd glowing mysteriously in the air, a flash of intense greed erupting in his remaining eye. The the divine artifact that can even seal away a one-tail. It can absorb and reflect ninjutsu too. Danzo muttered excitedly, momentarily forgetting the physical pain. He pointed at Shichijin and roared madly, "Don't stop. Keep attacking. Kill him at all costs and seize that gourd for me." At Danzo's command, the remaining emotionless root killers ignored the gruesome deaths of their comrades, and stepping over pools of blood launched another suicidal charge at Shichijin. But they had no idea what kind of monster they were up against. Having fully awakened the origin of the Seven-Colored Lotus and condensed the immortal art Seven-Colored Seal, Shichijin's physical prowess and abilities now had absolutely no weaknesses. Clang, clang, clang. Sharp ninja swords and poison projectiles struck Shichijin's neck and chest with vicious force, only to produce the clear ringing sound of metal hitting metal. The third son's copper head and iron arms made his physique even more terrifying than refined steel. The weapons couldn't even scratch his fair skin and instead shattered upon impact. Those root ninjas attempting to attack him from a distance with the 5 elemental techniques met an even more gruesome fate. Fire-style head crush. Water-style water dragon bullet. The scorching sea of flames and the raging water dragon bizarrely stalled within 3 feet of Shichijin's body. Shichijin raised his hands with contempt, activating the 4th son's fire control and the 5th son's water control simultaneously. In this world, he was the absolute sovereign of all flames and water. Playing with fire leads to getting burned, and playing with water leads to drowning. Isn't that simple truth clear to you? As his icy words fell, the massive sea of flames instantly reversed, transforming into a terrifying fire dragon that precisely engulfed the several root ninjas who had used fire techniques. They were cruelly incinerated into ash amidst agonizing screams. Meanwhile, the water dragon eerily split into countless ultra-fine, high-pressure water blades that effortlessly sliced open the throats of the ninjas who had used water techniques. Within just a few short minutes, the once spacious root hall had transformed into a brutal, bloody slaughterhouse. Mutilated corpses and the stench of blood were everywhere. Shichijin stepped gracefully through the sea of blood, slowly approaching the stone throne. Looking at the terrified Danzo, he extended his jade-like hand and roughly seized the old man by the neck, hoisting him into the air with humiliating ease. Danzo's feet kicked helplessly in the air, and for the first time genuine fear flickered in his remaining eye. He felt the hand clutching his neck tightening slowly yet inexorably. No! A plea for mercy, and the crisp grinding of neck bones echoed through the hall. A bloodthirsty glint shimmered in Shichijin's eyes, just as he prepared to crush the throat of this future source of countless tragedies. "Stop, Shichijin!" A stern voice laced with desperate urgency and gravity rang out from the shattered stone entrance. Shichijin tilted his head slightly, raising an eyebrow in annoyance. At the entrance stood not only the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen in his ceremonial robes, but also Jiraiya Orochimaru and the silver-haired, white fang of Konoha Tsukumo Hatake, who had all rushed to the scene. Hiruzen's gaze was profoundly grave, even harboring a barely concealed shock. Moments earlier, while observing the village through his crystal ball in the Hokage's office, he had been horrified to witness Shichijin brutally slaughtering root ninjas in the wilderness. Hiruzen immediately realized things had spiraled completely out of control. But what unsettled him even more was that after the killing, Shichijin's figure had eerily vanished from the crystal ball's view. No matter how frantically he channeled his chakra, he could not sense Shichijin's presence anywhere. After a brief moment of deliberation, Hiruzen shrewdly deduced his likely destination: to prevent a catastrophic civil war within Konoha and to save this future prodigy. The 3rd Hokage decisively summoned the village's 3 top combatants, Jiraiya Orochimaru and White Fang Tsunade, having gradually distanced herself from Konoha following Dan's death, and rushed to the root base at full speed. However, they were still too late. As they hastily burst into the hall, the bloody scene before them made even these seasoned veterans draw in sharp breaths. Shredded flesh, the stench of blood, the numerous slain root elites, and Shimura Danzo humiliatingly choked by the neck, his right eye socket hollow, and blood streaming down his face. And the cause of all this was a youth of almost unnerving beauty whose clothes were not even stained with a single drop of blood. Jiraiya stared in disbelief, his jaw nearly hitting the floor as he looked at the transformed Shichijin, who seemed like a god of death incarnate. Orochimaru licked his lips with interest, his cold serpentine eyes fixed intently on Shichijin and the purple gourd hovering in the air. White Fang's hand rested warily on his sword hilt, his sharp gaze locked onto Shichijin. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched Danzo, who was gasping for air with a rattling sound in his throat. He stepped forward, his voice heavy with warning. "Shichijin, stop now. Put Danzo down. Things have not yet reached an irredeemable point." In the dim, damp underground hall, the air froze solid in that instant. Yet facing the 3rd generation's heavily warning tone persuasion, Tianyu Qishuan's pitch-black eyes did not ripple with even the slightest trace of emotion, nor did his movements show a moment's hesitation. A cruel, cold smile stretched wider across that devilishly handsome face. Crack! A crisp sound of bone shattering echoed through the deathly silent hall. With a hand as slender and pale as jade, Qishuan twisted Shimura Danzo's neck with the same clean, decisive ease one might snap a dry twig. Danzo's remaining single eye bulged out in horror, the bloodshot orb still holding the terror of death, and a profound, stark disbelief. He seemed unable to believe that Qishuan truly dared to kill him with his own hands right in front of so many people. As a short, strangled gurgle escaped Danzo's throat, the body that was destined to stir up storms within the shadows of Konoha completely lost all its vitality. Under Jiraiya's shocked gaze, his pupils violently contracting, Chishuan released his grip with disdain. Like discarding a reeking piece of garbage, he casually flicked his arm and tossed Danzo's corpse from the high stone platform. Thud! Danzo's body slammed onto the cold stone floor like a tattered sack, tumbling miserably down the steps before coming to a rest at Hiruzen Sarutobi's feet, his neck twisted at an unnatural angle, eyes wide open in death. Chishuan, you. Jiraiya's face darkened to an unprecedented degree. He had originally believed his disciple had been targeted by Root due to previous events and was in grave danger, which was why he had anxiously rushed here with the third Hokage to save him. But what he witnessed was a scene utterly contrary to his imagination. Although Jiraiya despised Danzo's sinister and ruthless methods, regardless, Danzo was a high-ranking elder of Konoha and a lifelong close friend and comrade of the third Hokage. Chishuan's wanton public slaughter had undoubtedly forced him, his master, onto an irreversible path of no return. Seize him. Watching his old friend die before his very eyes, even the usually mild-mannered Hiruzen Sarutobi erupted with astonishing fury, a rare sight indeed. A heavy, almost tangible killing intent exploded from his body, causing even the rubble in the hall to tremble slightly. But the rationality of a Hokage ultimately struggled to suppress the wild, murderous rage within him. Clenching his teeth, Hiruzen Sarutobi issued the order to seize, rather than kill on sight. This was the last sliver of face he could afford to give Jiraiya in his extreme anger. Upon hearing the Hokage's command, a flicker of excitement passed through Orochimaru's cold serpentine eyes. He licked his lips and stepped forward. Beside him, Tsukumo Hatake silently gripped the short blade on his back, preparing to act. However, an arm suddenly shot out, blocking their path. Jiraiya stiffly held out his arm, barring Orochimaru and White Fang. He lowered his head, his wild white hair falling forward, shrouding most of his face in shadow. Then Jiraiya slowly raised his head. The eyes that usually held a hint of playful mischief now stared intensely at Chishuan, standing on the stone platform, his voice hoarse and terrifying. My disciple. I will deal with him myself with my own hands. On the stone platform, Tianyu Chishuan remained in his usual nonchalant, sloppy posture. He casually dusted off his hands as if he had just crushed an insignificant, foul-smelling bug, completely oblivious to having committed any heinous crime. Looking down at the anguished Jiraiya from his elevated position, Chishuan raised an eyebrow and grinned without a care in the world. Yo, old man, why the long face? Looking like you've suffered some grave injustice. Wanna have a go at me? Jiraiya clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. Gritting his teeth, he demanded loudly, why did you do it? There was no need to kill Danzo. Even if you suffered some unfair grievance, you could have just told me. Would I not have stood up for you? Even at this moment, deep down, Jiraiya stubbornly clung to the belief that Chishuan must have some unspeakable difficult reason. After all, this was his prized disciple. He always felt Chishuan was merely ill-tempered and fond of mischief, certainly not a cold-blooded killer who would betray the village. But facing Jiraiya's desperate questioning, Chishuan merely lazily drew out a long, thoughtful moan. He tilted his head slightly, a meaningful, profound glint flashing through his pitch-black eyes. Looking at Jiraiya, Chishuan casually uttered a single sentence. Perhaps it's simply fate. Fate. Hearing those two words, Jiraiya visibly froze for a moment. In his mind, like a flash of lightning, the great Toad Sage's aged and solemn prophecy from Mount Myaboku surged forth. The child of prophecy shall bring unparalleled rebirth to the shinobi world, or its utter destruction. Destruction. Jiraiya's heart clenched violently. He looked at the boy before him with his bewitching features and cruel methods, and his gaze instantly turned sharp and fierce. Jiraiya decisively raised both hands, rapidly forming hand signs, and barked, no matter what. I will never allow you, you brat, to continue down this mad path. The moment the words left his mouth, Jiraiya's body shot towards Chishuan. However, the brief clash that followed filled Jiraiya with immense shock. His fierce taijutsu attacks, whether cutting straight punches or hidden sweeping kicks, were all perfectly predicted and dodged by Chishuan. Without moving his feet, even half a step, Chishuan simply tilted his head and shifted his body, effortlessly evading all of Jiraiya's attacks. The second brother's clairvoyance and clairaudience were pushed to their absolute limit at this moment. The subtle contractions of Jiraiya's muscles and the faint flow of his chakra were easily discerned by him. Ninja Art Needle Jizo. Seeing his taijutsu was ineffective, Jiraiya decisively changed tactics. His white hair burst forth, transforming into hard, sharp steel needles, like a giant hedgehog viciously whipping towards Chishuan in an attempt to ensnare him tightly. But facing this troublesome jutsu that balanced both defense and counterattack, Chishuan's lips curled into a slight smirk. Instead of retreating, he advanced, raising his right hand and clenching his fingers into a fist. With such simple, crude force, he smashed his fist directly into that expanse of hard white needles. Boom. A terrifying sonic boom exploded dully within the hall. The eldest brother's immense strength was on full display at this moment. Jiraiya's proud needle Jizo, when faced with Chishuan's pure brute force, was utterly shattered by that single punch. Countless broken strands of white hair flew through the air. The terrifying recoil force traveled up the strands and slammed into Jiraiya, blasting him back a dozen meters in a disgraceful stumble, his feet carving two deep furrows into the hard stone floor. Jiraiya looked up in shock, staring at Qixuan in disbelief. He knew his disciple had never used his full strength, even holding back on his usual missions. But Jiraiya never expected Qixuan to be hiding so much. In their few perilous exchanges, Qixuan not only easily overwhelmed him, but he hadn't even forced out a single trace of Qixuan's signature hand sign-less water release, Kekei Jinkai. Orochimaru and Tsukumo Hatake saw this, and their eyes narrowed sharply. They immediately realized that Jiraiya alone could not suppress Qixuan. Exchanging a tacit glance, they ignored Jiraiya's stubborn request and decisively struck out simultaneously. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. Orochimaru coldly flung his sleeve, and dozens of thick, venom-dripping snakes shot out like sinister arrows, swiftly coiling towards Qixuan's limbs and neck. At the same time, a blinding white flash of sword light blazed. Tsukumo Hatake's figure swift as lightning appeared instantaneously at Qixuan's side. Considering that Qixuan was after all Jiraiya's cherished disciple, White Fang flipped his blade at the critical moment, using only the heavy back of the sword imbued with violent lightning release chakra to viciously strike Qixuan's flank. Facing the combined assault of two of Konoha's top-tier elites, Qixuan showed no intention of dodging. Instead, he arrogantly puffed out his chest, planning to withstand the blows with his sheer physical body. SSSS. The ferocious venomous snakes summoned by Orochimaru the moment they bit into Qixuan's skin snapped their fangs clean off at the root. White Fang's heavy bladeback strike landed solidly on Qixuan's ribs. But the sound it produced wasn't like flesh colliding, it was more akin to a heavy iron hammer striking refined steel. Seeing this, a fanatical light blazed within Orochimaru's cold serpentine eyes. What astonishing physical resilience. Perfect. White Fang meanwhile stared with wide, incredulous eyes. He knew very well the force behind his own attack. Even a Taijutsu specialist Jonin struck solidly by his blade's back would at the very least be knocked unconscious in agony, if not severely injured. Yet Qixuan before him not only failed to collapse in pain, but didn't even furrow his brow. The terrifying impact seemed like nothing more than a gentle breeze against his face, having absolutely no effect. Orochimaru keenly perceived that Qixuan wasn't using his true power at all, and hissed coldly, "Tsukumo, stop being naive and holding back. This kid's strength is bizarre. Let's use our full power killing moves together." With that, Orochimaru decisively bit his finger, traced a line of blood across his arm, formed hand signs, and slammed his hands onto the ground. Summoning Jutsu. Boom. Accompanied by a massive plume of white smoke and a deafening roar, a colossal serpent covered in bizarre purple markings violently burst through the sturdy ceiling of the underground hall. Manda had appeared. Coiling its monstrous form amidst the rubble, Manda flicked its crimson forked tongue greedily, gazing down at the group below. Seeing this, Jiraiya beside him also moved to bite his finger and form seals to summon his own creature. But Qixuan on the stone platform noticed Jiraiya's action, and a mischievous grin curled at the corner of his mouth. He bit his fingertip even faster than Jiraiya, formed a single hand seal, and slammed his palm onto the air before him. Summoning Jutsu. Bam! A plume of white smoke, dozens of times larger than Manda's appearance, exploded violently within the hall. The terrifying chakra fluctuations brutally sent the surrounding rubble flying. Boss Toad. Jiraiya stared dumbfounded at the familiar massive red figure, shouting in shock. As the smoke cleared, the colossal Gamabunta, with a giant pipe clenched in his mouth and a sharp short blade at his hip, crouched awkwardly in the ruins of the burst-open underground hall. He blew out a thick, irritated plume of smoke and grumbled, "Why summon me in such a cramped, crappy place? Can't even stretch my damn legs." Then, lowering his massive head, his eyes looked down in confusion at the bewildered Jiraiya, and he asked grumpily, "Oh, it's you, Jiraiya. Did you lack the foresight to summon me?" Qixuan sat leisurely atop Gamabunta's huge head, smiling without a care. "Nope, Boss Toad, I just pulled you over as a favor." Hearing this voice, Gamabunta's massive frame trembled slightly. His enormous eyeballs rolled upwards, and upon seeing it was Qixuan, his previously irritable tone instantly became familiar and respectful. "Yo, it's little Qixuan." Because the great Toad Sage had long since solemnly decreed that all toads of Mount Myaboku must unconditionally assist Tianyu Qixuan. In these short 2 months, the toads of Mount Myaboku had all come to know this monstrous child of prophecy quite well. "So, little Qixuan, who are we dealing with this time, calling me out so urgently?" Gamabunta placed his hand on his sword hilt with authority, his gaze dangerously sweeping over Manda, Orochimaru the third Hokage, and the others around them. At this moment, the ever-calm Tsukumo Hatake was utterly stunned. Seeing Qixuan seated atop Jiraiya's exclusive summoning creature, he gripped his short blade stiffly, momentarily unsure whether to continue fighting, and instinctively looked towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya meanwhile had a fine layer of cold sweat breaking out profusely on his forehead. He stared in despair at the arrogant Qixuan perched atop Gamabunta's head, a desperate roar echoing in his mind. When the hell did this brat sign a summoning contract? Pale moonlight filtered through the cracks in the collapsed stone, illuminating the dust-filled hall and the thick scent of blood that hung in the air. Gamabunta's colossal form occupied nearly a third of the ruined underground space. Crouched atop the debris, pipe in mouth, his sharp gaze swept over the crowd below. Jiraiya looked up, his expression complex, at Qixuan, who sat atop Gamabunta's head, his long hair gently swaying in the breeze. That face under the dim light appeared increasingly eerie, yet carried an almost childlike purity and innocence. Jiraiya's fists clenched and unclenched, his eyes filled with pain and conflict. Finally, he took a deep breath and with unprecedented low and earnest tone said, "Stop this, Qishuan. At this point I truly no longer wish to fight you." Jiraiya's voice was heavy with exhaustion and a barely perceptible plea. Things had escalated to this point. The thunderous summons, the clash of jutsu. These sounds could no longer be concealed. By now the entire village of Konoha must have been alerted. The clan heads, their members, the elite of the ANBU, and even ordinary villagers would soon converge upon this place. Then under the watchful eyes of all, any attempt to shield or show favoritism would be utterly impossible. He could not allow Konoha to fracture because of one disciple. The cost of civil war was a price he could not bear, and neither could Konoha. Gamabunta, hearing Jiraiya's words, blinked, his massive eyes blew out a thick puff of smoke and rumbled, "Jiraiya, you and little Qishuan. You fought. Ah, you could say that. As his master, seeing my disciple stray from the path. There are things I must do." Jiraiya gave a bitter smile and nodded, but his gaze never left Qishuan. He paused, then looked up at Gamabunta with a glimmer of hope, urging, "Boss Toad, this is a matter between master and disciple, and a matter within Konoha. Return to Mount Myaboku. Do not get involved any further." However, upon hearing this, Gamabunta's warty face showed visible reluctance. He scratched his head with his short sword and said helplessly, "Sorry, Jiraiya. I don't understand the intricacies between you master and disciple." Gamabunta exhaled a puff of white smoke, his eyes suddenly sharpening as he spoke seriously, "But I absolutely cannot disobey the direct orders of the great Toad Sage." Jiraiya's heart trembled at these words. He said, "We are to fully assist little Qishuan." Before he even finished speaking, Gamabunta's massive body tensed, and with a swift shing, he drew the enormous short sword from his waist. The razor-sharp tip traced a cold, gleaming arc in the dim light, pointing unhesitatingly at everyone below, including Jiraiya. His stance was unmistakable. Between Jiraiya's group and Qishuan, who bore the Great Toad Sage's decree, he unhesitatingly chose the latter. The Great Toad Sage's command. Jiraiya's pupils contracted sharply, his heart squeezed, as if by an invisible hand. Jiraiya had never doubted the accuracy of the Great Toad Sage's prophecies. That ancient being's gaze could pierce the mists of time and glimpse the possibilities of the future. Now the sage himself had ordered the full might of Mount Myaboku to stand behind Qishuan. Could it be that the blood-soaked, seemingly mad path Qishuan walked was the future the prophecy pointed to? Was it the choice that could truly bring rebirth to the shinobi world? On one side stood his master's prophecy and the disciple he had personally brought back, nurtured with effort, who had now become so unfamiliar. On the other, the village he swore to protect, the order of Konoha and the legacy of the Will of Fire. Jiraiya's heart was in turmoil, wavering intensely. His face was a mask of pain, confusion, and struggle. His body trembled slightly, yet he could not bring himself to take another step forward or make any move against Qishuan. Just as Jiraiya was locked in this internal battle, a cold, hoarse voice dripping with undisguised excitement and bloodlust shattered the brief silence. "Hey Jiraiya, hesitation doesn't suit you." Orochimaru, standing atop Manda's head, had grown impatient. His golden snake-like pupils flickered with cold, curious light, fixed intently on Qishuan atop Gamabunta's head. To him, village rules and master-disciple bonds were far less alluring than the astonishingly powerful brat before him. "Mando, attack." At Orochimaru's command, the purple serpent coiled amidst the ruins, let out a ferocious roar. Its massive body lunged, a purple blur skimming the ground, carrying a howling rancid wind and a destructive aura, crashing violently into the equally massive Gamabunta. The impact of the two colossal summons sent tremors through the already unstable underground space. Large chunks of rock and earth rained down from above. Manda's fangs clashed against Gamabunta's thick short sword, sparks flying. In the instant of their collision, Orochimaru's figure flickered like a phantom, landing gracefully at the epicenter of the clash. Orochimaru looked Qishuan up and down, his curiosity almost overflowing, a hint of intrigue curling his lips. "You brat, it hasn't even been a full year since Jiraiya brought you back from the battlefield, has it? To have grown to such an inconceivable degree. Truly astonishing." Qishuan maintained his relaxed, carefree posture, a faint, indifferent smile playing on his lips. His tone was calm, yet carried an air of detached superiority. "Orochimaru, the world is inherently unfair. Some are born standing above the clouds, looking down upon all, you others are destined to wallow in the mud, never seeing the sky in their lifetime. As for me, this world, it is always so." He paused, the smile on his lips deepening, but his gaze sharpened with arrogance and aloofness as he declared with utmost pride, "I was born to stand at the apex of this world. I am unique." "Unique? Are you?" Orochimaru repeated the word softly, his golden snake eyes gleaming with heightened interest. He extended a crimson tongue and licked his parched lips. "Brat, you're making me more and more interested." His words barely faded before his form blurred, and a sharp glint of cold light slashed through the air, thrusting straight for Qishuan's throat. They clashed fiercely in midair. However, a shocking scene unfolded before Orochimaru. Facing the blade that could cut through iron like clay, Qishuan didn't even flinch. Qishuan casually extended his fair hand and grasped the razor-sharp edge of the Kusanagi sword. A screeching metallic sound rang out. The Kusanagi's keen edge ground against Qishuan's palm, erupting in a shower of dazzling sparks, yet it couldn't even break his skin. In Orochimaru's usually composed snake eyes, a deep curiosity and shock finally surfaced. He couldn't help but ask, even the Kusanagi blade can't harm you. What secret does your body hold? In that instant of Orochimaru's shock, Shishuan suddenly closed the distance between them. He leaned close to Orochimaru's ear, and in a voice only the two of them could hear whispered, "If you stop now, I'll tell you. The secret of eternal life. How about it?" What a... Orochimaru's pupils violently contracted into thin vertical slits. Eternal life. This was an idea he had only recently conceived, never revealed to a soul. It was only after witnessing Tsunade's breakdown over Dan's death, seeing firsthand the fragility of life, that he had resolved to research immortality. How could this brat know about this? But Orochimaru was after all Orochimaru. His lapse of composure lasted less than 2 seconds. He decisively withdrew the Kusanagi sword from Chishuan's grasp, leaping lightly backward to land securely back on Manda's head. He gave Chishuan a long hard look, then laughed hoarsely, a laugh laden with deep meaning. You brat, you're really quite interesting. Orochimaru sheathed his sword, crossed his arms, and surprisingly honored his words, ceasing his attack and adopting a purely observational stance. The mid-air clash came to an eerie halt. Down in the ruins, Tsukumo Hatake, holding his short sword, watched Jiraiya standing frozen, with shifting expressions, then looked at Orochimaru, who seemed to have reached a subtle understanding with Chishuan, and stopped fighting. He silently lowered his blade. He turned his head, looking at the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, whose face was as solemn as water, and asked in a low voice, "Lord Third, what now?" Honestly, Tsukumo didn't really want to be an enemy of Chishuan. He had a decent impression of the young man he'd shared a meal with before. Despite his sharp-tongued, cunning nature, and his rather excessive appetite, aside from that, he seemed an interesting junior. And Danzo, that man who always hid in the shadows, reeking of schemes, Tsukumo had no connection with him whatsoever, and even harbored a faint disgust. Danzo's death stirred little emotion in Tsukumo. If anything, he felt it was one less threat to Konoha. The reason he had drawn his sword was purely out of duty as an ANBU directly under the Hokage. Now, seeing Jiraiya's painful struggle, he felt a pang of empathy and found it hard to make a move. Hiruzen Sarutobi gave no answer. His gaze slowly swept across the entire scene. He looked at his disciple Jiraiya, tormented by self-doubt and pain, at Orochimaru atop the giant serpent eyes full of calculation, and at Tsukumo beside him, hesitant and clearly unwilling to fight. Finally, his eyes settled upon the corpse of Danzo Shimura, its neck twisted at an unnatural angle, a grim sight. The third Hokage fell silent. In that moment, he seemed to have aged another 10 years. Amidst the dust-laden air, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi stood silently in place. His gaze fell upon the composed youth perched atop Gamabunta's head, and a profound sense of helplessness intertwined with cold rationality churned and tore within his heart. Jiraiya's inner struggle, Orochimaru's hesitation, White Fang's uncertainty, the impending pressure from the Umbu and the major clans, and above all, the unfathomable, awe-inspiring power of Tenyu Shichijin that seemed to transcend even the level of a Kage. Each weight pressed heavily upon one side of the scale. Ultimately, the tray, symbolizing absolute rule, slowly tilted under the crushing weight of reality. The third Hokage slowly raised his hand, trembling almost imperceptibly, yet pressing down with extraordinary firmness. "Enough. Stop." His voice was not loud, even somewhat hoarse, but it carried the undeniable authority of the Hokage, echoing clearly through the silent ruins. The words were directed at Gamabunta, who was still locked in a struggle with Manda baring his fangs, at Orochimaru, who was hovering in the air opposite Shichijin, and also at Tsukumo Hatake, who stood behind with his hand gripping his blade, seemingly poised to strike. Manda let out a dissatisfied hiss, but at a single indifferent glance from Orochimaru, its massive body reluctantly loosened its grip and slowly retreated. Gamabunta, panting heavily, sheathed his blade and crouched down, his massive form still vigilant, shielding Shichijin atop his head. Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze swept past the massive summon, settling on Tenyu Shichijin, who sat atop Gamabunta's head, chin resting on his hand, watching him with an air of leisurely amusement. The cold moonlight happened to fall upon that unervingly handsome face, outlining a perfection that seemed almost illusory and making those pitch-black eyes appear even deeper and more inscrutable. The third Hokage took a deep breath, suppressing the complex emotions churning within him, and spoke in as calm a tone as he could manage. "Shichijin, before I make my decision, may I ask you something? Why did you kill Danzo?" His gaze locked onto Shichijin, searching those eyes for a trace of regret, a hint of impulse, or at the very least a reason that might offer some understanding. Hearing the question, a faint smile curved at the corners of Shichijin's lips, and his expression instantly became one of utmost innocence. He spread his hands, his tone as casual, as if he were complaining about noodles being cooked too soft. Well, I didn't actually plan to kill him, you know. Who told that guy to seek his own death and try to snatch my gourd?" Shichijin patted the purple gold gourd that was reattached at his waist, his expression clearly conveying that it was all the other's fault. "You see, I was just acting in self-defense. He sent so many people to kill me, and even tried to steal my precious treasure. What could a weak, pitiful, and helpless chunin like me possibly do? Of course I fought back desperately, but I just accidentally used a little too much force." A wicked smile tugged at the corner of Shichijin's mouth as he shook his head with feigned regret, as if lamenting his inability to control his strength. The third Hokage fell silent. He had long since learned of the existence of that mysterious gourd capable of forcibly sealing away the one tail from Jiraiya. That Danzo would covet such power and move against Shichijin was entirely consistent with his greedy and sinister nature. But this answer no longer mattered. What mattered was that this youth before him spoke the coldest truths in the most innocent tone, casually shifting all responsibility onto the dead. Sigh. The third Hokage closed his eyes, letting out a long, weary sigh. Danzo was after all his old friend. Despite their ideological differences through the years, the complex emotional bonds remained. The dead cannot be brought back to life, but how to resolve the aftermath, how to offer all parties a face-saving way out, and how to preserve the fragile facade of Konoha's rules and dignity. These were the problems he as Hokage had to solve. When he opened his eyes again, Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze had regained its usual depth and resolve. Looking at Shichijin, he spoke slowly, offering a proposal that caught everyone present off guard. I understand. The third Hokage paused, his voice clear and steady. Tenyu Shichijin, are you willing to join the Umbu? The moment these words were spoken, Jiraiya, who had been in agonizing turmoil, abruptly raised his head, his face a mask of shock and disbelief, crying out involuntarily, Teacher. Orochimaru's golden serpentine eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of amusement curling at the corners of his mouth. Tsukumo Hataki's grip on his blade loosened unconsciously. Shichijin raised an eyebrow, a perfectly measured look of confusion appearing on his face, as if he didn't understand what the third Hokage meant. Hiruzen Sarutobi ignored Jiraiya's shock and explained to Shichijin, consider it a form of atonement. Although the matter began with Danzo coveting your power, he was still a village elder. Your killing of a high-ranking official is an undeniable fact. Konoha's rules cannot be trampled upon openly. Therefore your punishment is to join the Umbu, carrying out missions for the village in the shadows, earning merit to atone for your crime. He glanced at Jiraiya, whose expression was complex and his tone grew heavier, as if trying to convince Jiraiya, and perhaps himself as well. Jiraiya, you should be well aware. The Sunagakure will not take the loss of their one-tail, Jinchuriki, lying down. Although we've temporarily redirected suspicion toward Kirigakure, no secret remains hidden forever. War is likely to come again soon. And this time Konoha may well face more than just Suna as an enemy. The third Hokage's gaze sharpened, and his voice grew grave. The other hidden villages will never tolerate Konoha possessing both the Nine Tails and any other tailed beast. Under such pressure, every powerful combat asset is crucial to the village. Pointless infighting and losses are foolishness that Konoha cannot afford at this moment. The third Hokage's implication was clear. With the clouds of war gathering and formidable enemies on all sides, Konoha needed the formidable power of Tenyu Shichijin. The so-called atonement through missions was merely a face-saving measure for both parties, especially for the village's upper echelons and other informed individuals, to grudgingly accept. I will personally explain the situation to the higher-ups. To the public, we will say that Elder Danzo was tragically killed by assassins from an unknown organization. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice carried an unassailable finality, as his gaze slowly swept over each person present, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsukumo, and finally settled on Shichijin. Everyone present today must swear an oath of secrecy using sealing techniques. This matter is classified as Konoha's highest level of confidentiality, strictly forbidden from leaking. Yage. Shichijin immediately broke into a carefree, radiant smile, leaping lightly down from Gamabunta's head and brushing off dust that wasn't there, as if the bloody carnage moments ago was merely an amusing game. He made an okay gesture at the third Hokage. Join the Umbu. Sounds pretty interesting, old man. You better keep your word now. Understood. Tsukumo Hataki was the first to respond, giving a slight bow. He cast a furtive glance at Jiraiya, a complex understanding in his eyes. Jiraiya's lips moved several times, but in the end 1,000 words condensed into a single long, heavy sigh. The agonized struggle on his face gradually gave way to a profound weariness. He looked at the beaming Shichijin, then at his resolute teacher, and finally with immense difficulty nodded. Orochimaru let out a soft laugh, neither approving nor objecting. He glanced at Shichijin with interest, then at the third Hokage, before his form slowly dissolved into a puff of smoke, vanishing along with Manda beneath him. An interesting arrangement. Well then, I shall take my leave, Sarutobi-sensei. His parting words drifted away on the wind. Several days later in Konohagakure, as evening lights began to glow. Inside Ichiraku Ramen, the warm light and aroma of food dispelled the chill of the autumn night. The shop was only sparsely occupied, carrying a quiet atmosphere. At the farthest seat by the counter, Tenyu Shichijin, dressed in a brand new well-fitted standard black Umbu bodysuit with a dark vest over it, was noisily slurping down his second extra-large bowl of tonkatsu ramen. The outfit, symbolizing secrecy and loyalty when worn by Shichijin, created a strange sense of contrast due to his strikingly handsome features and languid demeanor. Only the Umbu mask carved with fox patterns casually placed on the stool beside him hinted at his new identity. On the seat next to him, young Kakashi, wearing his mask, was quietly sipping his broth. Kakashi's gaze kept darting toward Shichijin's Umbu attire, his listless eyes beneath his brows filled with confusion. Finally he set down his bowl and couldn't help but ask in a lowered voice, "Hey, how exactly did you manage to get into the Umbu?" Despite his youth, Kakashi, as the son of White Fang, was not entirely ignorant of the village's rules. The Umbu, the elite force directly under the Hokage, the village's sharpest blade and shield in the shadows. The scrutiny for joining the Umbu was severe, and the demands on strength and loyalty far exceeded those of ordinary ninja. Kakashi simply couldn't comprehend how this flippant, unreliable guy whose conduct had nothing to do with loyalty or obedience had passed the screening. Shichijin looked up from his bowl, a speck of oil still at the corner of his mouth, which he casually wiped with his sleeve. Huh. The Umbu, huh? He chewed on his chopsticks, tilting his head with a thoughtful expression, then suddenly lit up, as if remembering, oh. A few days ago I helped the village clear out a nest of particularly annoying filthy rats. The old man thought I did a good job, so he let me register with the Umbu on the side. Rats. Kakashi's mind instinctively conjured images of those squeaking gray-furred creatures scurrying through garbage. But he quickly realized this couldn't be taken literally. Looking at Shichijin's grinning face, clearly not intending to elaborate, Kakashi wisely chose not to press further. He silently filed away the words clearing rats, Umbu, and the recent death of Danzo, with a mental question mark burying them deep within. Boss check please. Shichijin drained the last of his soup, patted his stomach with satisfaction, and placed several bills on the counter. He stood up, casually picking up the fox mask beside him and putting it on. As Shichijin turned and walked out of the shop, his back to the warm light of the ramen stand, stepping into the deepening darkness of the street, the playful smile beneath the mask receded like a tide. In his deep eyes a flicker of bone-chilling coldness flashed by, sharper than the autumn night wind, just as he had anticipated. After displaying power that subtly transcended the Kage level, the third Hokage wouldn't dare to truly make an enemy of him. Killing Danzo and uprooting the most stubborn tumor within Konoha was merely the first step. This rotten ninja world, bound by hatred and narrow-mindedness, still had far too many places that needed cleansing and rebuilding. His path had only just begun. 2 months earlier at Mount Myaboku within the Grand Toad Sage's palace, the deep purple natural cavern was filled with a faint fragrance of herbs and the ancient aura of chakra. Upon the stone throne, the colossal and ancient Grand Toad Sage slowly opened his eyes. His gaze fell upon the young man seated cross-legged below. Taijutsu had just concluded a deep meditation that had lasted for several days. The natural energy that had once swirled around him was now fully withdrawn. The 7-colored lotus mark on his forehead, which had bloomed like layered petals, had vanished, replaced by a tiny crimson cinnabar imprinted at the very center of his brow. The 7-colored Seal Sage art was complete. Shishuan slowly exhaled a long, turbid breath and opened his eyes. His pitch-black pupils now held an indescribable depth and ethereal quality. The Grand Toad Sage watched him for a long while before speaking in an ancient, slow voice that seemed to originate from a bygone era. The 7-colored flower born of chaos blooms in an instant. It is rooted in this world, yet transcends its bounds. The threads of fate are woven around you, yet fragile as morning dew snapping at a touch. Whispers of past, souls of future, shrouded in mist. Child, where exactly do you come from? His voice echoed through the empty palace, carrying a profound and incomprehensible rhythm, like the recitation of an ancient broken prophecy. Shishuan listened quietly, his meditative calm instantly vanishing as he rolled his eyes in undisguised exasperation. He clicked his tongue in disdain, his tone filled with annoyance. Old toad, can you speak in a language I can understand? Flowers, threads, souls, paintings. There's a limit to being cryptic, you know. The Grand Toad Sage was not angered by his rudeness. His turbid eyes remained calm as he slowly said, your power is most peculiar. Within you I sense not just one but several origin forces, so potent they feel foreign even to me. Shishuan's heartbeat missed a near imperceptible beat. During his 2 months at Mount Myaboku, aside from practicing sage arts and occasionally demonstrating water-style jutsu, without hand signs, he had never used any of the other Gourd brothers' abilities. How did this old toad detect it? Pure sensory perception? Or his supposed ability to dream of the future? A long silence filled the hall, broken only by the distant sound of a waterfall. The air seemed to solidify as 2 invisible wills clashed in silent confrontation. It was the Grand Toad Sage who finally broke the silence. I will help you. Shishuan's slender eyebrows rose slightly, a playful smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. He showed no gratitude or surprise, instead leaning forward slightly to meet the gaze of the massive figure on the throne. Oh, and what is the price, Great Toad Sage? What do you wish to gain from me? Shishuan never believed in unearned kindness, especially from ancient monsters who had lived for eons and knew countless secrets. Besides, the most expensive things in the world are often those that are free. The Grand Toad Sage slowly shook his head, the movement of his colossal body creating a low hum in the air. There is no price. No price. Shishuan repeated, the playful smile vanishing from his face, replaced by a cold, mocking glare. He stood up abruptly, his movements swift and decisive. Then I'm sorry, but I have absolutely no interest in being some damn savior. His voice was cold and firm, echoing in the empty hall. And stop treating me like some chosen one. That story is outdated. What I do or don't do is for me to decide. No being can dictate my actions, let alone arrange my destiny. With that, he didn't spare the Grand Toad Sage another glance, turning and walking out of the palace with a leisurely, unhurried stride. His long black hair swayed slightly behind him, his upright and proud silhouette a stark contrast to the ancient, heavy atmosphere of Mount Myaboku. The Grand Toad Sage silently watched the retreating figure, making no move to stop him. He recalled the brief but clear dream fragment he had experienced while Shishuan was forming the Seal. It wasn't a future he had actively foreseen, but a glimpse passively drawn forth by the strange fluctuation of Qishuan's power. In the dream there were no specific images, only 3 fragmented proverbs burned into his consciousness like brands. When the 7-colored flower blooms, the celestial god shall descend once more. If the lotus bearer's heart is with the people, the ninja world may be spared from ruin. If the lotus bearer succumbs to desire, heaven and earth shall face a cataclysm. The Grand Toad Sage, or rather Gamamaru. His existence spanned an inconceivably long time. He had witnessed the Sage of 6 Paths establish the ninja creed and divide the tailed beasts. He had sensed the divine tree devouring the earth's essence to bear the chakra fruit. In the deepest recesses of his ancient memory, he still held vague impressions of Kagaya Otsutsuki, the progenitor of chakra. But the power flowing through Qishuan was something he had never encountered. An origin force that was similar to chakra yet distinct, that merged with natural energy yet remained separate. It inspired a faint sense of awe. In this young man, he saw a possibility. A potential that surpassed everything he knew, even the Sage of 6 Paths. And so he was gambling. He gambled that if this child became a savior, Mount Mayaboku would enter a new era. But if this child became a calamity, at least they had tried to change the future. Autumn of year 46 of the Konoha calendar. Dusk. Before the memorial stone. The setting sun cast a warm orange glow upon the cold stone, yet failed to dispel the solemnity and grief that clung to the place. Jiraiya stood alone before the monument, his usual boisterous demeanor cast aside. His wild white hair was slightly disheveled in the evening breeze. His gaze lingered on a few newly carved names on the stone. Shimura Danzo, and the aliases of the rude operatives who had been secretly dealt with today, publicly announced as having died in the line of duty. The sound of soft, steady footsteps approached from behind. Minato Namikaze, with his brilliant golden hair and a warm smile, walked up to stand beside Jiraiya. Minato glanced at the stone, then at his master's unusually silent profile, a flicker of concern passing through his clear blue eyes. He hesitated before asking softly, "Master, why haven't we seen Qishuan lately? By my calculations, he should have returned from Mount Mayaboku by now." Jiraiya's body stiffened almost imperceptibly. He snapped back to reality, vigorously rubbing his face before breaking into an exaggerated carefree laugh and clapping Minato on the shoulder. "Uh-huh. You mean that, brat?" His laughter sounded somewhat jarring in the quiet cemetery. "He's been handpicked by the 3rd Hokage for a top-secret special mission. He won't be showing his face in the village for a while." Minato stumbled slightly from the force of the clap, then looked at Jiraiya with a dubious expression. Although his master's laughter was loud, the fleeting complexity and weariness in the depths of his eyes did not escape Minato's keen observation. He felt his master's demeanor and words were somewhat strange. But driven by his complete and unwavering trust in his master, Minato suppressed his doubts, nodded, and a bright sun-like smile returned to his face. "A secret mission. With Qishuan's strength, I'm sure he'll complete it with ease." His tone held an unshakable faith in his comrade mixed with a hint of envy. Jiraiya's laughter faltered for a moment at these words, then grew even louder. Yet buried deep within that laughter was a bitterness he himself hadn't fully acknowledged. "Of course, that kid. He's far stronger than any of you can imagine. Stronger. He was beyond that. He was a monster defying all logic and reason." Jiraiya added silently in his heart, feeling as if a stone was lodged in his chest. Minato, unaware of the underlying meaning, clenched his fist, his gaze turning resolute. "Then I must train even harder. I can't afford to fall too far behind him." Seeing his disciple so full of drive and hope for the future, Jiraiya's smile gradually became more genuine, yet also more complex. He ruffled Minato's golden hair and said in a low voice, "Yeah, keep it, kid." Late at night at the edge of Konoha in Qishuan's solitary dwelling. The room was dark, lit only by the cold moonlight casting dappled shadows on the floor through the window lattice. Qishuan pushed the door open and casually tossed his Anbu fox mask onto the table. He glanced indifferently at the deepest, darkest corner of the room, his tone as casual as a greeting. "Orochimaru-sama dropping by uninvited at this hour. That's not a very good habit." His voice was strikingly clear in the silent room. The shadows seemed to come alive, writhing and coalescing like thick, viscous black liquid. A tall, pale figure stepped gracefully out from the darkness, standing at the boundary between moonlight and shadow. Orochimaru wore a smile laced with cold curiosity and intrigue. His golden snake-like pupils glowed faintly in the dark, fixed intently on Qishuan. He licked his pale lips, his voice hoarse and low. "Qishuan-kun, I have been waiting for you for quite some time." His gaze swept over Qishuan's new Yanbiyu uniform, his interest intensifying. "It seems the new position Sarutobi-sensei gave you fits you quite well." The warm amber glow of the oil lamp spread through the cramped room, barely dispelling the deepest shadows in the corners, yet it blurred the line between light and darkness, making their boundary even more ambiguous. After lighting the lamp, Qishuan paid no further heed to the uninvited guest. He walked straight to the crude wooden table, pulled out the only chair, sat down casually, and poured himself half a cup of cold water from the clay pot on the table. Qishuan took a sip from the cup, then said without raising his head, "Lord Orochimaru, it's the dead of night. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Beating around the bush isn't your style. Or perhaps your visit tonight is to discuss that little joke I made about eternal life." His tone was calm, as if discussing a trivial matter. But deep within his lowered eyes a sharp glint flickered. Orochimaru did not take offense at Qishuan's bluntness or disregard. At the edge of light and shadow, the cold smile on his pale face deepened. He didn't answer Qishuan's question directly, but slowly took 2 steps forward, studying Qishuan with keen interest. A joke? Perhaps. Orochimaru's voice was low and hoarse, carrying a unique magnetism. But before we delve into those specific mysteries, Qishuan-kun, I am quite curious. What do you think the meaning of life truly is? This sudden philosophical question made Qishuan's hand holding the cup pause slightly. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Here it comes, the classic Snake-sama interrogation. He never expected to experience Kimimura's storyline ahead of time in this life. Qishuan suddenly put down the cup, his expression turning serious. He leaned back in the chair, folded his hands over his abdomen, and deliberately assumed a thoughtful pose. Then, tilting his head slightly, he began with utmost seriousness, reciting the entire speech from memory. Life has no inherent meaning. To live is simply to live. We are born into this world, grow, learn, form connections with others, and then die. It's like the wind blowing across the desert, leaving traces that are soon erased. Perhaps the very pursuit of life's meaning is a futile endeavor. But precisely because there is no inherent meaning, we are free to imbue it with our own. It could be protection, it could be destruction, it could be the pursuit of knowledge, or it could be transcending the shackles of this fragile vessel to attain some form of eternity. Qishuan delivered this speech flawlessly, with sincere eyes and perfect expressions, almost convincing even himself. After hearing this, Orochimaru stood frozen in place. His golden serpentine eyes, which always glimmered with cold calculation and fervent thirst for knowledge, widened slightly, now a clear flash of astonishment passing through them, followed by a genuine recognition and resonance from finding a kindred spirit. These words seemed to have been excavated directly from a corner of his own heart that had not yet fully taken shape. That perception of life's inherent nothingness, coupled with the yearning to transcend and imbue meaning, coincided perfectly with his innermost true thoughts. After a brief silence, Orochimaru let out a low laugh. This time the laughter was less cold, carrying a hint of genuine pleasure. The way he looked at Qishuan for the first time shed most of its scrutiny and probing, gaining a rare appreciation that bordered on equality. Truly astonishing. I never imagined that someone as young as you, Qishuan-kun, could possess such profound and thorough understanding of the essence of life and existence. Orochimaru's tone was filled with undisguised admiration as he said, "It seems my decision to come here tonight was indeed the correct one." Qishuan lowered his head to take a sip of water, his eyes flickering with an unreadable light. How could it not be profound? These are the classic lines you'll use to recruit Kimimura in the future. I'm just returning them to their rightful owner early. But on the surface he merely shrugged, wearing an expression of "it's no big deal." Orochimaru was clearly triggered by these words. He stopped beating around the bush and cut straight to the chase, his tone reverting to that scientific coolness laced with fervor. "To be honest, Qishuan-kun, I have recently been conducting some intriguing experiments regarding the essence of life. I wonder if you might be interested." Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, observing Qishuan's reaction. Here it comes. Qishuan's heart stirred, a barely perceptible glint flashing in his eyes. Suppressing the smile that threatened to spread across his face, he displayed just the right amount of curiosity and hesitation, then slowly nodded. "Sounds interesting. I don't have any missions right now anyway, so I might as well take a look." 2 nights later, in a hidden underground facility outside Konoha village. This was one of Orochimaru's secret laboratories. The air was thick with the pungent smell of formalin mixed with strange herbs and preservatives stinging the nostrils. Under the dim yellow light, wooden shelves and workbenches against the wall were cluttered with glass containers of all shapes and sizes. Inside, various animal organs, skeletal specimens, and some oddly shaped ambiguous synthetic biological tissues floated and bobbed gently in the pale yellow liquid. The walls were covered with densely packed experimental data charts and hasty notes. Qishuan wore the ENBU fox mask, revealing only his lower face and those calm dark eyes. He followed behind Orochimaru, who was draped in a black cloak, his gaze calmly sweeping over these sights that would give ordinary people nightmares while his mind raced. The specimen collection is quite comprehensive, but there's definitely no human tissue. Has he not started yet, or is it hidden deeper? Just then Orochimaru, walking ahead, suddenly stopped. He gently took out a pure white snake as thin as a finger from an incubator. The little snake coiled around his pale fingers, flicking its crimson tongue, appearing exceptionally docile. Orochimaru stroked the cold scales of the little white snake with his fingertips, speaking in an almost dreamy tone without turning around. "Qishuan-kun, why do you think clans like the Uchiha or the Hyuga are born with Kekkei Genkai powers that defy common sense? Why are some people born with chakra natures that lean towards extremes, making it easy for them to master certain elemental techniques? What?" Orochimaru's voice echoed in the silent laboratory. He slowly turned around, his golden serpentine eyes glinting with a chilling light under the dim illumination, locking firmly onto Qishuan. That gaze seemed to peel away his clothed skin and muscles, reaching straight for the deepest secrets. "Why are you so special?" The last few words were spoken almost deliberately, syllable by syllable. The curiosity and the fervor of looking at a perfect experimental subject were almost tangible. The air in the laboratory seemed to chill several degrees under that gaze laden with an invisible pressure. Qishuan frowned slightly, his voice from behind the mask carrying a clear note of displeasure and coldness. Lord Orochimaru, did you bring me here in the dead of night just to discuss these things and look at me with those eyes? His hand hung loosely at his side, but his muscles were subtly tensed. Sensing the fleeting coldness and wariness from Chishuan, the fervor in Orochimaru's eyes quickly receded. He smiled, placed the little white snake back into the incubator, and the needle-like pressure dissipated. Of course not. Orochimaru walked over to a workbench where several thick experimental records and clear imaging charts were spread out. That was just a long-standing curiosity of mine. Getting back to the point, my recent research has focused primarily on life's adaptive modification. He pointed to some marked cells and tissue slices on the charts that had undergone strange mutations. Speaking in a calm tone, I am attempting to understand whether life can through some means break through the shackles of its own species, merging with, or even acquiring the traits and abilities of other organisms. For instance, giving a frog's skin the camouflage ability of a chameleon, or making a mouse's bone density approach that of certain crustaceans. Orochimaru showcased several successful animal experiments, including a lizard with a thin bone plate on its back and significantly enhanced defense, and a test dog whose olfactory sensitivity had been amplified dozens of times. Chishuan leaned in for a closer look, letting out soft sounds of admiration from behind his mask. To him, a transmigrator, these experiments might seem somewhat primitive, but the audacity of their concepts and the solidity of the preliminary results were far ahead of the common understanding in the shinobi world of this era. As expected of the future Orochimaru, the one who would develop forbidden arts like the living corpse reincarnation, curse seals, and artificial humans. As he looked, Chishuan suddenly raised his head, his gaze piercing through the eye holes of the mask to meet Orochimaru's, and asked in a flat tone, "Very interesting. But Lord Orochimaru, have you ever tried conducting similar experiments on humans?" The finger Orochimaru was using to trace the experimental records paused almost imperceptibly. He slowly raised his head, his golden serpentine eyes meeting Chishuan's gaze once more. This time, deep within those eyes, there was not just curiosity and probing, but a subtle, yet genuinely present dangerous glint, like a viper coiled and ready to strike in the darkness. Those kinds of experiments. He began slowly, his voice dropping even lower. Currently, they remain only at the stage of theoretical deduction and very preliminary cell culture. Moreover, Orochimaru paused, a meaningful cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. At this stage, we also lack sufficiently suitable and abundant experimental material. He spoke these last words extremely slowly, as if implying something. During this period of peacetime, obtaining live human test subjects, especially shinobi, was incredibly difficult and risky. Chishuan understood the veiled implication. He showed neither surprise nor disgust, but instead narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze falling on the lizard specimen with the bone plate on its back, as if talking to himself or perhaps stating an upcoming fact. Materials. Won't have to wait too long. His voice was very light, yet carried a cold certainty. Once the war truly breaks out and corpses litter the fields, there will be no shortage of all kinds of materials, especially those clan shinobi with special bloodlines and unique Kekkei Genkai. Their corpses or prisoners might offer you many interesting possibilities. Orochimaru's golden pupils abruptly contracted. He stared intently at Chishuan, as if seeing this young man for the first time. These words not only accurately predicted the future situation, but also vividly painted the vague, dark vision that lurked in the depths of his own mind. "From what you're saying, Chishuan-kun," Orochimaru's voice trembled with a barely contained excitement, "you intend to help me?" Chishuan didn't answer directly. He straightened up, raised a hand, and gently adjusted the Anbu fox mask on his face. The mask covered most of his face, leaving only his elegantly contoured jaw and those eyes that appeared especially deep and profound in the dim light. He looked at Orochimaru through the eye holes of the mask and spoke slowly, "Of course. Lord Orochimaru, don't forget what I said. The secret to eternal life lies hidden within this seemingly fragile, yet infinitely potential human body." As his voice faded, a brief silence fell over the laboratory. Only the faint sound of bubbles rising in the culture vessels and the silent undercurrent surging between them, gradually forging a dangerous consensus. The night was an impenetrable viscous darkness. The damp, chill air unique to the border forest, thick with the scent of decaying leaves and earth, permeated everything in silence. Moonlight was shredded by the layered canopy, sparsely casting ghastly pale patches of light that barely outlined the twisted silhouettes of the trees. Chishuan moved alone, a specter melding seamlessly into the night. Clad in the black uniform of the Umbu, his face hidden behind a fox mask, he trod carelessly upon the dead branches and leaves. He appeared utterly unguarded, yet his perception radiated outward in all directions, an inaudible wave expanding from his core. The wind's mournful whisper through the treetops, the occasional cry of an owl, the faint gurgle of a distant stream. And within it all, the faint but unmistakable presence of a living being. "Here it comes." Chishuan's footsteps did not falter. As he passed the shadow of an ancient tree that would take 3 men to encircle, whoosh, a sharp piercing whistle shot out from a dark blind spot diagonally behind him. It was a sunbon needle as fine as a hair and coated in potent poison, devoid of any glint in the moonlight, aimed directly at the vital point at the back of his neck. The timing, the angle, the concealment, all were flawless. This was the premeditated killing blow of a seasoned stalker. Yet in the instant the sunbon was about to make contact, his figure vanished. The sunbon embedded itself with a dull thunk deep into the trunk of a tree ahead, its tail vibrating with a faint hum. The assailant materialized from the shadows of the ancient tree, a shinobi entirely encased in dark gray, revealing only a pair of eyes. The cold, triumphant gleam in his eyes froze the moment Qixuan vanished into thin air, his face a mask of stark disbelief. What the a? Alarm bells screamed in his mind, and he spun to retreat. But it was too late. Qixuan's voice, cold as a wraith's, sounded without warning directly behind him. Before these eyes of mine, all concealment is futile. What a? The assailant's hair stood on end, a chill racing from the base of his spine to the crown of his head. He had sensed no fluctuations in chakra, heard no footsteps. How had this man managed to get behind him in an instant? Supreme terror sparked the most primal of reactions. Without a moment's thought, he relied on muscle memory, twisting his body and swinging the short blade in his hand in a desperate, powerful arc behind him. The slash was wild yet lightning fast, fueled by the instinctive will to survive born of fear and despair. But, clang. The short blade didn't meet flesh but the dull ring of striking metal. A hand clad in a black fingerless glove had caught the attacker's wrist in an unyielding grip. The strength was immense. No matter how the man struggled, his wrist bones groaning under the pressure, he could not budge it an inch. Only then did the attacker truly see the one behind him. The fox mask cold in the moonlight, and behind it a pair of calm, unreadable black eyes gazing at him impassively. There was no mockery, no anger, not even a hint of killing intent. It was as if he were examining a prey that had fallen into a trap, struggling futilely. It was a suffocating sense of absolute control. Arg, I'll kill you. The attacker let out a beastly roar, gathering the dregs of his chakra for a final desperate struggle. Qixuan didn't bother to block. A flicker of impatience crossed his eyes. He pulled the wrist he held casually to the side. The attacker lost his balance, stumbling forward, his chest left wide open. Simultaneously, Qixuan's left hand closed into a fist. He threw a plain, unadorned punch into the man's chest. A sickening wet crunch, the sound of flesh and bone being forcefully pierced, shattered the forest's dead silence. Time seemed to stand still. The attacker looked down at his own chest. There a black-gloved fist was buried completely, within only the wrist remaining visible. Warm blood gushed out along the arm. Excruciating pain like a tsunami washed over him, only to be instantly replaced by a cold, creeping numbness. The shinobi's vision blurred and darkened rapidly. He died without even managing a full scream. Qixuan slowly withdrew his arm. As he did, a spray of warm blood mist followed. The body, robbed of all support, toppled forward, limply collapsing like a pile of mud, silent and still. Only the eyes, wide open in death, held the frozen remnants of boundless terror and bewilderment. The moonlight remained cold and clear. The blood quickly soaked into the damp earth, emitting a heavy metallic scent soon masked by the forest's own smell of decay. Qixuan shook the blood from his hand, taking a deep breath of the forest's fresh aroma. The gourd at his waist floated into the air. An invisible vortex pulled the corpse, instantly drawing it into the space within. With this one, the materials Orochimaru wanted should be enough for now. Qixuan muttered to himself, his voice utterly flat and devoid of emotion. Then his figure melted back into the profound darkness, leaving only the faint, lingering trace of blood in the air. At dusk, in the Hokage's office, the setting sun outside the window bathed the room in a warm golden glow. Hiruzen Sarutobi set down the scroll he was holding, his gaze settling on the slouching, languid figure standing before his desk. A look of satisfaction tinged with complex emotions crossed his face, and his voice was gentler than usual. Qixuan, this mission was completed exceptionally well. The third Hokage paused, then pulled 2 bulging coin purses from a drawer, pushing them gently to the edge of the desk. This is the payment for clearing out the border scouts last time, and escorting the secret envoy this time, settled together. His gaze lingered on Qixuan for a moment. Since this young man had joined the Umbu in such a unique manner, the efficiency of his mission execution and his sheer decisiveness had been startling even for the Hokage himself. Those troublesome missions that would normally require a coordinated squad and days to complete, this kid could often handle alone, finishing them cleanly and swiftly within a day or two, leaving almost no loose ends to deal with afterward. This made the third Hokage feel that his decision to let Qixuan join the Umbu had been a wise one. For a fleeting moment, a bizarre thought crossed his mind. If he had simply thrown this kid into the Umbu from the very beginning, kept him leashed with heavy direct tasks, would it have prevented all those subsequent lawless troublemaking escapades that had forced even him, the Hokage, to compromise? But the thought vanished as quickly as it came. When he saw Qixuan's expression, clearly praised yet still looking as if he couldn't be bothered, and the deep, uninterested glimmer in those black eyes, the third Hokage could only shake his head with a bitter smile. A leopard can't change its spots. This kid's personality was probably even more unruly and troublesome than his own free-spirited student Jiraiya. As if to confirm his thoughts, Qixuan reached out, grabbed the 2 coin purses, weighed them in his hand, and gave a reasonably satisfied smile. But then, completely lacking in decorum, he opened his mouth wide in a long yawn, tears welling at the corners of his eyes. Qixuan rubbed his eyes and said dismissively, "Thanks, old man third. Speaking of which, I'd like to request some leave. I need to sleep for days on end. Running around like this has worn me to the bone. I'm exhausted." In reality, since Orochimaru's materials were sufficient, Qixuan was simply too lazy to keep running around doing those troublesome missions. A vein on the third Hokage's forehead twitched almost imperceptibly. He clearly remembered the first time he'd met this kid, when he had sweetly called him Grandpa Hokage in that innocent childish voice. How long had it been? Now it's old man. The speed of this title downgrade was even faster than his mission completion rate. Yet faced with Qishuan's blatant laziness and lack of respect, the third Hokage found he could do little more than heave a helpless sigh. He pinched the bridge of his nose and waved his hand as silent approval. You've indeed worked hard these past few days. Go home and get some proper rest. Just then the office door was lightly knocked upon and then pushed open. Tsukumo Hatake, clad in the standard umbu attire, his face bearing traces of travel, walked in. Tsukumo habitually scanned the room first. His gaze paused on Qishuan, and he gave a slight nod in greeting. He then turned to the third Hokage, ready to give his routine mission report. However, before Tsukumo could speak, Qishuan, who had been all listlessness a moment ago, had his eyes light up with a whoosh, as if he'd spotted a beloved toy. The languor on Qishuan's face was instantly replaced by an overly enthusiastic smile. He bounded over to Tsukumo's side in a single stride and patted the man's shoulder with practiced familiarity. Yo, Uncle Tsukumo, long time no see. I've missed you so much. An invisible cold sweat beaded on Tsukumo Hatake's forehead. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He silently grumbled to himself, didn't we literally pass each other in the umbu locker room just yesterday, and you borrowed my untouched lunchbox on the way? You call this a long time? They were both in the umbu now. Even if they weren't on the same fixed team, their paths crossed quite frequently. But Qishuan seemed completely oblivious to Tsukumo's speechless expression, continuing on his own, his voice filled with nostalgia, or rather undisguised craving. Speaking of which, it's been ages since I've tasted your cooking, Uncle. I think about it day and night. I can even smell that divine aroma of grilling meat in my dreams. Oh no. He quickly reeled in his drool, amending his statement. I've been missing little Kakashi so much. I wonder if the kid has grown any taller since we last met. As he spoke, he unconsciously swallowed again. Then before Tsukumo could react, Qishuan had naturally reached out, grabbed Tsukumo's arm, and was gently shaking it like a child, his voice taking on a sickly sweet coaxing tone. Nah, Uncle, why don't we make it today? How about I come over to your place for dinner tonight? I've saved up my appetite specially. Say yes, please. Pretty please. Faced with this sudden sticky sweet onslaught of enthusiasm, especially seeing that bewitchingly handsome face, and those black eyes shimmering with feigned innocence and anticipation, the usually calm and composed Konoha's white fawn Tsukumo Hatake, who made enemies tremble on the battlefield, experienced a momentary system failure in his brain. He found himself mumbling in reply, okay, wait, you. By the time Tsukumo snapped out of it and realized what he'd agreed to, Qishuan was already grinning like a cat that had gotten the cream, his face a picture of triumphant scheming. He let go, took 2 steps back, and waved at both Tsukumo and the third Hokage, his tone light and breezy. Well then, it's a deal. See you tonight. I'll head off now, old man third. Don't forget to approve my leave. Before the words had even faded, he had slipped out of the Hokage's office like a gust of wind, leaving only the sound of his light, quick footsteps disappearing down the corridor. Tsukumo Hatake stood there staring at the now empty doorway. After a long moment, he shook his head with a wry smile. It looked like this month's hard-earned mission pay was going to be in jeopardy. The third Hokage had witnessed the entire scene. He picked up his teacup, took a gentle sip, and asked with casual curiosity, Tsukumo, it seems you and that kid Qishuan get along quite well, huh? Tsukumo immediately straightened his expression, shedding the wry smile for his usual formal demeanor, and gave a slight bow. Yes, Lord Third. Qishuan. He's quite an energetic boy. He often comes by to play with Kakashi, in truth, to freeload meals, and over time we've become somewhat acquainted. The third Hokage waved his hand, a warm smile on his face. No need to be tense, I was just asking. It might not be a bad thing for the kid to have more contact with families like yours. At least, it's better than him scheming alone all day, wondering what he's up to. His last words were spoken very softly, almost a mutter to himself. Tsukumo nodded without further question and began meticulously detailing his mission report. The third Hokage's gaze, though fixed on Tsukumo as he listened, had drifted slightly. Was Qishuan's unusual closeness to Tsukumo, to Kakashi, a mere coincidence, or was it deliberate? Night fell, enveloping the Hatake residence. Tsukumo Hatake, having just finished his report to the third Hokage after a long day of training and missions, returned home, carrying 2 large bags of carefully selected ingredients from the market. Before he even stepped inside, he heard a commotion from within. Pushing open the door, he saw a scene that was both heartwarming and amusing under the warm light of the living room. Qishuan was sitting cross-legged on a cushion, firmly hugging a small silver-haired figure whose hair was sticking up in all directions. It was his son Kakashi Hatake. With one arm around Kakashi's shoulders, Qishuan used the other to affectionately and vigorously touzle the boy's soft silver hair, making the already unruly locks even more chaotic, resembling a cat, with its fur standing on end. Unable to break free, Kakashi's entire face was buried in Qishuan's chest, revealing only half of a dead fish eye and the tips of his ears, which were bright red. Let me go? Qishuan. I'm not your toy. Release me now. Kakashi's muffled, indignant voice came from within Qishuan's embrace. His small body struggled and twisted, using his hands and feet in an attempt to push Qishuan away, but the arm holding him seemed as immovable as if it had unlocked the 8 gates. The sheer force made Kakashi wonder if Qishuan had mastered some powerful taijutsu. Seeing this, Tsukumo wore a look of helpless amusement. As he bent to change his shoes, he said, "You really are quite early." Hearing Tsukumo's voice, Chishuan reluctantly released his affectionate grip on Kakashi. The moment he was free, Kakashi sprang away like a startled rabbit retreating behind the sofa. He frantically tried to smooth his disheveled hair while glaring at Chishuan with a mix of wariness and fury. Chishuan, completely ignoring Kakashi's glare, stood up, his face breaking into a brilliant smile as he waved at Tsukumo. "Yo, Uncle Tsukumo, you're back. I've been looking forward to this." His gaze quickly locked onto the two bulging bags in Tsukumo's hands, which emitted the fresh scent of ingredients. Premium snowflake, beef, fresh eel, river shrimp. Chishuan's dark eyes instantly sparkled with a light rivaling that of discovering a treasure. He unconsciously leaned forward, a clear gulp sounding from his throat, and a suspicious glimmer of drool flashed at the corner of his mouth. Far from being annoyed by Chishuan's unapologetic gluttony, Tsukumo burst into hearty laughter. He deliberately raised the heavy bags and said boisterously, "Don't worry, kid. There's plenty tonight, that's for sure. You'll eat to your heart's content." Hiding behind the sofa, Kakashi watched his father welcome this freeloader with open arms and glee, and his cheeks puffed up in frustration. Damn it. What is Dad thinking? This moocher has his own home, yet he keeps coming over. He bullies me and treats me like a pet to pet. Ugh, this is so annoying. Kakashi grumbled furiously in his mind. Meanwhile, Tsukumo, seemingly oblivious to his son's anger, headed straight into the kitchen, donned an apron, and began his culinary showcase. The crisp clatter of pots and pans, and the sizzling sound of oil meeting ingredients at high heat soon filled the air. The tantalizing aroma, like tangible tentacles, wove its way through the kitchen door crack and quickly permeated the entire living room. Chishuan took a deep breath, his face immediately displaying an expression of pure ecstasy and anticipation. It was as if the scent had nailed him to the spot. His eyes were fixated on the kitchen, and with his clairvoyance he could see the delicacies churning inside. His Adam's apple bobbed uncontrollably. But just then, knock knock knock. A moderate knock sounded at the door. Chishuan's ears twitched, but his attention was clearly still captured by the aroma from the kitchen. His body remained still, and he only mumbled vaguely, "Kakashi, get the door." Kakashi rolled his eyes but resignedly emerged from behind the sofa, trotted over to the door on his short legs, stood on his tiptoes, and opened it. Outside, the first thing that caught the eye was a head of bright sunshine-like blonde hair and a handsome face with a warm smile. "Good evening, Kakashi. Sorry for the intrusion." Minato Namikaze bent down naturally, extending his hand to affectionately ruffle Kakashi's little head. Then a fair-skinned hand also emerged from behind Minato, joining the head rubbing with even more vigorous force. "Kakashi, long time no see. Have you missed your big sister Kushina?" A vibrant, slightly impish female voice chimed in. Kushina Uzumaki's long crimson hair swayed with her movements. Seeing Kakashi being tousled until he was swaying with a look of utter despair on his face, she laughed even harder. "I told you. Stop rubbing my head. Big brother Minato. Big sister Kushina. I won't grow any taller at this rate." Kakashi clutched his head, escaping from their clutches, and protested loudly, his cheeks puffed out in anger. His protest was to no avail. Behind Minato and Kushina, two more small heads peeked out, looking somewhat shy. A boy with dark skin, a toothpick in his mouth, and spiky hair gave a hearty, yet slightly awkward smile. "Sorry for the intrusion. I'm Asuma Saratobi. Nice to meet you." Beside him, a cute girl with rare wine-red hair and large, sparkling, shy eyes spoke up quietly as well. I'm Kurinai Yui. Please take care of me." In an instant, the previously spacious Hitaki living room became somewhat crowded and lively with the sudden arrival of 4 guests. The kitchen door creaked open, and Tsukumo Hitaki, alerted by the sound, poked his head out. He wore a checkered apron and still clutched a spatula with steam and rich aromas billowing out with his movements. There was not a trace of the commanding presence befitting an ANBU captain. Seeing the group at the door, Tsukumo's face first showed a hint of knowing resignation, but it was quickly replaced by a sincere smile. "Minato, Kushina, you've arrived." Tsukumo greeted with a smile, his gaze naturally gliding past the pair to land on the 2 small, somewhat uneasy figures behind them. When he spotted the dark-skinned boy with a toothpick dangling from his lips, a barely perceptible flicker of puzzlement crossed his eyes. Minato and Kushina were invited by him, as he'd considered that Chishuan had been busy with missions for so long without meeting his original squadmates, so he deliberately called them over for a lively gathering. But Asuma, he didn't recall inviting the Hokage's son. Minato Namikaze noticed the confusion in Tsukumo's eyes and quickly stepped forward to explain proactively. "White Fong Senpai, we happened to run into Asuma and Kurinai on the way here. Hearing that they were also Kakashi's classmates and thinking the more the merrier, I invited them along." Then Minato scratched his head, a slightly apologetic expression on his face, and asked, "Is it all right? Is it too presumptuous?" "Humph." Asuma Saratobi, standing behind Minato, immediately flushed with an awkward red tint upon hearing this. He forced a composed sneer, but inwardly he had already cursed his eccentric old man 800 times. What on earth was the old man thinking? Forcing me to attend some dinner at the Hitaki house. I'm not even close to White Fong Senpai, and that cocky brat Kakashi wouldn't even glance our way at the academy. This is just making me look like a fool. Fortunately, the quiet, well-behaved figure with the wine-red hair beside him helped him settle down a bit. Asuma subconsciously glanced at Kurinai Yuhi beside him, and coincidentally, she cautiously looked up at him at the same moment. Their eyes met for an instant before darting away, and Asuma felt the heat on his face rise a notch higher. Suddenly, as if remembering something of utmost importance, Asuma hastily brought out a gift box he had been carrying behind him, exquisitely wrapped in deep purple silk and tied with a beautiful ribbon. The material and craftsmanship of the box were evidently expensive at a glance, and the dark pattern would reveal that the corners exuded distinction. "Oh, right. A pleasure to meet you, Tsukumo-senpai." Asuma fumbled as he presented the gift box, trying hard to keep his voice from sounding too nervous, and said, "This is a small token of appreciation. Please accept it." Asuma, you even prepared a gift." Kushina blinked her big eyes, curiously leaning in to look at the ornate box, her tone laced with natural surprise and inquisitiveness. Damn it. Asuma's heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat nearly broke out. Indeed, what guest who just happened to bump into the hosts on the way and tagged along for the fun would have a formal and expensive gift prepared in advance? This was practically a self-incriminating slip. Just as Asuma's mind raced frantically, trying to fabricate a plausible excuse, Kurenai Yuhi, who had been quietly standing by his side, gently tugged at his sleeve, then stepped half a pace forward. Lifting her clear big eyes, she spoke to Tsukumo in a soft, gentle voice. Tsukumo-senpai, actually, we've wanted to visit you for a long time. My father and the elders of my clan often speak of the fame and deeds of the White Fang of Konoha, and we hold great admiration for you. So this gift was actually prepared long ago. We just never had the right opportunity. Today, being able to come with Minato-senpai and the others is truly wonderful." After speaking, she tilted her head slightly toward Asuma and asked in a low voice, "Right, Asuma?" Yes. Exactly that." Asuma nodded frantically as if granted a pardon, feeling immense gratitude for Kurenai's quick thinking, while silently congratulating himself on the wise decision to bring her along. Tsukumo Hitaki's gaze lingered on the luxurious gift box for a moment, then swept over the two youngsters before him, trying hard to hide their nervousness, yet radiating sincere respect, and understood everything. He did not expose the somewhat clumsy coincidence of their chance encounter, instead offering a warm smile. Reaching out to take the box, he found it surprisingly heavy. "Since it's your sincere gesture, I'll shamelessly accept it." Tsukumo set the box on a nearby cabinet, then turned and warmly beckoned to everyone. "Don't just stand at the door. Come in and sit down. Dinner will be ready soon, and with so many people tonight, it'll be lively." Asuma and Kurenai finally relaxed, stepping into the living room with slight awkwardness and taking the empty seats beside Minato and Kushina under Tsukumo's guidance. Meanwhile, in the center of the living room, Taijutsu also looked at the approaching Minato, his face still wearing that languid expression as he greeted him proactively. "Oi Minato, long time no see. Did the mission go smoothly?" His tone was familiar, his smile perfectly measured, but deep within those seemingly calm black eyes lurked a faint, barely discernible restlessness. These past few days he executed ANBU missions during the day, while at night he occasionally delved into the dark knowledge of the essence of life, cellular fusion, and even the possibilities of forbidden human experimentation with Orochimaru in a secret laboratory. Almost instinctively, Chishuan had been subconsciously avoiding contact with Minato Namikaze, that little son. He wasn't afraid. He simply didn't want those overly clear blue eyes, so full of trust and warmth, to catch an early glimpse of the shadows he was stepping into. Chishuan, long time no see." At the sight of Chishuan, Minato's smile brightened even more, and he replied, "The mission went fine, just a bit tedious. I heard you've been outstanding in the ANBU lately. Even the third Hokage can't stop singing your praises." Chi-Shin. The moment Minato finished speaking, a crimson whirlwind darted in front of Chishuan. Kushina Uzumaki planted her hands on her hips, leaned close to Chishuan's face, widened her eyes, and scrutinized him up and down, left and right. Then suddenly she shot out both hands, pinching his smooth, delicate cheeks from both sides and tugging them outward with force. "Hey, you. What's going on? Why do you look even better looking?" Her strength was astonishing. Chishuan's impossibly handsome face contorted under her grip, the skin of his cheeks flushing red at a visible rate. "Confess right now, did you secretly take some legendary elixir for eternal youth and beauty? Or are you using some advanced illusion jutsu?" Ow. Kushina, let go. "No, I really didn't." Chishuan pleaded in a muffled voice while carefully applying a bit of clever technique to pry Kushina's hands off his face. Rubbing his rapidly swelling cheeks, he clicked his tongue inwardly. The physique of the Uzumaki clan plus the latent boost of Ninetail's chakra. This monstrous strength is no joke. I supposedly have third brother's indestructible body, yet I still feel pain. Kurenai Yuhi, sitting nearby, watched Chishuan's face. Even when pulled into something comical, it still failed to hide its striking beauty, and couldn't help quietly tugging at Kushina's sleeve, whispering in a breathy voice only the two could hear, "Kushina-ne. Is he the Tianyu Chishuan you always talk about? Jiraiya-sama's disciple? He really is even more handsome than the rumors say." The girl's voice carried undisguised amazement and a hint of shyness. Right. Kushina instantly perked up, also lowering her voice and leaning close to Kurenai's ear, excitedly sharing intelligence. "Let me tell you, Kurenai, when this guy first arrived, he was just a scrawny, dirty little runt, though his eyes were pretty nice. But then out of nowhere he apparently went to Mount Myaboku, and came back, and suddenly, bam, turned into this. The first time I saw it, I nearly jumped out of my skin. It was like a completely different person." The two girls' whispers might have been indistinct murmurs to ordinary ears. But to Qixuan, who possessed second brother's clairaudience ability, it was as clear as if they were reciting loudly right in his ear. Not only did he catch the discussion about his changed appearance, he even vaguely picked up lines like, "Is he a boy or a girl? His skin is even softer than a girl's," and other bizarre topics that made black lines threaten to form on his forehead. Qixuan could only rub his face while helplessly glancing at the two girls chattering away with gusto over there, rolling his eyes inwardly. On the other side, Minato Namikaze keenly sensed that Asuma Sarutobi was sitting off to the side, somewhat left out. Though he tried to maintain that cool expression, his gaze kept drifting toward Kakashi. Understanding the situation, Minato proactively steered the conversation over, smiling at Kakashi. "Kakashi, isn't Asuma your classmate? You should know him, right?" Kakashi, who had been trying to shrink into the corner of the sofa to reduce his presence, raised his listless deadfish eyes at the question, swept a blank, expressionless glance over Asuma, and then said in a perfectly flat, uninflected tone, "No recollection." Huffed. Someone couldn't hold back a snicker. Asuma Sarutobi's face turned completely red in an instant, this time from anger. Like a cat with its tail stepped on, he leaped up from his seat, pointed at Kakashi, and his voice shot up an octave. "Hey, Hatake Kakashi, what do you mean by that? We were clearly classmates at the Ninja Academy. We even got placed in the same practical training squad. You only graduated a tiny bit earlier than me. How can you say you have no recollection?" Yet facing Asuma's accusations, Kakashi remained as unmoved as Mount Tai, that dead fish expression unchanged. He tilted his head, thought hard for a moment, and then in that infuriatingly calm tone that could drive anyone mad, confirmed, After looking carefully, still no recollection. You. Asuma was so furious, he was practically seeing steam, and had they not been in someone else's home, he would have charged up and had it out with this cocky brat right then and there. Kurenai Yuhi discreetly tugged at his sleeve from the side, signaling him to calm down. Minato watched the childish exchange between the two and couldn't help but laugh. Kushina was laughing so hard she was doubling over, and even Qixuan curled the corners of his mouth. This scene was quite amusing. Just as the conversation had everyone in high spirits, another knock came at the door. Knock, knock, knock. A series of measured, steady raps, neither too hard nor too soft, rang out again, clearly reaching everyone's ears. The lively chatter came to an abrupt halt. All eyes instinctively turned toward the closed door. Tsukumo poked his head out of the kitchen, still holding the spatula, a hint of confusion on his face. More guests. Minato and Kushina exchanged a glance and shook their heads, indicating they hadn't invited anyone else. Asuma and Kurenai looked equally bewildered. Qixuan narrowed his eyes slightly. His senses, far beyond ordinary, had already detected the presences outside the door in advance. There was more than one, and among them one carried a cold, clinging chakra quality that felt distinctly familiar to him. Upon recognizing who it was, his brow furrowed slightly. The light from inside and outside the door interwove, illuminating two figures of starkly contrasting styles, yet both radiating killing intent. Hatake Tsukumo wiped his hands with the clean towel draped over his shoulder, his gaze calm as he opened the door. When he saw the two standing side by side outside, a flicker of confusion passed through his eyes. Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Jiraiya's presence was understandable, perhaps summoned by a whim of Qixuan, or perhaps he came of his own accord to mend the master-student relationship. Though Tsukumo, mindful of the subtle rift between them caused by Danzo's death, had deliberately not invited him to avoid awkwardness. But Orochimaru, this colleague and one of the Sannin, had always scoffed at such mundane social gatherings. The two arriving together late at night was far from ordinary. Jiraiya's white hair swayed slightly in the night breeze. His eyes first caught the incongruous checkered apron on Tsukumo, then quickly glimpsed the young faces seated together in the warm light within. Qixuan, Minato, Kushina, and even Asuma and Kurenai. Jiraiya's expression visibly froze for a moment, then a complex emotion flickered deep in his eyes. Relief mingled with a faint trace of bitter exclusion. Reacting swiftly, Tsukumo stepped aside, letting the light from outside stream in, and lowered his voice in an apologetic tone. "Jiraiya, I'm sorry. Tonight the kids finally had a rare break and wanted to gather for some fun. It wasn't intentional to leave you out." His voice was low enough for the three by the door to hear clearly, yet not loud enough to disturb the young ones inside. Though the words were left unsaid, the underlying consideration, the concern for the unhealed rift of trust between Qixuan and Jiraiya, was already evident. Jiraiya was silent for a second, then withdrew his gaze from the interior. The brief astonishment and complexity on his face were replaced by an unprecedented gravity. He gave no response to Tsukumo's explanation, only stepped forward half a pace, and said in an extremely low voice, "Tsukumo, there's no time for this." Jiraiya took a deep breath, each word heavy with impending doom. "War is here." The word war doused the warmth and clamor of the living room like ice water. Tsukumo's pupils contracted slightly, the last trace of gentleness on his face vanishing without a trace. Yet he showed no panic, only tensing his body slightly, his instincts honed by years of missions immediately putting him on high alert. Tsukumo lowered his voice and asked gravely, "What happened? Which direction?" "Scale." Inside the living room, Minato, Kushina, Asuma, and Kurenai all looked curiously toward the door. They couldn't hear what the three elite jonin were saying, but from Tsukumo's straightened spine, the rare severity on Jiraiya's face, and Orochimaru's half-smiling, yet cold serpentine profile, they could clearly sense a heavy and unsettling atmosphere gathering outside the door. Even Kakashi, who had been sulking, sensed the anomaly. His brow furrowed tightly, his eyes revealing a sharpness beyond his years. Only Amino Chishuan remained in a relaxed posture. He kept his eyes lowered, seemingly admiring the grain of the wooden floor, but in reality the wind-ear ability of his second brother was silently activated. Every syllable of the whispered conversation outside was as clear as if it were spoken right next to his ear. Jiraiya's voice continued fast and clear. Sunagakure. Those madmen, after losing the one tail, have been outwardly retreating these past months, but secretly, they've been mustering all their strength. These past few days they finally couldn't hold back. In the early hours of yesterday, they launched a surprise attack on a secret Awakens stronghold near the border. Their target was the Four Tails Jinchuriki Rashi, attempting to seize the Four Tails Son Goku. And the result? Tsukumo pressed. It failed. Jiraiya's voice held no joy, only a deeper gloom. Iwa's defenses were tighter than expected, and Rashi's lava release was no joke. Sunagakure's assault force suffered heavy losses and couldn't succeed. But, he emphasized, continuing, because of this foolish and insane sneak attack, Inoki flew into a rage, declaring he would severely punish Suna. Awagakure's border forces have already begun large-scale mobilization. And as for Kumogakure, Jiraiya's voice grew even lower. Our spies have sent back urgent intelligence. The Raikage's direct forces from Cloud, along with at least 2 major clan-allied armies, have completed their assembly. Their intentions are unclear, but based on route analysis, they are highly likely heading towards the northeastern border of the Land of Fire, specifically the direction of the Third War Zone. From Konoha's perspective, there are 4 war zones against the major nations. First War Zone Konoha versus Suna, Second War Zone Konoha versus IWA, Third War Zone Konoha versus Kumo, Fourth War Zone Konoha versus Kiri. What about Kiri? Tsukumo pressed, fully aware that those ninja from the Bloody Mist would never pass up a chance to muddy the waters. No large-scale movements for now, but coastal alert levels have been raised to maximum. Their espionage activities have been unusually frequent lately. Jiraiya added quickly, then summarized, the balance has been completely shattered. Suna's gamble has lit the fuse. From tonight onward, the entire ninja world will know no peace. Tsukumo's face was grim. He knew better than anyone that once the core interests of the tailed beasts and the great nations were involved, the so-called peace agreements were as fragile as paper. Konoha, having just endured high-level turmoil, Danzo's death, and holding the hot potato that was the one-tail Jinchuriki Bunpuku, being dragged into the flames of war now. The gravity of the situation was all too clear. Orochimaru, who had been standing silently in the shadows, seemingly merged with the night, slowly turned his head. Those golden serpent eyes, looking past Tsukumo and Jiraiya's shoulders, fixed precisely and meaningfully upon Amino Chishuan, who appeared to be daydreaming in the living room. A cold, eerie smile curled at the corner of his mouth. His voice, like a venomous snake slithering over dead leaves, was hoarse and slow. Jiraiya and I have received emergency orders from the Hokage. We are to depart immediately to reinforce the Third War Zone to counter a possible invasion by Cloud. Orochimaru paused, letting his gaze linger on Chishuan for a moment longer, conveying a secret message only the two of them understood. The village will soon see major changes. I hear that to cope with the frontline pressure, the Uchiha Sharingan Corps and the Hyuga clan scouting units will also be prioritized for dispatch in that direction. To Tsukumo and Jiraiya, these words were a report on the war situation and troop deployment. But to Chishuan, the meaning was unmistakable. The feast of materials was about to begin. The chaos of the battlefield, the dying ninja, especially those precious specimens with unique bloodlines, and Kekkei Genkai. The time for collection had come. Chishuan kept his eyes lowered. The fingers holding his cup tightened almost imperceptibly for a moment, causing a faint ripple to spread across the water's surface. His gaze slowly swept across the youthful faces in the living room, each harboring different expectations for the future. Namake's Minato with his warm sunshine and clear eyes, Uzumaki Kushina bursting with energy, her red hair like fire, Sarutobi Asuma trying to act mature while looking awkward and tense, Yuhi Kurinai shy and well-behaved with her wine-red hair, and Hitaki Kakashi curled in the corner of the sofa, his silver hair spiked, looking like a pain in the neck, yet with sharp eyes. He knew that because of the flap of his butterfly wings, the trajectory of the ninja world had undergone irreversible changes, forcibly taking the one-tail, killing Danzo in a high-profile manner, stirring up Konoha's political scene. All this had forcibly advanced the Third Great Ninja War, which was originally supposed to erupt 3 or 4 years later after Minato's generation had fully matured. Minato, though his fame was beginning to spread, still lacked the crucial tempering of war and the passage of time needed to become the yellow flash of the original story, the one who could stand alone and turn the tide. Kakashi, Obito, Rin. They were truly children at this point, not even real ninja yet. The flames of war would scorch this land earlier and more fiercely than expected, consuming countless lives that should not have withered at this moment. Chishuan slowly raised his eyes. Deep within his black pupils reflected the warm light of the living room, and also the cold night and solemn figures outside the door. A profound, almost ruthless calm settled in the depths of his gaze. The trajectory of time had already shifted, and the wheels of the world were rolling towards an unknown and bloody abyss. But he knew, and only he knew, these familiar, vibrant faces before him. He would make sure they survived. In his own way. The banquet ended in haste, and everyone hurried back to their homes. Even Minato's face had lost its usual warm, sunny smile. War was coming, and no one could remain indifferent. In the Hokage's office late at night, the fire in the hearth crackled softly, yet it couldn't dispel the oppressive atmosphere within the room. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat behind his large desk. The smoke from his pipe curled around his face, making his expression seem unusually deep and inscrutable. Tsukumo Hatake stood ramrod straight, lowering his gaze respectfully as he said in a deep voice, "Lord Third." His voice broke the silence and drew the third Hokage's attention. Hiruzen Sarutobi gave a slight nod, his gaze then shifting to the figure leaning against the wall beside Tsukumo. Shichijin Amaha had his hands in the pockets of his ANBU uniform, black hair falling messily over his forehead, partially shadowing his eyes. Seemingly oblivious to the tense atmosphere, he yawned lazily and asked, "So old man Hokage calling us out in the dead of night isn't just to offer us tea and stargazing, is it?" Hearing Shichijin's address, Tsukumo's brow furrowed slightly, but he didn't voice a rebuke. The third Hokage seemed accustomed to Shichijin's disrespectful manner. He merely tapped his pipe against the edge of the ashtray, sending sparks flying. "Tea and stars can wait until the mission is over." Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice was steady and brooked no argument. "Tsukumo Shichijin, a new mission requires your immediate departure." He unrolled a scroll revealing a detailed map of the Wind Country border with the Hidden Sand Village's insignia prominently circled. The Hidden Sand, having lost the One Tail, is unstable within, but harbors unyielding ambition. Their reckless attack on the Hidden Stone has ignited the flames of war. But that fire must not only burn between them and the stone. The third Hokage's gaze sharpened as he continued, "We need someone to infiltrate the sand disguised as hidden mist ninja, using the bloody mist methods to pour salt on their wounds, thoroughly provoking a war between the sand and the mist. To drag the mist ninja of the water country into this chaos as well." He paused, looking at Tsukumo and Shichijin. "Tsukumo, your swordsmanship is sharp and precise. Mimicking the Mist Seven Swordsmen is a perfect fit." Shichijin. The third Hokage's gaze lingered on Shichijin for a moment before he said slowly, "Your water release techniques performed without hand signs through your Keki Igenkai are an excellent disguise for the Hozuki clan of the Mist. As for other jutsu, especially those with leaf characteristics, they are absolutely forbidden." Tsukumo's body stiffened slightly, his gaze becoming more focused, as he immediately responded in a low voice, "Yes, Lord Third." "Understood." Shichijin merely raised an eyebrow, noncommittal. Recalling Orochimaru's mention of mist spies frequently appearing at the Fire Country border, he thought this old man is trying to divert trouble elsewhere. Truly the chief politician of the Leaf. Playing dirty is his specialty. Unaware of Shichijin's thoughts, the third Hokage changed his tone and raised his voice, also to ensure the mission's success and to compensate for potential lack of combat power or infiltration experience. "Come out." The shadows at the side of the office seemed to come alive, silently flowing out a figure. Also clad in standard ANBU attire, wearing a mask resembling a gray wolf with two short ninja swords crossed at his back. He stood there, his presence concealed so perfectly that had he not revealed himself, he would have blended seamlessly into the shadows. This is Gray Fong. He is skilled, proficient in both water release and swordsmanship, with extensive experience in infiltration and assassination missions. The third Hokage introduced. "For this mission, the three of you will form a team. Tsukumo is the captain with full authority." Gray Fong greetings to Captain White Fang and Shichijin. A muffled, somewhat hoarse male voice came from under the mask, revealing nothing of age or emotion. He gave a slight bow, his movements precise, yet carrying a subtle hint of aloofness. Tsukumo nodded in return, his gaze quickly sweeping over Gray Fong. Shichijin, however, casually glanced at the mask, silently complaining in his mind. "Gray Fong, seriously, can't you be a bit more original with your copying? He's called White Fong, and you're called Gray Fong. Honestly, do you even have the skills to back it up?" Probably just some extra. For him, aside from Uncle Tsukumo, everyone else in the ANBU was pretty much the same. Wind Country, outskirts of the Hidden Sand Village. Tsukumo, Shichijin, and Gray Fong lay silently concealed in the darkness of the night. The three had changed into pre-prepared dark form-fitting outfits styled after the mist, ANBU loosely wrapped in bandages stained with sand and dark red grime. They wore similar ninja swords at their waists, deliberately wearing down the hilts to appear used. Under the moonlight, they were like three specters from the depths of the water country. Tsukumo at this moment was the disguised mist captain. He lowered his voice again, his sharp gaze sweeping over Shichijin and Gray Fong to confirm. "Mission objective: infiltrate the Sand Village, create the illusion of a mist ninja attack, exacerbate tensions, ideally sparking local skirmishes or even full-scale hostility. Remember, only swordsmanship and water release are permitted. Any ninjutsu habits or even chakra fluctuation signatures that could reveal your identity must be completely concealed." "Is that clear?" Tsukumo's voice was clear and hard in the night wind. "Understood." Gray Fong responded dully, a glint seemingly flashing in his eyes behind the mask. Shichijin responded lazily, flexing his wrist, as if to confirm the weight of his ninja sword. Come to think of it, this was his first time using a blade. Usually he could just rely on the third brother's bronze head and iron arms and the sixth brother's invisibility to deal with enemies. Golden body, invisible dog, if I don't outplay them, I'll eat my words. The second brother's clairvoyance and clairaudience successfully kept the internal movements of the Sand Village in full view. Relying on Shichigen's almost cheating perception, the three moved, as if in their own backyard, cleverly avoiding sentry posts and patrols, heading straight into the heart of the sand. Weathered mud walls, narrow alleyways, the occasional dog bark, these formed the nightscape of this desert fortress. Click, rustle. The sound of regular footsteps and the friction of sand came from the corner ahead. It was a standard four-man patrol. Tsukumo's eyes narrowed, and he silently signaled with his hands. The three vanished instantly, as if absorbed into the shadows of the wall. As the patrol turned the corner, the leading sand ninja just sensed a strange shift in the air. Shing! A flash of bright blade light flickered in the moonlight like lightning streaking across the night sky. A thin line suddenly appeared on the leading sand ninja's throat. He couldn't make a sound, his eyes shock frozen forever. The comrades behind only saw the captain's body suddenly go rigid. The next second, another ghostly figure had already pounced from the shadows on the flank. Gray Fong's short sword pierced precisely into this sand ninja's back, penetrating the heart, the tip emerging slightly from his chest. The ninja's body trembled once, and then slumped down softly. The third sand ninja opened his mouth in terror, trying to shout, but a stream of icy water surged from nowhere, instantly filling his mouth and flooding his trachea, strangling all sound and life from him. He clawed futilely at his neck, eyes bulging, face rapidly turning blue. He finally collapsed silently to the ground. As for the fourth sand ninja, perhaps due to a pressing need, he had drifted slightly from the group and was relieving himself against a wall. Seeing this, a malicious smile curled at the corner of Shichigen's mouth. With his control, the ninja, who had just unbuckled his pants, suddenly felt a tightening in his lower abdomen, a powerful, completely uncontrollable urge to urinate surging over him. Just 2 seconds later, the urine that had already been expelled reversed course in an instant, rushing back with terrifying pressure into his vulnerable urethra and internal organs. Ugh! Gurgle. His eyes bulged, both hands clutching his lower abdomen, a muffled gurgling sound coming from his throat. Agony and suffocation engulfed him instantly. He could clearly feel the liquid inside his body rebelling frantically, impacting and tearing at his soft organs. A few seconds later, he slid down against the mud wall. His crotch was soaked, but his face had taken on a strange purplish-black hue, pupils dilated, and he was already dead. Gray Fong walked over to the corpse, looking down at the contorted, pained face and the soiled lower body. A bead of cold sweat formed on his temple. He turned his head to look at Shichigen, who was leisurely emerging from the shadows not far away. The young man's face still held that lazy, slightly bored expression, manipulating water currents, not even sparing the fluids inside a human body. What a terrifying and morbid way to kill. Gray Fong thought to himself, feeling a strange sense of wariness towards this young, but eerily ruthless teammate. But Shichigen was completely oblivious to this, letting out a small yawn as if he had just casually disposed of some trash. The three continued deeper. Shichigen's perception acted like the most precise radar, avoiding main roads and crowded areas, moving stealthily towards a relatively secluded part of the village. As they passed a nondescript mud house, a faint continuous click-click sound of mechanical parts turning came from within. The three stopped in silent accord, blending into the shadows outside. Shichigen's clairvoyance pierced through the wall, revealing the scene inside. A boy looking only 7 or 8 years old, with short dark red hair and a delicate face, his eyes holding a calmness beyond his years, sat focused at a workbench. Holding delicate tools, he was carefully adjusting the joints of a small puppet in front of him. The puppet was about half his height, crude in appearance, but its structure was already taking shape. At the connections of the wooden arms and legs, gears and bearings were turning slowly and steadily. The boy's gaze was so focused, it was almost devout, his fingers steady and dexterous. With a final adjustment, a soft click sounded as a mechanism within the puppet's chest was successfully triggered. The puppet's right arm suddenly raised, fingers spread, making a simple grasping motion. Success! A rare, barely perceptible ripple crossed the boy's face. It wasn't the pure joy of a child receiving a toy, but more like the near-sacred thrill an artisan feels upon seeing their life's work finally function, a mixture of accomplishment, satisfaction, and other complex, inexpressible emotions. It's him, Sasori of the Red Sand. The future genius puppeteer of the Akatsuki, the artistic madman, who would transform himself into a human puppet. Shichigen immediately recognized the child. At the same time, a memory from the original story slammed into his mind. Tsukumo Hataki, the White Fang of the Leaf, had killed Sasori's parents during a mission, leading to Sasori's profound, unforgettable hatred for the Leaf, especially White Fang, and indirectly driving him down the obsessive path of pursuing eternal art. Could it be this very mission, this point in time, is the event where Uncle Tsukumo kills Sasori's parents about to be triggered by the operation I'm participating in? Shichigen's gaze sharpened slightly. However, not everyone has a premonition of historical or future coincidences. Gray Fong's gaze also filtered through the door crack, locking onto the red-haired boy immersed in his puppet world. What rose in his heart was not pity for a child, but the cold calculation and killing intent of an ANBU ninja. At such a young age, to be able to independently create and control such a complex mechanical puppet. Such talent, such obsession with machinery and tools of killing. This is no ordinary child. If allowed to grow in time, he would undoubtedly become a major threat to the Leaf. Furthermore, this is the Sand Village enemy territory. Any potential threat should be nipped in the bud. His mind made up, Gray Fong did not hesitate. His right hand silently rested on the hilt of the short sword at his back. His movement was swift as lightning, his target clear the back of the boy who was facing the door, completely defenseless. The blade left its sheath without a whisper of sound, but carried the finality of a killing blow thrusting forward. This strike was fast, precise, and ruthless, filled with the cold efficiency of an ANBU ninja on an elimination mission. Yet just as the tip was about to touch the fabric of the boy's back, a slender, long-fingered hand appeared out of thin air, firmly grasping Gray Fong's wrist, holding the sword. The blade trembled violently less than an inch from the boy's back, emitting a low, mournful hum, but could not advance another fraction. Gray Fong's heart jolted in shock. He jerked his head around, meeting the pitch-black eyes of Tianyu Shichijin, which seemed especially deep in the shadows. Shichijin's face remained expressionless, but the laziness in his eyes was gone, replaced by a calm, unsettling scrutiny. His 5 fingers gripping Gray Fong's wrist were like cold steel shackles, holding with unbelievable strength. No matter how Gray Fong secretly struggled, even channeling his chakra, the hand remained immovable. "What do you think you're doing?" Gray Fong forced the question through gritted teeth, his voice distorted by shock, anger, and the sharp pain in his wrist. Shichijin did not answer immediately. His gaze passed over Gray Fong, briefly scanning Sasori of the Red Sand, who remained oblivious and absorbed in his own world, before slowly returning to meet Gray Fong's eyes behind the mask. He said in a flat tone, "Killing kids isn't part of the plan. Especially," he paused, "an insignificant kid like this." From the shadows, Sakomo Hatake also silently revealed himself. His gaze darted quickly between Shichijin, Gray Fong, and Sasori inside the room, finally settling on Gray Fong's restrained wrist and the trembling ninja sword. His brow was furrowed, his eyes sharp as a blade. Shuomao knew that as the captain, he had to take control of the situation immediately. After a brief moment of hesitation, his heart leaned towards favoring Qishuan. Shuomao's gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing directly into the eyes behind Huiya's mask, and he commanded in a low voice, "Huiya, sheath your blade at once." Then he looked to the other side and said, "Qishuan, let go." Shuomao's gaze swept over Xia, who was still immersed in the puppet world inside the room, and his tone was cold and hard. "The target is not this child. Our mission is to create chaos and disguise it as mist ninjas, provoking a war, not to engage in wanton slaughter, nor to create unnecessary complications that could lead to unpredictable variables." He emphasized again, each word carrying weight. "Execute the original plan and leave this place immediately. Now, right now." Upon hearing this, Qishuan released his grip almost the instant Shuomao finished speaking. The movement was clean and decisive, as if the thunderous grapple had never happened. Huiya only felt his wrist suddenly free, the terrifying force that had nearly crushed his bones vanishing abruptly. He yanked his arm back and slowly sheathed his ninja blade, his movements slightly stiff from a mix of shame and lingering fright. Huiya shot Qishuan a vicious glare, his face beneath the mask extremely ugly, but he dared not flare up again. He could only cast a resentful glance at the oblivious red-haired boy inside the room, before grudgingly retreating 2 steps into the deeper shadows. The moment the three left, Xia, who was at the workbench inside the room, seemed to sense something. He set down the delicate tool in his hand, stood up expressionlessly, and tilted his head slightly, his exquisite eyes gazing blankly towards the direction of the door. However, outside the door there was nothing but the deep night and the faint sound of distant wind. Xia blinked, and that faint trace of oddity, like a stone cast into a deep pool, failed to stir any ripples, and quickly sank away. He soon withdrew, his gaze turned back to the material rack, and his mind was once again completely absorbed in the cold wood, metal, and mechanisms. To Xia, all the chaos of the outside world mattered far less than a single joint of his puppet. On the retreat route in a certain alley of Sunagakure, the three moved with high speed and stealth, but the atmosphere was even more stagnant and tense than when they arrived. Huiya finally couldn't hold it in any longer, suppressing his rage, his voice from beneath the mask carrying clear accusation. "White Fan Captain, I will report tonight's events truthfully to Lord Third." He deliberately stressed the word truthfully, his gaze sweeping over Shuomao and Qishuan, especially the latter, and said coldly, "Acting without authorization, interfering with the mission, protecting an important potential target of the enemy village. All these need an explanation." "Understood." Hatake Shuomao didn't turn his head, his pace unchanged, and only replied flatly, his voice calm and unruffled. Tianyu Qishuan's reaction was more direct. He yawned and completely ignored the other man, not taking Huiya's threat to heart at all. Seeing their utter disregard for him, especially Qishuan's lazy demeanor, the fire of rage in Huiya's chest burned even fiercer. He couldn't help but let out a tisk sound. The click of his tongue was jarringly loud in the silent alley, filled with resentment, anger, and the humiliation of being belittled. As the three were about to pass through a narrow T-junction corner, they were stopped. "Halt! Who goes there?" A hoarse yet exceptionally sharp challenge rang out ahead. On the other side of the corner, 2 figures blocked their path. Leading them was a short, white-haired old woman with a face full of wrinkles, yet her eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. She squinted, staring intently at the 3 strangely dressed mist ninjas before her. It was none other than the Sunagakure elder puppet master Chiyo, who had rushed over upon hearing of the patrol squad's deaths. Her younger brother, intelligence expert Evasion, stood silently half a step behind her, also warily sizing up the 3 uninvited guests. Chiyo's gaze swept over the ninja blades at their waists, their mist-style attire, and especially the blood-stained bandages and dark clothing, and her suspicions immediately piqued. These three with their concealed aura and silent movements were definitely not good people. And with this getup, mist insects daring to infiltrate the heart of our Sunagakure. Chiyo shouted sternly, her hands already forming seals with lightning speed. Shuamao, Qixuan, and Huya exchanged a glance, no words needed. Since they had run into her, and she was a high-ranking Suna official, this was the perfect opportunity to execute their mission. Disguised mist ninja attacking a Suna elder. Was there a better spark to ignite a war? Without a word, the clash erupted in an instant. Huya moved first. He poured all his pent-up anger and frustration into this single strike. His form shot out from the shadows like an arrow from a bow, the short ninja blade at his hip already unsheathed, turning into a streak of icy light aimed straight for Chiyo's face. The blade tore through the air with a sharp whistle dripping with killing intent. Enemies indeed. Chiyo snorted coldly, showing no panic in the face of the sudden attack. Her fingers danced rapidly and chakra threads shot out like invisible spider silk. A scroll burst open with a poof of white smoke before her, and three puppets of varying designs were instantly summoned, standing between her and Evasion. One of them, a close combat puppet wielding dual blades, swung its sharp edges and slashed head-on at the charging Huya. The other two quickly fanned out, one guarding Chiyo's side, the other circling to the flank. Their joints clicked and clacked as several tough chakra threads shot out, not for attack, but to weave a dense interception net, attempting to block Huya's attack route while limiting his space to dodge. Almost at the same moment Huya made his move, Qixuan and Shuamao also sprang into action. The puppet that had intercepted Huya with its dual blades, the instant its slash missed, shifted its momentum. It split in two, one blade continuing its chase after Huya, the other carving a fierce arc with a shrieking tear through the air, viciously chopping towards Qixuan and Shuamao, who were slightly further away. Facing the sudden puppet blade, the two reacted in completely different ways, yet both perfectly evaded the attack. Qixuan's form flickered and turned translucent the moment the blade touched his entire body, dissolving into formless flowing water. The blade passed through him, only slicing through a few wisps of lingering vapor. A second later, Qixuan's form solidified again in the shadows a few steps away, completely unharmed. Hataki Shuamao, on the other hand, displayed extreme speed. He shifted his feet slightly, and his whole body vanished from the spot, as if by teleportation, leaving only a faint afterimage. The puppet's blade only cut through air and the rapidly dissipating illusion. The real Shuamao had already reappeared like a phantom at another location, his gaze locked onto Chiyo, who was protected behind the puppets. Chiyo's pupils contracted sharply. Water clone. Such speed, she thought in alarm. Both the reaction speed and the countermeasures of these two enemies exceeded her expectations. Especially that swordsman whose speed made his movements nearly untraceable. This was no ordinary mist-robed ninja or spy. Just as her mind trembled, Shuamao moved. His form was like lightning, closing the distance with Chiyo in an instant, even as he evaded the puppet's blade. His ninja blade wasn't even drawn yet, but the overwhelming sword intent was like tangible frost stinging Chiyo's skin. In that moment, Chiyo clearly felt the shadow of death loom over her. But Chiyo was an experienced puppet master. At this critical juncture, she suppressed her shock and yanked her fingers. The defensive puppet by her side shifted instantly, placing itself in Shuamao's path. At the same time, the puppet spread its arms, revealing a dense array of mechanism holes inside, countless poisoned sunbon poised to fire. However, Shuamao's blade was faster than she imagined. Clang! A crisp blade cry tore through the night. Shuamao's ninja blade finally left its sheath. The brilliant flash of steel flickered once in the darkness so fast that its trajectory was impossible to track. No flashy techniques, only pure extreme speed and precision. The blade light swept past, and the defensive puppet, renowned for its sturdiness, was cleanly split in two right down the middle. The cut was smooth as a mirror, its internal mechanisms, wood and metal parts, clattering to the ground in a heap, completely destroyed. The wrinkles on Chiyo's face twisted with extreme shock. If the puppet hadn't blocked in time, even just a fraction of a second later, it would have been her head that was split open. This sword technique. Too fast. Definitely not an ordinary mist ninja. Chiyo roared inwardly, her assessment of these three's identity and strength skyrocketing. She dared not hold anything back, now abandoning all pretense of elder dignity, and shouted hoarsely to her brother behind her, Evasion. Go notify the Kazekage immediately. A powerful enemy has invaded, likely on the level of the Mist's 7 swordsmen. Evazion's face was equally grim. Hearing his sister's call, he nodded without hesitation. Understood. Sister, be careful. Before the words even faded, he lowered his body and, like a lizard melding into the sand, shot off towards the Kazekage's building deep in the alley at incredible speed, clearly proficient in stealth and escape techniques. After cleaving the puppet in one stroke, Shuamao didn't pursue Chiyo. Instead, he sheathed his blade and retreated half a step, his gaze calmly sweeping across the battlefield. He watched Evasion leave, his heart undisturbed. This was all part of the plan. Let the Suna higher-ups witness the attack by Mist elites and bring the intelligence to the Kazekage. As long as the Kazekage believed it was the Mist doing, the seeds of war would be sown. Shuamao immediately shouted in a deliberately altered, somewhat hoarse voice to Qixuan and Huya. The mission objective is complete. Retreat. This was the prearranged signal, meaning the framing operation was successful and they could disengage and withdraw as planned. However, Huya had already been consumed by bloodlust. Or rather, he was driven mad by the earlier frustration and the tantalizing glory of killing Chiyo right before his eyes. Not only did he disobey the order to retreat, but seeing the momentary opening Chiyo revealed from her shock and her brother's departure, the vicious light in his eyes burned even brighter. Retreat? Are you joking? Huya snarled, his voice filled with excitement and contempt for Shumao's command. This is the Suna, Elder Chiyo. Killing her is a great achievement. More useful than killing 100 patrol ninjas. He was already dissatisfied with Shumao for stopping him from killing Xia earlier, and now he believed they had absolute superiority and couldn't possibly pass up this juicy prize in front of him. Huya completely ignored Shumao's retreat order. His form lunged again, his ninja blade swinging, bypassing the remaining puppet's interception, and attacked Chiyo with even greater frenzy. Vicious, lethal, relentless. Shumao's brow furrowed deeply, a flicker of disappointment and cold anger passing through his eyes. Huya wasn't just disobeying orders, he risked dragging the entire team into unpredictable danger. He glanced at Qixuan, who seemed ready to slip away, weighing his options. Qixuan naturally noticed Shumao's hesitation. He was tempted to suggest leaving this idiot behind and retreating with Shumao first. But Qixuan knew Shumao too well. Cold on the outside, warm on the inside, with an immense sense of responsibility. Especially towards teammates, he acknowledged no matter how worthless they were, abandoning them was almost impossible. This was both Shumao's charm and his fatal flaw. Qixuan sighed inwardly, knowing it was unlikely Shumao would decisively abandon Huya and leave first. His eyes darted a smile suddenly spreading across his face, and he shouted towards Huya in the midst of the fierce battle, "Huya, don't worry. I'm coming to help you." The shout was full-throated, completely lacking in stealth, startling Chiyo, who was focused on controlling her puppets against Huya's onslaught so much that her fingers twitched, and she nearly made a mistake. Huya locked and battle stiffened all over. His blade slowed for a beat, and he nearly got caught by a mechanism arm that shot out from one of the puppets. He couldn't believe his ears. Shocked and furious, he couldn't help but turn his head and curse, "Hey, idiot. If you're going to help, fine, but why are you shouting my name? Are you afraid someone won't know who I am?" Qixuan immediately put on a look of, "Oh right, and sorry about that," scratching his head and chuckling sheepishly, sorry, got too excited, forgot about that." Seeing Qixuan acting like a naive fool who just made a simple mistake out of sheer enthusiasm, Huya was so angry he nearly spat blood. It was the behavior of a complete idiot teammate. During a secret mission in enemy territory, shouting out a teammate's codename in public. How was that any different from directly exposing their identities? But because they were teammates, he couldn't say much more. He could only refocus his attention on Chiyo. However, after Huya turned his head, a trace of extremely faint, icy, killing intent flickered deep within Qixuan's black eyes. Of course he did it on purpose. On one hand, he was creating trouble for this disobedient and dangerous teammate, making him more conspicuous, and making him more clearly realize the stupidity and consequences of his actions. On the other hand, the name, Huya, along with the incident of mist ninjas attacking the Suna Elder tonight, might somehow be remembered by certain people with keen interest. After all, in the ninja world, a name itself could sometimes be a clue, a marker. The fierce struggle between Gray Fong and Chiyo grew ever more intense, the clash of short blade and puppet echoing endlessly within the narrow alleyway. Though Gray Fong's assault was ferocious, Chiyo, drawing upon her vast experience in masterful puppet manipulation, wove a defensive web from her remaining puppets and chakra threads, deflecting each of his attacks with ease, and even launching the occasional counter, forcing Gray Fong to dodge the poison mechanisms and hidden projectiles. Gray Fong grew increasingly frantic, a murderous light practically blazing from his eyes, yet he remained unable to breach the wall of puppets that seemed on the verge of collapse, but was in truth incredibly resilient. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, a sharp whistle pierced the air, and the dense patter of footsteps suddenly echoed from both ends of the alleyway. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures appeared on the rooftops and walls like apparitions, sealing off every possible escape route. They wore the standard attire of Sunagekyu's Umbu, their weapons glinting with cold light, their movements flawlessly synchronized. Clearly, they were elite, highly trained operatives. Following them, a figure descended slowly from the sky, landing in the center of the alleyway, blocking the space between Chiyo and Gray Fong. The newcomer's face was stern, a Kazakage's hat upon his head draped in the white Kazakage robes. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, and as he swept his eyes over the assembled forces, an invisible pressure descended upon the entire battlefield. The third Kazakage, in person, his mere presence caused even the locked combatants Gray Fong and Chiyo to momentarily pause. A flicker of relief crossed Chiyo's tense face, quickly replaced by deeper gravity and an urgent need to report. Gray Fong's heart, however, sank. His surging bloodlust and ambition were instantly extinguished by the cold reality of the situation. Seeing the growing number of tightly controlled Suna Umbu elites surrounding them, he knew with certainty that there was no chance of killing Chiyo today. Even escaping unscathed was now a serious question. Gray Fong shot a venomous glare at Qi Xian and White Fang standing nearby. Then, with a light push of his foot, he retreated swiftly, rejoining his comrades. The moment he landed, he couldn't help but lower his voice, his tone filled with resentment and frustration. "TSK, so close. If you two had put your full effort into helping me earlier, that old hag Chiyo would have been." He trailed off, but the implication was unmistakable. Gray Fong placed the blame for the missed opportunity squarely on the inaction of Shui and Qi Xian. Shui, however, paid his complaints no heed, silently calculating the number and positions of the Suna shinobi. Qi Xian for his part rolled his eyes and muttered the word idiot under his breath loud enough just for Gray Fong to hear. The face beneath Gray Fong's mask flushed crimson, his fists clenched so tight his knuckles cracked, but he dared not make a scene here. Shui's gaze swept over the encircling Suna Umbu, closing in from all sides, finally resting on the third Kazekage, seated in their midst, his mind rapidly assessing the situation. The disparity in strength was immense, though a forced breakout seemed hopeless, especially with the enemy's Kage personally overseeing. He took a deep breath and made his decision. Shui turned his head slightly, his voice low and resolute, speaking quickly to Qi Xian beside him. No choice. I'll hold them off. You two go. Gray Fong, take Qi Xian and break out immediately. Follow the original retreat route at full speed. His words were final, filled with an unshakable resolve, his mind already prepared to sacrifice himself to buy his comrades a chance at life. However, Qi Xian unexpectedly shook his head, not a trace of panic on his face. No. This simple refusal caused Shui's brow to furrow deeply, a surge of anxiety, mixed with a sense of responsibility, welling up within him. He couldn't help but harden his tone, his voice carrying a rare severity. Qi. This is no time for childish tantrums. This is an order. Shui assumed Qi Xian was being hot-headed, refusing to accept being protected. Qi Xian, upon hearing this, only smiled wider. He tilted his head, looking at Shui, and said, Uncle, you misunderstand. I never said I'd die here with you. He extended his hand, palm open. Lend me your ninja sword, the spare one will do. Shui was taken aback by his words, looking at him with a dubious expression. What are you? He couldn't fathom Qi Xian's intention in asking for a sword at a time like this. Hold the rear guard. Qi Xian's abilities were strange, but to think he could face the third Kazekage and all those Umbu head-on, he instinctively deemed it impossible. Yet looking into Qi Xian's calm, confident dark eyes, and recalling how he had effortlessly repelled Jiraiya earlier, Shui's lingering doubts were replaced by an inexplicable trust. He asked no further questions. With a flick of his right hand, a spare ninja sword similar in form to his main weapon, but slightly shorter, was offered to Qi Xian. The scabbard was plain and unadorned, emanating a faint chill. Qi Xian took the sword, its weight substantial, in his hand. He casually drew the blade, its gleaming edge reflecting the sly, roguish smile curling on his lips. Qi Xian hefted the sword, then glanced at his own and suddenly grinned. Uncle, today I'll show you something new. Witness my twin blade style. Twin blade style? You know that. A question mark seemed to appear above Shui's head. He had never seen Qi Xian use two swords, had rarely even seen him fight seriously with one. Could this kid really have such a hidden trump card? But before Shui could voice his question, Qi Xian had already moved. Holding a ninja sword in each hand, his form shot forward like an arrow from a bow, charging headlong into the Suna encirclement before him. Without looking back, he shouted, You two get out of here. Leave this to me. This sudden move left both Shui and Gray Fong stunned, and even the third Kazekage and his Umbu faltered for a moment. The third Kazekage watched the lone Kirigakure youth charging forward with twin swords, a cold, mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He slowly raised a single hand, his voice not loud, yet it carried an authority that commanded the entire field. Arrogant brat. You don't know your place. His gaze swept over Shui and Gray Fong. Today not one of you three is leaving. Take them down. At the third Kazekage's command, the already poised Suna Umbu elites surged inward from all directions like a tidal wave. Blades, kunai, wire nets, even puppet arms wove together into a net of death, descending upon Qi Xian, and behind him Shui and Gray Fong. Yet in that split second, a blinding blaze of fire and a searing, air-rending flash of lightning erupted simultaneously from the ninja swords in Qi Xian's hands. The fire was a violent crimson, wrapping around the blade in his left hand, licking and flickering, warping the air with its heat. The lightning was a piercing silver-white, crackling and dancing, coiling around the edge of the sword in his right, radiating a destructive aura that chilled the heart. This was the power of the fourth child, the ability to spew fire and lightning, now unleashed without reservation by Qi Xian. Though its essence was divine power, its outward manifestation was remarkably similar to chakra-driven fire style and lightning-style jutsu, especially in the dim pre-dawn light, and amidst the chaos of battle, it was more than enough to fool the eye. Qi Xian's form was like a phantom as he plunged into the enemy ranks. His left hand swept the flame-wreathed sword in a wide arc, sending a wave of scorching heat. His right hand thrust the lightning sword forward faster than a bolt from the blue. His eyes alight with excitement, Qi Xian loudly shouted out a series of impressive-sounding, awe-inspiring technique names. Treading flames, chasing clouds. In reality, just a forward lunge with flame chakra-like effects at his feet. Blazing phoenix, scorching wilds. A wide sweeping slash of the flame sword, 18 strikes of the prairie fire. A rapid flurry of over a dozen slashes in one direction, flames joining into a solid sheet. Awakening thunder battle hymn. The lightning sword suddenly accelerates, piercing an Umbu's guard. Piercing cloud lightning thrust. A sudden lunge, the lightning blade stabbing forward. Falling bird folding white plum. A graceful spin across slash with both blades. Thunder Qilin shattering void flash. A fierce downward chop of the lightning sword blasting a small crater in the ground, scorching calamity, branding the 8 wastelands. A full spin with the flame sword forcing back nearby enemies, Heaven's mandate supreme guard. Crossing both blades to block incoming attacks, treading the sun, severing the mountain. A high leap, both blades descending with fire and lightning, twin blades harmonious cry. Both blades hum simultaneously. Actually the sound of lightning and fire clashing, blazing radiance cloud chasing sword. Chasing down a fleeing Suna shinobi and hacking wildly at him, iron horse fading red. A single slash sends some poor unfortunate flying. Victory needs no second sword. Mysteriously shouting a finishing move at the empty air under this barrage of dazzling techniques and thunderous technique, names Qi Xian alone managed to throw the Suna Umbu formation into complete chaos. The fire and lightning-wreathed blades were devastatingly powerful. Touch meant injury, contact meant death. Combined with the immense strength and iron-hard body granted by the third child Qi Xian, was sending Suna shinobi flying with almost every swing. Qi Xian forcibly carved a path of blood and fire through the seemingly impenetrable encirclement. Shui watched utterly dumbfounded. Though he had some estimation of Qi Xian's power, this display of might, this flamboyant style of combat, far surpassed anything he could have imagined. This kid, he really is that good with twin blades. The technique names sounded a bit extravagant, but the effects certainly looked terrifying. However, after only a few seconds, Shusui's sharp eyes caught something amiss. The technique names were flashy, Qi Xian's movements were certainly showy, and the fire and lightning effects were top-notch, but looking closely, the swordsmanship itself seemed to lack any real finesse or established form. Those horizontal slashes, straight thrusts, downward chops, and blocks. They were all the most basic sword movements, even somewhat crude. The reason they were so devastatingly effective seemed to be purely because Qi Xian was just incredibly strong. If Qi Xian knew what Shui was thinking at that moment, he would surely praise him. Congratulations, uncle, you found the blind spot. It's nothing special, just pure brute force. Simple, crude, but terrifyingly effective. Just then Gray Fong's urgent voice cut through to Shui. White Fang, don't just stand there. That kid can't hold out forever. Let's go. Gray Fong saw clearly that while Qi Xian's twin blade assault was impressive in temporarily suppressing the enemy, the third Kazekage had yet to make a real move, and Suna's reinforcements were continuously arriving. Moreover, he believed that Qi Xian's explosive high-output fighting style would inevitably take a massive toll, making it unsustainable. This was the only chance to break out. Shui glanced at the back of Qi Xian, who was carving through the enemy ranks like a war god, then at the urging Gray Fong beside him, and then at the surrounding Suna shinobi, who were watching hungrily, ready to regroup at any moment. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, a fierce internal struggle raging within him. Abandoning a comrade to save himself went against every principle he held dear. But as the team leader, he had a responsibility to the mission, to the living members of his team. He couldn't let Qi Xian's efforts be in vain. In the end, his trust in Qi Xian's strength and the cold, hard calculations of a leader overrode his emotions. He swung his hand decisively, his voice hoarse. Go! The words had barely left his mouth before Shusui's form had already transformed into a blur of white, shooting towards the gap Qi Xian had carved open. Gray Fong followed closely, moving even faster, practically clinging to Shusui's shadow, sprinting towards the hope of survival, without looking back. The third Kazekage, meanwhile, had indeed been momentarily taken in by the spectacle of Qi Xian's twin blade style. The combined power of fire and lightning, the ruthless efficiency of his attacks, made him wonder if this youth was truly some super genius secretly nurtured by Kirigakure, possessing a special Kekkei Genkai, or secret technique. But he quickly saw through the essence of Qi Xian's swordsmanship. This kid's swings were fast and powerful, but the swordsmanship itself was crude and formless, relying entirely on brute force, and those strange fire and lightning enchantments. Those intimidating technique names had no correlation to his actual movements. They were just shouted to intimidate and boost morale. For clown playing tricks. A cold glint flashed in the third Kazekage's eyes. His last shred of patience was gone. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers curling as if grasping something. A faint high-pitched hum suddenly filled the air. Countless particles of black iron sand converged from all directions, forming a black tide that surged violently towards the rampaging Qi Xian. Wherever the iron sand flood passed, deep furrows were gouged into the ground and chunks were torn from the walls. A terrifying display of power. Qi Xian naturally sensed the threat. He swung his swords, trying to cleave through the iron sand, but the fire and lightning blades merely sparked and crackled against the dense, focused stream, failing to truly disperse it. On the contrary, the terrifying, erosive force and impact of the iron sand rapidly drained the fire and lightning energy from his blades, while also constantly wearing away the blades themselves. Finally, during another violent collision with the iron sand flood, the flame-wreathed sword in Qi Xian's left hand was the first to give way. Fine cracks spiderwebbed across the blade before it shattered into dozens of scorching fragments with a sharp, clear crack. Immediately after, the lightning-wreathed sword in his right hand let out a mournful whine, its edge snapping off, leaving him holding only a broken half-blade. These two swords were never renowned masterpieces, they were merely standard-issue ninja swords. Under the prolonged strain of Qi Xian's violent fire and lightning energy combined with the brutal clashes against the third Kazakage's iron sand, they had long since reached their breaking point, and now they were finally destroyed completely. Qi Xian looked at the hilts and broken remnants in his hands, a flicker of helplessness crossing his face. He casually tossed the scrap metal to the ground. Watching the iron sand flood surge towards him again like a black dragon, he could only lower his stance, slightly raising his hands in a barehanded guard. The iron sand slammed relentlessly against Qi Xian's crossed arms, sending sparks flying. Witnessing this, the third Kazakage's pupils contracted sharply. This familiar sight. This arrogant posture of daring to challenge his magnet-release iron sand with a bare body. In a flash, a figure he hated to the bone, one that had haunted his sleep for months, instantly overlapped with the Kirigakure youth before him. It's you. The third Kazakage's voice trembled with extreme rage before boiling over into a towering inferno of fury and killing intent. The little thief who stole the one tail last time. So it was you. This time, you won't escape again. The third Kazakage was thoroughly enraged. Old grudges and new hatreds surged together, and the power behind his iron sand control redoubled. The black torrent grew even more violent, hell-bent on crushing and devouring Qi Xian on the spot. Yet just as the iron sand was about to engulf him, Qi Xian's gaze flickered briefly towards the direction Shui and Gray Fong had retreated. Having confirmed that the two had disappeared around the end of the alleyway and were out of the most dangerous zone, a smirk, infuriating and full of provocation, curled at the corner of Qi Xian's mouth. He raised an eyebrow at the furious third Kazakage. The next second, under the gaze of countless Suna, shinobi Tianyu, Qi Xian's figure vanished without a trace. No afterimage of a body flicker, no dissipating of a water clone. He simply disappeared into thin air. Not a single ripple of chakra, not a hint of presence was left behind. The power of the sixth child, invisibility, activated. Boom. The iron sand flood slammed viciously into the spot where Qi Xian had just stood, blasting a crater several meters wide into the ground. Dust filled the air and rocks flew everywhere, but it hadn't touched even a single hair on the enemy. The fury on the third Kazakage's face instantly froze, then morphed into an expression of utter disbelief, followed by a deeper, more consuming rage that threatened to incinerate his very sanity. This appeared. How is that possible? The third Kazakage roared, his voice distorted by anger. Search. Search everywhere. Tear the ground apart if you have to, but find him. And the other two. Lock down the entire village. Don't let those three bastards escape. At this point, the third Kazakage no longer cared whether this was a Kirigakure invasion or some village's carefully orchestrated false flag operation. He only wanted to capture that infuriating little thief who had stolen the one tail and had now made a fool of him again. Though the Suna Umbu elites were equally stunned, the Kazakage's orders were not to be questioned. They scattered instantly like a disturbed hornet's nest, launching a systematic grid-by-grid search centered on the battlefield. Sirens pierced the pre-dawn silence, jolting the entire village of Sunagakure from its slumber into a state of maximum alert. And the instigator of all this chaos, meanwhile, aided by his power of invisibility, slipped through the village's labyrinthine alleys and shadows like a wisp of smoke, silently, making his way towards the predetermined rally point for the retreat. The wail of Sunagakure's alarm bells grew faint and faded into nothingness with distance. Overhead, the stars dimmed one by one, and the eastern horizon began to pale with the first light of dawn. Tsukumo Hataki's footsteps came to an abrupt, unannounced halt after he crossed a stretch of dune country, deeming it temporarily safe. He stood with his back to Huya, who followed close behind, his frame as tall and unyielding as a pine. Yet the taut line of his shoulders and the slight bow of his head betrayed a heavy weight of inner conflict and resolve. Go on ahead. Tsukumo's voice broke the morning silence, flat and devoid of emotion. What? Huya blinked, his brow furrowing beneath his mask in confusion. Aren't we heading back to the village together? No. Tsukumo turned slowly. His silver hair, tousled by the morning breeze, veiled one of his eyes, but the other was visible, cold, sharp as a honed blade. I'm going to rendezvous with Qishuan. Rendezvous. Huya scoffed as if he'd heard an absurd joke, his tone laced with barely concealed scorn and irritation. Captain Whitefang, what's the point of going back now? Sunagakure will have set an inescapable net by now, with the third Kazakage himself standing guard. That trick he pulled at the end looked flashy, but it was nothing short of suicide. When he charged out, wasn't he already planning to sacrifice himself as the rear guard? Huya paused as if the argument wasn't yet compelling enough, then added, and you saw it, didn't you? That so-called dual-blade style of his, spitting fire and lightning. Does it bear even the slightest resemblance to the Mist's seven swordsmen? The moment Suna does even a modicum of investigation, they'll smell something wrong. If this mission to sow discord between Suna and Kiri fails because of his recklessness, and the third asks. Huya deliberately dragged out his words, his tone turning cold and insinuating. We can just pin all the blame on him. After all, it was he who acted on his own and ruined the plan. Shink. A crisp, unmistakable sound of metal scraping against metal cut Huya off. Huya's voice died in his throat. He felt as though an invisible hand had clamped down on his windpipe, his breath seizing. It wasn't the short blade, already drawn 3 inches from its sheath, without warning, glinting coldly in the dawn light. It was the eyes. Tsukumo Hitaki's gaze was as frigid as 10,000-year-old ice, burning with a fury that came from having one's scales touched, a rage suppressed to its breaking point. He was no longer the steady, reliable captain who occasionally offered a warm smile. He was the true Konoha's White Fang, a peerless instrument of slaughter hewn from mountains of corpses and rivers of blood with countless souls claimed by his blade. A killing intent so dense and viscous it felt almost tangible erupted from Tsukumo, locking on Huia with deadly precision. It was so potent, so pure it could freeze the very soul. The crisp morning air around Huia seemed to congeal into solid form. His body went rigid like a frog pinned by a serpent's gaze, unable to move so much as a finger. In that instant, gazing into Tsukumo's icy eyes, Huia saw the reflection of his own death. Shut up. Tsukumo's voice was low, yet each word rang clear and cold. Say one more word about shirking responsibility or abandoning comrades. He took a half step forward, and the terrifying killing intent condensed, stabbing straight into Huia's mind like a lance. And I will kill you. Each syllable struck Huia's heart like a hammer blow. This was no threat. It was a statement of fact. Huia could almost smell the blood on that blade mingling with the dry desert air, stinging his nostrils. Time hung frozen for several seconds. Beads of cold sweat trickled down Huia's temples, sliding past the edge of his mask and dripping onto the sand. His lips moved, twitching, but no sound would come. Tsukumo held his gaze for a long moment, a look utterly devoid of warmth. Then slowly, inch by inch, he slid the 3 inches drawn blade back into its sheath. With the soft click of the scabbard sealing shut, the suffocating killing intent receded like a tide, as if it had never existed at all. But Huia remained rooted to the spot. Several seconds passed before he felt sensation return to his limbs, yet the bone-deep chill and the terror of death lingered, refusing to dissipate. Tsukumo didn't spare him another glance. He turned and strode without hesitation towards Sunagakure. His silhouette stretched long in the morning light, but his steps were firm and unwavering. Huia watched that receding figure until Tsukumo vanished around a dune's bend. Only then did he gasp for air like a drowning man finally breaking the surface. He raised a hand to his own throat, as if the blade's chill still lingered there. A wave of inexpressible humiliation, lingering dread, and a deeper, darker venom churned within him. Humph. You both want to go die, is that it? Huia stared at the spot where Tsukumo had disappeared, forcing a hoarse whisper through clenched teeth. Fine, suit yourselves. I've no interest in playing your boring little comrade games. With that, he turned and sped off in the opposite direction at full tilt, vanishing swiftly into the vast sea of sand. Relying on his prior memory and a keen sense of the terrain, Tsukumo carefully circumvented any sentry posts or search parties Suna might have set stealthily, making his way back toward the alleyway where the earlier battle had erupted. His heart was in his throat, anxious for Chishuan's safety, yet chilled and angered by Huia's words. As captain, he could not stomach the notion of treating a comrade as a disposable pawn, shirking responsibility at will. Just as Tsukumo was soundlessly approaching a corner of the alley, preparing to scout ahead, a figure darted out from the other side, without the slightest warning. His nerves were already wounded to the breaking point. Almost by reflex, he dropped low, his right hand already on the hilt of his blade. No thought, no hesitation. Pure battle-forged instinct took over. He swung. A razor-sharp whistle cut through the air as a flash of gleaming steel like lightning splitting the darkness slashed diagonally at a speed almost too fast for the eye to track, aimed directly at the figure's neck. Fast, precise, ruthless. It was the White Fang's signature killing stroke, designed to end the enemy before they could even raise an alarm or counterattack. Clang. Yet the anticipated scene of blade shearing through bone and blood spraying did not come. Instead, a strangely crisp metallic impact rang out jarringly loud in the silent alley. Tsukumo felt as though his blade had struck a block of impossibly hard, yet springy metal. The recoil sent a faint numbness through his wrist. Shock jolted through him as he focused his gaze. The figure he'd struck in the neck was clutching its throat, coughing violently, face flushed crimson. But there was no wound, not even a red mark. And that face twisted in a coughing fit. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. Tsukumo, old man. Are you trying to kill me? Cough. Tianyu Chishuan rubbed his neck while staring at Tsukumo with utter disbelief, coughing so hard tears were streaming from his eyes. He'd been about to greet Tsukumo when that slash sent his words right back down his throat. Tsukumo stood frozen, still holding his sword in mid-swing, the icy killing intent on his face instantly replaced by shock and awkwardness. He hurriedly sheathed his blade, the motion almost flustered, and stepped forward, his voice brimming with apology and anxiety. Chishuan. It's you. Are you alright? I'm so sorry. I thought it was a Sune ambush. Tsukumo looked Chishuan up and down. Aside from the coughing and flushed face, there wasn't a single scratch on him. But how was that possible? A full power strike from him could have cleaved a boulder in two. This kid's constitution was eerily tough. I'm fine. Chishuan stopped coughing, waved a hand, and touched his neck with lingering fear, silently thanking his lucky stars that third brother's iron head and bronze arms were no joke. Otherwise his head would have been rolling on the ground just now. He glanced up at Tsukumo's apologetic face, then at the empty alley behind him, and swiftly changed the subject. Let's get moving. This isn't the place to talk. The third Kazekage is furious enough to chew nails right now. He's probably tearing the whole land apart looking for us. Chishuan paused, then asked as if offhandedly, oh right. What about that Huia guy? Did he run off first? At the question, the apology and tension on Tsukumo's face flickered and stalled. After a moment of silence, he gave a slow nod, his voice low. Yeah, he pulled back ahead of us. Heh. Qishuan let out a knowing, contemptuous chuckle and shook his head. That guy really is a coward. Sure knows how to make a quick exit. To Qishuan's surprise, Tsukumo didn't defend him this time. Instead, after a pause, he spoke in a rare tone of unvarnished disgust, quietly agreeing that man is indeed not much of a comrade. Qishuan whipped his head around at that, staring at Tsukumo in surprise. In his memory, Tsukumo was a man of unwavering principles who placed immense value on the bonds of comradeship. He would never so openly voice a negative opinion of a teammate, especially during a mission. It seemed that while Qishuan had been covering their retreat, Huya must have done or said something that had thoroughly provoked this kind-hearted man. Interesting. A glint of amusement flickered in Qishuan's eyes, though he kept it from his face. All right then, since you're safe, let's head back. We need to report the mission as soon as possible. Seeing Qishuan standing before him in one piece, the weight in Tsukumo's chest finally lifted entirely. A relieved smile spread across his face as he clapped Qishuan on the shoulder. This feeling of having something restored after nearly losing it made his perception of Qishuan all the more complicated. There was shock at his power, lingering dread at his recklessness, and, woven through it all, an unspoken trust forged by having faced life and death peril together. Go back. Qishuan's eyes darted around slyly, and that familiar mischievous grin crept onto his face. He rubbed his hands together and said, Old man, what's the rush? Look, that Huya guy's already gone ahead to give his report, right? A little delay on our end won't hurt. Tsukumo looked at him, puzzled, wondering what scheme Qishuan was cooking up. With the mission over, especially after such a harrowing operation, shouldn't they return to the village at once to report? The next morning, in a bustling border town within the Land of Fire, in a private room on the second floor of an opulent, thriving restaurant. Woo! A jubilant shout shattered the tranquil morning quiet of the private room. Qishuan's eyes gleamed as he watched the waiters file in, covering the entire round rosewood table with all manner of delicacies. From crystal-clear shrimp dumplings and thin-skinned soup-filled buns to the fragrant roast suckling pig, glossy braised pork knuckle, sautéed seasonal greens, and exquisite pastries. He snatched up his chopsticks and launched an immediate assault on the nearest plate of roast goose. Delicious. This is great too. Uncle, you've got to try this. His cheeks bulged like a hamster hoarding food, and he still managed to heap dishes onto Tsukumo's plate with grease-slicked chopsticks, praising through a mouthful of half-chewed food. Tsukumo Hatake sat across from him, having already changed out of his sand and blood-stained ANBU disguise into a simple dark civilian outfit. He looked like an ordinary samurai taking his younger brother out for a good meal. He watched Qishuan's utterly graceless, wolfish manner of eating with a hint of exasperation, yet the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl upward. This kid, after last night's heart-stopping battle, nearly losing his life in Sunagakure, wakes up this morning with this kind of voracious appetite and carefree joy. Whether to call him thick-skinned or just plain unflappable, he didn't know. Qishuan, slowed down. No one's going to steal it from you. Tsukumo took a sip of tea, watching Qishuan decimate the feast, and couldn't help but remind him, once you've had your fill, we really should be on our way. The mission's done, and we need to report to the third as soon as possible. He knew Huya had likely already returned to Konoha, and that his report might not paint them in a favorable light. Though Tsukumo had no interest in petty arguments, the basic facts and results of the mission had to be conveyed by him personally as captain. Yeah, you got it. Qishuan didn't even look up, mumbling his assent. Then he raised his head, flashing a brilliant, greasy-faced grin at the waiting server. Excuse me. Another order of those crystal shrimp dumplings. And that honey-glazed grilled ribs. Yes, double portions. Tsukumo, watching Qishuan's, I didn't hear a word you said, and I'm not done eating yet attitude, he knew it was practically impossible to get him to put down his chopsticks and hit the road anytime soon. He sighed and shook his head, but didn't press further. His gaze settled on Qishuan's, eyes squinting in contentment, and the smear of sauce at the corner of his mouth. The gloom that had been hanging over Tsukumo's heart because of the mission and Huya seemed to lift, dispelled by this warm hearth and home picture before him. He thought of how Qishuan had charged alone into the Suna army yesterday, carving open a path to survival for them, of that absurd, almost fatal slash he'd nearly landed on the boy's neck, of him sitting here now safe and whole, wolfing down food with boundless energy. Forget it. Consider this. Compensation for his hard work as rear guard yesterday, and a celebration that they'd both made it back alive. A genuine warm smile, the first truly relaxed one in days, spread across Tsukumo's face. He picked up his own chopsticks, took a piece of the honey-glazed rib Qishuan had been enthusiastically recommending, crispy on the outside, tender within, and placed it in his mouth, chewing slowly. It really was quite good. Sunlight streamed through the intricately carved wooden windows, spilling across the laden table, and the two figures sealing off the blood-soaked chaos and flashing blades of last night from this warm, tranquil morning. When Hatake Tsukumo and Tianyu Qishuan returned to Konoha, the atmosphere in the village was distinctly wrong. As they walked through the familiar streets of Konoha, their footsteps grew heavier with each passing moment. Around them, whispers, thick, stifling, and far removed from the usual tranquility, crept through the air. Is that him? White Fong-sama. I heard the mission was a complete failure, and it cost many lives. That kid beside him too. He looks restless, a bad omen for sure. The sand is about to strike because of them. Shoo. Keep it down, they're coming. The fragmented venomous murmurs buzzed like relentless summer flies seeping from the roadside beneath eaves and through half-open windows. The gazes cast upon them were no longer filled with the former reverence, warmth, or curiosity, but rather a toxic blend of disappointment, suspicion, and outright accusation. From a distance, the villagers pointed at the silver-haired man, and the boy, their hushed voices stabbing into the ears like needles. Tianyu Qixuan walked on hands shoved into his pockets, his demeanor utterly nonchalant. His face was a mask of indifference, seemingly oblivious to the pointing fingers and the poisonous muttering. He had long since tasted the fickle will of Konoha's populace. These mobs seemed to have an innate tradition of bullying the vulnerable, and their readiness to swallow rumors was all too predictable. To Qixuan, these voices were merely news static in an already noisy backdrop, utterly beneath his notice. But beside him, Hatake Tsukumo's stride hitched almost imperceptibly. Tsukumo's straight back stiffened for a fleeting instant. The usually calm and composed lines of his profile visibly tightened upon hearing the sibilant whispers laced with accusations of mission failure, getting comrades killed, and provoking war. Beneath his silver hair, those eyes, often gentle or sharp, now flickered with a deep-seated pain and a disbelieving shock. He pressed his lips into a thin line, refusing to glance back at the muttering villagers. Instead, his pace unconsciously quickened, propelling him toward the Hokage's office. He needed an explanation of vindication, an answer that would lift the crushing weight from his heart. From the Hokage he had always respected. The closer they drew to the Hokage building, the heavier the atmosphere became. The usually bustling plaza was eerily silent. Only a few ANBU clad in animal masks stood like stone sentinels at the threshold between shadow and light, radiating an unmistakable aura of keep away. As Tsukumo and Qixuan ascended the final steps, the scene before them opened up. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was not seated in his office awaiting their report, as was his custom. Instead, he stood directly before the main entrance, clad in his white ceremonial robes and conical hat, waiting in silence. His gaze was complex as he regarded the two returnees, offering no welcome, only scrutiny and a palpable gravity. And standing a step behind the third Hokage, a figure was conspicuously prominent. It was Haya, the ENBU who had returned before them. He still wore his gray wolf mask, standing ramrod straight, his eyes holding a barely concealed glint of provocation. As Haya's gaze swept over Tsukumo, a faint ambiguous sniff escaped from beneath his mask. But when his eyes landed on the black-haired youth behind Tsukumo, his pupils visible through the mask's eye holes contracted violently. This guy, how is he still alive? Haya's mind churned with shock. He had personally witnessed Qixuan being surrounded by the third Kazekage and the sand forces. To survive such a hopeless situation, had White Fang saved him? Hey, old man, third. Tianyu Qixuan halted, pulling his hands from his pockets and lacing them behind his head. He tilted his head, lazily scanning the assembled ANBU, a playful, almost mocking smirk curving his lips. Quite the setup. Isn't this welcome a little too enthusiastic? However, this time Sarutobi Hiruzen did not respond with the usual resigned or tolerant smile he reserved for Qixuan's insolence. His voice was low and stern, his eyes locking onto Qixuan with piercing intensity. Qixuan. The third paused, each word seeming to be weighed carefully before being spoken. Do you have any idea what you've done this time? Before Qixuan could answer, the third continued, his tone laden with unmistakable disappointment and reproach. The mission failed. You failed to provoke a full-scale conflict between Suna and Kiri that I could accept as a tactical error within acceptable limits. However, the third's voice suddenly rose sharp and commanding. You exposed your identity, forcing the third Kazekage to act personally. This has turned Suna's ire directly toward Konoha. Border conflicts are on the verge of erupting, and a full-scale war has been prematurely ignited because of you. Can you bear these consequences, eh? Third Hokage-sama. Hatake Tsukumo abruptly stepped forward, placing himself half a pace in front of Qixuan. The mission's failure is my responsibility, my failure in leadership. But the exposure of identity is absolutely not Qixuan's fault. We followed the plan to the letter, using only Kinjutsu and water-style techniques mimicking the mist style. We never used any jutsu that could have revealed our Konoha origins. Suna's suspicions may stem from another cause, but it was certainly not due to Qixuan's exposure. Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed deeply. He looked at the resolute Tsukumo, then shifted his gaze to the silent Haya, his tone questioning. But, Haya's report states. Haya's body tensed almost imperceptibly, but he quickly stepped forward, deliberately seizing the conversational thread, his voice low and pointed. Third Hokage-sama, had Captain White Fang not hesitated at the critical moment and squandered the opportunity, we could have wrought far greater chaos within Sunagakure, perhaps even eliminating their prodigy and Elder Chiyo. It was the captain's hesitation and misjudgment that dragged out the operation, leading to our detection and encirclement by Suna. That is why the mission failed. He paused, his mask tilting slightly towards Tsukumo, adding with a tone of feigned regret. As for whether our identities were exposed, I wouldn't presume to judge, but the delayed action undoubtedly increased that risk. You. Tsukumo whirled around, glaring at Haya. He couldn't believe his ears. Such blatant distortion of truth, such shirking of responsibility, even the audacity to smear his own comrades, coming from a Konoha ANBU. That day in Suna, it was Haya who had defied orders, recklessly chasing glory, nearly dragging the entire team into an abyss. And now he could so brazenly shift all the blame onto him and Chishuan. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised a hand, cutting off the rebuttal that was about to spring from Tsukumo's lips. His eyes were tired and heavy as he looked at Tsukumo, speaking slowly. Tsukumo, regardless the mission failed. That is an unchangeable fact. As the captain of this operation, the core of the team, your primary duty was to ensure the mission's success and coordinate your team's actions. Whether Chishuan was reckless or whether Haya was. He glanced at Haya, but didn't finish the sentence, the implication clear. They were not the primary factors in the mission's failure. The leader of the team must bear the responsibility for the final outcome. The third's meaning was unmistakable. The primary responsibility for this failure must rest on you, Hitaki Tsukumo. Tsukumo opened his mouth, but his throat felt blocked, as if constricted by an invisible hand. He looked at the third Hokage's familiar, yet suddenly alien face, at those eyes that once held so much trust and expectation, now filled only with accusation and disappointment. A chilling cold surged from the soles of his feet, engulfing his entire being. All the explanations he had prepared, the justifications, the accusations against Haya, all of it froze in his chest. A wave of dizziness washed over him. The solid ground beneath his feet felt like it was crumbling. After a brief, suffocating silence, Tsukumo slowly, painfully lowered his head. A single hoarse word was squeezed from his throat. Understood. That single word seemed to drain every ounce of strength from his body. Humph. A clear, mocking sneer sliced through the suffocating silence. Tianyu Chishuan laughed. He pushed past Tsukumo, who stood protectively in front of him, and walked directly up to the third Hokage. Chishuan tilted his head, scrutinizing Sarutobi Hiruzen with undisguised contempt. Old man third, have you lost your mind? The one who crafted this flawed, blame-shifting, filthy plan was you. The one who forced this mission upon us was also you. Now that things have gone wrong, instead of considering whether your own plan was as dumb as a pig's, you're rushing to pin the blame on the subordinates who fought and bled on the front lines. He paused, his cold smirk widening. As the supreme decision-maker, Hokage-sama, shouldn't you be the one to be strung up and held accountable? What is sitting in your office, smoking your pipe, staring into your crystal ball, and ordering others to die and take the fall? Is that your true calling? Chishuan's words were like the sharpest blade, mercilessly shredding the thin veneer of the third's rhetoric, piercing straight to the core of the issue and the hypocrisy of power. The ANBU around them grew colder, their hands instinctively moving to their weapons. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened with terrifying intensity. Yet Chishuan seemed utterly oblivious to the volatile tension. He abruptly turned, his gaze icy as it landed on Haya, who stood behind the third. And you? Chishuan's voice dropped to a freezing point. You're the one spreading rumors in the village that the mission failed because of me and White Fang, aren't you? Haya hadn't anticipated Chishuan confronting him directly in front of the third and all the ANBU. Caught off guard, his body stiffened, and he instinctively took a half-step back, a trace of barely concealed panic creeping into his voice. You? What nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever spread rumors? Don't you dare slander me. He steadied himself, remembering the third Hokage was present, his courage swelling. He stepped forward, puffing out his chest, raising his voice in an attempt to overpower Chishuan with sheer presence. If it weren't for you and White Fang acting on your own stubborn whims during the mission, how could we have? Haya's words were cut short. A crisp, piercing ring of a blade being drawn, like the sigh of death itself, suddenly sliced through the air. No one saw Chishuan move. His form merely blurred for an instant, shifting half a step with ghostly speed. His right hand, moving faster than the eye could track, darted out like lightning toward the waist of the nearest ANBU standing beside him. That ANBU had no time to react. He only felt a weightlessness at his hip as his blade was drawn now in Chishuan's grasp. In the next instant, a blindingly bright flash of steel traced a perfect, devastatingly beautiful arc in the blazing midday sun. There was no battle cry, no moment of gathering strength, no grandiose technique name. Only pure, unadulterated speed, and a sudden, overwhelming, bone-chilling wave of murderous intent. Squelch. The dull, sickening sound of a blade cleaving through flesh and bone was horrifyingly clear. Haya's impassioned accusations along with his unfinished words were forever frozen in his throat. The head, still wearing the gray wolf mask, separated cleanly from his neck with that breathtaking stroke. Under the stunned gaze of all present, it was sent spinning high into the air. Warm blood erupted from the severed neck like a fountain, painting a stark crimson arc against the air. Then with a splash it sprayed across the pristine steps, the ground, and onto the bodies and masks of the nearby ANBU. The head tumbled through the air, the eyes behind the mask still wide with the final shock and bewilderment. With a dull thud it rolled to a stop on the stone steps, motionless. The headless body stood rigid for a moment before swaying and crashing forward, landing with a heavy thud in the pool of blood. Everyone was frozen in shock. Hitaki Tsukumo's pupils contracted sharply, all color draining from his face. He whipped his head toward Chishuan, his eyes filled with disbelief and a terrifying premonition that things had spiraled completely out of control. His mouth opened, but no sound escaped. The highly trained, battle-hardened ANBU around him were all rooted to the spot, hands on their weapons, yet none dared to move. Behind their masks their eyes were fixed on the still twitching headless corpse and the mask-clad head lying in the blood on the steps, as if unable to process the gruesome and sudden scene before them. Saratobi Hiruzen's look of dark censure transformed into shock the moment the blade flashed. But as the blood sprayed and the head hit the ground, his shock instantly turned into blazing fury. It was the towering rage of one whose authority had been publicly and flagrantly defied. In front of the Hokage building, under the watchful eyes of all, to commit such a heinous act. Chishuan, the third Hokage's roar thundered like a clap of thunder. His ceremonial robe billowed without wind, and a massive wave of chakra pressure exploded outward, locking onto Chishuan with lethal intent. Yet faced with this Kaga-level pressure that would make even a seasoned Jonin's heart fail, and the murderous Anbu surrounding him, Tianyu Chishuan merely flicked the blood-stained blade in his hand with slow, deliberate indifference. The droplets of blood traced thin red lines in the air before splattering onto the ground, blooming into tiny specks of crimson. Chishuan closed his eyes, a flicker of immense, almost perverse satisfaction crossing his face. When he opened them again, his gaze held only an unfathomable, chilling apathy. He glanced at the dismembered body on the ground, then swept his gaze over the furious third and the stunned crowd, a contemptuous twitch at the corner of his mouth. Then Chishuan parted his lips, a sinister smile playing on his face, his voice cold as ice. That noisy pest should have been killed long ago. Chishuan, do you truly believe I dare not kill you? The third Hokage's eyes blazed with fury, his voice dripping with murderous intent. The face that was always known for its gentleness and wisdom was now twisted by rage and the trampling of his authority. He no longer concealed it. The iron-blooded ruthlessness of the ninja hero had completely replaced his usual magnanimity. Naked, killing intent like a drawn blade pierced straight toward the black-haired youth who stood with a blood-stained kunai in hand, his expression one of utter indifference. Facing the third's threat, Tianyu Chishuan sneered with utter disdain. His shoulders shook as he burst into a mocking wild laugh. Ha ha ha. Kill me. The laughter ceased abruptly. He tilted his head slightly, a cold glint flashing in his black eyes, and spoke with contempt. Saratobi Hiruzen, do you think you can? He addressed him by name, devoid of any respect. This flippant retort was the final straw, crushing any lingering hope Saratobi Hiruzen might have had for reconciliation. If killing Danzo before could be justified this time, he could no longer tolerate Chishuan trampling the village's rules. He stared intently at the kunai in Chishuan's hand, still dripping blood. His gaze swept over the headless corpse of Huya, whose blood soaked the stone steps, before finally fixing on that young face etched with arrogance and cold indifference. A flicker of complexity and hesitation crossed his eyes, a final thought for Sakomo's presence and the potential for civil war. But in this era of war, he must use an iron fist to quell rebellion. Saratobi Hiruzen hesitated no more and immediately gave the order. Umbu, hear my command. Tianyu Chishuan, for the murder of a comrade with conclusive evidence and heinous conduct, has committed the grave crime of treason against the village. By the iron law of Konoha, I, the third Hokage, hereby order, execute on sight. The moment the words, execute on sight, were uttered, Saratobi Hiruzen's chakra exploded outward. The immense pressure of a Kaga-level powerhouse mixed with fierce, killing intent swept out like a hurricane, causing the Hokage's cloak to billow and snap behind him. Summoning Jutsu. A puff of white smoke burst forth, and the Monkey King Enma, clad in a tiger-skin loincloth, appeared in an instant. It immediately sensed its master's towering rage and resolute killing intent. Without a moment's hesitation, it transformed into the indestructible adamantine staff, gleaming with a dark gold luster, and landed in Saratobi Hiruzen's hands. Wind-style adamantine whirlwind. The third gripped the adamantine staff with both hands and swung it in a wide arc. The rapidly spinning staff generated a violent gale, creating a massive air vortex with tremendous suction force. This was not a purely offensive technique, but a powerful control-type jutsu. Its purpose was not direct lethality, but to use the immense suction generated by the spin to lock Chishuan in place, forcefully dragging him toward the eye of the storm and stripping away his space to dodge and maneuver. He knew Chishuan possessed some ability similar to Steel Release, granting immense physical defense, so a simple physical blow or a single-element jutsu would likely be ineffective. The moment the adamantine whirlwind successfully bound Chishuan's movements, the third began forming hand signs at incredible speed. The nature transformation of his chakra was layered and fused in an instant. Compound Ninjutsu Earth Dragon Flame Bomb. This was an A-rank compound jutsu, a perfect fusion of earth and fire styles. The ground churned violently as several fierce earth dragons formed from solid rock burst forth. They spat searing flames from their maws, lunging from all directions to bite down on Chishuan, who was held fast by the whirlwind. Saratobi Hiruzen held nothing back, unleashing his strongest summoning partner and combination jutsu from the start, seeking to suppress this lawless menace with overwhelming force in the shortest possible time. The impact of the earth dragons could shatter city walls, and the attached flames could melt steel. Combined with the binding of the adamantine whirlwind, it formed a lethal, inescapable trap. Faced with this combined elemental assault that would make even most Kaga-level shinobi brace themselves, the mocking smile on Tianyu Chishuan's face only widened, taking on a hint of eerie allure. Summoning a cage and fire. Interesting. He casually tossed the bloodied kunai aside, producing a sharp clang as it hit the ground. Then, to the horror of the surrounding Umbu, instead of retreating, he stepped forward against the violent suction force. Bang! Qishuan's bare hand shot out and seized the middle of the rapidly spinning adamantine staff, which was tearing through the air with devastating force. The spinning wind blades and terrifying suction that could shred steel only produced a grating metallic screech, and air bursts against his arm and body, failing to harm him in the slightest. The third prince's divine power, indestructible head, and arms an unbreakable body. Immediately after the roaring earth dragon flame bombs reached him, the scorching air distorted with heat, and the flaming rock maws seemed poised to devour him. However, the anticipated violent explosion and blaze did not occur. All the flames, all the force of the earth dragons were forcibly diverted by an irresistible suction an instant before touching Qishuan's body. Like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, they turned into streaks of intertwined crimson and earthy yellow light, reversing course and flying behind Qishuan. There a gourd, ancient in design and mysterious, wreathed in a faint purple gold light, hovered silently in midair. Its mouth was slightly open like a bottomless black hole, emanating a devouring force that sent chills down the spine. The formidable compound Jutsu Earth Dragon Flame Bomb, along with the residual wind pressure of the adamantine whirlwind, was effortlessly and completely swallowed by the deep purple light from the gourd's mouth, without even causing a ripple. Smoke and dust slowly cleared. Tianyu Qishuan stood his ground, holding the adamantine staff in one hand, not having moved an inch. There wasn't a scratch on him, not even a singe mark on his clothes. Only the purple gold gourd floating behind him, radiating a mystical sheen, silently testified that what had just happened was no illusion. Silence. A deathly silence. The killing intent and resolve on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face were completely replaced by stunned, disbelieving shock. He knew Qishuan possessed a divine gourd capable of forcibly absorbing tailed beasts, but he had always assumed it was some special sealing weapon effective only against entities with massive chakra. When Qishuan had killed Danzo, he had arrived at the scene slightly late and hadn't witnessed the gourd absorbing ninjutsu firsthand. Now, seeing it with his own eyes, this gourd could so easily and completely absorb his full-powered compound ninjutsu. What kind of joke was this? This was far beyond the capability of any ordinary sealing jutsu. What divine artifact was this? The elite Umbu around him, though highly trained, were also shaken by this reality-defying sight, their movements slowing for a fraction of a second. But their rigorous training allowed them to suppress their shock instantly, and almost simultaneously they launched a second wave of attacks from various tricky angles. Kunai shuriken, wind blades, fireballs, lightning. A storm of various jutsu and projectiles rained down on Qishuan, attempting to compensate for lack of power with sheer numbers, seeking any possible gap in his defense. However, they were answered only by the purple gold gourd's mouth, glowing with an even more brilliant purple light. An invisible, overwhelming suction force erupted. All the jutsu flying toward Qishuan, regardless of nature, form, or power, came to a sudden halt in midair. Then, like flies caught by an invisible giant hand, they were forced to change course, turning into streams of colorful light, mercilessly devoured by the purple gold gourd. Even the specially made kunai and shuriken imbued with chakra couldn't escape, clattering as they were sucked in and vanished into the purple light of the gourd's mouth. Qishuan made no move to defend or counterattack. He simply stood there, holding the adamantine staff in one hand. The silently floating purple gold gourd alone had erected an insurmountable defensive barrier for him, neutralizing all attacks. Truly, standing in an invincible position. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart sank to the bottom. Physical attacks couldn't break through, and ninjutsu attacks were mysteriously absorbed. Was there truly no way? No, there was still speed. An attack of extreme speed surpassing reaction time might land a blow before the gourd could absorb it, or in the gap between its absorptions. The third's gaze snapped to Tsukumo Hataki, who stood frozen to the side, his expression one of agonizing turmoil. White Fang. The third called out urgently, his eyes fixed on Tsukumo, trying to awaken him with a sense of duty. What are you waiting for? Tianyu Qishuan has lost his mind. He killed Huya and has utterly betrayed Konoha. Kill him now. This is the Hokage's order. The words "the Hokage's order" struck Tsukumo's heart like a heavy hammer. He shuddered violently, as if forcibly awakened from a chaotic nightmare, and slowly raised his head. His eyes, usually so gentle or resolute, were now bloodshot, vacant, and filled with pain. They darted between the third's stern gaze, the tense stares of the surrounding Umbu, and Qishuan's eerie, powerful back. His hand unconsciously moved to the hilt of the kunai at his waist, knuckles whitening from the grip, trembling slightly. However, at that very moment, Qishuan's voice, calm without a trace of fluctuation, clearly reached Tsukumo's ears, carrying a strange power that pierced the heart. Uncle Tsukumo. Qishuan didn't even look back at him, just firmly gripping the trembling adamantine staff in his hand, his tone as casual as if discussing mundane matters. Do you think the mission is more important? Or your comrades? This question, like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirred an even greater storm in Tsukumo's already turbulent heart. He recalled the sight of Qishuan charging towards the Suna ninja to ensure his safe retreat, and the moment in the pre-dawn alley of Sunagakure when he himself had rushed towards a certain death to find Qishuan. Back then, the two had already given the clearest answer through their actions. The answer seemed to have been etched into the very depths of their souls. Just as Tsukumo's mind was reeling on the verge of blurting out the answer, Qishuan seemed not to need his response. His grip on the adamantine staff tightened suddenly, his 5 fingers digging into the rod, as if made of cast steel. The staff Inma's transformation let out a strained creak and trembled violently, trying to resist this terrifying force. Qishuan narrowed his eyes, a flash of cold, killing intent passing through his black pupils. He issued a direct command to the staff, his voice low but carrying a cold harshness. Grow. A single eye filled with pain and fury appeared on the staff's surface as it struggled with all its might, refusing to yield to this youth's will. However, the force emanating from the staff grew stronger and stronger. Those 5 fingers felt not like flesh and blood, but like the hand of a demon god capable of crushing stars. The terrifying pressure made Inma feel as if its very spirit was about to be squeezed to oblivion. At the same time, it clearly saw the undisguised cruel killing intent in Qishuan's eyes, a stark contrast to its master's character. A chilling indifference that viewed all living things as mere ants. Under absolute force and the threat of death, Inma let out a reluctant cry. Its eye dimmed, and its resistance crumbled instantly. The adamantine staff began to rapidly expand, lengthen, and thicken like an inflating balloon. In the blink of an eye, it transformed from a handy weapon into a colossal pillar over 2 meters in diameter and more than 50 meters long. A massive shadow instantly fell over the large plaza and the neighboring streets. Even more terrifying, Qishuan, who held one end of this giant pillar, grew in proportion to the staff's expansion. The first prince's divine power, heaven and earth transformation. His form shot up to match the colossal pillar like a giant striding out of myth, his cold face looking down upon the villagers and ninja of Konoha below, who seemed like ants. Ha ha ha. The enlarged Qishuan let out a deafening maniacal laugh. The sound waves rolled like thunder, causing many people's eardrums to ache and their spirits to tremble. He swung the now gigantic adamantine staff with one hand, as if it were a weightless twig. Adamantine staff, you are meant to serve me. Before he even finished speaking, he swung his arm with a sudden violent motion. The colossal adamantine staff swept out with the force to destroy everything. The target, however, was not the third or the Umbu, but a bustling commercial street nearby packed with innocent villagers who had come out to see the commotion and were now frozen in terror. No. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in horror as he let out a heart-wrenching scream. But there was nothing he could do but watch helplessly as the giant pillar descended. Crash! An indescribable roar. The earth shook. The giant staff, like a punishing whip swung by a celestial god, plowed through the street without resistance. Wooden houses were flattened and pulverized like paper, stone structures collapsed like sandcastles. Villagers who couldn't escape in time didn't even have a chance to scream, instantly crushed into pulp by the terrifying impact and pressure mixing with the rubble. Dust splintered wood bricks and gory flesh erupted into the air, forming a deadly cloud of smoke. A street once full of life was transformed into a living hell in an instant, leaving only a wide, devastating swath of destruction littered with debris and gore. The pungent stench of blood and dust filled the air, making it nauseating. Qishuan, how dare you? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were bloodshot, his demeanor like a madman. He couldn't accept that the village he had protected his entire life was being so cruelly destroyed before his very eyes, its people so wantonly slaughtered. The enlarged Qishuan lowered his head, his enormous eyes holding only a cold, ancient ice-like indifference. He grinned, unleashing an even more unrestrained wild laugh. The laughter was filled with contempt for life and a blatant disregard for order. Why wouldn't I dare? His voice was like a muffled thunderclap echoing over the ruins. They were nothing but a bunch of peasants. Killing them brings peace and quiet. Qishuan's words, cold to the extreme, struck like a final death knell echoing in the hearts of every survivor. Meanwhile, on the other side, the moment Tsukumo Hatake heard Qishuan's question, the mission or your comrades, his pupils contracted to pinpricks. In that instant, a torrent of images flooded his mind uncontrollably. In the alleys of Sunagakure, Qishuan charging toward the Suna army like a war god, his twin blades wreathed in lightning and fire, shouting exaggerated technique names as he carved a bloody path for them. His own resolve to defy Guy's warnings to swim against the tide of retreat, returning with death in his heart to find that figure. And even earlier, the countless moments when Qishuan, seemingly carefree and thoughtless, always protected him and Kakashi in his own way. No words were needed. The answer had long been thundering in his chest, searing hot like a brand. At the very same moment, Qishuan swung the Vajrao wish-fulfilling rod to destroy the streets, and the third Hokage let out his desperate roar. Tsukumo's hand, which had been resting on his sword hilt, finally moved. A crisp, cold sword cry, so pure and so icy, seemed to declare its intent to sever every injustice in this world. In the instant the white fanged short sword left its sheath, the flash of light wasn't blinding, yet it moved faster than the eye could follow, leaving only a faint, blurry afterimage. Several muffled sounds of blades piercing flesh rang out almost simultaneously. 3 elite Umbu who had received the third Hokage's orders and were preparing to ambush Qishuan from the flank froze mid-motion. Their eyes, wide behind their masks, bulged with sheer incredulous shock. A heartbeat later, smooth hairline bloodlines split open across their throats, hearts, or spines. Blood erupted like fountains, and their bodies slumped limply to the ground, twitched twice, and fell silent. Unnoticed, Tsukumo's figure had already placed itself between Qishuan's massive form and the remaining Umbu. He bowed his head, slightly silver bangs partially veiling his eyes. But the lower half of his face, revealed beneath, was set in cold, hard lines, devoid of any of his former gentleness or hesitation. The short sword in his hand, still wet with fresh blood, pointed its tip diagonally toward the ground. One by one, warm drops of blood slid down the gleaming blade, falling onto the blood-stained earth, blooming into tiny crimson flowers. Tsukumo slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the former comrades who stood frozen, stunned by his sudden betrayal and ruthless skill. Those eyes, once always filled with tolerance and a sense of duty, now held only bone-deep chill and unwavering resolve. Anyone who dares to make a move against Chishuan. His voice was not loud, but it reached the ears of every Umbu, clearly, each word like an icicle chiseled into their hearts. Tsukumo tilted his head, slightly glancing at the three still warm corpses on the ground. They are your fate. The remaining Umbu elites involuntarily took a unified step back, their faces beneath the masks turning deathly pale. Their hands gripping their weapons were slick with cold sweat. Adam's apples bobbed painfully as they swallowed down fear-laced saliva. No one understood better than them how terrifying it was when this man, renowned as the Konoha White Fang, with a perfect mission completion record and countless kills, truly got serious, especially when he stood on the opposing side. It was no longer a mission, it was a death sentence from the Reaper himself. White Fang. Hiruzen Sarutobi's roar was filled not only with rage, but also with profound, unfathomable heartbreak and disbelief. Are you rebelling too? Have you forgotten you're a ninja of Konoha? Have you forgotten your will of fire? Facing the third Hokage's stern interrogation, Tsukumo slowly turned around. He looked at the Hokage he had once revered as a god, the man he had been willing to sacrifice everything for. His face was expressionless. No guilt, no agitation, only a placid calm like still water. Tsukumo did not use the honorific Lord Third. Instead, like Chishuan, he addressed him directly, by name, his voice cold and devoid of any warmth. Hiruzen Sarutobi. He paused as if stating the simplest of facts. Your path is wrong. When Tsukumo Hatake realized that the Hokage he had sworn loyalty to upon facing a mission failure chose not to seek the truth, but to desperately find a scapegoat, even going so far as to shift the primary blame onto him, the executor, all in order to uphold the so-called greater good and his own authority, the temple of his faith had already begun to crumble. The only reason Tsukumo had held back, refraining from immediate action, was the thought of his young son Kakashi, still living in Konoha, and the shadow that might fall on his future path. But now, witnessing Chishuan's terrifying power that could rival, or even suppress the Hokage, seeing that mysterious Gourd absorb all ninjutsu, and watching Chishuan go to the extreme of opposing all of Konoha, and even slaughtering villagers to defend him. Though he didn't agree with such methods, there was no time to ponder it now. Tsukumo knew he stood at an unprecedented crossroads. Should he continue to follow the Hokage's orders and village rules that had chilled his heart and become Chishuan's enemy? No, he couldn't. The question earlier had already provided the answer. There was only one choice left. He suppressed all his hesitation, his wavering, his lingering attachment to the past, his worries for Kakashi. All of it. His gaze became resolute and icy in a way it never had before. He no longer looked at the third Hokage. Instead, he turned slightly, offering his back, a gesture of absolute trust and commitment, to the terrifying giant behind him. The blood-stained white fang short sword in his hand pointed forward directly at his former colleagues and superiors. Tsukumo chose to stake everything on Tenyu Chishuan. In his heaven-earth manifestation form, Chishian's senses seemed to merge with the heavens and the earth. The divine abilities of clairvoyance and clairaudience were infinitely amplified by his colossal frame and surging power. He saw it all. Not just the ruined plaza beneath his feet and the remnants of the Umbus scurrying like terrified ants, but the entire village of Konoha. With the Hokage's office as the epicenter, a colossal upheaval, like a boulder crashing into a tranquil lake, sent ripples racing outward to every corner of the village. In the Senju clan's compound, an elder with flowing white hair flung open a window, his murky eyes fixed on the distant plume of smoke and the barely discernible giant silhouette. The teacup in his hand clattered to the ground, shattering into pieces. What is that? At the Uchiha Police Force headquarters, several elite jonin adorned with the clan's fan crest leaped onto the rooftops, their Sharingan activating instantly. Three Tomo spun wildly as they tried to discern the ominous chakra fluctuations and the colossal figure in the distance. Such terrifying chakra. The lead Uchiha ninja's expression darkened as he barked orders, mobilize immediately. Head to the Hokage's office. Within the main Hyuga estate, several elders from the branch families simultaneously activated their Byakugan, their 360-degree vision, granting them a clearer view. The outline of the giant, the rampant flow of chakra, and the precarious state of the Hokage's office. This is bad. The Hokage is in danger. All Hyuga members proceed to support immediately. An aged roar echoed through the clan's grounds. The Aburame, Inazuka, Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi. The compounds of all the major Konoha clans were stirred into action almost simultaneously by the sudden dreadful commotion. Whether alerted by the frantic barking of Ninken, the agitated swarms of Kikeichu's secret clan communication techniques, or simply by witnessing the earth-shattering tremor, all the elite ninjas who had remained behind away from the front lines instinctively turned their horrified gazes toward the Hokage's office. Then countless figures like hornets erupting from their nest vaulted onto rooftops from every corner of Konoha, racing through the streets, quickly coalescing into streams of shadow and light that surged toward the epicenter of the storm. They're all coming, aren't they? A flicker of cold derision passed through Qi Xian's vast consciousness. He watched clearly as the ninjas converged from all directions toward his feet, some of them familiar faces. With a mere thought, his mountain-like colossal form began to shrink rapidly. In just a few breaths, the giant was gone. Qi Xian, restored to his normal size, stood in place, his black hair flowing. In his hand, he held the Rui Jingu Bang, now back to its ordinary size. But at this moment the staff trembled restlessly, emitting a low hum. Upon the staff, the spectral image of the Monkey King's single eye materialized once more, filled with pain, humiliation, and a glimmer of desperate resolve. It knew that moments ago, under Qi Xian's absolute power, it had been forced to aid in the destruction of the village its master had sworn to protect, and to slaughter innocent villagers. This overwhelming guilt threatened to tear its spiritual form apart. It yearned to resist, to revert to its full Monkey King form, even at the cost of spiritual damage, to break free from this demon's control, and refuse to be an accomplice to further atrocities. However, just as the Monkey King's will solidified at the very moment it attempted to break free, a bone-chilling, utterly pure killing intent erupted violently from Qi Xian, traveling down the hand gripping the staff, and locking onto the Monkey King's spiritual form within. This killing intent was like 10,000-year-old profound ice, freezing all thoughts of rebellion, and piercing straight to the depths of the soul. The Monkey King felt as if its spiritual body were submerged in a frigid fluid that froze the very soul. Every struggle brought searing pain and deeper, more profound cold. The light in its single eye dimmed rapidly. Its will to resist, like a candle in the wind, was easily extinguished by this terrifying, murderous aura. It let out a mournful cry. The spectral image slowly faded. The staff ceased its trembling, becoming deathly still and obedient once more. Qi Xian's gaze swept across the chaotic plaza, finally resting on the silver-haired figure, standing with a blade in hand, back turned to him, shielding the third Hokage and the remaining Umbu. Tsukumo's back was ramrod straight, like an unsheathed blade, radiating a cold, forbidding aura. But the knuckles of his hand gripping the hilt were whitened from tension, betraying his inner turmoil. The other clans are on their way. Qi Xian's voice broke the brief silence, calm and level. Tsukumo's body gave a slight start at the words. He didn't turn around, only gripping the hilt tighter. Tsukumo took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm, and asked in a low voice, "What's the plan?" He didn't ask for a plan, didn't question the consequences, only asked what to do. These few simple words were enough to state his stance and his resolve. Hatake Tsukumo had placed his judgment and his actions entirely in the hands of the youth behind him. A slight subtle curve appeared at the corner of Qi Xian's mouth. The curve was cold, devoid of any warmth, yet it held a trace of satisfaction. The next second his figure vanished from the spot. It wasn't the high-speed movement of the body flicker technique that left afterimages, but something more eerie, a flicker that seemed to merge with light and shadow. His long black hair left a brief afterimage in the air as his form like a phantom swept past Tsukumo. In the instant their forms crossed, a calm whisper was clearly delivered into Tsukumo's ear. "Make it quick." Before the words had even faded, Qi Xian's figure had already appeared several meters away. His movements were eerily fast. Each time he stepped into a shadow, his next step would already be emerging from another. Like a ghost, he continuously closed in on Sarutobi Hiruzen in the distance. Hearing Qi Xian's words, Tsukumo's gaze sharpened with extreme intensity. All remnants of hesitation, doubt, and lingering attachment to the past were utterly severed by Qi Xian's 4 words and his resolute departing figure. At this point, there was no turning back. Having chosen this path, there was no choice but to follow it to the end. And what he needed to do was to clear all obstacles for Qi Xian and forge a new future. Ching! The white light chakra saber let out another clear, resonant ring. This time the sound of the blade held only icy killing intent. Tsukumo moved. His form dissolved into a blurry streak of silver light weaving through the remaining Umbu. There were no flashy techniques, no superfluous shouts, only the simplest, most direct, and most lethal slashes. Each strike precisely targeted a vital point. Throat, heart, spine. Wherever the blade's light flashed, an elite Umbu member would fall, eyes wide with disbelief, clutching a gushing wound. These Umbu were quick to react and coordinated well. But against the full, unrestrained killing technique of the Konoha's white Fong, all their efforts seemed pathetically futile. Every flash of white light signified the end of a life. The number of Umbu was dwindling at an alarming rate. Tsukumo's blade was so fast it drove one to despair. As he transformed into a precise killing machine, the true terror represented by the name, Konoha's White Fang, was finally displayed without reservation before his former comrades. Tsukumo's eyes were cold, his face expressionless, showing only the focus and detachment of a man on a mission. He knew that with each Umbu that fell, the pressure on Qi Xian lessened, and their chance to escape or control the situation grew. Meanwhile, Qi Xian had arrived before Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third Hokage watched him approach, a flicker of desperation in his eyes. His hands moved through seals at blinding speed, his chest swelled, and he took a deep breath. Fire-style Great Dragon Fire technique. A massive lifelike dragon of searing flames, its form twisted in fury, erupted from his mouth. It let out a deafening roar and lunged, claws bared at the close-range Qi Xian. A wave of scorching air instantly washed over the surroundings, sizzling the blood and dust on the ground. However, facing this devastating A-rank fire-style jutsu, Qi Xian didn't even blink. The purple gold gourd floating silently behind him, as if possessing its own will, swiveled its opening to face the incoming fire dragon. A deep purple radiance flared at the gourd's mouth. The ferocious great dragon fire's forward momentum abruptly stalled. It was then forcibly compressed and twisted, transforming into a thick fiery red stream of light that was sucked into the gourd. The entire process was swift as lightning. The fire dragon didn't even manage to scatter a single spark onto Qi Xian. And in that brief interval as the fire dragon was absorbed and the purple light flickered, Qi Xian moved. He gave the third Hokage no chance to catch his breath. From the shadows he tilted his head slightly, and without warning raised his hand. He brought the staff down in a brutal swing, aimed at the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils contracted sharply. In his panic he had no time to change his technique or dodge. He could only raise his arms to block the blow. Thud! A heavy dull impact. The Rui Jingu Bang connected solidly with the third Hokage's arms, which he had desperately crossed in front of him. The immense force transmitted without reservation. The third Hokage felt a searing pain shoot through both his arms. His wrist bones and arm bones were shattered. A terrifying gust of wind rushed at his face. The third Hokage's knees buckled, and he crashed heavily to the ground. His knees struck the hard bluestone pavement with a sickening crack. The stones fractured, forming two craters with cracks spreading outwards like a spider's web. The third Hokage violently spat out a large mouthful of blood, staining the stone tiles before him crimson. His face was pale as paper, his aura diminished to its absolute limit. The third Hokage raised his head, his clouded eyes looking at Qi Xian as he approached, step by step, his gaze filled with an indescribable complexity. Anger, pain, unwillingness, and a deeply hidden fear and bewilderment that he himself was unwilling to admit. Cough. What? The third Hokage's voice was hoarse and faint, each word costing him immense effort. He stared intently at Qi Xian, as if trying to see through those cold black eyes, and into his true soul. You clearly possess such power. Why did you hide it? Who are you really? What is it that you truly want? Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't understand. If Qi Xian had shown this kind of strength earlier, the Konoha higher-ups would never have dared to treat him this way. The Danzo incident might have been handled differently too. Why did he conceal it? What was his purpose in lurking in Konoha? Qi Xian stopped a single step away from the third Hokage. He slowly lowered the raised Rui staff, planting its end on the ground with a soft thud. Qi Xian leaned forward slightly, bringing his face close to the third Hokage's ear. His long black hair fell, obscuring most of his face, revealing only a single eye that seemed capable of seeing through everything. He lowered his voice using a volume only the two of them could hear, speaking slowly word by word, because I am a man from the future. Qi Xian paused, feeling the third Hokage's body stiffen instantly, and a cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth. And you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in the future? You have committed an unforgivable sin. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils shrank to pinpricks. His body trembled uncontrollably, not from his injuries, but from the profound shock to his very soul caused by these earth-shattering words. A man from the future, an unforgivable sin. The third Hokage's mind went blank, then was flooded with a torrent of chaotic thoughts. He wanted to refute it, to denounce it as nonsense, as a lie fabricated by Qi Xian to justify his atrocities. But the other's confident tone, his strength and divine artifacts that defied common sense, his seemingly innate, incomprehensible hatred and hostility towards the Konoha higher-ups, especially himself. Could it be true? Had he really done something in the future that would incur heaven's wrath and be irreversible? Was that why a judge from the future had been sent? At this moment, once the seed of doubt was planted, it grew wildly. As Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew well that the shinobi world was full of wonders, and space-time jutsu were not entirely forbidden. The forbidden scrolls left by the second Hokage Senju Tobarama had mentioned related techniques. Qi Xian's words, like the most vicious curse, struck a hidden unease and doubt deep within the third Hokage's heart, perhaps ones he himself hadn't even acknowledged. Concerning, for instance, his policies towards the Uchiha, his indulgence of Danzo, and even his handling of certain prodigies. Seeing the undeniable shock, confusion, and even self-doubt in the third Hokage's eyes, Qi Xian sneered inwardly. Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed a hero of the shinobi, with great talent and bold vision in this era, having made significant contributions to Konoha's stability and development. But so what? In Qi Xian's eyes, these so-called achievements were nothing compared to the sins of his future, his irresoluteness, his indulgence of Danzo, leading to internal strife in Konoha, the Uchiha clan's massacre, and other tragedies. He didn't care whether this version of Sarutobi Hiruzen was innocent or not. He was determined to judge him for crimes that hadn't yet happened in the present. Why not? This arrogant, unreasonable judgment based solely on his own likes and dislikes stemmed from Qi Xian's absolute self-centered code of conduct. In short, he was simply a tyrant. A smile tugged at Qi Xian's lips. He had no interest in wasting more words with this sinner. The killing intent in his eyes solidified once more. He slowly raised the Rui Jingu Bang in his hand, aiming it at the third Hokage's head. With this one strike, all grievances and grudges would be settled. However, just as the staff was about to descend, wait! A desperate, pleading roar came from within the staff itself. The spectral image of the Monkey King's single eye appeared once more. This time there was no more anger or unwillingness in that eye, only endless pain, despair, and the deepest concern for an old friend. It looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen kneeling on the ground, barely breathing, his eyes vacant, then at Qi Xian, who held a lethal weapon and radiated murderous intent. A deep sorrow filled its single eye. It knew it couldn't resist this terrifying youth at all. To save its old friend's life, it cast aside all its dignity and pride and begged, "Please, spare him. I will obey you if you spare him. For lifetimes, I will be your weapon. I swear no disloyalty. Just, please spare his life." Qi Xian paused momentarily. He narrowed his eyes, looking at the pained, pleading Monkey King's spirit on the staff, then glanced at the third Hokage, who seemed stunned senseless by the shock. Trade a staff fit for cosplaying the great sage for the life of a dying old man. Qi Xian weighed the options quickly in his mind. Killing the third Hokage would certainly be satisfying. But it would also enrage the clans rushing over, some of whom were his staunch loyalists, potentially provoking a more intense siege, which would be detrimental to his and Tsukumo's next move, whether it be resistance or something else. But sparing the third Hokage's life. Qi Xian narrowed his eyes, already knowing what to do. Most importantly, he could see that the Monkey King was genuinely submitting. This kind of summoned beast's oath was far more reliable than many human promises. Deal. Qi Xian made his decision on the spot. His expression remained unchanged as he slowly lowered the staff that was about to strike. Then, under the Monkey King's watchful, hopeful, yet anxious gaze, Qi Xian suddenly raised his foot and kicked the kneeling third Hokage squarely. The third Hokage's body was sent flying, tumbling several meters through the air before crashing into a pile of rubble, completely unconscious and unmoving. Seeing the furious glare from the single eye on the Rui staff, Qi Xian said calmly, "Relax, he's not dead, just unconscious." The Monkey King's single eye stared intently at the unconscious third Hokage in the distance. Sensing his faint but still present life force, it finally let out a long, relieved sigh. It gave Qi Xian one last long look. The final flicker of struggle and light in its single eye extinguished completely, and it slowly closed. From this moment on, the Rui Jingu Bang would no longer answer the summons of the Sarutobi clan. It would become a divine weapon with a true spirit, serving Tianyu Qi Xian, until either it or Qi Xian ceased to exist. He's not dead, but he won't live long either. Qi Xian, holding the now remarkably docile Rui staff, looked at the unconscious third Hokage in the distance, a cold sneer passing through his mind. Ruptured internal organs, shattered bones, depleted chakra, compounded by the severe psychological blow. Even if Konoha's best medical ninja arrived, immediately surviving would be a stroke of luck. But his strength would likely be reduced to a mere fraction of what it was, and there was absolutely no way he could return to the position of Hokage. For a hero of the shinobi, who had devoted his entire life to the village and placed immense value on power and prestige, such an ending was perhaps crueler than death itself. The ground was a wreckage of carnage, corpses strewn about, the stench of blood thick and cloying. Tsukumo Hatake slowly sheathed his blade. The last viscous bead of blood slid down the gleaming edge, splattering into a small dark crimson blossom upon the earth. Flecks of blood stained his silver hair, his breath slightly ragged from the swift, efficient slaughter, yet the hand holding the blade remained steady as a rock. Tsukumo's gaze, like a blade tempered in ice water, swept over the lifeless bodies of his comrades without a flicker of emotion. Only the cold silence that follows a completed mission. Tianyu Qishuan witnessed it all, the faint smirk at the corner of his mouth deepening. He stepped forward, his boots crunching softly against the ground mixed with grit and gore. Qishuan drew close to Tsukumo, casually turning to bring his lips near the other's ear, whispering a few rapid, barely audible words meant for him alone. Black hair brushed against Tsukumo's shoulder guard, causing a slight tickle, but the words made his eyes sharpen instantly. He gave a nearly imperceptible nod, jaw tightening in acknowledgement. Almost the moment Qishuan finished and stepped back, the sound of breaking air rang out in succession. Figures leaped from rooftops, alleyways, and shadows converging on the edges of the plaza that had become a hellscape. The first to arrive were the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, renowned for their speed and perception. The Uchiha clan head led the charge, his crimson three-tomo Sharingan already activated upon landing, his gaze like lightning sweeping across the scene. The third Hokage, unconscious and barely breathing, a black-haired youth holding the adamantine staff with an eerily calm expression, and the white fang of Konoha drenched in blood with his blade still dripping, yet subtly pointing the edge toward the newcomers. The Uchiha elites behind their leader had their Sharingan fully activated, hands on their sword hilts poised to strike. A palpable tension of confrontation filled the air. Hyuga Hayashi arrived almost simultaneously, veins bulging at his temples, his pure Byakugan vision taking in every detail. The third's chakra was faint and chaotic, nearly extinguished, the fatal blade wounds on the scattered Anbu corpses, the vigorous yet ice-cold killing intent radiating from Qishuan and Tsukumo. His expression turned grim in an instant. Tianyu Qishuan. Tsukumo Hatake. Uchiha Shi's voice was low and stern as he demanded, "What happened here? What are you doing to the Hokage?" Hyuga Hayashi said nothing, but his Byakugan locked onto Qishuan, and Tsukumo, assuming the gentle fist starting stance, clearly ready for battle at any moment. Soon after, Narashikaku Yamanaka and Noichi and Akimichi Choza, the Inoshikicho trio, arrived together, followed by Aburame Shibi, Inazuka Tsum, and other clan heads with their elite subordinates. Seeing the carnage before them, everyone drew in a sharp breath, faces etched with shock and disbelief. Facing the encirclement and questioning of the clan heads and elite ninja, Qishuan's calm expression began to shift. He took a deep breath, his brows furrowing slightly, a perfectly measured mix of grief, lingering fear, and residual shock flickering in his eyes, as if he had just survived a brutal battle. Qishuan's voice carried a slight tremor of one who had narrowly escaped death, yet he strove to maintain composure. Then, his performance began. Everyone, we were just attacked by an extremely powerful enemy. His words came out slightly rushed, betraying his inner turmoil. Their strength was unfathomable, their motives unknown. They appeared suddenly and launched a fierce assault. The third Hokage engaged them personally, and the ANBU fought desperately. But the enemy was too strong. His voice caught a well-timed pause as his gaze swept over the bodies, showing deep regret. The ANBU suffered heavy casualties, and even the third Hokage was gravely wounded protecting me. This account shifted all blame for the Hokage's injury and the ANBU's annihilation onto a phantom enemy, cleverly casting himself as the protected survivor and downplaying his role in the conflict. A Hyuga branch family ninja couldn't help but speak up, his Byakugan fixed on Qishuan, his tone laced with doubt. An enemy? Then where is this enemy? When we arrived, we only saw you two. Qishuan immediately interjected, speaking with absolute certainty. Gone. They had space-time ninjutsu. We couldn't hold them. Space-time ninjutsu. The word exploded among the crowd. They exchanged uneasy glances, expressions shifting to uncertainty. Space-time ninjutsu in Konoha was almost synonymous with the second Hokage Tobarama Senju's flying Raijin technique, extremely rare and difficult to master. If the enemy possessed such a technique, appearing and vanishing at will, it seemed to explain why the battle ended so quickly and why the enemy vanished without a trace. Instinctively, many eyes turned to Tsukumo Hitaki. In everyone's eyes, compared to the young Qishuan, the battle-hardened White Fang of Konoha, Tsukumo's judgment carried far more authority and credibility. Tsukumo met their gazes, his expression as calm as still water. He slowly nodded, his voice steady and clear, devoid of excess emotion, yet imbued with convincing certainty. That is correct. The enemy's methods were bizarre, their strength formidable, and they were proficient in space-time ninjutsu. The third Hokage was gravely wounded protecting Qishuan. We failed in our duty to guard him. His final words were tinged with a subtle, fitting note of self-reproach, making it all the more believable. Seeing even Tsukumo personally confirm it, the last vestiges of doubt in most began to dissolve. After all, the White Fang's prestige and integrity in Konoha were beyond question. However, at that moment, a ninja from the Sarutobi clan pushed his way to the unconscious third Hokage's side. He carefully examined the third's injuries, then looked up at the collapsed streets and the massive destruction around him, especially recalling the towering giant silhouette he had glimpsed upon arrival. Suspicion began to fester in his mind. The Sarutobi ninja's head snapped up, his gaze sharp as he fixed on Qishuan. Qishuan. Then explain that giant. What was that? That giant looked exactly like you. How do you explain that? At his words, all eyes snapped back to Qishuan. Indeed, though the giant was only a fleeting glimpse, its silhouette and chakra signature were remarkably similar to Qishuan's, essentially an enlarged version of him. This couldn't be explained away by an enemy. Facing this sudden sharp interrogation, Qishuan merely shrugged nonchalantly. A look of "what's so strange about that" crossed his face as he replied with a hint of impatience, "Oh, that. Just one of my secret techniques." Qishuan glanced at the nearby Akimichi ninja. Doesn't the Akimichi clan have the expansion technique too? Growing big or small, what's so special about it? An Akimichi Jonin scratched his head, speaking in a muffled, puzzled tone. Well, yes, but our expansion technique can't get that big. And the form is... Qishuan cut him off coldly, his voice turning icy. Sorry, that's a clan secret. Not something I can share. The words were blunt, effectively shutting down the topic. But clan secret techniques were an extremely sensitive subject in the ninja world. Every clan had the right to keep their secrets, and others had no right to pry. By invoking the banner of clan secrecy, Qishuan's response was both reasonable and effectively ended further questioning. Sure enough, at the mention of clan secret, combined with Qishuan's cold, guarded demeanor, the crowd's faces showed understanding and slight awkwardness. Indeed, every clan had its own trump cards and secrets. It was perfectly normal not to reveal them. Though Qishuan's explanation was somewhat flimsy, the Akimichi's expansion technique differed greatly from that giant form. Combined with the unknowable nature of secret techniques, it seemed barely plausible. More importantly, Tsukumo stood firmly on Qishuan's side. This provided a strong psychological hint to the crowd that Qishuan's account was trustworthy. At this point, though a few still harbored doubts, most were inclined to accept the story put forth by Qishuan and Tsukumo. After all, compared to the terrifying truth that the White Fang of Konoha and a prodigy youth conspired to kill the Hokage, slaughter their comrades, and destroy the streets, a revelation that would shatter perceptions and bring Konoha to its knees. They preferred to believe the tale of a mysterious, powerful enemy wielding space-time ninjutsu, the third Hokage fighting valiantly and suffering grave injury, the ANBU dying in combat, and 2 ANBU members resisting fiercely and surviving. A story that, while tragic, was at least logically coherent and could maintain the village's superficial stability. Soon, under Narashikaku's command, the group began to methodically handle the scene. They gathered the bodies, cordoned off the area, and investigated the traces. At the same time, the gravely wounded and unconscious third Hokage was rushed to Konoha Hospital for emergency treatment. On the way, Qixuan insisted on accompanying the medical team, claiming his heart was uneasy because the third Hokage had been gravely injured protecting him. He stayed glued to the door of the emergency room. His reasons were reasonable and his expression sincere. Even the medical ninjas escorting them were moved, privately expressing their admiration. That Qixuan kid, though he usually seems a bit unconventional, has a truly kind heart and knows gratitude. Yet the third Hokage didn't dote on him for nothing. Listening to these whispered discussions, Qixuan, mingling with the crowd, maintained a perfectly appropriate look of worry and self-reproach, but in his heart there was nothing but cold mockery. Of course he would stay by his side. He had to ensure the third Hokage didn't wake up at an inopportune moment and say things he shouldn't. He also had to ensure the final chapter of this shinobi hero's life was entirely under his control. In Konoha Hospital's highest-spec intensive care unit, exorbitant medical resources were poured in. The most elite medical ninjas took turns on duty, and various precious medicines and secret techniques were employed. Finally, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was miraculously kept clinging to his last breath. But his injuries were too severe. His internal organs were shattered, his bones crushed, his chakra pathways almost completely severed, and his mind had suffered immense trauma. Surviving was a miracle, though any hope of recovery was utterly impossible. Hiruzen Sarutobi lay still on the hospital bed, tubes and monitors sustaining his life attached to his body. His complexion was ashen, his breathing so weak that his chest barely rose and fell. He was like a guttering candle flickering in the wind, threatening to go out at any moment. Qixuan sat in a chair beside the bed, playing the part of the most loyal guardian. He kept his head lowered, his black hair falling to obscure most of his face, revealing only the elegant line of his jaw. In the corner where no one paid attention, his gaze at the third Hokage was as cold as an abyss devoid of any warmth, holding only a hint of impatience and derision. "Old man, you're surprisingly tenacious." Time passed in the oppressive silence and the rhythmic beeping of the machines. A week later, news arrived that shocked everyone. The third Hokage had awakened. Though it was only for a brief moment and his consciousness was hazy, his eyes had indeed opened. The news spread immediately. The medical ninja in charge, suppressing his excitement, prepared to inform the high-ranking officials and clan representatives waiting outside. In that brief interval, as the medical ninja turned and left the room to report the good news, the room was left with only Qixuan and the third Hokage, who was barely breathing on the bed. Qixuan slowly stood, walked to the bedside, leaned down, and brought his lips close to the third Hokage's ear. His voice was lowered to a near whisper, his tone gentle, yet laced with undisguised threat. "If you dare to tell the truth." Qixuan paused, ensuring every word pierced the third Hokage's hazy consciousness like an icicle. "I will kill everyone and destroy all of Konoha." The third Hokage's clouded eyes moved slightly, focusing on Qixuan, who was right before him. The young face, though smiling, held a malice and madness that chilled one to the bone. He did not doubt the truth of this young man's words for a second. He had personally experienced that world-destroying power, that coldness that treated human life like grass. A chill spread from the depths of his heart, instantly freezing his limbs and extremities. Just then the door to the ward was pushed open. Representatives of the various clans, having received the news, along with the elders of the Sarutobi clan and Tsukumo Hitaki, who had rushed over, filed in. Their faces showed concern, anxiety, and a hint of barely concealed curiosity. Seeing that the third Hokage's eyes were indeed open, though his gaze was unfocused, he was clearly conscious. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and began asking questions in a flurry. "Third Hokage-sama, how do you feel?" "Hokage-sama, you're finally awake." Medical team, check him immediately. The third Hokage's gaze moved with difficulty, scanning the familiar and unfamiliar faces. Finally, it settled on Qixuan, standing at the edge of the crowd with a gentle, harmless smile, and then on Tsukumo Hitaki, who stood in the center silently watching him. He knew they were all watching him, waiting for his testimony. The Sarutobi clan shinobi, who had harbored doubts all along, could no longer contain himself. He pushed his way to the front and asked eagerly, "Third Hokage-sama, is it true that Qixuan said you were ambushed by a powerful enemy who mastered space-time jutsu? Please tell us the truth." His question also represented the last shred of uncertainty in the hearts of many present. All eyes focused on the third Hokage's parched lips. The third Hokage's body stiffened almost imperceptibly. He could feel Qixuan's gaze on him like a shadow laced with mockery. The room was terrifyingly quiet save for the steady beeping of the machines. The third Hokage could sense that if he spoke the truth now, this seemingly peaceful room would turn into a bloody slaughterhouse in the next second. Everyone present, including his own clansmen, might not survive. The entire Konoha would become collateral damage for this mad youth's wrath. Qixuan looked at the third Hokage, his eyes taunting. "So which will you choose, third Hokage-sama? All of Konoha is now my hostage." Finally, the third Hokage's lips moved slowly and with great difficulty. His voice was hoarse and weak, yet it reached everyone's ears clearly. "It's true. We did encounter an assassin." Every word drained him of all his strength and also hollowed out the last of his spirit. After saying this, Hiruzen Sarutobi seemed to have exhausted all his support. The light in his eyes quickly dimmed, becoming vacant once more. Hearing the third Hokage's personal confirmation, the Sarutobi clan shinobi's taut nerves finally relaxed. He even let out an unconscious sigh of relief, a look of immense relief on his face. He turned to Chishuan, his eyes full of apology, and said in a low voice, Chishuan-kun, I was too suspicious before. I misjudged you. I'm truly sorry. Chishuan maintained a proper, slightly aloof smile on his face, and gave a slight nod accepting the apology. However, the news of the third Hokage's awakening and confirmation of the attack didn't quell things for long before stirring up new waves. The Uchiha clan, who had always coveted power within Konoha's hierarchy, would never pass up this golden opportunity. A Uchiha Jonin, his eyes gleaming with calculation, stepped forward. His tone was respectful, but carried a veiled pressure. Third Hokage-sama, your health probably prevents you from handling the heavy affairs of state, doesn't it? Konoha cannot be without a leader. Perhaps you could temporarily entrust some of the administrative duties to our Uchiha clan, allowing you to rest and recover in peace. These words were like igniting a fuse. The Sarutobi clan, loyal to the third Hokage, and some of the allied clans immediately erupted. Bastard! Uchiha, are you trying to profit from our misfortune? The Sarutobi clan shinobi glared, shouting harshly. The Hokage's position is none of your business. Uchiha, are you trying to seize power? Other clan shinobi also chimed in with accusations, and the atmosphere in the room instantly became tense and confrontational. The conflict between the Uchiha and the Hokage's loyalists erupted on the spot. Just as the argument escalated, a clear, calm voice abruptly cut in. It wasn't loud, but it strangely overpowered all the noise. I think. Everyone turned to look and saw that Chishuan had somehow already walked to the other side of the bed. His hands were casually in his pockets, and his face bore an almost childlike expression of thought. Chishuan's gaze swept over the arguing parties, finally landing on the third Hokage's weak face on the bed. He smiled and said, Uncle Tsukumo would be the perfect candidate to act as Hokage. What do you think, third Hokage-sama? His suggestion was like dropping a drop of cold water into a boiling pot of oil. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then their gazes turned in unison to Tsukumo Hatake, and then back to the third Hokage on the bed. Tsukumo himself was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. The only sign of his reaction was the slight tightening of his knuckles on the hilt of his blade. He said nothing, merely turning his gaze to the third Hokage, awaiting his decision. From a certain perspective, this suggestion was indeed very fitting. Tsukumo Hatake, Konoha's white fang. His strength was unrivaled in the ninja world, his reputation stellar, his military achievements numerous, and his seniority deep. Moreover, as the captain of the Anbu, he was deeply trusted by the third Hokage, and was a true loyalist of the Hokage line. Having him act as Hokage would stabilize the situation, silence the Uchiha and other ambitious factions, and maintain the stability of the existing power structure to the greatest extent possible. The third Hokage's clouded gaze moved slowly. It passed over Chishuan's seemingly harmless yet unfathomable smiling face, Tsukumo's silent but resolute figure, and the surrounding faces that were expectant, tense, or calculating. He could feel that he had no choice left. Chishuan's suggestion seemed to offer him a graceful way out. In reality, it bound him, Tsukumo, and the future of all of Konoha to Chishuan's unpredictable war chariot. A flicker of intense struggle and pain passed through the depths of the third Hokage's eyes, finally dissolving into a lifeless, ashen resignation. He slowly, with great effort, nodded his head, his voice so hoarse it was almost inaudible. White Fang is indeed the right person. The decision was sealed. A smile tugged at the corner of Chishuan's mouth. The people present had varied expressions. The Uchiha members looked grim, clearly dissatisfied with the outcome, yet unable to openly oppose the person personally chosen by the third Hokage. As for the Sarutobi clan and the Hokage's loyalists, despite their subtle doubts about Tsukumo's loyalty, following the previous incident, they preferred accepting him one of their own over letting power fall into the hands of the Uchiha. Some of the neutral clans and shinobi acknowledged Tsukumo's abilities and reputation, considering it the safest choice at the moment. And so, amidst a complicated and indescribable atmosphere, the choice for acting Hokage was thus finalized. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the group gradually filed out of the room, leaving the space for the third Hokage to rest. Before leaving, Tsukumo Hatake took a deep look at the third Hokage on the bed, then at Chishuan, standing by the window, his expression complex. In the end, he said nothing and left. The room was once again left with only the two of them. The last rays of the setting sun streamed through the clean glass window, painting the room in a warm orange-red hue. Chishuan stood by the window, his back to the bed, quietly gazing out at the silhouette of Konoha, still bustling and full of life under the setting sun. His figure seemed somewhat blurred in the light and shadow. The third Hokage's gaze followed his back. After a long silence, the third Hokage used the last of his strength, his voice barely a whisper, and asked, "You. What do you really want?" Chishuan did not answer immediately. He continued to gaze out the window. After a long moment, he finally spoke slowly. "Me." Chishuan tilted his head slightly, the setting sun's light outlining the perfect profile of his face. "I just want to make this world a slightly better place." The answer was so grand yet so vague that the third Hokage couldn't help but be taken aback. Then a bitter smile tinged with extreme despair stretched across Hiruzen Sarutobi's lips. Yes, for an existence with such power who regarded rules and life as nothing. What he wanted perhaps truly no longer mattered. What mattered was that Chishuan now possessed the power to change everything. And he and indeed all of Konoha had become pieces on his chessboard. The third Hokage's gaze became slightly clearer again. He looked at Qixuan's back and suddenly asked an unexpected question, his tone unusually serious. If I die, and you and Tsukumo take control of Konoha, will you lead it towards greater prosperity? Qixuan finally turned around, looking directly at this shinobi hero lying on the bed whose life force was about to be extinguished. This was the first time he had examined this old man so seriously. The golden light of the setting sun fell upon Qixuan's black hair, dancing with a warm halo. But his eyes remained as deep and unfathomable, as cold as ever. Tianyu Qixuan met the third Hokage's gaze and gave a slight nod. No grand promises, no passionate vows, just a simple gesture. But the third Hokage looked at Qixuan, at the impenetrable darkness in the youth's eyes and the obsessive definition of order and better within that darkness. After a long while, a profoundly complex smile finally settled into one of resignation on the third Hokage's face. In that smile there was exhaustion, relief, helplessness, and perhaps a final faint glimmer of hope. The third Hokage knew Qixuan would not let him live. Every moment he remained alive was a potential risk to Qixuan and Tsukumo. That being the case, rather than dragging out his existence in suffering and humiliation, it was better to leave with some dignity. Using the last of his life to secure a stable future for Konoha, and perhaps for this mad and powerful young man as well. Qixuan's nod was the final straw that crushed the last of his hesitation. Hiruzen Sarutobi, slowly, as if relieved of a tremendous burden, let out a long turbid breath and closed his eyes as though laying down a heavy weight. 3 days later, Konoha Hospital officially issued an obituary. The third Hokage, Lord Hiruzen Sarutobi, due to injuries sustained in a previous attack by an unknown powerful enemy, and despite all efforts to save him, passed away peacefully at Konoha Hospital in the early hours of this morning. All of Konoha was plunged into immense grief and confusion. The funeral was grand and solemn. Countless villagers and ninjas came to pay their respects, bidding farewell to the shinobi hero who had protected Konoha for decades. After the funeral, the transfer of power proceeded smoothly, with the designation of the late third Hokage and the tacit approval of the major clans. Tsukumo Hatake formally assumed the role of acting Hokage, taking over all administrative and military affairs of Konoha. And Tianyu Qixuan, the young genius who had performed admirably during the attack and was deeply trusted by the third Hokage, was personally appointed by acting Hokage Tsukumo to fill the vacancy left by Tsukumo, becoming the new captain of Konoha Zumbu, a position of great honor and immense power. The skies over Konoha, having lost a former ruler, quietly changed their colors. Yet what undercurrents and uncertainties surged beneath this new color, no one knew.